Every morning, Jill started the same way: wake up at 7 o'clock, wash up and make breakfast at 8:30, and then wake up her dad for work. After tasting the soup she had made today and making sure it was perfect, she continued with her plan. The heroine shouted at her dad to wake up because breakfast was ready, but there was no answer. Jill looked into his room and called him again. Apparently, he was sleeping too soundly to hear her. She walked over to the bed and gently touched his shoulder so that waking up wouldn't take him by surprise, but Dad still hadn't woken up. Then the girl began to literally shake him, because if he didn't wake up right now, he might be late for work. But in response, she only heard a moo. And then Jill screamed loudly across the room, so loudly that the lonely neighbor probably thought that he was now a dad too. June opened his eyes abruptly, not knowing what to expect as a terrifying scream filled his room. He sat up abruptly, looked around. Sweat appeared on his forehead from such an unexpected awakening. And then he saw her. Jill stood in front of him, screaming to wake him up. And at that moment, he remembered that he had a daughter under contract for 2 months now. Seeing that June had woken up, she stopped screaming, smiled broadly, and said that breakfast was ready and it was high time for him to get up. 10 years ago, so-called faults appeared on the earth, which disturbed the peace and harmony. People did not know what to do with them, and were terribly frightened, seeing first only the rift, and then what emerged from them. Monsters emerged from the rifts in huge numbers, and it was impossible to cope with them. At the same time, some people, regardless of gender and age, developed strange abilities. They began to be called hunters, who could track their abilities like in a computer game. Hunters stood up to protect the cities and began to control the rifts, exterminating monsters. Jun didn't have any special skills, so he had to study and look for a job suitable for an ordinary person. After graduating, he was able to get a job as a civil servant in the fault department and became the youngest in the department. He had no special talents, which negatively affected his work, where he constantly forgot about reports and was late. And only after a year of hard work he was able to get his first assignment at the fault. He was excited for his first mission and set out to find the rift that had appeared. However, here too, failure awaited Juna. On the way to the mission, he was hit by a truck. A bright light, a blow, the expectation of pain, but it did not follow. He opened his eyes and could not understand where he was. People who also did not expect him to appear here told him that he was in a world called Murim. The world in which he died a huge number of times experienced terrible pain and suffering. But after death, he was reborn again and everything started anew, because after appearing in Murim, he acquired one ability, a pocket watch that, in the event of death, would send him back a day and allow him to repeat the scenario again. June kept coming back to achieve his goal, win and stay alive. He did this so many times that it seemed he no longer remembered who he was or what he was doing. With each rewind, he drew conclusions and became stronger. And finally, he became the strongest warrior in this world. He had no other equal. The inhabitants of the world of Mirima nicknamed him Chanma, which meant heavenly devil. However, now Juno was only concerned with one question: how to get back. He became the strongest, so as a reward he was given the same sudden return to his reality, just as he once fell out of it. The hero woke up in the hospital, but he felt fine. He got up, got dressed, and left it, as if he had woken up at home. The doctors were shocked because he was the one who was hit by a truck yesterday and had to undergo a 5-hour operation. June understood that he had spent a lot of time in another world, did not remember his own at all, and a long adaptation awaited him. He looked at his status window. All his stats were maxed out. He was the best hunter for his world, and there was no need to return to his old job. The memories of Mirim frightened him, because there was a sea of blood on his hands. Memories flashed in his head. He stopped trusting anyone. He doesn't even remember how many times he died and was reborn again. And in that same second, he realized that now he wanted to be normal, go to work and live a normal life. Having decided everything, June went to work at the city hall, went up to the right floor, went into the right room and said hello. Everyone who worked in the department turned around and froze in shock, looking at the door. Greg was the first to speak up, but all he could ask was if June was okay. To which June replied that he was completely fine, and nothing terrible had happened to him. Greg noticed that he, at the very least, spoke differently and became more confident, after which he noted that his body seemed to have become stronger, although before he looked like a fragile guy. It was as if he was assessing him from the bottom up, and when he reached his face, he realized that his height had changed a little. June thanked him for all the compliments Greg had given him, but gave no indication that anything had changed. He assured that even if he had changed in appearance, he was still the same June who had worked with them in the department, after which he asked where his workplace was, since he was in shock after the accident and had memory problems. Greg, however, took the position that everything he was saying now made him even more suspicious. Olivia, who had been smiling at him until now, was sure it was June, only prettier. The boss wasn't satisfied with June and Olivia's words, so he brought out a fingerprint scanner. The moment of truth, June put his thumb to the scanner, put it on, and everyone froze. It didn't take a minute before the scanner reported that it was indeed June, a worker from the Rift department. Greg screamed that another test was needed, grabbed his hand and put his finger on the scanner, which once again confirmed his identity. The test continued over and over until the entire department became tired of listening to the scanner say the same thing over and over again. Greg stood his ground and said that he didn't understand how a person could change so much in just one day. But Olivia couldn't take her eyes off him. She didn't understand at all how height, build, and voice could change, but she really liked the new June. June's head was already starting to split from the endless discussions about his changes, so he asked again where his place was. But there was no answer, and the boss decided to send him home so that he could have a good rest. He didn't hear June's objections and only repeated that he was still on sick leave and that he would only allow him to return to work tomorrow. Greg grabbed him by the shoulders and offered to walk him to the exit, but June refused, since he could do it himself. And so he went home. But it was not so easy, because he had not been here for a long time. It took him a couple of hours to finally find his home. He had to climb up on foot because he didn't remember what floor he lived on, but he remembered what his front door looked like. The door was found, but the hardest part remained, remembering the code to open it. He entered code after code, relying on muscle memory, but all attempts were unsuccessful. I had to stop and think. The code should be familiar to him after all. He had entered it so often before that moment. Another unsuccessful attempt, when suddenly a female voice was heard from behind the door. He listened again. Maybe he really was so unwell that he was hearing voices when suddenly the door lock clicked. The door opened, and behind it was a young girl whom he saw for the first time, but for some reason she called him her uncle. He was stunned, and the only thing he could do was ask who she was. He walked inside, expecting anything from a conversation with a stranger who for some reason ended up in his apartment. June and the girl sat on opposite sides of the table. Outwardly, he seemed calm, but inside he was torn apart because he didn't know what to do. He took another sip from his mug and finally began to repeat after her the story he had just heard. Her name was Jill, and she was the daughter of his brother's girlfriend. He sighed heavily and said the same thing again slowly, trying to wrap his head around it. Jill nodded happily. It seemed to her that since he started talking to her, everything would be fine. June continued to reconstruct the events. His brother's girlfriend died in an accident. She had nowhere to go, and he agreed to look after her. And that's why she knew the code to his apartment and came here today, which made Jill smile. After which he decided to clarify whether they had seen each other at least once before today. After this moment, the girl became confused and replied that this was their first meeting. He looked for any way to resolve the situation and asked if Jill had any other relatives. In response, she hesitated and said that her mother was an orphan, so she had no one else to rely on. June suddenly became distracted by a plate with some dish and asked her what it was. She suddenly gained new hope and began to animatedly explain that it was omuraisu, an omelet and rice, and she had prepared it for June to have a snack after work, when suddenly he interrupted her and informed her that he would not be able to receive her at his place. Unexpectedly for him, the girl became furious, jumped up and screamed that he had promised her. She handed him her phone, opened the correspondence with him, and showed him the messages confirming this. And now he had to tell his story, because until yesterday he was in the hospital, got into an accident, and was discharged only today. And most importantly, he lost his memory, did not remember his brother or the girl he promised to help. He didn't know what to answer to her question about whether he was okay, since his body had fully recovered. But memory is very poor, which can cause difficulties in everyday life. He understood that it would be difficult for him to take care of anyone now, since it would take him some time to adapt. Jill froze, as if she didn't know what to say, but in reality she was quickly going through her thoughts in her head to somehow fix the situation. Suddenly she screamed that she wanted to sign a contract and come to an agreement with June. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he decided to clarify what kind of contract she wanted to sign, to which Jill asked him to become her father until she finished school. At that moment, he regretted asking this question because her proposal was crazy. Without wasting any time, she flew up to him, grabbed his hand and began to convince him that he had lost his memory. It would be difficult for him to adapt, and she could help. She clung to his hand and kept saying that she would take on the cleaning, the washing, the cooking to help him. And in exchange, he will allow her to live with him until she finishes school, at least for 6 months, until she moves into a dormitory. June thought about it because this was indeed a good condition. No, even a very good condition. He spent a long time in the Middle Ages, in a completely different world, and it will take time to adapt to the modern world. She could always be asked about things he didn't know, asked for help, and it was really beneficial for both of them. He reached into his briefcase, began to take out paper and pen, and informed Jill that he was ready to draw up the contract. She was shocked because the plan seemed unsuccessful and now she couldn't believe her ears. Jun silently sat down at the table and began to write something. It seemed as if they were concluding a multi-million-dollar deal right now. He handed her a piece of paper with the rules that they both had to live by and asked her to tell him if anything was unclear or if anything needed to be corrected. The contract specified deadlines, obligations to provide Jill with all receipts and checks, account for expenses, and perform all household chores. June asked again if there was anything that Jill didn't understand or didn't agree with, to which she replied that she was fine with everything. There was one last step left for the contract to come into effect, and he handed her a pen. With tears in her eyes, she took the pen. It seemed like she was about to cry, but everything was exactly as she wanted. She bent over the papers, signed them, and said she would do everything in her power. And at that moment, a smile lit up her face. Everything was decided, and she decided to clarify whether she could call June her father. He agreed, and then went to his room, and Jill shouted after him to call her by her name and to be informal. June agreed to this too. Jill hugged the contract to herself and breathed a sigh of relief, because he was getting used to it so quickly, and suddenly remembered that she had forgotten something, so she followed him. She started talking before she even looked into the room, but her speech was interrupted as soon as she saw the strong, pumped-up, naked body. Jill gasped instantly, but couldn't take her eyes off him, even though he was her father. But such an attractive father and only under contract. She only turned away when June pulled up his t-shirt and was able to look at her. He still didn't understand what just happened, so he decided to continue the conversation and asked what else she needed. Sweat appeared on her face and she frantically began to explain that there was no food in the refrigerator and they needed to go to the store. His sarcastic question about whether it was true was just for the sake of continuing the conversation, because he had already taken out his wallet. He took out his card, handed it to her, and informed her that she would now be paying with it. She finally turned to him, took the card, and was taken aback. Could he really trust her so quickly? Jill couldn't take responsibility so quickly, and a plan came into her head. Since he had lost his memory, he should go with her. Suddenly, he would start remembering something if he went to the local store. It actually seemed like a good idea. The familiar surroundings might help him, so June agreed to go along with her. The store was on the next street. They got there quickly. This time, it seems, was not enough for the main character to remember anything. They stopped at a vegetable stand and she told him that she simply had to cook for him for a while. But June was constantly distracted by an advertisement about a discount on meat and kept repeating that. All he could do was agree. He thanked her and said that he agreed. It seemed that she was again happy that he agreed with her. Suddenly, some noise caught their attention. There was tension in the air, as if something was about to happen. He asked her in bewilderment what was going on, because from her face it seemed that she had already understood everything. At that very second, a portal appeared in the air right in front of them and people began to run away from it in panic. Jill immediately took the gun out of her bag and was ready to meet whoever was about to come out of it. It was a rift. She didn't know what kind of monster would come out of it now, but she knew one thing. She needed to protect Jun, so she asked him to hide. A huge green creature with huge fangs emerged from the portal, and not only did it stink terribly from its mouth, but strange sounds were also escaping, similar to either growling or mooing. Everyone who was in the store began to run out of it in panic, screaming that a goblin had come into the store for milk. Jun stood rooted to the spot and simply watched what was happening. He knew what to do, but he had only promised himself today that he would live a normal life. Jill hadn't promised anyone anything, so she immediately pointed the gun at the goblin and pulled the trigger. A beam of light shot out from the cannon, and a small wind arose from the power of the shot. And so, the bullet reached its target. Jill hit the goblin right in the chest. The goblin felt the blow, looked down, growled questioningly, and saw a huge hole in his body. He fell flat on the floor. It seemed he wouldn't need any more food. The shop's visitors began to surround him. They realized that he had lost consciousness forever, and they exhaled joyfully. Fortunately, there was a hunter in the shop who protected them. Jill leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, and continued to hold the gun tightly in her hands. Noticing Jun, she quickly came to her senses, hid the weapon back in her bag, and began to scold him for simply standing still when he was in danger. Jun apologized and said he would be careful in the future. It seemed that was what she wanted to hear, and she calmed down. The police were already hanging over the goblin. He was alone. There were no casualties, and they headed towards Jill because this was the result of her actions. As he approached them, the policeman asked if they had dealt with the goblin, but his gaze was directed towards June. With a quick movement of his hand, he brought Jill in front of him and informed the policeman that his daughter had dealt with the goblin. He was shocked. Because the girl was only about 14 years old, he couldn't believe that it was really her. But quickly getting his bearings, he asked for identification, phone number, address, and bank account information. There was a reward for killing a goblin. This was the price for destroying the goblin in Mana. The police will pay it for preserving the lives and safety of the residents. The policeman said that the father could also provide a bank account and the money could be transferred to him. And Jun thought about it. He thought for a moment and asked Jill to state her score. She was surprised by what he said. He quickly removed all questions and said that it would be fair, because it was she who killed the goblin. She blushed with joy and quickly dictated her number so as not to scream with joy. They returned home. Jill was preparing dinner when suddenly the phone made a notification sound. She grabbed it and looking at the screen was clearly shocked by something. For destroying the rift in the goblin, she received 150,000 won from the Seoul police. June managed to read the message. She got a large sum for killing just one goblin. If it was paid so much, then there was no point in her living with him, he asked. She found his naivety endearing and began to explain that there had been a time rift in the sky and a monster had appeared. It was an accident, and no one could guarantee that all monsters would be so light. Besides, only licensed hunters can enter the rift, and she is still an ordinary person. He interrupted her with a question about whether she knew the law of reason, and Jill's face was frozen in question. She asked again what this law meant, and he explained that everything that happens in life is a reaction of the subconscious to what we are trying to instill in ourselves. Thoughts are material, and what happened to her was her desire. She understood what he was getting at and told him that she was planning to enroll in the Hunter's Academy in March. Jill had not yet completed Hunter Rebirth, but she already knew how to use mana and had a temporary permit for the mana gun, so she always carried it with her. He praised him, because not everyone can become a hunter, which means that special abilities were embedded inside her. She smiled and told him that he should treat her well, because one day she would become very famous. In addition, she had already set the table full of food, gave instructions to eat everything and leave nothing, and wished them a pleasant appetite. After discussing her future, she realized that she didn't know what June did for a living, and immediately asked the question. While wolfing down his dinner, he replied that he worked in the mayor's office as an ordinary civil servant. Jill was satisfied with his answer, as she was worried that his work might be dangerous. She handed him another plate of food, wished him bon appetit and good night. This eventful day had come to an end. The morning came too quickly, and now June was already approaching the City Hall building. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day. It seemed like time had stopped. The whole department was waiting to see if he would show up for work today. The door to the office swung open. He walked in as if nothing had happened and said hello. His colleagues instantly turned around at the sound of his voice. Without hiding his surprise, Greg asked how he felt and whether he would be able to work. It seemed like yesterday he was not here and the check started all over again. He thanked him for his concern and assured everyone else that he was perfectly fine. The department head tried to remain calm, so he leaned back in his chair and asked June to contact him at any time if he was having trouble. After which he pointed his finger at a free seat and finally answered the question that was asked yesterday. His seat was there. As he sat down on the chair, the guy sitting next to him told him that if June didn't remember something, he could come to him. He hesitated, didn't know what to answer, just as he didn't know who this guy was, what his name was, and why he offered to help him. The stranger understood everything from his facial expression, so he immediately said that his name was Nate, and he was his direct superior, and Greg was in charge above him. He thanked Nate for introducing himself, for offering to help, and for providing clarity on what was going on in the department. Greg glanced at his watch and noted that the workday had already begun. It seemed like everyone was waiting for someone. Nate quickly reassured him and noted that the one they were waiting for was a very valuable hunter, so it was necessary to bring him up to speed, to which Greg sniped, asking if an F rank was valuable. It didn't matter, because they were still waiting for the hunter, and none of them showed up. Suddenly they heard the sound of a door swinging open and heavy breathing and turned around. A beautiful red-haired girl stood in the doorway, her head bowed. It seemed that everyone was waiting for her. She exhaled heavily again, raised her head and asked a question, the answer to which was obvious. Yes, she was late. But when he saw her, Greg started waving his arms and claiming that it was his fault and that he should have met her. Nate pointed at them and suggested that June go say hello, since this was their new hunter. A silent question hung on June's face. It seemed he didn't understand why a hunter had come to their department. The boss took him by the hand and pulled him along, explaining to him along the way what was happening. The department was engaged in searching for faults, and they usually went on missions with a hunter. Miss Kate will have to take charge of June and help him with his work. He said hello and began to study her with his eyes, when suddenly Nate announced that Kate was supposed to be his ward, but she won't be. They were both surprised by this fact and turned to Nate questioningly. Nate hesitated, sweat breaking out on his forehead, but he continued speaking. June is not in a condition to go on a mission right now, so Nate will take over this matter. The main character began to boil, because initially this was his job. Nate continued to stand his ground. It was better for him to complete this task, because no one knew what consequences the accident could have. Suddenly, Greg entered the conversation, stating that he was worried about whether June would be able to work normally. June didn't understand what was going on. Were they pretending that he was a dishonest employee? He stated that this was his job, and he would be the one doing it. Nate began to panic even more and began to try to convince the protagonist that he should not overexert himself. Greg contributed to the general panic and started shouting about how June couldn't even find a job. June tried to remain calm, but there were explosions going on inside that were about to break out and hit the entire department. He took a deep breath and confidently stated once again that he would carry out his duties himself. Nate couldn't resist anymore. He knew that June needed this chance, a chance to prove that he was okay, and gave in. The shouts continued from the office for a while, and then everyone went to lunch. Greg and Nate sat outside and continued to discuss what had happened, one thinking that letting him go on the mission was crazy, the other trying to convince him otherwise. June was an employee of their department, and despite what happened, he had the right to another chance, because he never got to his first assignment. Thoughts were racing through Greg's head. He knew that there would be consequences to this decision, but whether good or bad, he didn't know. So he gave in and agreed. June and Kate set out on their first mission. He was carefully studying the instructions, and the girl seemed to be waiting for him to finish. He folded the papers and decided that there was enough information to do everything right. After several readings, it was clear what needed to be done. It was his duty to study all the information about the rift, and support from the Hunter Academy was allocated to help him. As soon as he looked up from the paperwork, a girl's voice was heard from the back seat. She said that her name was Kate, and she was 21 years old. He apologized for such a long silence and said that he needed to check the documents. He turned around and his attention was drawn to what was lying on her lap. June asked what it was. Kate reported that her uniform and weapons, which were necessary for fighting monsters, were there. Suddenly the car stopped, and the driver announced that they had arrived at the destination. They thanked him and left the car, June's face expressionless, and Kate pressed the button on the case and something clicked. The case opened and now one could see some strange greenish sphere inside it. The girl took it out and put it to her chest. June was perplexed by her actions. Suddenly the sphere changed color and began to glow. At that very moment the sphere completely covered Miss Kate's form, and it turned out that this was her costume. He couldn't take his eyes off either the fact that the little ball had dressed his partner on its own or her curves. She became a little embarrassed and asked if this was the first time he had seen this, to which June nodded affirmatively. Along the way, Kate told him that this suit was the lowest level of protection, but even it cost 3 million won, and her sword was far from the best. She stopped and asked what she should call him, to which he replied that he didn't care. Then she suggested calling him manager, since he was responsible for the faults. The security finished checking and they were finally able to move on. He agreed to her proposal. They walked along the stone path and finally saw the purpose of their visit. A huge glowing portal, a rift, inside of which there were probably a bunch of monsters. Kate's former confidence disappeared somewhere. She hesitated and said that this was the first time she was going into the rift alone. They were distracted by a rough male voice that was familiar to Kate. It was Michael and a couple of other hunters who had worked together before. It seems his main goal was to hook Kate. He stated that he thought she was no longer a hunter. However, this was not the case. He looked at Jun carefully and asked if she had joined any guild, after which he leaned over her and made a sarcastic comment about how she didn't even know how to use mana. Kate lowered her head and her hair covered her face. She seemed to be on edge. Michael thought he had already won, but he couldn't stop and continued to put her down in the eyes of her new colleague. Just in case, June asked if Kate knew this big guy. She said that they once went to courses together to become hunters. Michael's attention was drawn to June's badge, and he began to study it. He burst out laughing when he learned that Kate was now working on a contract at the mayor's office. He wiped away his tears, quite amused by the fact that someone like her wouldn't be accepted into the guild, and since she was working under a contract, that meant she was still an F rank. June interrupted this madness by saying that everything he was doing now looked pathetic. Michael began to look to his comrades for support and point his finger at the one who defended the object of his ridicule. He looked down at him with disdain and called him an idiot. He grabbed his shirt collar and lifted it up, and Kate started screaming. Michael quietly hissed that if the civil servant didn't like something, then he should dare to stop him. Michael let out a scream, his face so close that the hair on June's head stood on end. He could no longer control himself. His eyes began to narrow with anger. It seemed as if they were filling with blood. Seeing this, Michael became frightened and widened his eyes, but still did not let go of him. And in his head a terrible voice sounded, which said that if he let him go within 3 seconds, he would be forgiven. June's eyes grew redder and stared at the idiot who was slowly lowering him to the ground. Black smoke swirled around Michael, as if waiting to attack him. He felt that he couldn't breathe and began to gasp for air. But no one saw it except Michael and June. One of his comrades shook him by the shoulder and asked if he was okay. At that very second, Michael fell to the ground and crawled away from something, covering his face with his hands. His friends were in a panic. From the outside, it looked like he had gone crazy. Suddenly, his pants got wet, and he was sitting right in front of the rift in a yellow puddle. Kate watched everything that was happening in surprise. She was glad that her offender was punished, but she did not understand at all what was happening here. June, satisfied with himself, grinned and decided to finish off Michael. He made a surprised face, extended his hand and asked if he was okay and could get up. But this was only a mask for the others. He leaned over to give him another message that only the two of them would hear. The devil's voice sounded in Michael's head again and told him not to interfere anymore if he valued his life. Michael burst into tears, bubbles coming out of his nose, and shouted that he agreed to everything. His team was in a panic. They didn't know what to do, and Kate covered her face with her hands. June flew past her and called her to follow him before something worse happened than what they had just seen. He jumped into the rift they had come to explore, but his partner did not follow him. He had to stick his hand through that hole to get her to finally pay attention to him. She followed him, and now they were on the other side. They looked around. This dimension didn't look like a monster's abode. On the contrary, there were mountains and forests all around, and the air seemed so fresh that they both took a deep breath. In the distance, they noticed a goblin wandering around the fields. June noted that this rift was F rank, which was probably why it looked so simple. He took out his tablet and began to enter data about the place where they had arrived. The computer informed that the F rank of the fault was selected. When setting a higher fault rank, it is worth choosing the exception item, after which the mapping of the area began, which meant that Jun had nothing else to do at the moment. He put the tablet in his bag and slowly walked towards the goblin. Kate overtook him, shouting that she should go first. Even though she was here at the level of a porter, she should be responsible for the safety of ordinary people. Besides, if she shows herself to the manager from a good side, she will certainly be hired for a permanent job at the mayor's office. Their attention was drawn to a noise coming from somewhere to the side, and they stopped. In the clearing not far from them lay at least 6 dead goblins, and next to them were 3 hunters who had cleared the area. Jun was shocked. There were so many hunters who came here before them. Kate fell to her knees and began to wail that she had to show at least something, prove what she was capable of. He tried to reassure her that since the goblins were gone, all they had to do was finish the map and the job would be done. June decided to check his partner's status and opened her card. He was surprised. Weren't her parameters those of an ordinary person? Suddenly, he was attracted by her skill. It was S-rank fencing. She said that at first she was quite pleased because there weren't many such S-rank skills. When she first started taking the courses, she was among the first, she continued. But with every word, her condition changed for the worse. She bit a strand of her fiery hair and told him that everything had gone wrong when she had to demonstrate her skill at the course. But what could she do since she had no mana? The partner screamed that she could only try. Mana should have appeared at the 3rd level, but she didn't even know how to move to the 2nd level. Suddenly, June grabbed her by the elbows and yelled, pulling her back. Right in the place where she had just been crying, something fell loudly. It was a huge mace which, from a strong throw, stuck into the ground. She looked up to see 3 goblins moving towards them. June had to lift her up and encourage her, so that she wouldn't even think about the fact that she might fail. He whispered in her ear that the battle was about to begin, and it was time for her to come to her senses. He pushed her in the back so that she would finally take at least a step. Kate collected her thoughts, pulled herself together, and focused on the goblins. She rushed towards them, drawing her sword and ready to attack. She slipped under one of the clubs the goblin was aiming straight at her head. She pushed off the ground with ease with one hand, and with a precise movement she cut one of them right on the nose. The goblin grabbed his face, and Kate knew that this wound would not be enough. She pushed off the ground and bent her leg, preparing to deliver another blow. The next powerful blow to the goblin's head was delivered by her heel. But the goblin continued to stand on 2 legs, preparing to answer for what had been done to him. His eyes began to glare and he rushed towards her. But Kate was ready for this, jumped towards him, and with one swing of her sword cut off his head. The headless body crashed to the ground next to the other goblin. Breathing heavily, she stopped and then finally realized what she had just done. She turned to the manager and joyfully shouted that she could kill the goblin. However, looking back, she saw that June had his head down on the tablet, and another goblin was rushing straight towards him. With his claws and fangs bared, he growled and prepared to attack. June knew what was happening. It was not for nothing that he was the best warrior. He stood and simply waited for the moment. And as soon as the goblin approached him at full speed, he took a step to the side. Kate's eyes widened as the goblin ran towards the manager. She didn't know what to expect, but she certainly didn't expect this turn of events. The goblin fell to the ground and rolled, because he had expected to pounce on the guy, but he did not expect that he would have time to move away. After a couple of rolls, he was faced with a fall into an abyss, on the edge of which June was waiting for him. Kate was shocked as she looked at him, but June continued to stand calmly in place and look at the tablet. He had to remind her that the battle was still ongoing and that she should focus on the enemy, not him. But neither she nor the enemy cared about each other at that moment. They looked at him, fascinated. The goblin came to his senses a little earlier than Kate, growled and swung his club, aiming at her head. At the last moment, she managed to put her sword out and defend herself from his blow. Their duel lasted for about 5 minutes, but there was no winner. They swung again and again, but the opponent managed to parry the blows. Hope began to fade in her partner's eyes. She was exhausted and ready to give up. Jun decided to intervene and asked if she was really that tired out by just 2 goblins. She answered hesitantly that she was still full of strength, and the enemy took advantage of her hesitation. He swung to hit her legs, but she managed to spread them in time. He extended his club towards her and continued to advance. It seemed as if this stupid creature was rejoicing at her mistakes. She was starting to get angry. Sweat was running down her face. She was tired of this endless struggle. She picked up speed and rushed towards the goblin, swinging her sword. But he managed to calculate her actions and met her with a blow from his stick. June got tired of watching this endless and fruitless carnage, so he decided to intervene. He sighed heavily and asked if fencing was really her main skill. It seemed to him that the basis was blocking the attack and delivering blows with the least expenditure of force. He suggested that she step back a little and catch her breath, since her sword was shaking due to breathing problems. She followed his instructions and began to put her condition in order. He continued his instructions. She should focus on the enemy, because he was also already at his limit. She looked at the goblin. He was breathing heavily, steam coming out of his mouth. He was truly at the limit of his strength. All she had to do was watch her opponent carefully and concentrate on attacking until she had a good chance. The best solution would be to gather all your strength and use a fast and powerful attack. While the goblin was gaining momentum, June clarified that the most important thing was the ability to seize an extra move from the enemy. Kate humbly waited for his instructions, and now the moment had come. It was time to show the essence of fencing. It seemed as if nothing existed around except her and the goblin. She was staring at him. The goblin swung his club, seeming to put all his strength into the blow, hoping it would be his last. His club was flying straight at her, when suddenly something went wrong. He froze, watching as his weapon plunged straight into the ground. The moment Kate put her sword to his throat, it became clear that she had found the goblin's mistake. With a quick, sharp movement, she cut off his head. The monster let out its death roar, and its scarlet blood spurted from its neck. She exhaled, even though she was exhausted from the fight, but she finally succeeded. She stood over the lifeless body of the goblin and managed to show all the charm of fencing. June praised her. Thanks to her, the exploration of the rift went smoothly, and it was possible to return, but all Kate wanted now was to lie down and rest. He also informed her that she had captured as many as 17 goblins, and that if she worked alone, she could earn a lot of money. To which Kate suddenly jumped up and told him that she was not doing this for the money. She wanted to become a member of some team. She decided that now was a good time to ask why June was hiding her power. He pretended not to understand what she was talking about and took a step towards the portal. Kate started to say that he was very good at fencing, and remembered the goblin he had neutralized with just one step. But June had already dived into the portal. She crossed her arms over her chest, not realizing how many mysteries her manager was keeping. It was evening in Seoul, and the streets were filled with the noise of cars and people hurrying home. June did the same thing, returning home after his first day of work. But he had to slow down a little. It seemed like someone was following him. He stopped, grabbed his head, and immediately realized who it was. The hero told his pursuer that if he came out within 10 seconds, he would not be angry, and began the countdown. 10, 9, and immediately switched to 3 to speed up the process of exposure. Kate flew out from around the corner towards him. She lowered her head guiltily and stood in front of him, afraid to say anything. June asked why she was following him. She was still haunted by the question she had asked him before his hasty jump into the portal. She couldn't understand why he was hiding his power, or whether there was no power at all and it was pure coincidence. June again did not answer the question, only told her that since she had followed him all the way home, she should at least have dinner with him. They walked the rest of the way home in silence. Kate slowed down as she walked up the stairs. Suddenly, she stopped and said that she would rather go home. She felt uncomfortable visiting him so late. June asked her to be patient with him a little longer. It was time for dinner. She should have already cooked. She widened her eyes and asked who she was, why she should have cooked dinner already, and why he was bringing Kate with him. He said that his daughter lives with him. Kate expected to hear anything, but the fact that he had a daughter shocked her. June had already knocked on the door and asked not to say a word about work, since his daughter thought he was an ordinary civil servant. Thoughts were racing through Kate's head. Maybe he got married early, maybe he just looked young, but most importantly, she felt uncomfortable showing up like that with him. The door swung open and a young girl flew out of it with a smile on her face. But the smile instantly disappeared from her face as soon as she saw that her father did not return home alone. Kate's world collapsed, and she was surprised by his daughter's appearance. Why was it so big? He was only 26 years old? Maybe it was his wife and she just called him father. All this simply could not happen. Jill asked June who he had brought with him, to which he coldly replied that it was his colleague. Kate confirmed this information stammeringly and trying to be as friendly as possible. But this information was not enough for the girl to let them in. Jun seemed to be amused by this awkward scene, but he still decided to check if they could go inside yet. Jill opened the doors and finally invited them inside. When they walked inside, Kate and June were struck by the fact that the apartment was literally sparkling with cleanliness. Jill broke the pause, and in an angelic voice announced that they would soon be having dinner, and that her colleague should drink tea and leave. But still, it was June's apartment and his rules. He said that he invited her to dinner, so they would do it together. The daughter made the most displeased face possible, crossed her arms over her chest, but was forced to agree. Then June commented on her behavior, not understanding whether she was going through puberty, to which Jill gave a loud negative answer. It seemed to dawn on Kate at that moment that she was not his daughter, but who she was to him remained a mystery. Jill pouted and went off to prepare dinner with a disgruntled expression. Kate continued to stare at her, trying to find an answer. The long silence dragged on, so after dinner, Kate decided to break it and thanked him for the very tasty soup, to which Jill replied with displeasure that she had bought it. Then the colleague began to look for at least something to thank the girl with, but she quickly rebuffed his compliments. Jill got tired of playing this game, so she decided to turn away, when suddenly something caught her attention. It was the glittering huntress's case that stood in their hallway. Kate gained hope and began to explain that it was made for transportation, but was made in Schwartz's workshop. Suddenly, she realized her mistake and quickly covered her mouth with her hands. With horror in her eyes, she turned to June, who was clearing the table. In his head, he quickly calculated options that would be plausible enough for Jill to believe in them. But Jill had already begun to build a logical chain, and if Kate was a hunter, was her father an ordinary civil servant? June quickly got his bearings and said that his colleague was working part-time, and if she was caught, she would face a fine. So there was no point in telling anyone else this information. Jill slammed her hand on the table and towered over Kate. The girl's eyes widened, her mouth opened, and she knew what to expect from this girl. Suddenly, Jill happily grabbed her hands and began to tell her that she also dreamed of becoming a hunter. She took out her application form and started shouting that she would soon be entering the Academy of Hunters, looking with delight at her father's colleague. Kate was embarrassed because she was only an F-rank hunter. It didn't matter to the girl. She had just found her idol and started asking her questions. She wondered what her father's colleague's style was, how she fought, close or long range, or maybe she even used magic and was a healer. The rest of the evening flew by quickly. June didn't even have to take part in the conversation, and now they went outside to see Kate off. The girl thanked them for the dinner. She had never dined so cheerfully. When she said goodbye, she said that she would be glad to have dinner like that again. However, Jill asked her with a smile not to come again. She smiled even more and said that she still didn't like her, and that the fact that she was a hunter didn't change that. Kate felt awkward again and started to turn around to go home as quickly as possible. The hypocrisy scene was interrupted by June, who coldly sent his daughter home and said that he would walk his partner to the subway. Jill realized that she couldn't argue with her father, smiled again and ran home. June and Kate walked slowly towards the subway through the evening streets of Seoul. The girl, as always, was eager to start a conversation, and she stated that Jill was not June's biological daughter. The hero hesitated. His breathing became ragged. He did not know what to answer her. To which she confidently replied that neither the age nor the fact that he had no ring or not a single family photo at home matched up. Moreover, they had different surnames. All these facts led to only one conclusion. She was not his biological daughter, and he had never been married. June was shocked that she had managed to learn all this while she was in a lively conversation with Jill. And then she asked an uncomfortable question about what kind of relationship he had with Jill, whether there was anything dangerous in it, to which June hastened to reassure her. There really was nothing dangerous between them. She was his niece, and his brother had problems, so he was raising her. Kate realized that she had been too excited about her investigation that she hadn't thought about what it might lead to. She calmed down and apologized for asking too many questions. June didn't care. The only thing he asked was not to talk about it at work. The rest of the journey to the metro was silent, and now they were there. June said goodbye and immediately went back. Kate watched him go and seemed to be conducting some kind of investigation in her head again. Suddenly, it dawned on her how she hadn't noticed this fact right away. June and his brother probably shared the same last name, but their niece and daughter did not. But by the time she realized this, June had already disappeared around the corner. There were still about 5 minutes left before the start of the working day, but there was already shouting in the office. Greg read the folder June had filled out with bewilderment and asked in bewilderment how he had managed to do it in one day. But June was only concerned about one thing: were there any problems in the report? But the report was done just fine. It usually takes several months to compile such data. June simply could not do this report alone. Greg turned to Nate with disbelief. He was sure that it was he who helped his colleague, but he shook his head, after which Nate praised June and said that now he would have to catch up with him. June, satisfied with what he had done, leaned over a little and said thank you. Suddenly, Kate appeared next to him and continued to praise Nate. He didn't understand what she was doing there since today was her day off, but everyone else was glad to see her. He was in no mood to continue talking to her, so he sat down on a chair and told her to do what she wanted, but there would be no overtime. But she persistently handed him some piece of paper. He began to study what was written, but still did not understand what it was. Nate decided to help the employee and said that the girl gave him the schedule of exams for the qualification of a hunter. All hunters took this exam once a year. The hunter's level could be increased or decreased. The highest was considered to be rank S and the lowest rank F. There were a huge number of guilds all over the world, each of which was constantly looking for high-level hunters. It was during the period after passing the exam that transitions between guilds were most common. Nate whispered to June that the department head was very worried about this day. Greg was afraid that the hunter would switch to another guild if his level rose, and they would have to look for a new employee again. But Kate had to pass the test anyway, and June had better go with her, after which Nate found out that she was performing in the first group in a week. June turned to Kate and decided to ask if she would transfer to another guild if she leveled up, to which she told him that on the contrary, she wanted to extend her contract at the city hall. June replied that he was not the one doing that. He noted that she should raise her level before the certification day, so that it would be more convenient for him to go on assignments, and she could get a salary increase. To which she sadly replied that she would still end up with an F rank. He turned silently to her and waited for her to give the reason for this conclusion. The certification of hunters was divided into several stages. First, the level was determined, statistics were measured, and a practical assessment was made. The final result depended on all of this. But the most important thing was the amount of mana. Hunters could become physically stronger with the help of the crystal. This was the acceptance of mana, but Kate could not use it. At that moment, June realized that she had no hope of getting a rank higher than E. He tried to encourage her, telling her that she needed to try, otherwise she would never know what she was capable of. Otherwise, June will also have to trample on the level of the F faults. These words struck Kate. He only had one hunter in his care, and her rank was tied to the level of rifts he could explore. Kate lowered her head sadly and began to think that if she found another hunter, she could move forward. He pretended to like the idea and suggested posting an ad looking for another hunter. Tears began to well up in her eyes when suddenly June said that she was his only hunter and asked her to follow him. After meandering through the corridors for a long time, they finally entered a large room, which used to be an office for working with old faults. Now it has been converted into a training hall for hunters, with dummies and all kinds of weapons. He knocked on one of the walls. It was built using special materials provided by the Hunter Academy. The walls were quite resistant to impacts. And then June started talking about Kate's lack of mana. He asked if she had tried physical strengthening. Of course she tried, but she couldn't get mana until she reached level 3. Tears came to her eyes again and she called herself a complete failure. Then he asked to show him the fencing skill, and Kate took out some notes from her bag. She handed him a thick notebook in which she wrote down all her observations about the fight. There were indeed a lot of notes. She noted various combat techniques, sources of the universe that gave energy, and how to use these sources. Kate told him that there were sketches of techniques at the end. He opened the last pages, thought about it, and tried to make out at least something among her drawings. She apologized for her drawing skills, but it didn't matter, he realized. What she was drawing was similar to the three-way method. Kate was puzzled. All this time she thought she was studying fencing. June interrupted her thoughts and said that fencing was developed based on the three-way method. Long ago, there lived a swordsman named Jin, a scholar of the Imperial Palace, who suddenly appeared and just as suddenly disappeared after conquering the world of Murim. He was a genius among geniuses who reinterpreted Samya's three-pronged method. Jin called his method the fencing method, and, leaving his advice and teaching on technique, disappeared. June was very pleased with something. It seemed like there was a sincere smile on his face. A fire sparkled in his eyes as he turned his gaze to her. He grabbed her by the shoulders and shook her violently. Kate did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, he declared that it was hard to find someone as lucky as she. She was very pleased with the words he was saying, but she did not understand why he was saying them. It was almost 6 o'clock on the clock. Only a couple of seconds left before the end of the working day. Greg watched the clock patiently, counting down in his head. Time seemed to stand still. There was no longer any patience to wait for their slow progress. And then 3 more. 2, 1. A characteristic sound was heard in the office, and a smile stretched across the boss's face. He opened his mouth and wanted to invite Jun somewhere, but he had already stood up, said goodbye, and headed for the exit. His example was followed by Kate, who jumped up from her seat and flew out after him like a bullet. Greg didn't understand what was going on. For several days in a row, these two had been disappearing as soon as the clock struck 6 o'clock. Maybe there was something between them. Nate expressed his doubts that perhaps there really was something on Kate's part. They discussed how only a fool would not have guessed that she had feelings for her boss. Greg chuckled because June didn't seem to suspect anything. June and Kate continued their training downstairs at this time. She raised the sword over her shoulder, masterfully wielding it. Jump, hit, change position, stop for a moment to catch your breath and start all over again. After another swift swing, she stopped, raising her sword behind her back. Suddenly, she experienced something she had never experienced before, as if an inexplicable force had appeared inside her. Together with June, they looked at her status window. Her level had increased to the 3rd, which meant that she could finally use mana. He applauded her because she achieved this result in just a week, while Kate said that their meeting was the greatest success for her. The manager replied with a sly smile that he would take this into account when he renewed her contract. Her face was filled with happiness at that moment. It seemed as if she had achieved everything she wanted in an instant. Suddenly, she hesitated and said out loud that everything was as she thought. June didn't understand where she was going with this, and she immediately stated that she understood that he was hiding his power. He sighed heavily again. He was tired of these hints. He led an ordinary life, but she tried again and again to find out something new about him. He turned around on the spot and said that he was going home and they would only see each other tomorrow at the Hunter's Academy. But she seemed satisfied with his answer. The next morning, they went to the Hunter's Academy, a tall silver building that could be seen from every corner of the city. There were crowds of hunters standing around the building, who, like Kate, were participating in the testing today. Kate was in this place for the 2nd time. She took the hunter exam here, but after that she didn't even try her hand. June encouraged her, because she had trained so hard and could expect a good result. Suddenly, someone from the crowd began to shout that Gale had entered the hall. Another one supported his cry because Emily was there too. 2 stately hunters entered the hall. The crowd in front of them froze. The girl hunter asked permission to pass with a sweet smile. The male hunter was not talkative and looked menacingly at those around him. June looked after them in bewilderment. He didn't understand who it was and why everyone was looking at them like that. Kate explained that these were hunters from the Icarus Guild, some of the strongest hunters in the entire world. He looked at them and thought, they looked like ordinary hunters who were simply showing off their fame. June said that there was nothing special about them, and that if they tried hard enough, in a year, Kate would be in their place. The crowd around him burst into laughter at what he had just said, and his partner's eyes widened in fear. She covered her face with her hands, blushed, and asked him not to say that again. Gale was clearly nervous, unnerved by the fact that they had to make a business out of a routine check of hunters. He had to constantly watch his face because there were a lot of cameras around. Emily tried to cheer him up and noted that it was still more interesting than going on missions and getting dirty in the blood of monsters. Besides, they say that some genius will surely appear this year. He didn't believe her words. Year after year he heard this tale, and not once did it become true. Emily jumped up and ran forward. She couldn't let another guild get a good hunter. Gale followed her slowly. They really couldn't afford it. Kate's old friends were watching them. Michael rubbed his chin and confidently stated that they should only wait for his performance. A fire shone in his eyes. He was eagerly awaiting this in order to receive the coveted invitation to the guild. However, his partners were not so confident in him due to recent events and, just in case, checked whether he had taken a spare pair of pants with him. A pleasant young man in a blue suit entered the common room above and announced that the statistics would be counted right now and asked the hunters to enter in order. June finally suggested that Kate go ahead. He was starting to get tired of waiting. The hunters lined up in a queue, from which conversations could be heard every now and then, that someone would definitely get into Icarus. Ahead, all that was visible were countless people and the golden light from the huge gates. The next hunter approached the evaluation device and began testing. The computer displayed his statistics on the screen and showed a C rank, and those around him began to rejoice. And at that very moment, the hunter was surrounded by guild managers who began offering him work. Some offered free weapons, others a free suit, and some offered double the deposit. It took some effort for Kate to push through the crowd to get to the appraiser. 30 minutes later, she finally returned to the manager. Her head down and breathing heavily, breaking through the hunters was already a difficult task. Suddenly, she looked at him happily and announced that she had received D rank. Strength 6, Agility 11, Power 8, Mana 10. The last stat pleased her the most because she raised it from 0 in just a week. Inside, he shared her joy, but outwardly he seemed calm and quietly congratulated her. It was time for them to move on to the battlefield where they would have to show their skills. From the top floor of the arena, they watched the C-rank hunter who was in the same rank rift. June told Kate to get ready because she was going to go next. She hesitated and decided to ask again if she really should try her hand at a C-rank rift since she had only just reached D. He once again answered affirmatively that he was able to cope with the rift of this level. The girl was nervous and did not understand where he got such confidence from. Jun just asked me to trust him and try. The speakers announced that access to the rift would now be opened for the third group of rank C. Kate shook before leaving, trying to leave all her excitement behind, and she confidently took a step forward. But as soon as she stepped into the arena, she saw how many people were looking at her right now, and she started to get nervous again. A familiar voice called her name from behind her, and horror froze on her face. It was Michael, and he asked her in bewilderment what she was doing there. She hesitated and only moaned in response, and he mocked her sarcastically. He came closer and closer and hung over her, repeating his question over and over again. When suddenly he started yelling at her, he didn't understand that she really believed in her own strength. He screamed furiously that she was crazy. Tears welled up in her eyes. She cringed and began to apologize to him. Michael grabbed his head. It was the first time he had seen a hunter of the lowest rank attempt to pass the sea rift. The hunters who were undergoing the test with them turned around and couldn't believe their ears. An F-rank hunter was in the arena with them. They noticed that she was wearing a low-level suit. She began to doubt herself. It seemed as if she had become an ant in this huge arena. Michael was at a loss for words. He did not understand what she was hoping for here, and he hypnotized her with contempt. Suddenly, his eyes filled with horror. He started spinning around and looking around to see if that creepy guy who had made him wet his pants last time was with her. June watched this picture. He hated Michael, who was really nothing. Suddenly, someone entered the room from which he was watching her. It was Gale, the same hunter from the Icarus Guild that all the hunters wanted to join. He slowly began to talk about how June worked at the mayor's office and that he had a young hunter, Kate, under his care. June wasn't surprised that he was so well informed, but he didn't understand where he was going with his speech. Gale moved slowly towards him and decided to get straight to the point. He said that the Icarus Guild wanted to invite Kate to join them. She had never undergone physical strengthening before, and this was the first time that an F-rank hunter could increase her mana so much. With the help of the F crystal, she increased her stats to 10. Moreover, he noted that there was no record that she strengthened herself after this. She had a monstrous talent. Jun was silent. He was thinking over his next words in his head, because now everything could be used against him. Gale continued to talk about how the Icarus Guild would give her wings. She would be able to gain vast experience and knowledge and participate in raids on the most difficult rifts. He looked at Jun intently and finally asked what he could offer her to counterbalance him. Jun lowered his head. What could he offer her except a raise in salary? Gale continued to press. He noted that she hadn't been training for that long, but for some reason June sent her to a C rank rift, even though she hadn't been in raids higher than D. He tried to read his mind. Did June really think she could handle this level? Behind the glass, the speakers sounded again, announcing that the rift had been activated and the test had begun. The doors began to rise slowly, and a voice announced that the orc warriors had to be destroyed within a certain amount of time. Huge green creatures with red eyes and huge fangs moved towards them. Michael cried out joyfully that it had finally begun and reached for his weapon. Kate was already armed and stood in place, assessing her opponents. There was also a battle going on outside the window. Gale assured Jun that only a hunter could raise a real hunter, so he should let her go. He was already close to him and began to doubt what June thought about her. Perhaps he was important to him, and it was he who wanted her to be near. June began to scratch his neck, slowly trying to wrap his head around everything he had just been told. Finally, he declared that she was not a thing, and therefore he had no right to dispose of her, after which he smiled devilishly and offered Gale a bet. Gale listened to him attentively, but his face showed a question to which he was eagerly awaiting an answer. At that moment, a battle was raging in the arena, and the orcs were running towards the hunters as fast as they could. Michael stood close to Kate and asked her to finally pull herself together. They didn't have time to think. The orcs approached, emitting terrible growls. At that moment, Michael thought that it seemed like it was a mistake to decide on rank C. He froze and could not move as the huge green monster approached him. Then there was a powerful blow and the iron began to ring. Michael managed to put the weapon in front of himself at the last moment. He had a hard time resisting an orc that was at least twice his size. The orc pounded on his hammer. Michael began to lose ground. He could not do it anymore. His strength left him, and he lowered his weapon. At the same second, the orc delivered a powerful blow with his fist straight to the jaw. He flew away from him a couple of meters, and the monster growled contentedly, feeling his superiority. Not only did he fly back from such a strong blow, his hammer also went in the opposite direction. He was defenseless at the moment when the club was already raised above him. He asked the monster to wait, which from the outside seemed simply ridiculous. Suddenly, Kate crashed right into his side and, at the very least, distracted the orc. She miscalculated his power, so she fell down next to him while he was still standing confidently on two legs. Michael watched in shock as it all happened. It seemed like he had just been saved by the girl he had been making fun of for a long time. She decided to finish off Michael's self-esteem and ordered him to step back and deal with the orc himself. He didn't understand what she was even talking about, how she could deal with an orc. But the enemy didn't care who he was fighting with. He let out a powerful roar and swung his club. He struck a precise blow, but Kate managed to jump back. This was the moment when she had the opportunity to figure out where he might go wrong. She watched his movements closely and finally understood his line of attack. Her eyes filled with confidence, and she knew what she needed to do next. As the orc prepared to strike, she quickly moved behind him. A couple of precise blows and the monster finally began to understand who he was dealing with. He had just started to turn around to look for her when she suddenly struck again. The orc's eyes widened in confusion. He didn't know how to deal with her, and Kate was already preparing for the next blow, doing a somersault right above him. She gripped her sword tightly and measured every movement. Her last blow hit the monster right in the back. It seemed to be fatal. Satisfied that she had not only defeated the orc, but had also used her swordsmanship skills, she stood in a victory pose. Everyone who watched this carnage behind the glass of the arena was in shock. The same thing was happening inside the arena. Those who just didn't understand what she was doing here realized that they were very wrong about her. The worst was for Michael, who constantly bullied her, and now it seems she saved him. June nodded in satisfaction. He knew she could handle this rift. Gale shouted that it was impossible, because just a week ago she was a hunter of the lowest rank. Jun turned to him with a grin and asked what he was so surprised about. He began to slowly say that there were only 3 ways to use mana. The first was to put mana into a weapon. The second method was the release of mana. And the third is the mana replacement technique. Putting mana into a weapon wasn't that difficult, but she just used the first and second techniques at once, and she did it quite skillfully. The voice from the speaker announced that the exam was over and asked to leave the examination room. The hunters encouraged each other. Only Michael still stood rooted to the spot. All he could do was ask how this was even possible. He looked up and saw on the scoreboard that he was at the very end, with a score of 0. Kate flew out of the exam room and rushed to June with words of gratitude. But on her way, there appeared that very hunter, whom she looked at with admiration. He smiled and said it was a worthy fight. She became embarrassed and began to mumble that for him, an S-rank hunter, it would be quite simple. Gale noted that she was very skilled in fencing techniques and asked if she had a teacher. June intervened and coldly informed him that Kate was self-educating. She shook her head in panic, looking from Gale to her teacher, who denied this fact. She realized that June didn't want to talk about it, giggled and confirmed his words. Gale interrupted her and addressed her by name. He decided to get straight to the point and invited her to join the Icarus Guild. If she agrees, she will be provided with everything she needs. He promised to give her everything she wants. But she interrupted him, thanked him for the offer, and said that she was not going to join his guild. Smiling, she turned to June. She couldn't just walk away from her teacher like that. Gale was furious, asking her to think about it, because such a chance doesn't come every day. She will be able to receive a salary several times higher than in the mayor's office. She will be able to develop. To which Kate apologized again and said that she was happy with everything as it was. The conversation was over. They turned around and together they walked away from the surprised hunter. June turned around and reminded him not to forget to call him. Thoughts were flying through Gale's head at the speed of light. He didn't understand why he should call him. Suddenly, he remembered the bet they had made before Kate's fight. Right before the start, June declared that his ward would be able to destroy more than 5 orcs, and if June loses, he promises that he will persuade her to join the guild. But if he won, Gale owed him a Class A suit. At that moment, the bet seemed stupid to him. He was sure that he would win, so he happily agreed. The next day, their office was already filled with excited shouts from the morning. Kate took out her C-rank hunter card, but she was still shy. Greg and Nate complimented her because she had suddenly raised her rank from an F to a C. Nate took out his phone and asked if she was okay. They even published an article about her. He started reading the headlines, which literally screamed that the Icarus Guild had been refused. This was a girl with an enviable talent. Who was she really? Nate was confused, because Icarus was the best guild, to which Greg nudged him in the shoulder and reminded him that they were one of the best city halls. But he continued to lament that if he had been made this offer, he would not have refused. Greg didn't understand why he was doing this, because the huntress that all the guilds wanted to take away worked here, in the same office with them. Kate approached June and asked if he would treat her even better now. He nodded with a smile and said that she would not regret choosing to stay here. She smiled and was glad for his answer, because that was all she needed. Greg couldn't help but watch them and curl his fingers into a heart shape. June said that he and Kate would be going to Dehan's workshop, a place that was the largest store for hunting equipment. Nate tried to stop him, because their budget was not designed to buy equipment. Everything was already allocated, and for this they would have to consider an additional budget. June calmed him down and informed him that they would not buy anything, but would only take what they had promised. And now they were already walking around the workshop, assessing the scale of this store. They walked further and further through the store, Kate waiting for them to finally stop. When June finally stopped, she realized that they were standing right now in the most expensive store in this workshop. They were greeted by the store manager. June said that he was from the Rift Affairs department and came from a hunter named Gale. She immediately understood what was being discussed, nodded affirmatively, and invited them into the store. She suggested that they look around, and if they needed anything, they could immediately contact her. The first thing that caught their attention was the golden suit with the outline of a dragon, but it all seemed too much. They then moved on to a silver suit with red accents, with Kate saying she couldn't see a suit that suited her yet. She turned away from another display case to move on, when suddenly something caught her attention. A tight red suit, with high black boots, and most importantly, fluttering white wings behind his back. Kate pressed herself against the display case, her breath catching. She knew that this costume was very good and was made from the wings of a queen ant. Jun looked at her like she was a little child and asked if she would take the suit. Her eyes were shining. She was dreaming about this suit. Something was breaking inside her. But out loud she said that it was very expensive. After 4 hours, Jun was exhausted. He didn't understand why they spent so much time here if in the end they still took the suit with wings. Joyful Kate didn't pay attention to him. What was more important to her now was that the suit also had a beautiful case. Jun's attention was drawn to a sign on a weapons crate that said everything in it was on sale at a 50% discount. He stopped and asked why all this was being sold at a discount, to which the seller replied that these were E-rank items, but that he could look for something worthwhile. The merchant said that if they took several items, he would increase the discount. One item cost only 1,000,000 won. June was shocked. How could they talk about a discount when the price was still very high? Kate tried to calm him down and said that all the hunting things cost that much. But he had already turned around and walked on. Such discounts did not interest him. Suddenly, something stopped him. Something flashed behind him, and he realized what was in that basket. He pounced on the basket like an animal on its prey and began to rummage through it. Kate watched this scene in silence, not understanding what had just happened. Suddenly, June discovered what he was looking for and froze. In the basket lay a carved sword hilt that shimmered and emitted a red light. How could this thing end up here? The sword of Chanma, his sword, the ruler of the world of Miram. He looked at the price tag, which said 50,000 won. The seller began to apologize. He didn't know how this stump got there and reached out to take it. June hugged it close to him, not intending to give it away. He asked if it was really only worth 50,000 won. The older man continued to apologize and said that this did not usually happen. June said rudely that he would buy this sword. The seller was perplexed. It was an old piece of iron. Only the handle was left, but the hero didn't care. He had already handed over the money. After the store, he went to Mount Umyan, where he watched the evening soul away from prying eyes. He clutched the handle he had just acquired. He was upset by the fact that the sword of the strongest warrior only cost 50,000 won. He swung it. The sword changed its glow to purple, and instead of a blade, black matter burst out of it. A wind rose around him, and the sword seemed to begin to fill the space around it. He made another swing, hid the blade, and remembered that his daughter was waiting for him at home, who had definitely already prepared dinner. The hero took out his phone and looked at the time. If he took the metro, it would be too late. He pushed off the ground. Running was clearly faster. And now he was home. He opened the door and apologized for being so late, but no one was in a hurry to meet him. The TV was on, and the news reported that just recently, not far from Mount Umyan, a large-sized fault had appeared and immediately disappeared, but June wasn't listening to it. He looked into Jill's room, trying to understand why she hadn't met him. Jill leaned over the pile of documents, studying them carefully. Due to the move, she completely forgot about paying for equipment rental, lectures, maintenance costs, and several other items. She didn't understand why it was so expensive. It was a public university after all. And all the bills together came to more than 50 million won. Jill thought about telling her father about this, but it wasn't part of their contract. She should be grateful for the fact that he allowed her to live with him, but she was ashamed to ask for money for tuition. At that moment, her thoughts were interrupted by June, who entered the room. She was scared, because she missed him when he returned home. Frightened, she began to hide the papers from the table, but they didn't interest him. He came in to suggest having dinner together. She was flattered by the offer, but was forced to inform him that she was not hungry and suggested that he eat alone. He stood in the doorway and watched the strange picture. Jill began to build houses out of pencils right on the papers she had just been studying. The hero thought. It seemed that something was clearly wrong, and a plan appeared in his head. He went into the kitchen and started shouting that he couldn't find any sesame oil. Jill didn't understand why he needed sesame oil at all, since she had already cooked dinner. She hurried to his kitchen to help him set the table without incident. The girl was distracted, and he quietly crept into her room. He took the papers, quickly realized that these were bills, and began to add up the amounts. 50 million won. He didn't have that kind of money. He was in a panic and didn't know what to do. After dinner, he could not fall asleep for a long time and lay in bed thinking. Suddenly, another thought flew into my head. If the entrance fee was such a huge sum, then how much would it cost for 3 years of study? He picked up his phone, opened the bank app, and there was a little more than 800,000 won in his account. June dialed Kate's number and decided to consult with her. But suddenly he realized that it was too late to call. Kate's voice came from the receiver and she began asking him what had happened. He decided to go on the offensive and said that what had happened was that she was still not sleeping. In fact, Kate was already asleep. But when she saw that June was calling her, she simply couldn't ignore the call. He got down to business and asked how much an A-rank mana crystal that could be obtained by killing a monster cost. His eyes began to widen when the person on the other end of the line told him that one such crystal could fetch between 100 and 200 million. Kate thanked him for his concern, but reminded him that she had only recently achieved C rank and was still far from A rank. He didn't understand what she was talking about, so he simply thanked her for her answer and said goodbye. But at that moment, a plan appeared in his head. The night flew by quickly. June quickly fell asleep, because in the morning he had to do what he had thought up. He put on a hooded sweatshirt, packed glasses, a mask and gloves in a backpack so that no one could recognize him, and took a fake hunter's pass. He read the note Jill left saying she was going to exercise, so he had about 3 hours. The hero went to Mount Guryong, where a rift had recently opened. He put on the protective gear he had brought with him. With a long leap, he jumped over the fences and signs that warned that the area was dangerous. And he quickly rushed to the place where the rift he needed was located. June looked at the rift and put the fake card on the rift entry machine. It was an A-rank rift. A voice from the machine warned that the rift was much higher than the hunter's rank. He didn't care that the rift was higher than the hunter's rank on the card, since he was a top-ranked hunter. The identity was confirmed, and there he was standing in a rift that strongly resembled the forest on Mount Umyong. His plan was to quickly destroy a couple of monsters, take their magic stones and go home, since today was a day off after all. Suddenly, he heard the cracking of branches behind him. Someone else had entered this gap. These were 3 hunters who went on a mission to clear this rift. They were surprised that there was someone else in the rift. Jun rolled his eyes and realized that the situation had become a little more complicated now that it was known for sure that he was here. The hunter girl immediately called him crazy because Jun was in an A-rank rift even without a suit. The hunters assumed that he was broadcasting a video from the rift. Such people often ended up in rifts. One of them headed towards Jun, and the other shouted after him to talk to the guy nicely and send him home. He walked up to Jun and introduced himself. His name was Alan, and he was a hunter of the Mizai Guild. Jun was silent. Because of the long silence, Alan began to get nervous and asked if it was really the hunter, because coming to this rift in such a video was a death sentence. Jun thanked him for his concern, said that he would kill a couple of monsters and leave, after which he announced that he was leaving, which caused a violent reaction from the hunters. Suddenly, they were distracted by a strong vibration from the ground. It seemed as if an earthquake had begun. Jun didn't understand what was happening, so he just stood there waiting. A glitch occurred in the rift, and the Ogre King appeared. The exit from the rift was limited until the enemy was destroyed or until all participants in the rift died. Alan shouted for his partner to press the emergency video recording button. At this moment, the president of the Hunter Academy, Adrian Chal, became tense due to a sudden glitch in one of the rifts. An assistant entered the office and reported that there were 3 hunters from the Mizai Guild and 1 F-rank hunter there. Adrian tensed up. How could a rank F hunter end up in the rift with them? The assistant said there was no sound on the emergency cameras, but the cameras showed that the hunters were on the trail and were about to destroy the monster. The Mizai Guild members are considered to be some of the best among A-rank hunters, and they are also well-armed, so they have a chance to cope, to which Adrian clarified what kind of boss was in the rift. The boss was the Ogre King. The president was tense, because most likely they would die, so he suggested going straight to the negotiation room. At this time, the hunters rushed along the rift. Alan ordered Mira to use the hawk's eye to find the monsters. Mira was a great long-range fighter. William was the most powerful healer he knew, and Alan himself had never lost. Having assessed the forces, he realized that there was a chance to win, especially if luck smiled on them, a little more than usual. His thoughts were interrupted by June, who said that they were not going the same way and that he would probably go. Alan suggested that he shut his mouth and stay close, and if he continued to talk nonsense, he would kill him himself. William caught up with Juna and apologized because Alan is generally a kind person, but right now he is very worried. Mira was worried about whether they would be able to survive, because the Ogre King was not an easy target even for S-rank hunters. Suddenly, Alan made a gesture for everyone to stop and stop their idiotic conversations. There was one dark ogre in front of them. They had to destroy it and move on. The captain turned to Mira and asked her to check if there were any other monsters nearby. Her eyes glowed a bright yellow, as if she had a computer in her head that was currently analyzing the area. Alan ordered Mira and William to cover him from behind, and he would take on those who were in front. After which he turned to June and told him not to act weird and to stand there. They had already taken a step towards the ogres when Mira suddenly stopped them. The boys turned with questioning looks in their eyes, to which she responded that something was wrong. For some reason, all the ogres were moving in the same direction, and she couldn't understand why. Suddenly, it dawned on her why several monsters, like robots, were moving along a given trajectory. They were heading towards the Ogre King, who was apparently nearby. At this moment, June realized that even though there were 3 S-rank hunters next to him, the fight would not be easy. There were already more than 20 monsters gathered around the king, and they continued to accumulate. June assessed the team that was suddenly acting with him today and realized that with their abilities they wouldn't get very far. So he decided to take action, headed towards the ogres and sighed heavily. Alan grabbed him by the jacket and hurried to stop the suicide bomber. He asked him to stand there and not stick his head out, to which June mumbled something. Alan kept shouting that if everything failed because of him, he would personally strangle him before the ogre did it. But June begged him to listen to him. The hunter was seething. He no longer shouted, but sternly whispered for him to shut up or die right now. To which June lay down in the bushes, agreed with him, and told them to do what they wanted. Alan thought that since the ogres kept congregating in one place, they didn't have time to wait. The ogres needed to be taken one by one while there was such an opportunity, and then they would use Mira's sniper capabilities. And they began the fight, surrounding one of the monsters which was at least twice their size. Alan swung his sword, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. Suddenly, his face was filled with horror. He certainly didn't expect the fight to start like this. The dark ogre intercepted the sword in flight and calmly held it in his huge hand. At that moment, Mira decided to distract the ogre and fired a barrage of arrows straight into his back. She stood confidently with her bow a little further away, while William shook next to her. The monster showered him with explosive arrows and he turned towards them. William finally entered the fight and began firing his laser pistol, continuing to attract the ogre's attention. The huge machine was already moving towards them, so he asked Alan to speed up. Alan asked him not to show off and raised his huge sword, preparing to strike. With a swing, he struck the ogre just below the knees, cutting off his legs. The monster howled in pain, his eyes becoming bloodshot with anger. This was the perfect moment for Alan to deliver the finishing blow, and he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass. He plunged his sword into his back, black blood gushed from the wound. The ogre was dead. They dealt with this giant quickly. He took a couple of deep breaths to catch his breath and asked Mira where the next target was. She said that it was not far away, to which Alan suggested going right now so as not to waste time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by William. He was looking towards the bushes where June should be waiting for them. But Jun wasn't there. He went somewhere, which means the hunters will have to look for this idiot. Not far from them, some kind of light show was taking place. Rays of light were darting in different directions. The culprit of the disco was June. After everything died down, he stood in the field with several dead ogres. He took the first twig he came across and began poking around in the ogres to get their crystals. June took another blue stone from the ogre and was pleased with his work. He put it in his briefcase and decided that this amount would be enough for him. But there was no way to go back. The exit from the rift was limited. It was necessary to catch the Ogre King as quickly as possible. He immediately remembered that Alan had promised to kill him if June did not obey. Therefore, I decided to lie down, rest, and give the hunters a chance to sweat. This is exactly what happened on the battlefield. Alan, having climbed onto the ogre, tried to cut his throat with his sword. Mira fired a dozen arrows straight into his face. And finally, the ogre fell to the ground with a crash, pulling Alan down with him. Willia sat on the ground, his strength waning. Alan lay on top of the limp body, and the huntress said that these opponents were really tough. But the question still hung in my head as to why the monsters kept gathering together. They had only killed 11 monsters. Their strength was gone. They needed the Ogre King's mistake to win. While Alan was thinking, William called him from behind, his voice frightened. The hunter turned around and understood the reason for this fear. Right behind them stood a huge army of monsters led by the Ogre King. There was fear and indignation on his face. He did not understand when they all managed to gather. There was no time to prepare. We would have to fight in these conditions. Alan ordered to pull himself together. We had to be extremely careful, he suggested, slowly retreating back and catching them one by one. He began to outline his further plan, but hesitated. It seemed like this was the end. They had nothing more to do. They would die here, and suddenly there was an explosion. The ogres started the fight and struck, the force of which sent Willie flying into a tree. The Ogre King let out a loud cry, more like a growl, as if sending his fighters. Ogres were approaching Mira and Alan, and Mira thought that perhaps this morning was her most delicious and last breakfast. The team captain stepped in front of her, ordering her to run while he distracted the enemy and take William with her. But she didn't have the strength to do so. He decided to command even louder so that she would understand that at this moment, he was not joking and was really ordering them to leave. After which he quickly rushed into battle, holding his long sword in front of him. It seemed that the ogres were even a little surprised by his courage, because he was going to fight alone against an entire army. Suddenly, beams of light began flying around, cutting off the ogres' limbs. Alan couldn't understand what was happening, because none of them had such skills. Mira, who had already lifted William onto her shoulder, was also in shock. It was the first time in their lives that they had seen something like this. June landed in front of Alan, blocking him from the battle. The captain asked what all this meant. June remained silent, assessing the situation. Suddenly, he created a greenish matter, creating a dome around the hunters, and suggested that they not come out of there. It was a protective film. But was there anyone among them who could make protection of such huge dimensions? One of the ogres was already looming over Jun, aiming its blade straight at his head. As if mocking the monster, June also menacingly pointed at him the stick that he had recently been stripping from the twigs while lying on the grass. He threw his improvised weapon at it, when suddenly the ogre's body was torn into small pieces. William finally woke up and tried to comprehend where he was and what was happening, while Mira was shocked by the fact that the ogre exploded. The Ogre King wasn't going to give up so easily. Jun only defeated one monster, but his army was huge. Jun took out his sword and decided that since he was here, he had to do everything to win. He continued to look at the army calmly and tossed the hilt of his sword as if playing with them, after which he powerfully threw the handle into the air, and he finally sheathed the blade. At that very moment, in the place where the sword had just been, thunder began to rumble and lightning began to flash. The earth began to shake. Alan could not understand what kind of thunder it was and where it came from. William began to vomit, either from weakness or from injuries. Mira reported that this was not an ordinary thunder. His head began to split from pain. Alan closed his eyes. The thunder was getting louder. His eyes started to hurt. Vibrations were going through the ground, making it hard to stand on his feet. But this didn't bother Jun. He stood firmly in place and continued to control his abilities with a wave of his hand. The beams flew across the field again, cutting off limbs and making holes in the monsters. With each new action, this F-rank hunter was more and more amazing. Where he got his sword technique from was unclear, and so the rays caught up with the king of the ogres. All the power fell on him alone, as his army was completely destroyed. A pitiful cry escaped from his mouth. Blood flowed from everywhere. This was his defeat. Jun pulled the sword hilt back and caught it deftly. He covered the entire field with ogres and their king, without taking a step from the spot. When suddenly a message came that the rift was returning to its normal state, it was finally possible to go home. Alan was finally able to get up, but he still couldn't figure out if the fight was really over or if he was seriously injured and dreaming it. He ran up to June and asked how he did all this, to which June suggested thinking that they killed the Ogre King. While putting the crystals into his backpack, he continued to talk about how it would be beneficial to their reputation and would also increase their value as hunters. It just didn't fit in his head. He had just destroyed a bunch of monsters, a boss, and was voluntarily giving them the laurels. June suggested doing it the way they wanted, but they still owed him for saving them, and these crystals would be enough for him. He quickly said goodbye, and a second later he was no longer visible. The hunters stared into space and couldn't understand why he just up and left. Alan said that they should have at least asked for a business card, to which Mira replied that he wouldn't come again anyway, since he was always swearing. The hunters in the academy watched the monitors in silence, as if the world around them had stopped. The two employees stared at the screen in amazement, not understanding how or what had happened there. President Adrian asked to play the recording again from the moment the ogres appeared. They reviewed the recording again, the appearance of the army, Alan ordering his partners to run, and June's phrase, with the instruction not to leave the dome. Adrian asked to stop at this point to understand something. He looked at June, who was throwing something that looked like a sword up and down over and over again. After zooming in on the screen, it became clear that it was not a sword, but just a hilt. This was followed by screams about some kind of thunder and pain in the head. One of the employees reported that the recordings from all cameras cut off at this point. To which Adrian asked his name, the employee replied that his name was Kim. The president grew nervous as he continued to extract information about this hunter. His colleagues told him that they had been unable to obtain any further information about the mysterious guy. The registration number, the address, and everything else was fake. Even the date of birth. The 99th day, the 99th month, the year 9909. He asked if there were any witnesses to how this guy came out of the rift, since several more hunters were sent there. He put 2 fingers to his temple, as if that would help him think better, but no answers came. In terms of skills, he is no less than S rank. He has the technique of transferring mana into a sword, and the protective film was the use of special skill. And as far as the president knew, there was no one among the hunters with such a style of techniques. He was sure that he would soon come out into the light. June was already home. He managed to return literally 10 minutes before Jill arrived and the door lock clicked. As if nothing had happened, he asked her where she went. She went into the kitchen, put her heavy bags on the table, and said that after sports she stopped by the store for groceries. She turned to him and asked if he had had lunch. June said that he didn't want to have lunch, but while he had time, he would clean up his room. Entering the bedroom, he fell onto the bed, exhaled heavily, and decided that the room was already pretty clean. He had been on his feet since early morning, so he didn't want to do anything else. Suddenly, he sat down on the bed and reached for the bedside table. He opened the box where the magic stones he had obtained today lay. Jun thought that the workshop where he sold one of the magic stones might suspect something. Memories came to mind of how the girl who appraised the crystal said that after removing the commission, it would be 250 million. But he only sold 1 small stone. Maybe everything will work out. He thought he would get much less for selling one, so now he simply had no idea what to do with the remaining 9. But his head hurt terribly. He didn't have the strength to think of anything now. He threw the crystals up. The pebbles scattered across the bed. He lay down with his arms and legs spread out in different directions. He clearly needed rest. The day flew by quickly. He slept through it all, restoring his strength. It was time for dinner. Unsuspectingly, Jill said that she had prepared a lot of different snacks, but if there was not enough, she would prepare more. June handed her the documents and invoices that had recently been worrying her. She looked down in disappointment and decided to ask the obvious question. Did he really look at them? But he was only interested in one thing. Why didn't she tell him anything? Jill thought he would hate her. She was grateful to him for letting June live here, and the bills needed $50 million, and she didn't want to cause him any trouble. June responded by crossing his arms over his chest. Yes, it was really stressful and there was nothing mentioned in the contract about it, so it was necessary to urgently add this point. Jill's eyes widened. What was he even saying? At this point, June had already pulled out their contract and included a clause that obligated him to bear the costs associated with her education. He handed her the piece of paper and said that he would wait until Jill signed it. He was hungry, so he asked her to do it quickly. She looked at the document, not believing her eyes, which immediately filled with tears. Pleased with himself, he said that Dad was hungry and that she should sign quickly. She began to shed tears and thanked him through her sobs. June handed her a pack of napkins, joking along the way that his daughter was costing him a lot. They spent half the night trying to get Jill to stop saying thank you all the time. And then a new morning arrived and it was time to go to work. Everything seemed to be back to normal as he pulled on his coat to leave the house. He loudly announced that he was leaving, but Jill asked him to wait. She ran into him and began to straighten his tie, which had become twisted, after which she handed him a bag in which she had prepared a snack for him to take to work. Confused, he looked into the bag, thanked her, and said that it was definitely time to go. Her face beamed. She agreed with every word he said and wished her dad a good day. He went out into the corridor, the door slammed, the lock clicked, but it didn't move. Jun didn't understand. This is what the power of 50 million won looked like. The office was quiet. Nate was alone at work and listened to the news, thinking that the Meizai Guild was becoming more and more popular lately. The door opened and June walked into the office, wishing him good morning. He asked if he had seen the news that said 3 A-rank hunters had destroyed the boss in the large rift. It was a dangerous question. He got nervous, started mumbling, and said that he didn't know anything. Nate wondered if the rift was A rank and the boss was most likely S rank. How could 3 hunters handle it? This simply couldn't be. There was also a rank F hunter in the rift. Maybe he had something with him. He asked Jun if he thought the news was hiding something. Jun didn't think so and said that the Meizai Guild had always seemed like an honest organization to him. Nate agreed with him on this. This guild had never been involved in scandals. But then he wondered whether he had told Jun that it was the Meizai Guild or not. But, throwing these thoughts away, he suggested that Jun read about the big rifts, because his hunter was developing very quickly, and soon they would be able to go there on missions. Then he realized that their department had never had any hunters above rank B, so he himself didn't know how to prepare for such sorties. He handed him a folder. It was a file about a new fault that had appeared in a small province. On his last trip there, Nate dropped in briefly, and there were orcs there. It was supposedly a C-rank rift, and since Kate had also been rated C, it would be a good idea for them to go there. After which he said that this was an order from the head of the department, so he asked not to be offended. But June was not offended and, on the contrary, was pleased, because this was a sign of trust. Nate praised him because June had been doing very well at work lately, and he offered him his help if he didn't understand something. June was grateful to him. At that moment, the red-haired fury, Kate, flew into the office apologizing for being late. Nate began to calm her down, because on normal days she could just stay at home. That was the rule in the department. Out of nowhere, Greg appeared next to Kate and began to scold him for not even being able to properly greet a valuable employee, as if she had no right to come here. He obediently greeted Kate and told her to come to the office at any time of the day or night. Realizing the comical nature of the situation, Kate laughed and thanked him. While the chaos was going on around them, June put on his coat, grabbed the folder Nate had given him, and asked him if he and Kate could go into the rift today. Nate started talking about how he only had to warn his superiors, and Greg immediately ordered them to leave immediately, and Kate jumped with joy behind his back. They had almost left the office when the boss's menacing voice came from behind them, demanding that they stop. He handed him 150,000 won and told June to make sure to treat the huntress so that she would be satisfied. The weather was just perfect. June and Kate had lunch together right in the area of the fault. Leaving the cafe, Kate thanked him for the lunch, and he said that it was all thanks to her. June noted that after she received C rank, the attitude of the mayor's office towards her changed. Kate didn't even notice it. She assumed that Greg could have celebrated June's successes in this way, but it was out of the question. 150,000 was a lot of money for the boss, and he clearly wanted to please her. The thought crossed his mind that this money was a drop in the ocean for him, with 200 million in his account. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and suggested that Kate move on. The rift was not far away. They made a couple of turns, and right in the center of one of the streets there was a rift, around which there were quite a few hunters. Kate was surprised. Most likely a huge number of hunters already knew about this rift. Not far from the entrance there was a staff member of the Hunter Academy, as well as quite a few B-rank hunters. June asked again why there were B-rank hunters here, since the rift was lower in level for them. She said that it was common practice to hunt in the rift at a lower level for safety. Kate fell silent and began to look closely at what was happening near the rift. June asked if she was worried. The girl giggled nervously and said that she was really worried because this was the first rift on level C. After which she remembered the events in the first rift. She had to protect the manager and could no longer afford to make stupid mistakes. It was as if June had read her mind and told her that she shouldn't worry about him because he wasn't fragile either. She puffed out her cheeks and said through her teeth that if he got into danger, he should just run. But the hero assured her that this would not happen. Her abilities were confirmed long before the certification. He also reminded that Kate had easily dealt with the orc and that if she was careful, there would be no danger. June was sure of this and asked her to finally believe in herself. Kate was embarrassed, but agreed with him. He turned to the rift and noticed that the hunters were looking for partners, after which he remembered the hunters who were with him in the rift yesterday. They were a truly great team. But they all had terrible characters, as if they considered themselves superior to others. He was pulled out of his memories by Kate, who had already changed into her new scarlet tight-fitting suit with wings. June looked at her carefully. She started to get nervous and asked if this suit suited her. He said her name slowly. Sweat appeared on her face. She did not understand his reaction, after which he asked her if she could choose her partners. What type would she prefer? He began listing the types of warriors, for example, a tank that distracts monsters or those who provide cover at long distances. Her lips began to twist into a displeased grimace. Was he ignoring her so openly? When he finally stopped thinking and looked at her, he was surprised and asked what was going on. She started screaming that he himself said that he had no one but her. Or maybe it was a lie. She narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked the most important question. Did the manager want to sign a contract with any other hunter? Jun stopped her. Because even if he made a contract with another hunter, it didn't mean that the contract with her would be terminated. After this comment, her eyebrows hung heavily over her eyes, and she said that she did not need anyone else. She turned around on the spot and walked importantly towards the fault, recommending that he follow her, because they needed to work. Near the rift, there was a trainee from the Rift Control Department from the Hunter Academy who stuck one of his fingers deep into his nose. He threw aside what he had found during the excavations and noticed that something strange was happening here. 2 days have passed since the discovery of the rift, but the hunters who entered it still have not returned. The team that went there on the first day returned 8 hours later. After them, 32 hunters entered, but for some reason they did not return. Usually the hunt took exactly 8 hours, especially since there was no food or place to rest in this rift. He thought that this was definitely something to report to the Hunter Academy and began typing a message. But he immediately rejected this idea because there would soon be a change of post. Let someone else in charge deal with it. He was just an intern. A male voice addressed him, remarked on his good work and introduced itself. The man said his name was June and his partner was Kate, and they worked in the fault department at the mayor's office. The intern scratched his head and assumed that they had come to investigate the rift and handed him a tablet. While June was confirming his identity, the guy kept his eyes on Kate and finally realized something. This was the same huntress who refused the Icarus Guild. She looked down in embarrassment and confirmed his guess. She didn't like such popularity. June interrupted the awkward conversation and asked if they could come in, while already taking a step towards the rift. The intern extended his hands towards the rift, as if inviting them to come in. After which he told Kate that she was really popular, to which she asked him to stop. She was already ashamed. They stepped into the rift, and only then did the intern remember that he should have warned them about the peculiarities of this place. He watched their figures disappear into the portal and hoped that nothing bad would happen to them. June turned around and asked Kate if she had heard what he said, but she didn't seem to have heard even the manager's question. The hero decided not to repeat the question and launched the program to scan the rift. The program reported that the fault had been registered and work could begin. June turned his gaze to the endless desert fields and suggested that they begin mapping the area. But Kate's attention was drawn to some people who were sitting not far from them. It looked like a hunter's camp, but they all looked tired. Several of them were writhing in pain. Some were sitting by the rocks, and some were already lying helplessly. Kate asked the manager what could have happened here. He suggested not to speculate and go ask them themselves. As they moved towards the hunters, One of them said that there were more sacrificial lambs in this place. Looking at Jun, the man noticed that he wasn't even a hunter and asked what business they had come here for. He introduced himself and said that they had come from the city hall, after which he asked the hunter to tell him about the situation inside the rift. There were a lot of wounded people around, but it was unclear why none of them came out. The man replied that the hunters were not just sitting there, they had no way to get out and suggested that they turn around. The partners followed his suggestion, looking around them. When they suddenly noticed the rift, it seemed to have stopped. At first, Jun assumed it was a glitch, but then realized that if it were him, it would be impossible to enter here. Then suddenly, Kate gave the answer to the riddle he couldn't solve. The rift was in a state of inhibition. She explained that glitches only occur in rifts above B rank, and slowdowns can occur in absolutely any rift. Fault stalling was a strange phenomenon that sometimes occurred as a feature of the fault. Kate approached the hunter and asked him to share all the information he knew about this place. He opened the information tablet, which spoke about the features of the rift, which was activated when more than 25 people were in it. And in order for the exit to open, it was necessary to destroy all the ordinary monsters. Kate carefully studied the information. In order to get out of here, you need to destroy 280 monsters. June noted that if you kill one of the champion monsters, you can get a B-rank weapon. The man coughed and suggested that they just wait here. They had been here for several days already, and soon they would surely send skilled hunters from the academy here. June objected, because if we combine our efforts, we can still destroy 280 monsters. The hunter chuckled with displeasure and asked if they even knew what kind of monsters were living here. Just like June, the wounded hunters thought that there were orcs here. His face filled with horror, and some memories surfaced in his head. June and Kate waited silently for him to continue. The hunter said that if they went a little further along the rift, they would meet B-rank trolls. Kate started to panic. She could still handle the orcs, but the trolls were already a new level. The man nodded. The trolls were indeed several times stronger than the orcs, which was why they were sitting here waiting for help. Kate thought, it was impossible to kill the trolls with a few minor wounds. They could regenerate. So one powerful fatal blow was needed. But there was another problem. She was not sure that she could ensure the manager's safety. She told June that she would go the other way because it was too dangerous here. June only thought that now was one of the best opportunities to change her weapon, and an idea came into his head. He called Kate and asked if she was sure he was safe. Would she agree to go? This option was ideal. Then he turned his gaze behind her, as if indicating that she should turn around. June explained that he had found for her those who had not yet given up and would go to fight with them. The archer Ross, the tank Henry, and the healer Arthur. Ross was determined, so he said that if he initially thought that he had entered a B-rank rift, then there was no obstacle to hunting. Henry kept up with his partner, so he moved forward and offered to follow them, since they couldn't afford for a government employee to get hurt. When Jun caught up with him, he asked him what he was thinking when he came here without armor. Jun remained silent. Henry stared at him, waiting for an answer. He was talking to him. Why was there only silence in response? Jun continued to study the data. 3 trolls were waiting for them 30 meters ahead, so everyone should prepare for battle. While the hunter was trying to understand why he decided this, those same 3 monsters appeared behind him. The battle began, and June received information about the rift. It was indeed B rank, and the map's readiness level was currently less than 5%. Henry held out his shield, with its golden ornaments in front of him, and was ready to begin. He rushed into battle, and the trolls seemed to be heading towards him. Kate was surprised. These were offensive skills. He was a powerful fighter. With his abilities, he pulled enemies towards himself, allowing the team to perform various maneuvers. As he continued to fight, he managed to shout out comments about how these opponents were not ordinary guys. Taking a small run, he powerfully hit one of the trolls, after which he performed a maneuver that allowed him to throw the monster over himself and separate it from the general crowd. He turned to the team and suggested that Ross deal with the one on the right first. He shouted back that he already knew this and confidently pulled the arrow. A yellow target appeared near one of the trolls. It was the attacker's mark. It allowed to reduce the enemy's defense and increase the damage he would receive. Ross released an arrow, and it pierced the blue giant's shoulder, causing him to growl in rage. He pulled the arrow out of himself and snapped it in half as if it were a straw. But Ross had no intention of retreating and immediately aimed a volley of arrows at the troll. Jokingly, he warned the troll that it would sting a little now, since he planned to shoot 20 arrows at once. The troll lowered his head, either protecting his eyes or hiding them from the light emitted by the arrows. But this attack did not harm the troll. He only spent more time pulling the arrows out of himself. At this point, the situation became more complicated because the archer assumed that after this attack the monster would be dead. As soon as the troll got rid of the thorns released at him, he rushed towards his offender. But Kate appeared in his path, ready to attack. She leapt high into the air, raising her sword to strike, the wings of her suit fluttering in the wind like her red hair. Kate was incredibly fast, so much so that the troll couldn't even figure out where she was at that moment. Suddenly, she struck a powerful blow, and the monster let out its death roar, losing its head at that moment. She exhaled heavily. She had spent a lot of energy on this attack. Ross was shouting behind her that they were a good match. Arthur, who was treating Henry at the time, asked the archer to think only about the battle now. Ross seethed. He didn't understand what he had just said, to which the healer replied that he didn't get involved in pointless arguments during a battle. At that moment, Kate approached June and asked if everything was okay. He, perplexed, replied that he was simply observing the battle and had no intention of interfering in it. The girl said that she was just worried about him and was glad that he was okay. June's face changed and he asked her to concentrate. And at that very moment, he ran away from the place where he had just been standing and shouted for Kate to turn around. A huge troll was flying at her from behind, intending to literally trample her into the ground. She managed to jump back at the last moment. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Henry apologized. It seemed like his skill had slipped out by mistake, putting her in danger. What had just happened was very dangerous. She began to think about what could have happened if the manager had come under attack. This could have been her fatal mistake, because he could have just died. This thought did not upset her. On the contrary, it gave her strength, and now she was ready to destroy everyone, just to protect her boss. She gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, as if the sword had grown to her hand. Kate rushed into battle. Now nothing could stop her. The troll opened his mouth wide. It seemed even he was surprised by her confidence. She dealt him several cutting blows, but despite their force, it still looked graceful. The troll took several large leaps backwards to give himself room to maneuver. Watching the girl rushing towards him again, he made the only decision that was right for him. The monster let out a terrible, loud roar that seemed to vibrate the air around it. The hunters suddenly stopped, wondering what was happening to this troll. Henry begged everything around him that it wasn't what he thought it was. But he was not mistaken. It was a battle cry the troll called the pack to his aid. A crowd of blue monsters rushed towards them, growling furiously and trying to destroy even the sand beneath them. The hunters turned and ran. It seemed like the only right way. Kate didn't move. She just watched as the deadly storm approached. 9 monsters were approaching her, but she had no intention of retreating. Ross noticed this. He didn't want to die, but he couldn't leave her there alone. He overtook his partners and asked them to stop. Kate needed help. They watched the girl as she confidently walked forward towards a whole horde of trolls. Arthur didn't understand what to do, but Henry removed all questions. They had to retreat. They would all die here. But Ross's attention was drawn to another detail. He saw her sword. The blade emitted a blue light and shimmered as if it was filled with energy. This was the aura of the sword. June watched everything that was happening from hiding. He was confident in her abilities and tried not to give her any reason to worry about him. Henry shouted that it didn't matter what it was, the sword's aura or something else. You can't just stand there and wait for death. There were probably more monsters nearby. Ross didn't listen to him. Kate's behavior gave the archer confidence, and he was sure that they could handle it and ran. The ogres ran towards the battle, their claws and fangs bared. Kate assumed a fighting stance, preparing to strike first. And now they were close enough. She made a powerful dash and put the sword in front of her. Arthur and Henry thought she was crazy, but they still had to cover for her. So they followed Ross's example and moved towards the carnage. At this moment, at June's house, Jill was going through another ordinary day. She stocked the refrigerator with various snacks, confident that her dad would like them. Stretching contentedly, she headed off to clean the apartment. She cleaned the living room, her room, washed and ironed all the clothes. Jill decided to clean her father's room as well, and she began to do the same as she did in the other rooms: dust and vacuum. Suddenly, her attention was captured by a book with an unusual title, 50 Ways to Become a Good Father. Although there was nothing surprising about it, he had only recently learned to use hot water. Memory loss is a terrible thing. There was so much underlining in the book, she wanted to start reading, but something stopped her. Jill decided not to interfere in his business, grabbed the vacuum cleaner, and decided it was time to continue cleaning. It was necessary to finish not only the cleaning, but also the school as soon as possible, become a huntress, and return everything to him 20 times more. After vacuuming, she noticed a garbage bag lying under the table. But when she pulled it towards herself, the content seemed strange to her. It was too heavy to be garbage. She took out a magic stone from the bag. Did her father really throw it away? No. He definitely couldn't have done that. Maybe he accidentally fell out of the box. The crystal looked very expensive, but she decided not to think about it and put it back. She quickly opened the top drawer of his bedside table. The girl certainly didn't expect to see what was inside him, so she screamed in surprise. She lay on Jun's bed surrounded by magic stones. There were 9 of them. She wondered how much it all cost. No less interesting was the strange purple thing lying with them in the box. Maybe they should throw it away. And in the drawer there was a document. A hunter's pass for a man whose name was unfamiliar to her. At this point, Kate continued to fight in the rift, swinging her sword again and again. The next powerful blow was right on target, and she cut off the troll's arm. 2 more monsters were flying towards her, trying to attack her from above. But she was too fast for them, so when they struck, it hit the ground. She literally rolled on the ground and was ready to attack again. In one leap, she caught up with her opponent and struck him powerfully with her sword. There were already several troll corpses around her, but she continued to hit again and again. Things weren't going so smoothly for Ross. A huge blue hand was pinning him to the ground. He found the strength to move his hand away from his throat and screamed for help with all his might. Henry called him an idiot, but there was nothing he could do but help his comrade. He grabbed the troll from behind, muttering under his breath that he didn't understand why they were so strong at all. While the 3 guys were picking at one monster, she single-handedly killed another one. There was too little strength left. There were still 2 trolls ahead, but she couldn't afford to lose now. She had to protect the manager. Her eyes were bloodshot and she screamed that she would never give up. With loud cries, she flew back into battle and aimed the tip at the troll's head. But he managed to cover his head with his hands, defending himself from her blade. While one was resisting the sword, the other had the perfect opportunity to attack Kate. Her eyes widened. It seemed like the last attack had been a fatal mistake. The satisfied troll was already rushing towards her, preparing to destroy her. Suddenly he froze, as if he had turned to stone. The way the troll fell to the ground shocked both Kate and her opponent. Jun had to use his abilities, otherwise he would have returned from the rift without a partner. Kate took advantage of the opportunity to destroy another troll. Breathing heavily, she fell to her knees and tried to come to her senses. She thought about how incredibly lucky she had just been. But what was it? Jun stopped her thoughts by asking if she was okay. The girl smiled back and said that she was not hurt. Jun nodded in satisfaction but needed to take a break before moving on. With their combined efforts, the 3 hunters finally destroyed the troll as well and fell to the ground around it. 2 hours later, the air was again filled with the ringing of blades, exploding arrows and screams. Working together, they continued to exterminate the trolls in the rift. Henry checked the status window. In a couple of hours, they had destroyed over 100 monsters, and if they continued in the same spirit, they would be able to clear the rift. He looked at Kate. She had simply amazing abilities for a C-rank hunter. Was he really witnessing the birth of an S-rank hunter right now? Maybe that's why Ross never left her without his attention for a minute. At this point, the archer asked what she was doing after work and invited her to have dinner together. Kate hesitated and mumbled something about having things to do after work. Henry decided to intervene and suggested that they all have dinner together, since it was only thanks to her that they were still alive, a gesture that Ross did not like. Jun decided not to participate in these conversations and took out his tablet to check the state of the rift. They have already managed to open 60% of the map. If they continue to move as quickly, they will be able to finish today. Also, during this time, Kate has become even stronger. It looks like her mana has doubled. While she was doing her best to refuse the hunter's offers, Jun was thinking about how much her level and stats had increased. He decided to save Kate from the guys and suggested getting ready for battle, to which they suggested resting a little. But there was no time for this. 200 meters away, an enemy was waiting for them, who was much stronger than those they had destroyed before. At that moment, the ground began to vibrate, as if it was not a monster that was awaiting them, but an earthquake. The jolts grew stronger, and now not only their legs were shaking, but they themselves seemed to be thrown up from the ground. And they saw the culprit of the earthquake, a huge purple troll with 3 heads. Arthur decided to check if the creature was a troll, but the answer was not needed. They needed to fight it anyway. Kate was exhausted, and at that moment she was looking for inner strength that would help her fight. But the monster was not going to give them any extra time. He roared terribly. Light balls began to form right next to the mouth of each head. And then one of the rays burst out of the troll's mouth and flew straight at Kate. She didn't expect such a quick attack and was so shocked that she simply froze in place. Jun understood only one thing, that this troll was too strong. His partner would not survive his attack. He rushed from his place towards her, and it didn't matter what would happen next because it was worth protecting her. Covering her with his body, he was ready to take this blow upon himself. There was an explosion. Sand rose into the air, and the shockwave threw Kate back. She fell to the ground and tried to disperse the dust that had risen from the impact. It was only after a few seconds that she realized what had happened. She stood up and started screaming Jun's name in a panic, trying to see him. Ross was lying on the ground and didn't understand what the hell happened. Was it just an explosion or someone got hit? Arthur, unlike him, already understood what happened. Henry pinned Arthur to the ground with force, ordering him to duck. One blow would be enough to kill him. Kate continued to run between blows, screaming Jun's name and begging him to answer. And finally she found him. But she didn't want to believe her eyes. Jun's body lay on the rocks, showing no signs of life. She approached him carefully and extended her hand, afraid to touch. Gently placing her hand on his shoulder, she asked him to wake up. Ross shouted that they needed to find somewhere to hide, hoping that the red-haired girl would hear him. Kate could only hear her own thoughts. She already realized that Jun was not breathing. Tears streamed from her eyes. She was unable to protect her boss. She threw herself into his arms and begged him to forgive her, but he could no longer answer her. Everything around was exploding, but she continued to hug Jun's body, not caring that she herself could die right now. Ross knew that if he didn't help her right now, it would all be over. He ran out of cover and headed towards her as fast as he could. Henry asked what the idiot was up to, and he asked him to go with him. The troll needed to reload for the next attack. They needed to get close to it. This was the only chance to defeat the monster. The hunters didn't want to admit it, but Ross was right, so they sped up and followed him. Henry shouted that he would attack from the front and ordered the boys to go around the monster on the right. He let out a battle cry and ran straight towards the monster, holding his mace out in front. Suddenly, the troll began charging the ball of light from its mouth again. Henry realized that the situation was not under their control. The monster attacked much faster than they expected. The monster fired a volley straight at the hunter, who flew away from him at high speed. After bouncing off the ground a couple of times, he finally stopped. His shield and mace flying to the side, experiencing terrible pain, he could no longer continue the fight. Several hunter's marks appeared around the three-headed troll and flashed, blinding him. Ross stood close to him, launching a hail of arrows at him. With a sly smile, he told the troll that he was his opponent and that he shouldn't get distracted, thereby trying to protect Kate. Memories flashed through Kate's mind. She saw their first meeting and acquaintance. The way he lifted her up in the first rift and asked her not to stand there like a pillar, they were in the middle of a battle after all. How he thanked her for new sensations and dishes he had never tried. His smile and the phrase that she was the only hunter he needed. She thought she had finally found her place. Tears continued to roll down her cheeks. But suddenly, for some reason, a window of her status opened next to them. The window said that, faced with circumstances, she acquired a new skill, an oath. Another explosion went off behind her, and Ross barely managed to escape it. While the troll was reloading, he fired several more arrows straight at his head. The monster's eyes filled with anger. He opened his mouth and growled, spraying saliva in all directions. Ross kept up with his opponent and also shouted to show his determination. And then, another volley of light burst from the troll's throat. At the last moment, the archer managed to dodge it, pressing himself to the ground. But right at his feet, two more explosions were heard, which sent the remaining two heads towards him. A powerful shockwave lifted him into the air and sent him flying. He fell flat on his back, raising a heap of sandy dust. Ross howled in pain as he fell right onto the rock. Henry was lying next to him. He suggested that he just die. Why was there any need to resist if he was whining from falling on a tiny stone? Arthur came running to him, asking if everything was okay with him, while the archer was tormented by the realization that he was a loser. At this moment, Kate continued reading. She had just received an S-rank skill that bound her with an oath to the target chosen by the master. Thanks to the oath, all of her stats doubled, and the damage she took was reduced as long as the chosen master was within a radius of 500 meters, after which a window popped up, asking her to choose Jun as her master. Hope lit up her eyes, but she couldn't quite tell if that meant Jun was still alive. She wrapped her arms around him and prayed that it would work out. Suddenly, holographic bracelets appeared around their hands. The computer said that the gentleman had been selected and was within a radius of 500 meters. The oath's blessing was activated and her stats rose, ready to continue the fight. Henry also found the strength to get up, but it was difficult for him to attack alone, so he simply ran away from the explosions. The last one caught him. He fell and screamed at Ross to stop suffering and finally get up. The archer continued to lie there and asked to cover him a little longer. Arthur concluded that his partner had no conscience at all. Suddenly, Kate ran past them. She asked Arthur to look after him because he was still alive. Seeing her, Ross jumped up and shouted that he would cover her in battle. Henry looked at him with wide eyes. Literally a second ago, this idiot was lying there without strength. Because he reveled in his pain, he almost died several times. The next explosion landed right next to Henry, and he was sent flying again. He fell right next to Arthur, who said that if they were to take damage immediately after he healed them, then there was simply no point in it. After which he asked me to wait here for a while he went and checked on Jun. Henry grabbed his hand and asked him to heal him first. Arthur had no choice but to agree. Jun finally came to his senses and was able to open his eyes. He saw that Kate had chosen him as her master. She has definitely become stronger, it seems, at least twice as strong. After which he thought that if he went out right now, it would be strange, because he almost died. So he decided to sit in place for a little while longer. At this moment, Kate was moving decisively towards the huge troll. She teased him by zigzagging across the battlefield, daring him to attack. The troll got tired of playing by her rules and decided to act differently. The monster combined the efforts of all three heads, and a pillar of fire burst from its mouth. Kate didn't expect this. Dodging the fire, she jumped to the side, falling to the ground. She was in incredible pain. She clenched her fist and slammed it hard into the ground. Suddenly, she felt that she was in mortal danger. Turning around, Kate saw that right above her head was now the troll's huge right foot. Several explosions were heard behind the troll, and he winced in pain. It was Ross. He shouted to Kate that he would aim for his back and that she should not worry and just continue the fight. And then several explosions flew at him. He was no longer going to just fly and fall, so he began to use this to his advantage. The troll was distracted by Ross, which was the perfect moment for Kate to strike. She pushed off the ground and struck him straight in the shoulder, cutting his skin. The monster turned towards her with displeasure, grabbed the cut. It seemed that this was the first time he was really in pain. Without waiting for the attack to replenish, he decided to hit her right then and there with his whole arm, sending Kate flying. Landing expertly on her feet, she held her sword out in front of her to maintain her balance. At that moment, she realized that her damage had become much stronger and she would no longer yield to the troll in battle. Kate managed to fill her sword with aura again and she rushed into battle. She gave him another punch to the shoulder and pushed off to land on the ground. While the monster was growling from the wound, she was already behind him. Without waiting for his answer, she dealt him several cutting blows straight into his back. With one hand, he tried to reach his back, where the last blows had landed, and with his eyes, he continued to search for the culprit of the pain. Finding her, he reached out to grab her and stop her from moving, but Kate dodged it expertly. Another blow hit the troll right in one of its three heads. He growled in pain again, and several fangs broke off and flew out of his mouth. The troll leaned on one knee, his strength seemingly running out. The monster missed another blow to the head, which Kate delivered to him with her foot. He fell on his back, screaming furiously, the air around him shaking, and Kate confidently walked around him. She looked him over again, as if choosing where to strike next. She jumped on his chest, and at that moment she realized that this was the end for him. Her sword glowed with blue light. She masterfully learned to use the sword's aura. She plunged the sword into his head and froze. The fight was over. Ross looked in fascination at the fragile girl who had just defeated a difficult boss. He exhaled and said that they barely made it. Henry noted that it was because of him that they almost died a couple of times. Jun watched her triumph from afar. She had grown incredibly, mastered the sword, but still had much to learn. He looked at himself. He knew one thing for sure. After work, he would have to buy new clothes, as they were all in huge holes. An image of Jill screaming because he was being bullied at work immediately came to mind. He finally stood up, took off his boot, and shook a mound of sand out of it. Arthur noticed this. He noted that June was absolutely fine. This comment was heard by Kate. Turning around, she saw the manager, who was alive. She rushed towards him faster than she had acted in battle, her eyes filling with tears. Kate ran into his arms and went limp. She could finally breathe out. Ross called June a bastard zombie. He didn't like coming back to life, which took away the girl's attention from him. Approaching June, Arthur asked how he managed to survive, but June was not sure of the answer to this question. Henry groaned and was sure that he would die today. He was overcome by the feeling as if 100 years of his life had been taken away from him. Arthur pointed his hands at Jun and said that he would still treat him, just in case. He was waving his arms strangely and panicking. Arthur asked him what he was doing. He was surprised. His abilities didn't work on Jun because there was nothing to heal in him. But how could this happen? He received direct fatal damage but not only survived, but was not wounded at all. Ross was still trying to deflect attention from him. What difference did it make? After all, he still survived. Henry suggested stopping here because they no longer had the strength to fight and needed rest. June nodded in agreement. This really was the best option. The hunter asked how they should divide the magic cores they had obtained. The answer surprised him. June said that they should divide them equally among themselves. The law prevented him from making money from hunting, which Henry was glad of, but he was quick to point out that he had a pretty handy app for working with the Rift. June asked the guys for a favor since he wasn't getting anything. They looked at him in surprise and waited for an answer as to what kind of service he needed from them. He pointed his finger towards the dead troll that lay not far from them. After killing the monster, an extra reward dropped, a B-rank sword which he asked to give to Kate. They smiled and happily agreed to provide this service because they were able to deal with the troll only thanks to her. A pleased Kate held a brand new sword in her hands, her eyes sparkling with happiness. She couldn't stop thanking them. Ross noted that she looked very happy with her new weapon, and she laughed in response. Jun became wary when he heard footsteps approaching behind him. It was two hunters from the Icarus Guild who were walking towards them. Emily came closer and smiled and said hello. Gale continued to maintain a stern expression. Gale responded with a sarcastic comment. He didn't expect to see June and Kate here, after which he turned to the carcass of the three-headed troll, which lay lifeless on the ground. He noted that Kate had become much stronger, and that she had dealt with the champion monster was amazing. She was pleased to hear such words from the famous hunter. She smiled sweetly and thanked him. Jun wasn't about to give in to the barbs, so he smirked and said it was all thanks to the suit Gale had given her. Gale began to slowly walk towards June and for some reason reminded him that he had not given the suit as a gift, but had lost it. Emily intervened in the argument and suggested that Gale move on, as they still had a lot of work to do. Gale agreed and stated that he and Emily would go first since the others were so busy that they were just chilling and headed ahead. Emily walked up to June, handed him a business card, and asked him to contact them if they were thinking about transferring. June asked what she meant, to which Emily replied that she was talking about transferring Kate to their guild. After these words, June began to slowly tear the business card he had just received into pieces. As he destroyed the business card in front of Emily, he said he didn't care if someone was treated like a thing to be bought or sold. At this moment, their comrades opened their mouths wide. Did he really tear the business card of the best guild to shreds? Jun continued that he didn't care about other people, unless that someone was his person. Then he wasn't going to hold back his comments. Emily froze. Cold sweat appeared on her face. It seemed like something went wrong, but she didn't mean anything bad. The hero clenched his teeth and hissed that this was the last warning and that he should not mention the word transfer in relation to Kate anymore. He continued to stare at Emily and said that talking about a person as if they were a thing was extremely offensive and threw the shreds of the business card on the ground. They returned from the rift late in the evening. The boss decided to organize a small corporate party in honor of today's outing. June decided not to go to it because Jill was waiting for him at home and he had already spent time buying new clothes. On the other end of the line were cheerful drunk colleagues. He heard that right at that moment Kate was talking about the incident with the Icarus Guild. At that moment, Kate jumped up, waving her fists and trying to accurately convey June's words about how he would protect his man. Greg thanked June for his work and the right approach to their employee, while Nate jumped around in surprise in the background. Suddenly, Nate snatched the phone from his boss's hand and began to conduct his own dialogue with June. He noted that he thought tearing up the company's business card was too much. June asked for forgiveness for this act, when suddenly he heard approving notes from the end of the receiver. He decided to ask again what he meant, because so far the opinions were changing from phrase to phrase. Nate said he believes there are times to bow your head and times to let your anger out. The Icarus Guild was a huge and famous company, but that didn't mean they had to always lose to them, and yelled that June did the right thing. He kept shouting that it would be one thing if Kate left voluntarily, but treating her like a thing was disgusting. Greg joined the conversation, seeing nothing wrong with angering a couple of boastful S-rank hunters. Nate pulled the phone closer to himself and lowered his voice to a whisper, as if he wanted to ask something personal. He asked June if he could become his man too, so that he could be under the same confident protection. June didn't know what to say to this comment, and in the background there were shouts for another shot. He was sure that no one was listening to him on the other end of the line anymore, but just in case he said that they would meet tomorrow. He hung up and smiled, pleased with the day, Kate's growth as a hunter, and how warmly she was welcomed into their company. After which he slowly trudged home. No matter how well everything went, it was still a difficult day. He walked home to find Jill in a spotless apartment waiting for him. Jill said hello, when suddenly something else caught her attention. She noticed his new clothes. June remained silent, because he expected to dodge this question. He began his story by saying that he came across a sale on his way home, and it was already getting colder outside, and he also felt sorry for the old lady who was selling the suits. Jill asked where he found the old lady who sells costumes, and that's where June was wrong. He urgently needed a plan to distract her. He quickly figured out what could be done and said that he would not refuse some tea. At that very second, Jill ran into the kitchen. While she was pouring water into the kettle, she thought about today's finds. The handle, the magic stones, and the hunter's pass. Suddenly, she thought about how her father worked as an office worker during the day and as a hunter at night. The image of my father in a superhero costume and how he receives signals for help immediately came to mind. She was sure she was right, because his colleague at work, who came to visit them, was also a hunter. And now she saw two partners in stylish suits who were about to set off on a mission. The next image was of Kate deftly flipping over on his back, and both of them deftly dodging bullets. She continued to imagine various scenes and began to boil with anger. The same thing happened with the kettle she put on the stove. June walked into the kitchen and pointed out the fact that the kettle seemed to be boiling. She got scared, and while she was turning towards June in panic, she touched the teapot with her hand, which immediately went flying. Without a second thought, June darted towards the kettle and caught it with both hands. While the daughter watched this picture in surprise, the hero asked her to be careful, because she could burn herself with boiling water. She couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. She screamed and asked what he was holding in his hands right now. Jun didn't know what to answer because it was obvious that he was holding a teapot in his hands. But he didn't take into account the fact that he was holding a hot teapot. He did not immediately notice his mistake and stared at his hands and the hot iron in them. Jun quickly moved the kettle to the table and began to justify himself by saying that it wasn't that hot. Apparently, the water hadn't boiled after all. But the kettle's whistle claimed otherwise. She grabbed his hands, turned on the water, and lowered them into it. Her hands needed to cool down. Jill apologized for her carelessness because she could have gotten hurt. Wiping his hands on a towel, he asked what she was thinking about so hard. She screamed as if she remembered something. June continued to look at her questioningly. She ran into the room, an action that left him even more confused. But a second later, she was already returning to him, with some kind of bundle in her hands, which she handed to him. He started reading. It was an informational entrance flyer for initiation into hunters. Jill hesitated and started to say that there would be nothing important there and she just wanted him to know, after which she noted that it was a weekday, and she knew perfectly well that he was busy, so there was no need to come. June rubbed his chin thoughtfully. It would be next Monday. How could he ask for time off from work? But the most important thing is that he understood that this was incredibly important for her, so he said that he could come. Jill blossomed. A smile spread across her face and she thanked her father. There was another event in the rift that June missed. Ross decided to talk to Gail about how terribly June treated Emily and her business card. But Gail didn't understand why he had come all this way just to report this. He stopped jumping and waving his arms and froze, looking at him, after which she asked to punish June because the way he behaved irritated him terribly, and Gail had a reason to do it. It was already lunchtime on the next working day. Everyone had left the office, and June had an excellent opportunity to ask his boss for time off. He glared at him from his desk, not knowing what excuse he could come up with to leave next Monday. The hero finally made up his mind and approached the boss's desk, apologizing in advance. He asked if he would mind if he worked only half a day after lunch next Monday. Greg asked why he was going to do that, to which June replied that it was personal. The boss nodded at his answer and asked if it was something that couldn't be discussed. June had no intention of revealing the real reason for his request, so he simply confirmed his suspicions. Greg thought about it. He didn't know what to do, because next Monday Nate was going on a business trip. June didn't understand what kind of business trip this was, to which the boss reminded him that the following Monday there would be an initiation of new hunters. They had received an official note in their office asking for the participation of all nearby organizations, so they could not ignore it. June's eyes widened. That was where he needed to go, but the boss said Nate would be going there. He added that they wanted June to concentrate on working with Kate, so they didn't ask him to attend the ceremony. However, Greg advised that if it was really urgent, he should pass on the approval notice, as their department could tolerate 2 employees being absent for 1 day. June assured him that there was no need to worry and said that he would rather go and have lunch. He immediately found the place where Nate had lunch, because he spent every day in the same cafe. June sat down next to him and immediately started a conversation about how he heard him planning to attend the entrance ceremony at the Hunter Academy. Nate nodded and said that he would spend time there from 8 in the morning until 2 in the afternoon and would return to the office after lunch. The hero asked if he could go to the ceremony in his place. Nate was taken aback by the question. Why would someone suddenly have to go instead of him? June hesitated for a second and realized that he couldn't hide the truth in a conversation with Nate. He started telling him that he had a daughter and that she was being initiated the following Monday, so June wanted to be there. The soda went straight back into the glass from Nate's mouth, which is where June got his daughter in the first place. He asked how old June was, and when he found out he was only 26, Things became even more complicated. If his daughter was being initiated into the hunters, then she was 17 years old. He continued, and with the next question he clarified whether June had a wife. June lowered his head and continued his story, having to reveal that Jill was not his biological daughter. This left Nate even more confused as to how all of these facts could possibly fit into one story. As they crossed the road, Nate asked if he knew about Kate's daughter. The boss breathed a sigh of relief after June told him that Kate had been to their home and even knew his daughter, after which he decided to clarify how Kate reacted to this. June said that her reaction was normal, but did not understand why he was asking these questions. After assessing the whole situation, Nate said that Jun really should go and talk to the boss. He also assured his colleague that he would keep everything he had just learned a secret. The week flew by quickly, and now it was Monday. June stood near the academy and watched the crowd that continued to gather nearby. It was really crowded here. I wonder if it was because the school was expensive or there were other reasons. He turned around and his attention was drawn to a particularly dense crowd of people. Listening closely, he realized what was going on there. People were shouting Emily's name. In the center of the crowd stood the huntress from Icarus. Everyone was trying to get her autograph, but Emily politely refused, explaining that she was in a hurry. People continued to run past him, and he just smirked at the fact that such people were forced to attend schools. He hoped that he would remain unnoticed, because this meeting would not bring anything good. But Emily had already called his name and was heading towards him, pleased. June clicked his tongue in displeasure. This was the last thing he wanted at that moment. It seemed as if she was deliberately speaking louder than usual to attract attention. Suddenly, she bowed down before him and began to apologize for what happened during their last meeting. She was so excited by what she saw that she rushed and did not think at all about the feelings of his colleague. Emily continued to stand submissively, her head bowed, and a crowd began to gather around them, whispering that this man was even more important than the huntress since she bowed before him. June asked her to get up because everyone was looking at them, but Emily continued to say that she didn't want to cause him a negative reaction. He admitted that he had been cruel to her too, and began to ask for forgiveness, when suddenly she said okay and straightened up. People looked at him with displeasure, and he felt as if he had been fooled. Emily handed him her business card again, and she asked him to make it a reminder of her peaceful intentions. With a smile on her face, she said that this business card had nothing to do with his colleague Kate. Jun asked if it didn't concern her in any way, then why did he need the business card at all? She asked to take a business card and remember that June could contact her if she needed help. He looked at her and then at the business card in surprise, after which he leaned over and sincerely thanked her for this gesture. Emily suggested they go inside. The event was about to start and then they parted ways. A voice came from the speakers in the corridor that the ceremony was beginning and invited everyone to enter the hall, and the future students were asked to remain in a designated area. Among them was Jill, the color of her uniform perfectly matching her brown eyes. Emily continued to watch June. She felt his aura and understood that he was an unusual person. She knew she was not mistaken. She felt the same from him in the rift. Emily knew that June was hiding his true power, but she didn't understand what it was. All that was left was to wait and see what would happen next. One day, this force would enter their world. Unsuspecting, June continued to search for Jill in the crowd of students. Suddenly, he noticed her, but he couldn't understand how he managed to find her so quickly in the huge crowd. Outwardly, he did not show any emotion, but inside he was very excited about this fact. Suddenly, he blushed, covered his face with his hand and wondered if perhaps he really did have paternal feelings. The host introduced the dear guest who honored them with his presence today, and the president of the Academy of Hunters, Adrian Chall, came onto the stage and bowed to the audience. While the ceremony's guests were being introduced, June decided to find a good restaurant nearby to have lunch with Jill. A message came from his phone saying that the oath ceremony had begun. A girl with dark blue hair stood on the stage and, raising her hand, named the points of the oath one by one. The two women standing next to him were discussing the fact that this girl was the younger sister of the Sword Emperor, who was considered the best hunter of all, and she herself was already an A-rank hunter. He looked again at the little girl who was standing on the stage and couldn't understand how she could be A-rank. He remembered Jill's words about how he should treat her well because one day she would become very famous, and he decided that now was the time to show that attention. All the future hunters said their vows, there was loud applause, and the master of ceremonies announced the end of the ceremony. June managed to quickly get outside and continued to fiddle with his phone while he waited for his daughter. And finally, he heard her joyful voice and delighted cries. She was jumping for joy and couldn't believe that she had finally passed the initiation into the hunters, while June tried unsuccessfully to get her attention. He decided to stop trying, handed her the bouquet and congratulated Jill. She was speechless, her face lit up even more. Suddenly, she lowered her head, thanked him for the bouquet, and her voice began to tremble. Tears streamed down her cheeks. She said that he shouldn't have given her flowers. June calmed her down and said that she deserved this bouquet and finally suggested that they move on. They walked through the academy square. Jill told them that training would begin in 2 days and they were assigned to classes. June asked what class she was assigned to which she became embarrassed and said that she was assigned to Class D. Jill hesitated and promised to do everything possible to ensure that she would be transferred to Class A in the near future, since her future rank depended on it. He pretended that he had not understood what she was talking about until that moment, and thanked her for the explanation. After which he ruffled her hair and said that he was sure that very soon she would end up in Class A. She laughed and asked if June was hungry, suggesting they get lunch somewhere. He pointed to the right and mentioned spare ribs, but Jill was already flying to the left, shouting about a delicious spicy sausage stew nearby. Suddenly she had to slow down, because a huge crowd of people blocked the street ahead. She opened her mouth in surprise and started screaming as soon as she realized who was in the center of this crowd. It was the president of the Hunter Academy and Emily from the Icarus Guild, surrounded by guards, after which another male figure appeared from the car. A handsome guy with dark hair and a languid look was also heading in their direction. Jill literally screamed because it was the Emperor of the Sword himself, Jonathan. The entire famous retinue had just passed a couple of meters away from them when Emily suddenly turned around to look at them. She stopped and asked if they had already had lunch. June said that they were leaving right now. Jill couldn't get over what she saw. She had just seen her idols in person, and one of them was also acquainted with her father. Emily suggested that we all have lunch together. Then Jill turned around and asked how she felt about it. Jill couldn't help but agree. At that moment, President Chal approached them and asked Emily who she was talking to. She explained that it was June, the Rift manager from the mayor's office, whom she had already told him about. Adrian immediately understood who they were talking about, the very manager responsible for the Huntress with outstanding data. He kindly handed June the ore and greeted him. June bowed and reciprocated. Emily hugged the girl who was with June and decided to clarify whether she was his younger sister. June hesitated to answer. He did not understand what to do. Lie or tell the truth, after which he finally decided to say that this was his daughter. Emily stood there in surprise for a few seconds, then leaned over to the girl and asked her name. And while Jill, like a soldier in formation, announced her name, Emily turned on her brain activity to the maximum. June decided to remove all questions and said that these were all the consequences of a specific set of circumstances. Behind them, a conflict between brother and sister was in full swing, one claiming that everyone was waiting only for her, and the other that only he noticed this because he hated her. Adrian took notice and introduced Jonathan, who didn't really need an introduction. June looked at the first hunter and the founder of the 3 mana control methods. Jonathan also studied him carefully in response. This was the same man that the hunter with great potential did not want to leave. June bowed and greeted the guy, who bowed back and was very happy to meet him. Adrian also introduced Olivia, Jonathan's younger sister, who was currently screaming about her messed up hairdo. Looking at everything that was happening, Jill covered her mouth with her hands. She couldn't believe it. Right now, a hunter has met her personally, who developed and evolved the style, school, and techniques that hunters use to this day. From all the thoughts that were rushing around in her head, she could only open her mouth in surprise, which really touched Emily. Jonathan noted that June was quite well built and asked if he was a hunter, to which he replied in the negative. The hunter expressed his regrets. He was sure that he would have made an excellent hunter. June thanked him for the flattering words, but he was perfectly happy with who he was at the moment. Jonathan turned to his sister and invited her to say hello to everyone. Olivia clicked her tongue in displeasure and said that she was not interested in people weaker than her. Jonathan pronounced her name with particular severity, and with his eyes advised her to come up and say hello. She took a couple of steps forward and began to mock greet their new company, after which she raised her nose in displeasure and said that this did not mean that she recognized them. The greetings were over, and the president finally suggested going to lunch. They went to a VIP restaurant located in the Hunter's Academy. The food there was simply delicious. Adrian noted that he had the pleasure of having breakfast here this morning. Emily at this point decided to start a conversation with June and reminded him that they first met in this very building. That day, she saw them talking with Gale before the Hunter rankings were assessed. June asked how her partner was doing, to which Emily joked that he was as gloomy as ever. As Jill lifted the spoon to her mouth, she began to think about her father's position. He was a manager of the Rifts. Did that mean he went into them? And then the spoon ended up in her mouth, and she screamed that she had never eaten anything tastier than this in her life. Olivia sighed heavily, rolled her eyes and said only one word, plebeians. At that very moment, Jonathan hissed at her, looked angrily, and asked her to be silent. The girl responded by crossing her arms, pouting, and saying that Jonathan was always rude only to her, without understanding why. He was very upset about this situation. Jonathan wanted his sister to behave like Jill at least sometimes. Jill waved her hands and said that she was really grateful to be able to eat such delicious food. After which she noticed that Jun also liked to dine here. He had already eaten 3 plates. She leaned towards him and said that she would try to cook just as well at home. Emily approached Jill and suggested that they take a preliminary assessment since they were already there. The girl beamed, because right now she could find out her level and potential. Olivia said, with an air of importance, that the assessment was carried out using special equipment. A sparkle flashed in her eyes, and she added that the procedure was expensive, so not everyone could afford it. And again, her brother's angry gaze was directed at her. Olivia threw up her hands and again did not understand what she had done wrong. Jill thanked them for the offer, but knew she couldn't ask her father for money. Adrian understood why she doubted and said that the academy would cover all the costs, and Jill immediately agreed. Jonathan suggested testing June's abilities at the same time. The hero lowered his eyes and said that he would still refuse this offer. Emily was surprised because if the results were good, he could become a hunter. The president literally begged him to try it. It was a rare opportunity, and Jonathan was also excited and wanted to know the results. He looked at the persuaders once more and was forced to agree. They clearly wouldn't leave him alone. Jill was the first to be tested and was placed in a machine that emitted a pinkish-white light. The measurement lasted about 5 minutes, and finally the computer announced that the results of the study would be printed out. Emily took the results sheet out of the printer and was surprised. Jill was expected to awaken an A-rank skill, and the final expected rank was also A. Jonathan made her happy because only 5% of hunters could boast of such results. Emily encouraged June because if this girl develops her skills, then a cloudless future awaits him. Jill approached Olivia, who informed her that perhaps she was not as hopeless as she thought. Jill beamed and thanked her, ignoring her snideness. Emily walked up to June. Now it was his turn to take the test. Olivia muttered that it was a waste of time and suggested that they go and have a cup of coffee or something else instead. And again, angry glances were directed at her, which she still did not understand. Finally, June lay down on the machine and the computer reported that he was ready for measurement. Perhaps it was worth continuing to refuse their offer. If the results were strange, then a lot of complications and questions would arise. He looked at those who wanted this test so much it seemed they suspected him of something. Suddenly, the hero finally understood how this device works. It releases mana and calculates how much mana the body can pass through. Jun realized that it was easier to completely forbid mana from entering his body, since it was extremely difficult for him to release a little of it. The mana that the machine released simply began to float around and flow around the body, but could not penetrate inside. The computer reported that the test was complete. Everyone froze, because its test was completed much faster than any other. June got out of the car and asked if the results were really ready. Emily started reading the result, which said it was impossible to measure the potential player. But it all made no sense. Jonathan looked at the paper in bewilderment and asked if this had ever happened before, or if this was the first time such a result had appeared. Receiving no answer, he suggested taking another measurement, but this was not necessary. A pleased Olivia interjected another comment of her own. Apparently, he just didn't have the talent to be a hunter. Emily continued to look at the results because no matter how lacking a person's abilities were, they would still be ranked as Class E or F. She bit her nail out of nerves. Such results were incredibly rare. It was simply impossible. The girl started yelling at the hero, begging him to do the test again. There must have been some kind of error during the scanning. Adrian stopped her. The next test would be difficult, since scanning an ordinary person several times in a row could be a strong strain on his body. Jonathan muttered that he should also look at the results again. Therefore, I suggested to June to strengthen his body. Then the results could be completely different. Indeed, there were cases when abilities were revealed in people without a predisposition to them, so there was no need to be so quickly upset. Emily was sure that she felt the hunter's energy coming from him. There was no way she was wrong. While the whole group continued to talk about how sad they were about the test, June asked if they could finally go. It had been a few days since the test, and a few days since June had spent sleeping in the office. Greg sighed languidly, looking at the monitor, huge black bags hanging under his eyes from endless work. Nate checked all the papers for the 1,000th time, but it seemed his eyes no longer perceived the numbers and letters. He looked up from his paperwork and suggested that they go to the sauna that evening, since they hadn't washed for several days, which was why the office smelled terrible. The boss looked at his trembling fingers. The idea was great, but he didn't have the strength to even walk there, so he planned to just stay here for another night. It seems that this phrase led to both employees also staying overnight at work today. Jun's phone vibrated. It was already 12 o'clock call from Jill. It seemed that he could no longer ignore her. Picking up the phone, he heard Jill's sad and serious voice, wondering if he would come home today. The hero glanced at the stack of documents he had to sort through and said that he wasn't sure he would be spending the night at home. She offered to bring him something to eat, but he said he would order something if he was hungry. Jill offered to bring a change of clothes or a clean pair of socks, but this offer was also refused. He assured her that everything was fine and that nothing was needed, and besides, it was already late and there was no point in going out for a walk. As soon as he hung up, the boss asked who he had just spoken to and immediately clarified whether it was Kate. He looked at him in surprise and replied that no, to which Greg asked him to just tell the truth since he couldn't be fooled that easily. Nate decided to change the subject. Besides, he was interested in whether the rift in Inwangsan Mountain had been confirmed. In response, the chief began to stretch in his chair. He hated this time of year, because every year the Academy of Hunters asked them to take care of field trips for students. They needed to select and test the 100 rifts below rank C to choose the most suitable for beginner hunters. June thought about telling Jill about this, since they would definitely meet on this excursion. Moreover, thanks to Emily's efforts, the girl already knew that he was working on fault zones. Late at night, he finally returned home, and a contented but tired sigh was heard from the far room. Jill came out to meet him and asked him to let her know when he was going to return home so late. He apologized to her and promised that he would definitely do it next time. Jill suddenly transformed into a completely cheerful person and announced that she was going on a field trip to the Rift next week. It was her first time going, so she was very nervous even though it was only an F-rank Rift. Jill's face turned serious, and it was the perfect moment to ask what her father actually did for work. He hesitated and began to explain that in the department he deals with everything related to faults. Jill decided to immediately clarify whether this meant that he himself was entering the rifts. He looked at her calm face and decided that he could still say something, and nodded hesitantly to her. But the next question followed. She was interested in what exactly he was doing inside the rifts. June frantically began naming as many responsibilities as he could to distract her. After he noticed the sad expression on her face, he said that there was no need to worry about it. This did not have the effect he expected. She began to stamp her feet and scream that she could not help but worry about this because he was in danger there. She screamed that leaving everything in this state was completely unacceptable. She threatened him with her finger and said that she would give him a special training session. June couldn't believe what she just said. She, a girl who just entered the Hunter Academy. He would give training to the one who was actually the strongest hunter. But Jill didn't know that he was the greatest hunter, so she argued that she had the potential to be an A-rank hunter. She clenched her fist and said that from now on, they would practice every weekend. In addition, she wanted him to go to the academy on Monday to apply for body strengthening, since then he would receive mana. Sweat was pouring down June's forehead, and he thought that if the people of Miram heard her now, they would faint. Jill had already thrown on her windbreaker and was literally ordering him to follow her. They went to the alley near the house. Jill asked to open the window of his characteristics to check them. June opened the window and understood that right now he would have to lie, because all the characteristics were maximum. While he looked at his numbers in panic, the girl asked him to read them in order. He started making them up as he went along. Strength 10, Agility 6, Health 9, Inner Power 0, no skills. Jill stopped him. The total points were 25, which was impossible since it was almost the same as an E-rank hunter. His strength and health were even higher than hers. Perhaps this was normal, because my father was in good shape. Jill decided to check on the Inner Power stat, as she had never heard of it. June waved his hands and assured her that he was mistaken. His mana was at 0. The girl did not notice the catch and said that for an ordinary person such an indicator is normal, although the other characteristics are still unusual. After which Jill began training and suggested learning how to use the Chul, one of the techniques that can be used at a distance from monsters. It might not be possible to use it right away since her father doesn't have mana yet, but she still decided to show how it works. She held the gun out in front of her and held it confidently with both hands. Suddenly, the gun began to fill with mana and form a blue ball. She continued the lecture and explained that taking mana from the body and redirecting it into the gun means reloading. If he succeeds in doing this, then half the way will be passed, and she suggested to try. He twirled the gun in his hands while thinking about how to release a small amount of mana. Jill suggested that he close his eyes and try to feel a light energy in his body. Then he had to imagine this energy, like a river, flowing from him straight into the gun. He was nervous and convinced himself that everything would be fine if he had complete control over himself. The gun filled with a blue glow and Jill began to scream in shock. She didn't understand how he managed to do it the first time. Jun was frightened by her screech and immediately stopped the reloading process. The girl looked at him, fascinated. It seemed that her father was incredibly talented. He tried to calm her down and said that it was most likely a coincidence because when he tried to do it again, nothing worked. Still, Jill was upset because she had trained for a month to be able to reload the weapon. Despite his obvious talent, she was still against her father becoming a hunter, as it was very dangerous. Jun reassured her that he was not going to become a hunter and suggested that they go home. It was quite late and also boring. The next working day began. Today was the last day of preparation before the excursion. All the data was checked, the fault was selected, so the office was calm. As Nate passed by Jun, he noticed that his colleague was currently forging documents stating that he had completed the Hunter Academy fortification and had accumulated 1 unit of mana. Nate screamed that he would definitely be put in jail for this, because he was an official who was forging documents right now. Jun assured him that he would definitely not be put in jail because he would only show this document to one person. The hero had to tell the long chain of events that led him to such actions. They went to lunch where he explained that it was all to reassure his daughter, who was worried about his work. Nate noted that his life is both complex and interesting, after which he remembered that his daughter would be on an excursion the next day, which the 3 of them would conduct, and asked if he would have to hide from her. Jun shook his head and said that there was no longer any reason to hide since Jill knew where he worked and that he went into the rifts. The colleague exhaled, because this meant that he had worried in vain. Plus, Nate reminded them that they had an important event coming up next week. The Hunter Academy will undergo a full inspection, and they will have a chance to receive a B rank split from them into their management. Let's hope that everything goes smoothly and the grade will be good. A thought popped into his head of a boss who had put in a lot of effort into this, and if they got a good rating, he would get promoted. If the assessment is not enough to get a rift, then they will have to lie low for a while to avoid his wrath. And so the day of the excursion came. Together with the new students, they went to the prepared rift. The academy coach gathered everyone together and asked for a moment of attention. He introduced his colleagues from the fault department who would be accompanying them today. Greg waved his hands in greeting and put on his sweetest smile possible. He told the students that they were currently in an F-rank rift, where they would most likely encounter goblins that would pose no threat to them. However, anything can happen in the rift, so all students should remember that safety comes first. After finishing his endless lecture on safety, he asked if anyone had any questions. Looking at the disgruntled first years and hearing the silence, Greg suggested going to explore the rift. The students rushed along the fault as if it were a morning jog. And finally they found the goblins, who seemed to be already regretting the excursion. Rage burned in the eyes of the young hunters. They kicked, pushed, trampled the unfortunate monsters. Greg noted that he had seen all this countless times, but each time the young hunters scared him. Continuing to watch them, he asked Nate if there was a chance that any of the graduates would work with them on a contract basis. He did not upset his boss and encouraged him that the most important thing was to continue to hope for it. Olivia was standing next to June, and he asked if she wanted to join in. The girl noted that hunting the weakest goblins seemed pointless to her, and then asked if he was responsible for the safety of the students. He replied that he was just an assistant, to which Olivia clicked her tongue in displeasure and asked if he could do anything in this life. June asked him to keep his comments to himself, and Greg's face was already poking out over his shoulder. He told her that she shouldn't be afraid of her first training session, and if anything went wrong, they would cover for her. Olivia rolled her eyes, wondering who would be protecting whom. It was unlikely they would have the stamina to simply run away from the goblins. Greg called her a hooligan, asked her to immediately go to training with everyone else and not interfere with the adults' work. Nate rushed at him and quickly whispered that this was the sister of Jonathan, the Emperor of the Sword himself. At that very second, Greg rushed to catch up with the girl and offer her some fruit tea. Nate returned to June and laughed. It seemed like the boss was in for a tough day today, after which he leaned towards June. He was eager to find out which of these girls was his daughter. He pointed his finger at one of the students standing nearby. Nate noted that she was very cute and would probably be very popular among her peers. Jill noticed her father and his colleague looking at her and waved to them. The school coach said that now they would have exactly 1 hour to hunt on their own, and at the end of it, they should return here. Hearing this, Nate suggested that June finally approach his daughter. June literally jumped up and headed towards her. It seemed like his colleague had never seen him run so fast in his life. The two of them retreated to a remote clearing, where June watched her training and gave advice. After another shot, he noted that she had a talent for shooting. She thanked him, but was quick to point out that, unlike many, she trained alone, so that he would be even more proud of her. Suddenly, June heard some kind of whistle and became alert. The weather began to change abruptly. The sky darkened, a strong wind arose, and peals of thunder could be heard. A goblin appeared not far from them, who was different from those they had seen before. The goblin had a strange purple tattoo on his forehead. He looked like a boss monster. But there shouldn't be bosses in this rift, because June, Nate, and Greg checked this information several times. Looking at him, Jill noticed not only the strange tattoo, but also his dark skin color. The girl put out her hand, as if protecting Jun, and asked him to move away. After which, without thinking, she filled the gun with mana and sent a bullet into the goblin. The bullet hit the goblin right in the forehead and he fell to the ground. Killing him turned out to be easier than she thought. She turned to Jun to tell him that everything was okay now, but something lit up behind her. Jun started screaming furiously because everything was definitely not good. His working device reported that the Rift Guardian had just been successfully defeated, and a red and black crack began to spread behind Jill. Another rift has just opened, the difficulty of which will be set randomly. June continues to scream for her to run to it quickly. She finally saw what was behind her. A wind rose around the new rift and began to pull her inward. June ran to help, but the girl was already completely drawn into the unknown. Without thinking, he pushed off the ground and jumped after her. At that very moment, the rift that had swallowed Jun and Jill disappeared. The students who were doing their independent training at the time also did not understand what was happening with the weather and were very scared. Greg, who was lying on the ground covered in fruit tea, also watched as the weather changed frighteningly. June and Jill found themselves in a scary rocky area that seemed to be illuminated with a red light. Jill, exhausted, collapsed to the ground. June looked around. This place looked a lot like Miriam's world. The computer reported that they had entered the Isaiah's cave. The main goal was to survive for 30 minutes, and then Isaiah himself appeared before him. A huge dragon with burning eyes and huge fangs. Jill began to shake. Only one word flashed through her head now: death. June walked up to her and looked down at her. She seemed to be in a state of shock. He exhaled heavily. Why did the strangest things happen to him exactly when he had to hide his abilities? The hero picked up a mana pistol from the ground that belonged to his daughter. Jill asked him what he was going to do. He asked her to stay here and assured her that he would quickly finish off this dragon and headed towards it. The girl tried to get up to stop him, but her strength completely left her. The dragon watched what the guy was doing for a short time and was already ready to attack. Suddenly, the dragon roared for them to disappear and released a fiery flame from its mouth. Jill started screaming and asking her father to come back, because one such volley would kill any hunter. However, Jun had no intention of stopping. He was sure that the dragon would not be able to harm them. He put his hand forward and the flames began to spread out around on both sides. Jill doubted what her eyes were seeing because it simply couldn't be. The thought flashed through her mind that it was the dragon who had spared them. But the dragon's equally shocked face said otherwise. So it was all my father. The same father who a couple of days ago didn't even know how to use a mana gun. At that moment, June said that since she had shot today, then if he shot, nothing bad would happen either. The dragon continued to look questioningly at the guy who had just escaped death from his strongest attack. The gun filled with June's mana and began to glow blue. The charge continued to grow, and the air around them began to tremble. The dragon screamed and asked him to stop. He assured him that time was up and they had won. June asked him to hurry up with his speech because he didn't want to break the mana gun while continuing to hold back the power. The dragon begged him to let him ask just one question, and June agreed. After which, the huge winged monster asked the most idiotic question. Is there any option not to kill him? June asked why he asked that, to which the dragon stated that his life was now in the boy's hands. Jun couldn't hold back his strength any longer and fired a huge blast from his pistol, turning it slightly to the left to avoid killing the dragon. The creature squealed in fear, as if he were a 5-year-old child. And finally, the charge flew a couple of meters from his head and rushed on. There was a powerful explosion behind him. It seemed that if this blow had hit him, he would not have survived. The dragon turned to him and asked what kind of hellish power was in him. He continued to be perplexed, because he had never met a single person who possessed such abilities. Jun looked at him from under his brows and asked if he wanted to know how he could survive. And after receiving an affirmative answer, he pushed off the ground and said that then they would have to start with a few blows. Jun flew at him, clenching his fist and aiming for his head. What is this guy going to do? Is he actually going to attack the dragon with his fists? And then the blow fell on the opponent. It seemed as if he had been hit by someone who was 10 times bigger than him. The dragon trembled with fear and grabbed his head. It hurt terribly. Jun suggested starting with obedience training as a huge bump grew on the monster's forehead. He also told him that the only way he could survive was to become his pet. June began to train his pet, and Jill told the legend of the dragon Isis. Countless hunters tried to defeat him, including both S-rank hunters and S-rank hunters, but none of them could defeat him. She was sure that was what she heard, but what she saw was beyond her comprehension. Right now, the hunter was standing on the back of the formidable dragon and forcing him to do push-ups. Jun stomped on his back a couple of times and asked if he wanted to do 6 more sets, or if he would do it normally now. While the hero was shouting army chants, Jill looked at him and wondered who he even was. Jun asked if the dragon was really one of the strongest and stronger than the ogre general, to which he nodded his head affirmatively and said that he was very useful. In his head, he was thinking that he could safely leave him with Jill to guard him, but he was bothered by the fact that the dragon was a little slow. Jill decided to interrupt their training and asked if her father thought they should go back. In one leap, he descended from the huge creature and agreed with her. But before they returned, they had something to discuss. June started to say that what happened here, when suddenly Jill finished for him, that it was all a secret. His eyes widened as she promised him not to tell anyone. The girl was sure that he had his own reasons for hiding it, and she would be understanding because they were family. He nodded to her, then turned to the beast and asked if he planned to go straight ahead. He looked at him and asked if he could change his physical form, as he was attracting too much attention. After which he threatened him with his finger and said that if he behaved thoughtlessly outside, he would not like the consequences. He understood everything and said that he would transform right now. The dragon began to glow, as if it had become a hologram, and began to decrease in size. He continued to shrink until he was level with their knees, and there in front of them stood a cute little orange dragon with incredibly beautiful eyes. Jill immediately started screaming that she had never seen anything cuter in her life and suggested calling him Yoji. Yoji was clearly unhappy, because a couple of hours ago he was one of the most terrible opponents, and now he became a pet dragon. Jun looked at him and asked if there was anything he didn't like. The dragon apologized and said that everything was fine. The hero offered his daughter to pet him and explained that he was much softer than he seemed. Yoji obediently lay down on his back and stuck out his belly for Jill to scratch. The weather inside the rift began to improve. The sky cleared of clouds and the sun began to shine. Greg and Nate also noted the change in the weather and were glad that nothing happened to the students. The boss thought about it. It seemed that during all this time he had never seen Jun. And suddenly, Jun appeared out of nowhere and apologized for his absence. Greg clicked his tongue in displeasure and said that it was time for them to go back. But he didn't finish his sentence and looked at his subordinate's companions. He pointed his finger at Jill and asked if he knew this student. Jun immediately replied that she was his daughter. And while Greg's face was distorted into a surprised grimace, Jun said that there were circumstances that he could not delve into now and apologized. The boss grabbed him by the shoulders, shook him gently, and said that he understood him perfectly well. Everyone makes mistakes when they are young. Jill walked up to Greg, bowed, and introduced herself. The boss continued to glance back and forth between Jun and his daughter, and the hero once again said that he couldn't give more details. Nate walked up to Jill and introduced himself. The girl was glad to meet him, because her father had told her a lot about him. Greg was listening to the exchange of pleasantries when something suddenly caught his attention. It was a small orange creature. He asked where they found such an interesting puppy. While the boss was asking how they had dyed his fur like that and couldn't decide on the breed, Jun motioned to Yoji to keep quiet. Greg began to stretch his face and said that they should take the animal to the vet. The boss picked him up and Yoji started barking, to which the man yelled that he was trying to bite him. Jun said that now this animal would help him, and he discovered in himself the talent of a trainer. His colleagues began to ask him one after another how he had discovered his new abilities and whether he was now going to become a hunter. The hero answered without hesitation that he did not plan on a career as a hunter, but this skill would be useful to him when exploring rifts. The boss exhaled because he couldn't lose such a valuable employee and hugged the orange creature, after which he decided that now was not the time to cuddle, let Yoji go, and offered to have a drink after work. Greg approached Jill and invited her to join in as well, as he could give her some advice on her hunting career. Jill refused the offer until the man said that he would order meat for everyone, and she could no longer resist. Their sweet conversation was interrupted by a woman's voice coming from the side. It was Olivia, who was eager to find out what kind of animal was with them. Yoji looked up at her and made an incredibly cute face. The girl picked up the dragon in her arms and spun him around in the air. Jill asked her not to lift him without a reason. Jun approached Olivia and told her that this was his pet, and that he had discovered new abilities in himself. She immediately screamed that the trainer class was the rarest class in existence, after which she asked if it was even possible, since the results of the preliminary assessment were not yet in. But most of all, she was interested in whether he was going to become a hunter, to which June said that he had other plans for his life. She began to raise her voice and did not understand why he refused, because a trainer would be welcome in any guild. June said that he was going to use his abilities to explore the rifts. A representative of the academy heard their conversation and was also perplexed, since trainers in the guilds were paid even just for their presence. Greg intervened in the persuasion. He separated him from the hunter and finally suggested that they leave, noting that everyone has their own path in life and only he knows what he wants. June noticed that this gesture was clearly to prevent June from thinking about transferring, so he again informed him that he was not going to go anywhere. Greg beamed. Tears welled up in his eyes and a genuine smile appeared on his face. He hugged Jun, buried his face in his back and said that he loved him incredibly. Attempts to break free from the embrace were futile. The girls watched with laughter as they moved strangely across the clearing. Yoji closed his eyes. He didn't like watching what was happening to his master at that moment. Nate suggested that they wrap things up and finally go to dinner, since they had all had a hard day today. The next morning in the department was quite hot and full of discontent. Greg and Nate listened silently as Kate and June discussed the fact that the girl had not been invited to dinner with them yesterday. June sighed wearily from the conversation and repeated again that he was terribly sorry. She lay with her head on his desk and kept repeating that it was incredibly cruel of them. Kate didn't understand how they could not call her, when all they had to do was make one call. She hadn't been to work for a long time, hadn't seen any of them, and had been waiting for the meeting for so long. With each phrase, her voice grew louder. She screamed that she was also part of the team. Besides, she heard that they had barbecue pork dinner yesterday, which seemed like a very important moment to her. BBQ, drinking. She really enjoyed all that too, but instead, she spent the whole day waiting for them in the office and cleaning up. June stopped her, because that was not the case. They were actually having beef barbecue for dinner. He had just made a fatal mistake. Pork was something important to Kate, and beef was more expensive, which increased the importance of this meeting in her eyes. She froze in her chair and could not utter a word. Greg and Nate surrounded June and tried to correct the situation by reminding him that it was acorn-fed pork, which was why it tasted like beef. He turned to Greg and said that it was definitely beef, because the chef cried when he saw the bill. Greg tried to wink at him, because right now it was much more important to agree than to be right. Kate lowered her head. She quietly called them liars because not only did they not invite her, but they also lied about the meat. The boss tried to calm her down and suggested that they have another dinner with the company today and order a barbecue. But Kate was already heading for the exit and announced that she would eat the barbecue herself. Nate grabbed the candy and ran after her, continuing to apologize as he caught up with her. Kate had an incredible love for sweets. She was already chewing a candy and asked not to forget in the future that she was also an employee of the Rift department. Nate seemed quite pleased that he had pulled off such a trick, but still agreed with everything she said. He asked her to take care of them during the inspection next week and noted that she was the most important cog in their machine. But it seemed the test was on the verge of failure. Greg was yelling at someone on the phone that they couldn't just cancel it. He asked to stop constantly repeating that now there is a requirement that only a B-rank hunter can work with a B-rank rift. The entire department has been preparing to take control of this rift for a whole year, but a week before testing it is canceled. While he continued to shout into the phone, the other end had already hung up. He slammed the phone down and called them bastards, after which he asked everyone to return to their work and he would be back soon, and left the office. June asked if they hadn't specifically asked for help with this project. Nate said that this wasn't the first time this had happened. The colleagues sighed with displeasure and said that this was their way of trying to show who was boss. At June's house, it seemed, a conflict was also brewing. Yoji was unhappy with the fact that Jill was the one deciding everything. She tried to calm him down and said again that they couldn't go for a walk now because she was busy cleaning. Besides, who knows what might happen outside? Yoji asked why she was afraid if she had a dragon. But the girl was most worried about him, because she couldn't stop him alone. The dragon was offended by the fact that she thought he would immediately get into trouble as soon as he left the house. Jill suggested that they all go out for a walk when his father came home, to which he fell to the floor and began to squeal like a little child, stamping his feet. When he got tired of hysteria, he heard that the owner had returned home. After he greeted Jill, he walked up to Yoji, picked him up by the head and reminded him that his daughter liked cute things, not things that were loud for every reason. He ordered him to stand against the wall and raise his hands. They sat down at the table and Jill asked what to do with Yoji. Jun said that he bought food for him, but for now he would stand there punished. June thanked Jill for the wonderful dinner, while the dragon was content with just the smells. He added that each time she made it more and more delicious and offered to wash the dishes. The girl jumped up from her seat and asked everyone to stay in their places while she washed the dishes herself. It seemed that this was another attack of gratitude towards him. which he was forced to accept. With some hesitation, he agreed to let her do it. He came into her kitchen and asked her to behave as before, because nothing had changed. How could she agree that nothing had changed when she saw the opposite? An image immediately appeared in her head of her father literally fanning the flames with his bare hands. She didn't know if she could behave like she used to. Then she remembered how she promised to protect her father when she became a hunter, and how she organized training for him so that he could at least do something. My thoughts were literally screaming because she was saying such stupid things. June watched this from the side and did not understand what was happening. In her head, it was as if someone was fighting. Suddenly, someone asked how he could do this to her. At first, June was scared, but then he realized that it was the TV that Yoji had turned on. He was staring at the TV and watching some TV series, calling the main character an idiot. Jun sat down on the couch and reminded him that he had ordered him to look at the wall and not at the TV. The dragon bowed low, apologized, and promised to behave well. The hero asked him not to act out the theater here and to get up immediately. Jill came into the room and reported that Yoji had not eaten anything since lunch. Jun said that there was a bag of food for him right outside the door. Jill took the package and began to carefully examine its contents. And she took out a dog bowl from it, which made the dragon furious. Jun asked what the problem was and asked if he really thought he would be eating at the common table. The dragon hesitated, but he also had human rights, that is, dragon rights. Jun was convinced otherwise, so he took a bag of dog food, filled a bowl full, and offered him what he was given. After which he headed to his room and asked Jill to make sure that Yoji did not go near the refrigerator while he was washing himself. The dragon looked at the bowl with disappointment. Could anyone have thought that the great and terrible would be satisfied with dog food? But there was nothing to be done. He took one pebble and slowly brought it to his mouth, trying not to sniff. Jill grabbed his bowl and asked him not to eat it. Tears welled up in Yoji's eyes. This girl was going to take away his last hope for dinner. She asked him to be quiet and brought a plate of baked ribs. And she suggested that he eat quickly before his father came out of the shower. Due to the rapid eating, the dragon choked and began to cough. Jill handed him a glass of water. He took a sip and froze, looking at the glass. He stared at her with wide-eyed devotion and said that he would protect her for the rest of his life. Jun was happy that the day was over as drops of water slowly trickled down his body. The next day, the office was again filled with excitement, but this time the occasion was joyful. Everyone surrounded Nate, who announced that he had found a B-rank hunter who would sign a contract with them. He went to school with this guy. He was always quite strong and goal-oriented. And after Nate shared with him the troubles at work, he said that he had already earned enough money working as a hunter and would help out his old friend. His colleagues congratulated him and noted that now their boss would finally breathe a sigh of relief. At that very second, a joyful Greg flew into the office, shouting that he loved Nate. He hugged him and looked at him, missing everything he said to him because it didn't matter now. Nate said that they would meet at some expensive establishment today, and if the boss wanted. But before he could finish speaking, June appeared in front of him and said that he would go with him. He clarified that it would be better if he went with the curator, and the chief stayed here. Greg was upset but agreed with his words, and now the colleagues were already going up in the elevator higher and higher. June could not believe that they were going to the bar so early. Nate suggested thinking positively, because you never know when regular people like them will be able to come to such an expensive place like this. Besides, they won't get anything supernatural. His friend will just buy them a drink out of the kindness of his heart. June thought it was unlikely that this was happening out of the kindness of his heart. It all seemed somehow strange. The elevator stopped, and they were met by a beautiful girl administrator. Nate asked if Adam had arrived yet. They had an appointment. The girl smiled and said that he was already waiting and invited them to follow her. They walked down a long corridor, as if they were in a hotel, and strange sounds could be heard from behind closed doors. The administrator opened one of the doors and wished them a pleasant evening. Nate entered the room first and was glad to see an old friend. Opposite them sat three huge men with a pile of booze on the table. The man who looked the worst said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and it seemed that he was Nate's friend. Nate hesitated. Everything around didn't look like a business meeting. It looked more like a brothel, where a couple of girls were about to arrive. Jun silently studied the situation, but it was immediately clear to him that nothing good could be expected from this meeting. The colleague apologized for being late and joked that he should have taken a taxi after all, after which he introduced Jun and said that they had been working together for over a year. Adam patted the seat next to him, inviting them to sit next to him. He ordered his guys to move quickly because the government officials wanted to get to him. Nate thanked him, and Jun went into his phone and quickly typed something. Adam poured a shot of bright orange liquid and offered to drink. He turned his attention to Jun and repeated that he should also drink. Jun agreed. A conversation filled with memories began, Adam trying to remember how much time had passed since school. While June was knocking back his shot, Nate was telling him about how great his job was and how great his co-workers were. Besides, he was glad that Adam was a B-rank hunter and could afford to go to such expensive establishments. Adam noted that it wasn't that expensive, but he understood him, since he lived from paycheck to paycheck. After which he added sarcastically that he had nothing to talk about with someone who came by metro instead of a taxi just to save money. He finally decided to introduce his comrades, noting that they were all B-rank hunters. The men asked to forget about the performances because this was probably their last meeting. Holding back his laughter, Adam asked to be less rude to people who deal with government affairs. Jun studied them carefully. The situation was getting tense and he was going to match that tension. One of the men looked back at him with displeasure, continuing to sip his beer. Nate decided to get down to business and asked Adam about the contract with the mayor's office. Besides, their boss was looking forward to the meeting. Maybe it would be possible to introduce them after all. The hunters could no longer contain their laughter. They covered their faces with their hands to somehow hide it. June realized that this was not a working meeting. They had invited them as jesters to have fun. But suddenly, to everyone's surprise, Adam offered to sign a contract and go to work the next day. He continued to puff on his cigarette and said that he would have only one condition. Adam threw his cigarette into the glass and offered Nate to drink it. Then he would agree. His friends burst out laughing. They parodied him and asked him to be more polite with government officials. And one of them reminded him that this was his friend from high school, so he should take it easy, otherwise he would burst into tears of grief. June watched as Nate shook with anger and indignation. He pulled back his coat. Someone had been in contact with him the whole time, and he said that he could come in. Adam raised his glass and asked why Nate was hesitating, since the papers would be signed as soon as he emptied it. Jun stood up and suggested to his colleague that they leave this disgusting place, after which he reminded that, in fact, they had another meeting planned. The hero looked around at everyone present once more and said that there was no point in them squandering their time on trifles with these scum. Adam made a face and asked to repeat what he had just said again, since he was so brave. June ignored him and informed Nate that Emily from the Icarus Guild had agreed to sign a contract with him. Looking at his colleague's shocked face, he continued that the girl was already on her way and said that she was in the area. Adam burst out laughing. Did they really think that an S-rank hunter would sign a contract with them? June merely confirmed this, to which the hunters shouted that he was lying. Nate's forehead broke out in a cold sweat from what June was saying. Suddenly, the door to their room swung open. Emily stood at the door, smiling and informing them that she could not wait for them any longer. After which, she added that she found it strange that they postponed the meeting because of these guys. The hunters no longer laughed, moreover. They could no longer say anything, because in front of them really stood that same Emily. June encouraged his colleague and asked how he managed to persuade Emily to work with them in the first place. Emily said that there was a really nice cafe nearby and suggested that we move there. She glanced again at the disgusting men sitting at the table. She clearly didn't want to stay there. Nate flew out of the room at the speed of light and started apologizing to her. June asked to get him an Americano, and he would join them a little later. Nate didn't want to leave without his colleague, but Emily stubbornly continued to lead him out. The door finally slammed shut and June sighed heavily. Without turning around, he offered Adam a drink from the glass with the cigarette butt that was standing on the table. A moment later, it was clear that it would have been better if he hadn't turned around, because when he did, his eyes were already bloodshot. Not far from this expensive but disgusting establishment, there was a really nice cafe. Nate and Emily ordered and sat tensely at the table. The guy was shaking violently. He held his legs with his hands to calm them down, but nothing worked. This was the same hunter whose business card June had torn up. She probably came for revenge. The girl continued to look at him attentively. He was very scared, although his pride had just been seriously hurt. She didn't understand what she should do. Console him? Pretend that she didn't notice anything, or just remain silent? Suddenly, the device rang, signaling that their order was ready. Nate stood up abruptly and announced that he would take their order, but Emily was already racing to the counter. The girl behind the counter handed her the 3 Americanos they had ordered. The guy looked after her. It was as if she was flying and he liked it. She brought coffee and finally started the conversation. Emily asked not to worry about June. He would definitely be fine. Nate replied that those guys were B-rank hunters, and if something happened to him, he would not be able to forgive himself. Emily just laughed, because she sympathizes more with the guys who stayed with his colleague. He looked at her in surprise and reminded her that June was not a hunter. The girl took a sip of coffee and asked to just wait a little. Her intuition never deceived her. At this point, June stood his ground and offered Adam to drink this most delicious drink, after which he said that he would let him live if he did this. Adam stood up and moved closer to his face, wondering what would happen to him if he didn't drink. The man gritted his teeth and asked again what this puppy could do to him. June had no intention of continuing the conversation and waved his hand. This blow sent Adam flying into the wall with force, and his entire body was instantly paralyzed. He started screaming that he couldn't even move his fingers. June came closer to him, put his arm around his neck and whispered in his ear that he needed to drink his own cocktail. But realizing that Adam wasn't going to do that, he used his mana and his hand sparkled with red lightning. As soon as the lightning reached Adam's neck, he began to scream in pain. The fair-haired hunter watched this and did not understand why his friend did not resist at all. He decided to throw his fist at Jun to distract his attention. Jun didn't leave this unnoticed and literally felt with his back that someone was flying towards him. He put out one hand, the hunter crashed into it and flew into the wall. The third hunter chose the observation tactic, since he clearly did not want to get hurt. Jun looked at him with empty eyes and said that he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Adam no longer resisted, and Jun informed him that he had been a bad boy today. He brought his hand to his stomach, where the hunter's mana energy center was located, and released another discharge. Adam looked like a toy with its eyes bulging out. It seemed as if all his organs had burst at that moment. He went limp and rolled down the wall. At that moment, the mana left his body and would never be able to return. Jun looked at him one last time and informed him that he would now have to find a new job, since he would no longer be a hunter. From today on, he promised to keep an eye on what the three of them did and said. And if he finds out that they have caused such an annoying situation, he will find them, rip out their tongues and force them to eat them. The door slammed shut, and it seemed that this evening was over for them, just as their careers were over. Jun walked confidently down the corridor without turning around. All he needed now was a glass of Americano. The awkward conversation continued in the cafe. Nate clarified that it was not true that Emily was planning to sign a contract with them. She was embarrassed and said that she couldn't do it, but that Jun had simply asked her for help and said that he had gotten in touch with some strange people. The guy stood up from his chair, bowed to her and began to apologize because it was all his fault. Emily asked him to sit down because she had her own goals and she was helping for her own reasons. He looked at him in bewilderment. What kind of goals did she have in relation to Jun? When suddenly the hero approached their table and apologized for being late, Emily invited him to sit down next to her. Nate looked at him and asked if he was okay and if anything had happened while they were gone. He reassured him and informed him that he had simply been offered a few drinks and they had had a nice chat. Emily interrupted their conversation and asked if she was now in Jun's good graces. He confirmed her guess and thanked her, to which Emily jumped up and down and was happy. All Nate could think was that everything had worked out for the best, because if he had come alone, he would have found himself in a terrible situation. Jun asked if the two of them had time to have dinner, as he had a little problem at home. The thing is, Jill has cooked a lot of food, practicing cooking, and anything they don't eat will just go bad. Emily and Nate happily agreed to a home-cooked dinner. Jun went away to call Jill because she had no idea about anything, and they didn't have any abundance of food. Nate was still reeling from the recent situation and apologized to Emily once again for the inconvenience. She understood why he kept apologizing, but everything really was fine. The hero went outside, dialed the number, and a second later heard his daughter's voice. He asked her if she was upset or depressed. Could food lift her mood? She put the book down and said that it would help if the food was really tasty. From the other end of the phone, I heard that she was a very good cook, and the girl began to smile. Jill asked him what happened to him since he was asking such questions. He said that it didn't happen to him, but to his colleague Nate. She jumped up on the bed and started screaming about what Nate liked to eat and what she should cook. Jun didn't know his favorite dishes, so he suggested that she simply cook her signature dish, after which he remembered that Emily would also be coming to dinner with them. Jill's eyes began to widen quickly. She rushed to the kitchen and asked to give her exactly 2 hours, and she would do everything possible. 2 hours passed rather quickly, and it was about this time that they were able to reach Jun's house. The doorbell rang and Jill shouted that she was on her way and would open the door for them. She opened the door and was glad to see everyone who stood on the threshold, just as they were glad to see her. At the sound of the door opening, Yoji ran out into the corridor, hurrying to greet the owner. Emily froze, looking at the creature, and asked Jun what it was. Jun said that this was his new pet, that is, his partner, and Yoji didn't seem happy with the guests. Nate began to tell that they had recently been on a student excursion to the Rift, and his colleague had discovered his abilities as a trainer. Emily gasped. It was impossible, because awakening an ability was associated with having talent and a certain lifestyle. Training skills can be demonstrated when a person raises pets or works as an animal caretaker. Emily knew there was something wrong with him, but she had no idea he was so unique. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to another small detail related to their pet. On his forehead, there seemed to be a mark in the shape of a 1, and she remembered that 3 years ago there was a dragon that had a mark of 10 on its forehead. It took 3 S-rank hunters a lot of effort to kill him. It was probably just a coincidence. She was sure that this cute creature was not a dragon. At this moment, Nate was talking on the phone by the window. He was telling the boss that he couldn't forgive himself for today. Greg told them not to worry about such bastards, to have a good rest over the weekend, and wished him good night. He hung up the phone and turned around to see Jun, who invited him to the table. When a colleague entered the canteen, he was simply horrified by what he saw. There were about 10 different dishes on the table. He asked him if he always ate like this. Yes, there was always a lot of different and tasty food in their house because Jill was a smart girl. Nate sat down and thanked everyone for the day. It was a really tough day, but thanks to everyone at the table, everything ended well. June accepted his gratitude and thanked him in return, because if it weren't for Nate, his career as a civil servant would have ended long ago, and they wouldn't be sitting here now. Emily also noted that Nate has a great junior employee, praising 2 guys in 1 sentence. And finally, Nate beamed. The evening ended in the best possible way, and he thanked everyone again. June suggested that they finally start eating before it got cold. Since Jill had been trying so hard, the dinner flew by with endless conversations and laughter, but the time came to say goodbye. The guests once again thanked Jill for the delicious food and went home. June sat down at the computer and began reading the feed, when suddenly he came across an advert for an attacker-class hunter to help investigate a B-rank rift. The ad also stated that this would be a great opportunity to work in a team with strong hunters. Currently, the team has 2 healers and a tank. And at the end of the announcement, it said that they would welcome newcomers, but did that mean that they were accepting C-rank hunters? He read it again carefully. The ad talked about merfolk, monsters that hunters usually avoided. He decided not to think too much and just called to clear up all his questions. June apologized for calling late, but he had just seen the ad and wanted to check if they were accepting C-rank hunters. A male voice informed him that all newcomers were accepted since their tank was rank A, so it would be easy to handle. After which he clarified that there were also 2 healers in the group. Everything would be completely safe and he had nothing to worry about. Jun thought about it. It was strange that A and B rank hunters would accept a C rank attacker, but there was nothing to do. He needed to help raise Kate's rank to B, so he said he agreed and asked about the meeting place. The man told him about the meeting place, said that it was not far from the fault, and they would wait for him there at 10 in the morning. Jun tapped his finger nervously on the table. It was all too easy. No interview or meeting like there usually is when a band is looking for a new member. Hunting in the rifts was very dangerous, so it was very important to know well how strong your partners were. It was necessary to give a correct assessment during the interview, so why didn't they ask him anything? The hero continued to think about this again and again, while all the inhabitants of the house snored peacefully in their places. He flipped through the ad again. It was 3 hunters from Solomon's Guild. It seemed that the ad's reread count had already exceeded 100, but he still couldn't figure out what the catch was. He picked up the phone and dialed Kate. The girl answered literally within a couple of seconds. June apologized for calling so late on a Friday and asked if she had a few minutes to talk. Kate assured him that everything was fine. She was just going through her things, so she could talk. He asked if she was free tomorrow at 9:30 to meet him. She beamed with happiness and shouted into the phone that she could, and even in the event of a disaster, she would be in the right place at that time. June thanked her, apologized again for the late call, and said that he would wait for her tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, he thought he wouldn't be able to get rid of his thoughts all night. I threw on a jacket, glasses, mask, and bag, and decided to check this fault in advance just in case. Kate couldn't control herself at this moment and was glad that they finally had a date tomorrow. It took June about half an hour to get to the place. He jumped over the fence. He needed to get in and out quickly before he was noticed. Finally, the location of the new fault was found. The hero didn't think for a minute before going inside, because he knew that he was definitely not in danger. He found himself in a rocky cave, the tunnel of which went far ahead. Jun opened the app and registered rift number 6001. When he suddenly stopped, something caught his attention. There was a wide trail of red-pink slime on the floor, similar to what snails release. He took a small amount on his fingers. It was poisonous, but not dangerous until it got into an open wound. The hero thought. It seemed that there were no merfolk with poisonous slime in the world. There was a sound from behind. Someone was confidently moving towards him. It was that same merfolk, a purple alien creature with one eye and a mermaid tail. He looked down at the screen and realized that he was not on the list of rift monsters. I looked at his tail. It was the one that secreted this strange mucus. The monster became tense with this strange expectation, and he let out a terrible roar. Jun's eyes showed that if he moved now, he would be dead. The monster stepped back in fear and raised his hands, as if surrendering. The hero confidently moved towards him, feeling no fear at all. He grabbed the merfolk by the head and began to study him carefully. He twisted and turned it as if he had brought a dog to the vet for a checkup. June ordered the creature to open its mouth to examine its mouth. There was some kind of poison on his little fangs, but it was different from the mucus. The most important thing was to remove the mucus from the skin, but it would be difficult for a hunter below B rank to do this. He turned on the flashlight on his phone and began to look for the organ that secretes the poisonous mucus. The hero took his paw in his hands and finally found what he was looking for. The fight will be much easier if you cut off the merfolk's legs first. The job was done well. He thanked his patient and kicked him away. And then he added to him that if he wanted to survive, he should stay in the farthest corner of the cave and not leave it. Now, all that was left was to reach the place where the map data ended. Suddenly, the computer reported that he had become the target of a merfolk, and if the hero was spotted within a radius of 50 meters, the indicators would be reduced by 30%. He continued to explore the cave. 99% of the map was already ready. The last percent remained to be found. June had already walked around everything, which meant this place was the only remaining area. Right in front of him was a huge metal door. The program said that if you open the door you can see a huge monster, but this did not frighten him, so he went in. The air trembled as the boss monster of this rift was right in front of them, a 15-meter shark that swam around the arena, even though it was not filled with water. Her mouth was filled with huge, shiny teeth. This was a special sacrifice quest. The boss Shaktus will start his attack as soon as someone crosses the red line. To complete the quest, it was necessary to hold out for 5 minutes or make a certain number of sacrifices. If the sacrifice's goal is achieved, Shaktus will be sealed for 1 hour, and as a reward, the hero will get the opportunity to open a treasure chest. The body count was 9 to 10. June doubted that there was a hunter who could hold out, which meant that 9 people had already died here. This was the reason why the hunters were not interested in rank, skills, or his name. They just needed a victim. He thought that such terrible people could be found everywhere and took a step beyond the red line. At that very second, Shaktus opened his mouth and swam towards June at high speed. But as soon as he swam up to him, he felt the terrible power that June possessed and became frightened. In a panic, the shark tried to swim beyond the red line itself, just to avoid being here with this man. The hero sat down on the chest and began to wait for the quest timer to end. He was amused by his boss's behavior, so he took out his tablet and took a photo, which he added to the rift data. He carefully studied this room and entered data into himself in order to have complete information. And then the computer reported that the special quest was completed, the lid of the chest clicked and opened. The Sharkus will be sealed for 1 hour, and the red line will disappear forever. June reached into the chest and pulled out the A-rank Shaktus bone sword. He raised it up, the specs were great. He was sure Kate would like it. He continued to swing his sword like a little child and went home. Arriving home, June quietly opened the front door so as not to wake anyone. He glanced at Yoji, snoring near the bowl, who was actually taken as a protector. He gave him a gentle kick and told him to go to sleep in the corner and not lie on the road. Yoji muttered sleepily that Jill had covered the meat with dog food and that if he got caught, he would have a terrible headache. June knew that his daughter was feeding him, but he was happy that the two had become friends. Entering the room, he looked at it again. Maybe he should get rid of it after all, since for now it remains useless. June entered his room and Yoji jumped up. For some reason, the room suddenly became terribly cold. He climbed onto Jill's bed and began asking why she had turned off the underfloor heating when it was still winter outside. After which he muttered that this was animal abuse and collapsed into sleep next to her. The next morning, Kate arrived at the place an hour early because she was afraid of being late. She put on a white blouse and a beautiful soft pink suit, did her hair and makeup. She went to the window of some cafe and looked at herself again. She was ready for today's date. She waved to the child who was sitting outside the window. She was happy and enjoyed everything that was happening around her. Suddenly, June appeared on the horizon and noted that the girl had arrived early. She smiled at him and hoped that he had not witnessed her admiring herself. He came closer and said that he was going to finish sorting out the data about the rift. Kate was taken aback. Right now, she wanted to believe that this was not a work meeting. He handed her the sword and informed her that she would clearly be more comfortable with this than with what she had now. The girl's eyes widened. It was an A-rank sword, but where did he get it from? June replied that it was a secret, but in any case, it would help her become stronger. After which he suggested finding a place where they could sit down, and he would let her in on the details of the rift they would soon find themselves in. She looked at her with disappointment. It seemed as if right now the colors were leaving the world and everything was turning gray. Kate hung her head and said that she thought so, that they weren't here for fun. Only now did June notice that she was wearing some very expensive earrings, which he had not seen on her before, an incredibly beautiful necklace that emphasized her thin neck, clothes that were not suitable for combat, and a lunch basket that no one would take into the rift. He felt like a complete idiot for not telling her yesterday that they were going into the rift. The girl addressed him by name. He tensed up and expected only a bad outcome. She said that it was all his fault. It seemed as if she was hanging over him and became several times larger. Kate continued that, as a hired hunter, she should have been informed about the overtime in advance. But they didn't tell her anything, which meant it was an obvious blunder on his part. She started screaming that he had to take responsibility for his actions. June began to apologize and assured her that he would make sure she got paid for the overtime. Kate squeezed the basket handle tightly and said that she didn't need any money. She added that everything could be fixed by having dinner together, for which he would pay. After which she added menacingly that dinner should be for two only, and he shouldn't invite anyone else. He agreed. The girl clarified that he had made a promise and was obliged to fulfill it, and suggested that he follow her. They stopped nearby in the park to have a snack. June enjoyed eating the sandwiches she made and noted that they were incredibly tasty. The girl was happy to hear this, but reminded him that they probably shouldn't be late. The hero reported that he had already contacted those hunters and said that he would wait for them at the rift. She began to talk about how in the rift they would encounter a merfolk that secreted toxic mucus. Merfolk could neutralize hunters with paralytic venom from their fangs. He continued, when he suddenly asked if she was even listening. Of course, she listened to him, but it was still nice to watch him eat her food. He continued and said that the hunters, paralyzed by the mermaid's venom, would not be able to move for a long time. Kate nodded, took another sandwich from their baskets and handed it to him, but he was already full. The girl recalled that she put a lot of effort into preparing them, not knowing that she would have to work on the weekend. She took a sandwich out of the basket, handed it to him, and told him that she would only leave when he ate everything. After breakfast, they had to call a taxi and go to Kate's house, because she didn't have a suit with her. They were 20 minutes late, but June knew the hunters would wait for them anyway. The hero handed the hunter his business card and said that it was he who called yesterday. Without looking at the business card, he looked at them and asked why they came together. The team was counting on only one person, and one of them was clearly not a hunter. June said that Kate was a hunter and he was her manager, so he came with her. The department they work in was formed 5 years ago, and they currently deal with C rank and lower faults. The guy reminded them that right now they were about to enter a rift of a higher rank. June reassured him and told him that there was nothing to worry about since Kate was a B rank hunter. Besides, he will go with them. This phrase surprised the hunters quite a lot. The guy knew that civilians couldn't enter the rift, but June explained that managers and employees had the ability to do so. The guy with the short haircut asked to give them time to think, while his partner was ready to go together. He pulled him along and invited everyone to finally enter the rift, after which he whispered to not complicate things and to kill them both in the rift. Having entered the rift, everyone began to look around and study the area in which they found themselves. The bracelet around Kate's wrist lit up, and a message came that the oath blessing had been activated since the master was within a radius of 500 meters. Kate turned to him and smiled. Even though this rift was not under their control, he still held a working tablet in his hands. June asked if everything was okay, and the girl replied that everything was just fine. He came closer to her and behaved strangely, as if he was uncomfortable. The thing was, it seemed to him that the girl was not listening to him attentively when he was talking about the merfolk. Kate calmed him down. She had heard everything, about the paralytic poison in the fangs and that their paws needed to be cut off first. The girl asked him not to worry because she was sure that she could handle it. The hunters stopped. They had been wandering along the rift for a long time, but had not met a single enemy. At that moment, June announced that 5 mermaids were waiting for them 10 meters ahead. One of the hunters looked at him strangely. How could he know that there were enemies ahead? But confirmation was not long in coming, and the hissing of merfolk was heard from behind. There were exactly 5 mermaids, just as June had said, and they were moving quickly towards them. While the boys stood there in surprise, Kate flew past them, not intending to linger. She chopped off the limbs of the morphologists one by one to protect herself and her partners from the deadly poison. One of the hunters looked at how this girl was rushing into battle. At this rate, she might not live to see the boss. So they too started a fight to protect their hope for treasure. June watched from above as the hunters fought and what their abilities were. Judging by the way they handled their weapons, none of them were healers and reported that there were 7 more mermaids 15 meters away. Kate immediately rushed forward. The hunters asked her to stop because pursuing 7 was very dangerous. But the girl didn't find this task difficult, so she confidently jumped into the very center of the battle. She chopped off their paws again and again and dealt them fatal blows. Literally 5 minutes later, she stood surrounded by defeated enemies. June praised her for her quick work and asked her to rest, since there were no more enemies nearby. The hunter looked at them in bewilderment and tried to understand who they were, after which he gritted his teeth and realized that such abilities would definitely interfere with their plans. It had already been 2 hours since they had been in the rift, and Kate was eager to fight again and again. With quick, sharp movements, she first cut off the merfolk's limbs to disable them, and then destroyed them. It seemed as if she was faster than the wind. The mermaids could do nothing against her, and so the red-haired tornado left behind another 10 corpses. Kate lowered the blade, which was dripping with merfolk blood, and wiped her forehead from fatigue. The boys from Solomon's Guild watched her, mesmerized. Her swordsmanship was simply incredible. It's hard to believe that she was only a C rank. No one on their team could attack as accurately and precisely, despite each one being B ranked. For such abilities, she herself must be B rank, and A rank is most likely on the way. Kate approached June and shared her feelings. It seemed like she became a little stronger. The guys admired her. They didn't understand how she dealt with the merfolk so easily. For the girl, this seemed like nonsense because it was easy to defeat the enemy if you knew his weak points. June told her that if their paws were cut off, they would become very vulnerable. They had no idea about this, but how that damn manager knew about it was an even bigger mystery. June called Kate and suggested that they move on. And again, the sounds of battle. They came across another pack of merfolk. While the guys dealt with one mermaid, Kate took on all the others. But the number of mermaids was definitely less than usual, as if only the strongest were hanging around nearby. For the team, this only meant that it would be easier for them to reach their goal. One of the guys approached Kate and asked if she needed any treatment. The girl said that everything was fine, but she suggested keeping an eye on Jun, because he was quite demanding. They went to the manager together to see if he was hurt, but he was fine too. Another of the hunters speculated that a series of unforeseen factors had complicated matters. Now they need to come up with a plan for the three of them to get rid of this huntress. But they will most likely get hurt too, if they try to get rid of her. Jun looked suspiciously at the guy, who was currently thinking of ways to kill them. He decided to interrupt his thought process, and again suggested moving on. After taking several turns, they emerged from the narrow cave and found themselves at a fork in the road. Jun studied the map and said that they should go left. Kate immediately went after him, but one of the hunters objected, because he knew the local geography better. The guy confidently said that they should go right. Kate looked at him in surprise because if June said to go left, then it would be better to go left. It was difficult for the hunter to find words against such iron logic, but he still decided to try. He reminded her that she and the manager were here for the first time, but the guys had been here many times, so they knew better where to go. Kate thought for a moment, then replied that then they could go right, and she and June would go left. There was nothing else to do, they agreed, and offered to go first. One of the guys quietly said that he wanted to hit them last, so that his blow would be the fatal one. 10 minutes later, they continued to wonder who the two were. After all, right in front of them was the door to the boss, which had previously taken them more than 2 hours to get to. Kate giggled contentedly from behind him, and the guy just clicked his tongue in displeasure. The last thing you need to do in this rift is fight the boss. The girl immediately told Jun that it was dangerous to go inside, and he agreed to simply watch from the side. Kate nodded in satisfaction and asked him to be careful and stay away from the boss. Suddenly, a shudder ran through her body. One of the hunters cast a disease on her that reduces the enemy's statistics by 30%. Even though this girl was close to rank A, in this state she wouldn't be able to handle 3 opponents. However, the spell was immediately nullified by the blessing of the oath. The hunters' mouths were wide open. How could this spell be nullified? Is there any way to deal with her? And finally, Kate understood everything. She guessed that something was wrong, but she didn't think that these guys were hunter killers. There was no time to waste because she had already bared her blade and right now they were preparing to kill her. Suddenly, a cry came from behind, asking everyone not to move. Kate slowly turned around. The blonde boy held a blade to June's throat and told her to stand still if she didn't want June to lose his head. Everything inside Kate collapsed. She couldn't protect him. She let him go. June looked at the dagger and coldly asked what he was going to do with it. The guy grinned, said he would find a use for him, and moved towards the huge gates, continuing to hold him back. The door slammed shut and Kate fell to the floor. Everything inside her was torn apart. Why hadn't she noticed this before? Why hadn't she protected him again? These questions tormented her again and again. The boys surrounded Jun and moved forward in the boss room. They knew Sharkus wouldn't attack until they crossed the red line. But he suddenly roared and quickly rushed towards them. Approaching them, he saw June. turned around and began to quickly swim away. The hunters were puzzled as to why this creature was behaving so strangely. Suddenly, they noticed a new oddity. The red line had disappeared. It was as if someone had been playing a joke on them all day, but it was definitely not a joke. They opened a status window which stated that the quest had been completed, and the chest was open, but there was no treasure inside. Jun forced a sly smile. He was sure they were surprised considering their efforts and the 9 sacrifices they had made here. The hunter turned to him in panic, not understanding how he knew. The hero said that they could observe what was in the chest all day long. Kate had been destroying merfolk with her blade all day long. He said that he came to check out the place right after they called each other yesterday. But this was a huge fault line and you couldn't just walk around here like you would in your backyard. Jun sighed heavily. He sympathized with them, because when these 3 took him hostage, they signed a death warrant. The hunter grabbed him by the jacket and started screaming at him to stop talking nonsense. The hero reminded them that they didn't have time for such behavior. All that had disappeared from the room was the red line and the award, but Sharkus was still there. The shark was already very close. Jun nodded to it, and it moved towards the blonde. The jaws snapped shut and blood gushed out. One of them would definitely not return. It was simply impossible why this boss listened to and followed Jun's orders. The hero confidently walked towards the exit and asked to take care of the rest of the trash, and then he would leave him alive. Sharkus was happy that he had 3 victims today and did not delay in fulfilling the contract. He was pleased that he had punished those who killed hunters for a reward. Kate sat near the closed doors and cried, blaming herself for everything that happened. The girl hit the ground with force, the oath aura on her hand glowing red. She should have protected him. She should never have agreed to go into the Great Rift with him. Her eyes filled with rage. Everything inside the cave vibrated. She was ready to kill them all. At this moment, Jun had already left the room with the boss and called her by name. The girl did not respond. He came closer, shook her shoulder. She looked unwell. Kate couldn't believe her eyes. She threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. Jun stroked her back and repeated 1,000 times that he was okay and that she needed to calm down. She was finally able to get back on her feet, and the hero finally suggested returning home. The guy continued to calm her down and noted that they had worked well today, so he would buy her something tasty. The girl walked forward, and Jun thought about the energy he felt a couple of minutes ago. The energy was like a flame that grew stronger with each passing second. He had never felt anything like this before. Besides, he felt this energy inside himself. Maybe it was some hidden skill. They left the rift, went into a local store for some treats, and headed home. Jill was doing her usual chores when suddenly, her attention was drawn to a strange sound. She turned around to see Yoji zipping around the room on a robot vacuum cleaner she had never seen in their home. The girl asked where he got it, to which the dragon asked to consider it his destined soulmate. She sighed. Perhaps its owner had been looking for it all over and was going crazy, and offered to return it. Yoji claimed that this thing had already decided to stay with him, and he would not allow their strong union to be destroyed. He put his paws out and started chasing her around the room. Jill laughed and agreed to leave the vacuum cleaner, after which she noted that he smelled strange and suggested going to the bathroom. The dragon grumbled every minute while Jill washed him, and she suggested that he finish on his own. She walked into the room and met Jun. He noted that she looked very busy. The girl explained that it was nothing special, she was just bathing Yoji. Jun was unhappy with the fact that the dragon at that age couldn't even wash itself. He suggested simply leaving this useless creature behind. Yoji heard everything and even shed a tear from grief. Jill remembered that she had an important question for her father and she asked him to talk. The Hunters' Festival was to take place tomorrow, and she wanted to go there together. Jun had never heard of this festival and looked at her questioningly. The festival was held every year. There would be shops selling and exchanging equipment, concerts and sparring, and there would also be famous hunters for consultations. He thought, on the one hand, he didn't want to cross paths with the hunters once again. On the other hand, his daughter would be happy if they went there together. Jill saw his doubts and began to say that it was not necessary because he worked so hard and she understood everything. Jun remembered phrases from the book on how to become a good father and said that he would be happy to go with her. The girl literally jumped for joy and thanked him. At that moment, a completely wet Yoji ran into the room. He also wanted to go, because he had been collecting coins for a long time to participate in the festival. Jun was furious because with one action, this creature had destroyed the cleaning that Jill had done. The next day, they went to the convention center where the hunting festival was taking place. The event was truly huge, and an incredible number of people came to the center. Yoji, who was sitting on Jill's neck, was whining that he could walk on his own. But the girl refused to let him go, because in such a crowd he could easily be trampled. Besides, she knew that he wanted to run away quickly and buy some food. All this time, he is just waiting for the right moment, because that is how he got the robot vacuum cleaner. It was indeed true. He had a bag of coins hanging on his back. He had worked so hard for this day. The girl laughed and asked him to keep his money, and if he behaved well, then she would buy him something. Jun suggested that he carry Yoji. He was probably heavy. Jill refused because it wasn't hard for her, and besides, Yoji wasn't in a hurry to be carried into the master's arms. They sat down at a nearby cafe and ordered baked goblin ribs. Jun was not thrilled with the idea. Yoji was drooling over them. This was the first time he would try them cooked. Jill deftly speared one piece with her fork and offered it to the dragon to try first. It was incredibly delicious. He couldn't even imagine that if you first roast a goblin and only then eat it, you could discover such a combination of tastes. The girl suggested that Jun try it too, and he was already pulling out a rib for her. Suddenly, a vicious little dog barked next to them. It looked angrier than all the bosses Jun had met. They watched the animal silently as it tried to scare them. Yoji clenched his fist and yelled at the dog to get away from them. And after he called her a troll spawn, she began to shake with fear. A second later, she was already flying towards the exit. Jill suggested getting Yoji a collar since there were a lot of signs around that said all pets had to be on a leash. The dragon immediately jumped on the table and declared that he was not a pet, but a security expert, monitoring the safety and health of the master and his daughter. Jun ordered him to get off the table immediately, then asked what the defender had been doing besides cleaning out the refrigerator. Jill washes him, plays with him, puts him to bed every day, so who else is protecting whom? He suggested that he close his mouth with food and hurry up, because he needed to do other things. They had lunch and went to the nearest store, where they bought Yoji a collar. The dragon muttered that he would think of it as a very expensive family necklace. The company was walking around the fair, and suddenly their attention was drawn to hunters who were shooting at a shooting range. The hunter took aim with the mana pistol and fired at the target, but the mana suddenly flew upward. The owner noticed the new customers, approached Jill and asked if they wanted to try it. The girl tensed up. She really wanted to try, but she didn't have the money for it. Yoji was already pulling out his bag. The entertainment cost 100,000 won, and to get the main prize you had to knock out 10 targets. It was too expensive to take the risk, but the owner tried to stop them because the main prize was an elf ring worth 8 million won. The man was distracted by the shooter. The guy knocked out 3 targets, and for this he will receive a buffalo potion. The guy was breathing heavily. He didn't understand whether these targets were falling at all. The shop owner smiled, but his head was thinking about a great plan. Specially designed targets, especially the last one, made from the bones of an S-rank monster. For the entire time of the shop, the record was 5 goals out of 10. He was sure that even the Emperor of the Sword himself would not be able to put everything. Jun brought him back to reality, said he would try and handed him the payment. Yoji looked at the master with displeasure, because he was always so greedy when it came to his food, but squandered the money on entertainment. Jill tried to stop him, but Jun had already fired 3 bullets in a row. From the outside, it looked like he didn't even hit the target area. The shop owner reported that no targets were hit, so he could only give a soft toy as a consolation. He went behind the counter and began looking for the box where the prizes were kept. Suddenly, he saw that targets 8, 9, and 10, which were the most difficult, were broken. Jun smiled and said that his daughter didn't need a stuffed toy. He looked at the targets again. Only small pieces remained of them. But this was simply impossible. Suddenly, he was overcome by even greater panic. What kind of prize should he give for this? The man only paid off part of the loan taken to buy the Elder Elf's ring, so it seemed that was the end. Jun heard him and offered to give them a low-ranking ability ring, since he hadn't completed all the goals. It was the moment of his salvation. Tears came to his eyes and he joyfully held out the ring. Jill pulled it onto her finger and couldn't believe she could actually take it. The hero immediately noted that there was no need to thank him in any special way, and that he could simply say thank you. Jill agreed and thanked her father. Satisfied, they continued their journey through the fair. The hunter who shot before Jun was indignant because he did not receive any ring, to which the owner of the shop said that he was closing. He was afraid that Jun might come back and bankrupt him, so he handed over the stuffed animal and asked her to leave it. Jun and Jill, with Yoji on their heads, moved towards the main stage, and the girl couldn't stop looking at her new ring. A man spoke from the stage, saying that the first cracks began to appear 10 years ago. It was something like a historical reference, telling about the appearance of the faults and the hunters. Jill suggested stopping and listening, as her father's memory might return. Jun froze in amazement, and Jill asked if at least a part of her had returned to him. He grabbed his head and said that some memories were returning, but lately he was focused only on work. Besides, he was very grateful to the girl for all the housework she did. He certainly couldn't have done it himself. Yoji turned to him and said that he always thought that Jill worked for him, and not just helped him. The hero glared at him and rage boiled inside him. A few seconds later, the dragon had a bump on his head, which he received for his words. The presenter continued the story about the first rift and asked where it appeared, and a second later, a man from the crowd shouted out the answer. He was invited to come up on stage and receive his prize. He seemed to be very lucky. Yoji was getting bored and started begging Jill to go look at the food. The presenter started talking about a rift that appeared 3 years ago. It seems this story was about the dragon Masalis. He was showing the claw of the dragon that had killed 857 people and wounded about 2,000 more. Jill looked at Yoji from under her brows and asked him never to do that. He proudly raised his head and said that only lower-ranking dragons did this. They went outside and ran around like wild animals, but he was not like that. Yoji missed his lair. He looked at June and asked to be sent home to a lonely existence. June smiled and asked if he could never eat Jill's braised ribs again. The dragon called him a cunning old man and hugged Jill tightly. He sincerely enjoyed living and protecting this girl. Jun smiled at the dragon's last remark and saw that something was happening near the stage and suggested going there. Not far from the stage, people were actively taking pictures with someone. Probably, there were famous hunters there. Coming closer, Jun was finally able to see the center of attention of those around him. The faces seemed very familiar to him, but he could not remember where he knew them from. Suddenly, Jill screamed that these were hunters from the Mezai Guild, and June had an epiphany. He asked if she wanted to take a photo with them. The girl screamed and immediately ran towards them. She really wanted a photo with them. She asked Alan to take a photo, and he immediately called Mira and William. Jill started yelling at her father to hurry up so they could take a photo together. June walked discontentedly to take pictures with people who had succeeded only because of him. He stood in the center, everyone posed for a souvenir photo. Jill looked the happiest of them all. The girl thanked them for the photo, and Alan said that they were very flattered that their guild was of interest. June asked his daughter if she wanted to see anything else or maybe get a snack, which caught the hunter's attention. He watched them go and continued to listen to their conversation. Mira approached him and asked what happened and why he was looking at them so intently. Alan jumped up and ran after them, leaving the huntress's question unanswered. He shouted and asked them to wait for him. He just needed a minute of their time. June turned to him and asked how he could help him. Alan's team had already caught up with them, and he finally asked if he was by any chance the hunter Ethan Liu. Jill's mind flashed to the ID card she had found in her father's room, with the name Ethan Liu on it. Yoji tried to intervene and say that they didn't have time and were rushing to the food court. Jill covered his mouth with her hand. Jill turned to June and asked if everything was okay. He told Alan that he was mistaken and that Ethan Liu was not him. The hunter bowed his head and apologized. Apparently, he had made a mistake after all. The hero didn't see anything terrible in this. It happens to everyone, and they went on about their business. It was definitely the same hunter who saved them in the rift. He was wearing a mask and wanted to hide his identity, so he didn't confess now. More fans of the guild approached them and asked for a photo, and that was definitely the end of the conversation. All participants in the dialogue were confident that they would meet again someday, but now was not the time. They spent about another hour at the festival, after which they went home as they were very tired. Jun looked at Yoji, who was driving around the house on a robot vacuum cleaner. Now his precious body would not move on its own. At home, he will have this wonderful device, and on the street, Jill, perfect. Jun clenched his fist, not liking the fact that the dragon considered Jill a means of transportation. Yoji rushed to the girl on the vacuum cleaner and asked her to be quieter and more careful, because Jill was watching her favorite drama. She looked up from watching and asked her father why he was wearing a suit. Jun didn't want to tell her the details because she would be worried, so he said he would have to go away. An urgent announcement came from the television. A huge fault had been discovered in Mount Wumian. Yoji clarified the location of Mount Wumian. It was very close. Jill listened carefully to the conversation. The mountain could indeed be seen from their window. The girl and the dragon were glued to the window of the room. What they saw was both fascinating and frightening. The silence was broken by Jun's phone, which was ringing persistently. He replied, "It was Nate. They were already waiting for him in the office. The situation was emergency." Jill looked at her father again and again out the window. The crack that had appeared was visible even from the house. A huge red and black ring that continued to grow. Emily was already close to the fault. In just 10 hours, the fault had become the size of a 20-story building. She opened the status window. The rough estimate of the crisis had risen to 2,000 and was still rising. The rift from which the Masalis dragon emerged was estimated at 2,200. But the readings continued to grow very quickly. She turned to the hunters gathered here. There were about 100 hunters here, mostly A and B ranks. and there are only 7 S-rank hunters, including Emily and her partners, Gale and Ray. Everyone was in a terrible mood. The rift's numbers had demotivated them even before the battle had begun. Ray continued to stare at the rift, his appreciation growing with each passing minute. He thought about telling his mother the password to his bank account, since he would most likely never return home. A headquarters for coordination was set up in an abandoned building near the rift. Gale reported the situation. They had completed the deployment of troops and were currently awaiting further instructions. President Adrian reiterated that this was an extremely dangerous mission, and civilians were being evacuated to keep the rift perimeter under control. It was necessary to prepare for the worst. All the hunters who were sent on the mission understood this. Besides, this time the Behemoth Guild and the Sword Emperor won't be able to help. Adrian folded his arms and said that the only one who could be the commander-in-chief was Gale. He didn't have time to answer him. A siren sounded throughout the area. This was an urgent broadcast from the Rift Control Office, asking all civilians to heed the instructions and proceed to the nearest shelter immediately. The sirens died down and Gale said he would do everything he could. But it was impossible to do everything they could. They couldn't afford it. Everything had to be done perfectly. Emily listened to their conversation from around the corner and didn't want to interfere. Adrian reported that according to the information, there are 2 hours left until the outbreak. 70% accuracy. If the outbreak is not stopped and the monsters fill the streets of Seoul, a terrible tragedy will occur. The catastrophe is not comparable even to Masalis. We must keep everything inside the rift at any cost. After which, the president clarified that he would give the signal to enter and sent the hunters to prepare for this moment. Emily leaned against the wall and slid down it a little. She took out her phone and dialed a familiar number. Things were also tense at June's home, with Jill asking if he was going to work because of the news. He didn't know the exact answer to that question, so he needed to get to the office quickly, but she was probably right. The news reported that the rift crisis exceeded 2,000. Yoji asked if he should go straight to the rift instead of the office, as it would obviously be faster that way, after which I decided to ask if maybe he should go to the rift. It was a very attractive idea. Jun thought about it for a couple of seconds. But still, this option will only complicate everything. The hero headed out and ordered Yoji to protect Jill since he couldn't stay home. She turned to him and gave him the most menacing look. June suggested that he figure out for himself what would happen to him if the house was destroyed or Jill was hurt when he returned home. He went out into the corridor and said to be sure to lock the door. As soon as the hero found himself outside, his phone started ringing again. June picked up the phone and was quite surprised that it was Emily calling him. Emily was very worried and asked him for a favor. He stopped. He was not prepared for this outcome of today's events. She continued. He probably already knew about the rift on Mount Vumian. The monsters are expected to emerge from the rift within 2 hours, and the hunters plan to enter and stop the tide. Jonathan is usually the team commander-in-chief for S-rank rifts, but right now he is exploring another rift with the Behemoth Guild, and it will take him 3 weeks to return. By order of President Adrian, Gale received the position of commander of this expedition. They had only 11 teams and 7 leaders, all S-rank hunters. If everyone focused on the mission, it would be possible to clear the rift. But after these words, Emily hesitated. All the hunters are depressed and expect more problems than even Masalis had. And finally, she told him what she wanted to ask of him. June needed time to think. He hung up and sat down on the nearest bench. After sitting there for about 10 minutes, he was finally ready to move on and make a difficult decision. He exhaled heavily, as if gathering courage, and called Nate and said that he would not be able to come to work. The colleague replied that he understood him and would pass everything on to the boss. Jun found it strange that he didn't ask any questions, so he added that as soon as he finished his business, he would come to the office. Emily's words echoed in her head. She knew he had reasons to hide his true powers, but she was only asking for one favor. She wanted Jun to be the commander-in-chief in this battle to protect her comrades. At this moment, everyone at headquarters was terribly tense. Gale stood against the wall. His head was splitting. Was he really going to be the commander of a huge army? And when he gave an order, would they listen to him? Emily interrupted his thoughts and noted the fact that the president had made him commander-in-chief. But despite Adrian's order, she wants to ask someone else to become their commander. He couldn't believe it, because right now his colleague was asking him to let the upstart Jun boss them around. She lowered her head and said it was not a joke. Gale asked if she really thought the other hunters would agree to this, but the huntress knew they wouldn't agree, so the two of them had to stick to the same legend. They needed to tell everyone that this was the president's order. Then, no one could disobey. He got furious and started screaming. He didn't understand what was happening to her and why she was making such decisions. It seemed as if steam was pouring out of his ears from anger. At that moment, June said hello. Emily rushed to him. He really came. She was grateful to him for that. Gale also headed his way and asked for clarification on something. Why does he think he can take the place of Commander-in-Chief in such a complex rift? June replied that if his help was not needed, then he could leave, because they were waiting for him at work at the city hall. Emily walked in front of June and started yelling at Gale. With each passing second, the hunter believed more and more that he was dreaming than that this was reality. June clarified when it was possible to go into the rift. This could only be done after the director's order. This is expected to happen in the next couple of hours, as we need to get in there before the outbreak. Suddenly, a male voice came from the entrance asking who this man was. It was Ray, who stared at June and reminded him that this place was off-limits to civilians. Emily introduced June and said that he would be the operation commander today. And now the debate about his candidacy has begun again. Ray shouted that they were short of S-rank hunters, and they were inviting some government official to take the command position. Emily said that it was Adrian's order and there was nothing they could do about it. Gale leaned on the table and said that he too was curious as to why the order had been given, but it had already been given. Emily smiled subtly as Gale agreed with her plan. At this point, June was already outside and announced through the window that he needed to prepare something. He suggested continuing the meeting without him and that he would return soon. The team looked after him in amazement. This man does whatever comes into his head because he can be trusted. Jun headed towards the rift, which by this point was already more than 60 meters wide. But without thinking, he entered it in one jump because he needed to check it from the inside. He moved quickly from rock to take the most advantageous position for observation. The rift was S-rank. The number of monsters was huge. But just because the rift was high-ranked didn't mean the monsters would also be S-ranked. There were A and B rank monsters here. Trolls, ogres, and even creatures that June had never met. One of them caught his attention. It was a goblin, but its skin color was strange. He threw a pebble right at his head. This goblin looked stupider than usual. The creature began to quickly turn its head and spin on the spot to find its offender. And finally, he raised his head and pointed his finger towards June. The goblin scratched at the huge rock, trying to climb it, but it was impossible. The goblin's body began to swell strangely, as if it were being filled with liquid from the inside. And a couple of seconds later, there was a powerful explosion. June managed to quickly group himself and jump to the next rock. A deep crater remained where the goblin had stood. So, the source of this explosion was the goblin himself. Jun noted this feature of the rift. He went further along the fault. He needed to check the next section. Next, huge ogres were waiting for him. One of them noticed him and tried to kill him with powerful blows. The ogre did not pose much of a threat. The hunters would quickly deal with him, so June moved on, which surprised the monster. And while he lost sight of him, it was necessary to quickly move to the next section. June thought that there were a lot of monsters in the rift that were not listed in the registry, and it was very dangerous to clear the rift in such a state. He noticed strange yellow stripes on the ground and landed on one of them. At that very moment, there was a clap of thunder and lightning struck the place where he landed. My head hurt terribly. One blow like that would kill another hunter, obviously. It's not worth stepping on the yellow areas. The rift was huge and filled with a bunch of different monsters and gadgets, probably due to its high rank. The Hunter Academy continued to monitor the situation and the numbers of the rift. The assistant entered the director's office, which usually didn't mean anything good. But this time, the guy reported that the level of the crisis was gradually decreasing, and the time of the outbreak was pushed back by 15 minutes. Adrian looked questioningly at his assistant. He didn't understand why this was happening. There were only two options that could lead to this. Either the rift dissipates on its own, or the number of monsters inside decreases. But if the rift were to dissipate on its own, the numbers would decrease much faster. The president proposed to continue with the plan, but seeing his colleagues look, he clarified what was wrong. The assistant decided not to continue this conversation and only said that the operation would continue in 30 minutes as planned. Gale walked up to Emily and relayed the president's instructions to begin in 30 minutes. He was worried about where June had disappeared to, since no one had seen him for an hour. He assumed that the manager had checked out the situation and simply ran away. This statement made Emily furious because he was not that kind of person, and if he did not want to help, he simply would not have come here. Gale yelled back at her. He didn't understand how she knew this. He didn't know they were that close. Besides, it was strange that he came after her call. June appeared behind him and said that he hadn't run away anywhere. The hunter froze. He could not understand why he did not feel his presence. June handed Emily some papers and asked her to be sure to distribute them to the leaders of each group. Gale kept thinking. He had been ranked 7th among the best hunters for over 8 years. So why couldn't he sense his presence? Maybe it was because of stress. No, stress couldn't affect this. There was only one option. This guy is not as simple as he seems. June clarified the situation and specified when they would be able to enter the rift. There were less than 30 minutes left. So there was time for a short briefing, and he asked to gather everyone together to do it. All the hunters who arrived for this mission gathered near the headquarters and looked in surprise at the guy who stood in front of them. The crowd whispered that maybe the administration wanted them to die for sure, since they had chosen him as commander-in-chief. No one understood why the president chose this kid to lead the mission. The hunters began to shout for this circus to be shut down, and for Gale to be returned to them. And while Emily tried to calm everyone down, June silently watched the chaos that was happening here. June asked for attention, and his voice rang in the ears of the hunters. The screams immediately died down. Everyone looked at him attentively and felt the enormous power that emanated from this man. June coldly announced that he was starting the meeting. The hunters looked at him in amazement. It was unclear what was going on here. And Sam from the Icarus Guild had his defensive skills activate on their own. June continued and thanked everyone for finally paying attention to him. He turned to Emily and asked her to distribute the printouts he had brought to the leaders of each team. She went into the crowd and began to carry out his task. The hero said that what they were about to receive was a map of the area inside the rift. This amazed the hunters even more. Where could he have gotten a map of a rift in which no one had been? The map was divided into 9 parts from A1 to A9. He started to talk about the order of attack, but Sam raised his hand. He had a question. Sam asked if there was any evidence that the map was genuine. June replied that even if there was such evidence, they would not believe it, and asked if there were any other questions. Gale intervened. June had to answer this question, after which he clarified that whether to believe him or not was their concern, not his. In addition, the hunter had many questions regarding his identity. June said that he would tell about this later. He explained that the Fault Control Department staff can use a special application. The app provides access to information about registered faults, and all information about this fault is also located on his tablet. Sam started shouting, because what he had just said sounded like mockery. Gale turned to June and asked him to stop being sarcastic, because the lives of all these people were at stake. June continued calmly. He understood that everyone was nervous because this rift was the largest since the incident with Masalis, and their commander-in-chief is a civil servant who handed out pieces of paper at a briefing and claims that this is a map. He understands that they do not want to trust the documents called a map because their lives are at stake. There may not be a single person here who is confident that the operation will be successful. Probably on the contrary, those present here came to the conclusion that, as a result, the missions would be destroyed. However, they had to trust him for the operation to be successful. He asked them to trust them one more time. Their victory depends on how much faith they can give him. And if they believe him, he guarantees that everyone will survive. After this fiery speech, everyone began to listen to what June was saying. And so, 30 minutes later, they entered the rift. The hunters walked in a tight crowd and looked around, studying what was inside. Ray cried out, because what the manager said turned out to be true. The map was absolutely accurate. June reported into the headphones that, as he had said earlier, the 1st through 5th teams, Squad A, were entering Zone A7. From 6th to 10th is Team B, which is responsible for Zone A9. The 11th group, responsible for the delivery of supplies, will follow Team A. He also asked to report without delay if anything happened and gave the command that we could begin. The hunters roared and moved forward into the designated area. Emily turned to Gale and bowed to him. It was time to go into battle. Gale continued to watch as the squad headed into battle. One of the hunters said that it was time for them to move forward. Suddenly, Emily thanked him internally and offered to treat him to dinner when they returned. At that very second, he jumped onto the ogre with a joyful cry. Sam called him an idiot for attacking like that because it was supposed to be unexpected. Squad B was in a wait-and-see position when Jun suddenly reported that Squad A had begun the battle. Ray immediately jumped up and shouted that none of them could lose today and sent the troops into battle. Each of the hunters was giving out his battle cry. The mood was better than ever. Jun watched from a high cliff and coordinated his troops, hoping that they would soon finish with this rift. The president watched the battle unfold on camera and could not understand who had taken command of the operation. Gale delivered precise blows to the ogre and suddenly his head flew off to the side. Sam was a tank hunter, so he punched monsters. The entire field was strewn with dozens of hunters, each of whom had his own creature to fight. In the next blow, Gale put all his mana and forcefully hit the ground. The blast wave destroyed a bunch of monsters at once. Sam admired his last blow. It was exactly what he expected from him. Even though this battle was not easy, they seemed to have destroyed everyone in the area. There were a lot of corpses lying around them, and Gale informed Jun that Team A had cleared out Area A7. The manager thanked them for their good work and gave the order to proceed to Zone A8. Sam decided to talk to Gale and said that if he were president, he would appoint him commander-in-chief. The hunter asked him to focus on the battle. Sam sighed heavily and said that he didn't understand what Adrian was even thinking. However, Gale continued to warm to the thought that after everything was over, he would have dinner with Emily. June stopped the squad and informed them that from now on they had to follow a few rules. Ahead of them were black goblins, who either attack or blow themselves up. If the goblins explode too close, you can die, and even armor won't save you. The hero noted the advantage, which was that they never attack first. So if you are careful, there will be no problems. The entire column of hunters moved along the rift, as if June was giving them a tour. He stopped the squad near the yellow lines and said that this was where the territory of electric traps began. If you fell into them, death would come instantly. Sam asked if it was really an electric trap and if anyone had stepped on it. June said there was no need to step on it, picked up a pebble from the ground and threw it right at the yellow line. The moment the stone landed, there was a powerful electrical discharge and everything around lit up. The hunters made sure that whoever gets inside will die with a 100% probability. Even with an S rank, death is inevitable. June reported that the main problem was not the electric traps and goblins, and the one who was waiting for them ahead was a one-eyed giant of rank S who would kill anyone with one blow. June noted that despite the giant's strength, he is very slow, so there is a chance of winning if you stick to a good strategy. He turned to the hunters and asked if anyone had any containment skills. One of the guys came out to him with a huge suitcase. This is certainly not a skill, but a deterrent pistol. The gun fired a net that would hold back the giant for a while. He asked how many of these guns they had with them. The hunter said that there were only 6, but that was enough. The hunters, led by Jun, stood right behind the huge giant. And so, the hunt for him began. Group A must attack from the front. Group B will enter from the left, right sides, and from behind. Snipers will prevent the giant from aiming at the hunters, and also eliminate the monsters that come running to the noise. June noted that there were traps everywhere except the right side, so this was the most advantageous position for snipers, and their main target was the goblin detonators. He announced that he would personally command all units except the group with mesh pistols. All instructions were accepted, and the hunters began their coordinated work. It seems that the giant was even surprised by such courage of the hunters. But with his speed, he didn't have much time to think, so the monster swung his weapon. The snipers also got to work, and while there were no other enemies nearby, they also fired at the one-eyed man. Dozens of blows flew at the giant. They did not cause him any significant damage, but distracted him for a while. Gale made precise, powerful attacks and shouted to his squad to keep going. The monster received another wave of blows, but it was difficult for him to respond, as the blows came from different sides. Sam flew straight at the giant and delivered a flurry of fist punches. This seemed to anger the monster the most, and he turned his eyes to Sam. He chuckled nervously, asked his opponent if he had overdone it, and waved his hand. The monster waved his hand and Sam flew into the air. The squad with net guns took advantage of the opportunity and fired nets towards the monster. The nets flew right on target. They entangled his legs and braided them tightly. Gale shouted that they had succeeded. They had been able to block the giant's movement. He gritted his teeth, which meant that the moment had come to deliver the main blow. In a few big leaps, he climbed up the giant as if he were climbing a ladder. He remembered Jun's words that the most important thing was to be able to blind him. Then they had every chance of winning, but there was only one try. Gale raised his sword right above his eye when suddenly a huge hand moved straight towards him. Emily was already next to him and held out her sword to protect him. At that moment, the snipers fired a shell into the giant's hand, and Emily had to leave the huge body. Gale grinned. This was his chance, and he raised his sword again. He plunged the blade into the giant's eye, blood gushed out like a fountain, and the monster roared in pain. Sam turned around. Strange sounds were coming from behind him. They were the dark explosive goblins, who had come running towards the noise, just as Jun had expected. The snipers reported over the radio that there were too many goblins and they couldn't handle them. June took note of this and gave the order to all 11 groups at once. He ordered to shoot to kill and not spare the bullets, and the hunters immediately began to carry it out. Hundreds of projectiles flew towards the explosive dark goblins. The goblins began to explode, hoping to damage the shooters, but they were too far away and the entire field was illuminated by explosions. The forces were running out. The battle lasted about an hour, but there were no casualties among the hunters. Gale thanked Jun for his excellent leadership, but they all needed a break. But they didn't have that time. June ordered everyone to concentrate. They needed to kill the last monster. June said that they needed to pull themselves together and find strength in themselves, because the main boss was already approaching and pointed ahead. The hunters looked high into the sky, their faces quickly filling with horror. It seems that this level will be impossible to pass. None of them have seen such strong and huge opponents. June was focused, trying to find this enemy's weak points to figure out how to fight him. Ahead was a control line, and behind it stood a giant, about 300 meters tall. This was the Titan Maranuk. Instead of hair, flames blazed on his head, and his eyes glowed bright red. He looked at the crowd of bugs that had not yet started fighting with him, and waited. The status window stated that only 5 people could enter the boss area, and those who did not enter the boss area would be expelled from the level. If Maranuk is not defeated within an hour, his army will follow those who remain. Gale began to list those who could fight among the S-rank hunters. It was him, Ray, Sam, Emily, but June did not let him finish the 5th name and said that he would go with them. He once again listed the names of those whom Gale had named and asked them to begin preparing for battle. Tired but not broken, Emily accepted his order with a smile. Gale looked at the mysterious June and asked if he had any plan. The hero simply walked forward and noted that the entrance to the boss was behind the yellow line. The hunters followed him and also crossed the yellow line. The team was chosen. Nothing could be changed. At that moment, all the other hunters seemed to evaporate and disappear from the rift. Ray clenched his fist and declared that the main goal was to hold out as long as possible. Sam tried to continue joking and said that he thought that they had already won, and now the main warriors of this battle would be served a table, and the rest would be sent home. After which he turned to Jun and asked why he went with them, since he wasn't even a hunter. He replied that he couldn't find a way. Sam looked at him questioningly, trying to understand what way he was looking for. Jun continued his sentence and said that he couldn't find a way that would allow them to defeat the Titan without him. The thought flashed through Gale's mind that this strange man still thought there was a chance to win, to defeat someone who was 100 times bigger than them and loomed over them like the tallest high-rise building. Maranuk began to awaken. This meant that the battle was beginning. Suddenly, the computer reported that Maranuk's abilities were being restored. The players were frozen, and the use of skills was impossible. Sam started to cry. It wasn't fair, they couldn't even move and Maranuk would kill them. At that moment, the Titan raised his axe in the air and aimed at a pile of ants on the ground. A huge blade rushed towards them at the speed of light. Emily closed her eyes. Right now, there would be a blow and they would die. But after a couple of seconds, she realized that the blow never came and opened her eyes. In front of them stood Jun, holding the blade with one hand. There was not a scratch on him. Only the ground was slightly cracked. Maranuk was perplexed. He could not believe that someone could escape death. Jun began to squeeze the blade with his hand, and it began to crumble, as if it were not steel, but clay. He finally clenched his fist all the way, and a powerful shockwave emanated from the axe, throwing Maranuk into the air. The Titan's abilities were restored, and he was fully combat ready. At that very moment, the freeze on the team lifted, and they were able to use their skills. Gale was shocked. This man never ceased to amaze him. Some great power was hidden inside him, but no one knew what it was. Jun turned to face the team. There was only one moment that he was worried about, and the fears were confirmed. A camera was installed on Sam's shoulder. Jun exhaled heavily. He called him a coward because everything was filmed. After which he turned to Maranuk and said that this time this was truly the last request he would fulfill for Emily. A blue aura began to appear around Jun, and he was currently filling the air with his mana. Blue energy began to rise from his body like mist and take the shape of a sword. Jun slowly raised the heavenly sword above the Titan's head to strike. It seemed as if the whole world around her froze. Emily forgot how to breathe and simply watched what he was doing. Gale was shocked. In his 8-year career, this was the first time he had seen such abilities. Jun was focused only on defeating this giant. He made a movement with his hand towards him, and the heavenly sword fell upon Maranuk, cutting him in half. Everything happened so quickly that the Titan didn't even have time to understand anything as his body began to fall apart. A stream of blood began to flood the field. It seemed as if it was raining. The computer reported that the object had been eliminated and the rift had been cleared. The rift will dissipate in 2 hours, so candidates should hurry to exit it. Emily looked around for the manager, but he didn't seem to be anywhere. Sam can't believe he actually just left. But all this didn't matter now. Gale announced that they had won and suggested going home. Besides, they had to hurry because they had to report, and the day had been terribly hard. Ray suggested that everyone get a drink at the bar today and turned to Emily, to which the girl said that she had a date today. Gale was happy to hear these words. Jun was already in the center of Seoul and was heading home. He called Jill and said that he was free. The hero asked what she would like for dinner. with Yoji shouting in the background asking for pizza. The information system reported that the state of emergency had been lifted, but June continued to discuss the upcoming dinner. June was walking home and had no idea that a couple of hours before his return, the city was also quite restless. A couple of hours after June left, Jill offered the dragon dinner. Yoji wished her bon appetit and attacked the bowl of ribs. While the pet devoured one rib after another, Jill completely lost her appetite. She was worried about her father and hoped that everything would be okay with him. Yoji reached for June's plate and asked if he could have his portion since he wasn't likely to be back anytime soon. The girl quickly lifted the plate. Yoji began to shout that the gentleman was invincible and would definitely return home. He began to parody the moment when June closed himself off from his flame and called his power crazy. Jill placed the plate in his paws and told him he could eat it because there were still some braised ribs left. Suddenly, the whole house shook, and Yoji had to balance to save the food he had just gotten. Jill looked at Yoji and asked what that push was just now. But this didn't bother Yoji, because the most important thing now was that he didn't drop anything. There was breaking news on TV. A dragon appeared in the city center and another tremor occurred. The whole table was overturned, food was everywhere, and Jill appeared to have hit her head. Yoji sat on the table, covered in sauce and crying, because he had dropped his ribs. He turned angrily to the TV, looking at the one who was to blame for this. And a second later, he flew out the living room window, heading towards the city center. Jill tied her sneakers, annoyed that this dragon only caused problems when her father was not home. A huge rift opened in the center of the city from which a dragon emerged. The dragon was in no hurry to attack. At the moment, he was simply studying the situation. The rift team was already there. Greg shouted that the Mizai Guild had finally arrived. Alan, Mira, and William moved towards the rift. From that moment on, this place was under their control. William approached the guard and asked what rank this dragon had. At the moment, it was the same rank as Masalis, but the numbers could increase. Mira pulled the bowstring and aimed the arrow towards the dragon. Alan tried to stop her in a panic, but the girl believed that while he was standing still, it would be better to take away one of his eyes and simplify the task. Nate hurried towards them and asked them not to make hasty attacks because the dragon could become enraged, and there were still many civilians nearby. He shouted that he understood her anger, but attacking right now was a mistake. At that moment, the dragon was staring intently at something. The hunters tried to find the object of his interest and looked in the same direction. Nate didn't notice anything unusual and asked if there was anything in the sky that might have attracted him. Suddenly, a red star blinked in the sky. No one had seen it before. It was Yoji, running at the speed of light to get revenge on the one who had deprived him of another portion of ribs. At the moment of landing, he changed shape and turned into a huge red dragon. Yoji was much larger than the dragon that emerged from the rift. The crowd froze. It was simply impossible to believe that there were two dragons standing right in the center of the city. Greg, hiding behind Nate, asked if he thought they had seen this red dragon before. At first, Nate didn't understand what the boss was talking about, but then he noticed the number 1 on his forehead. This was the same animal that Jun took to help in the rifts. Yoji flew up and gave the second dragon a hard push, after which he caught it in the air and with a powerful kick sent it back into the rift. Nate heard a familiar voice as Jill ran past him, heading towards the rift. She jumped, grouped herself, and disappeared inside the portal. No one managed to stop her. The purple dragon sat in a deserted rift and held his head. The last blow was strong. He wondered what idiot dared to stop him and turned his gaze to the offender. The purple dragon, with the number 9 on his forehead, finally realized who he had just called a bad name. Right now, his master, the dragon Izas, the strongest of them, was looming over him. Izas reported that the dragon made 2 mistakes. The first mistake was that he came out of the rift without his permission, after which he struck a powerful blow. The dragon flew too far away. He beckoned him with his claw and asked him to come to him. He looked down on him and asked if he knew what braised ribs were. The purple dragon thought about it. He knew what ribs were, but he had never heard of stewed ones. Izas said that this was his second mistake. The dragon struck him again, and the second one did not understand how he could be mistaken about something he had never heard of. He was about to continue this conversation when suddenly Jill's voice was heard from somewhere outside. Izas looked at her in panic and asked how she ended up there. The girl was afraid that he would cause problems, so she followed him, to which Izas said that she still couldn't take such a risk. The second dragon was furious. He did not understand how a pathetic little man dared to address the Lord informally. Izas stopped him and clarified that he was going to do this to a member of the owner's family. He said that this was his master's daughter, a great man who makes the most delicious braised ribs. Then he swung his fist at him and said that he would have to get 5 more punches for wanting to hurt Jill. A few minutes later, Jill was looking at a picture that once looked different. much like how her father trained Yoji. The purple dragon was doing push-ups, and Yoji was sitting on top of him, noting that he was in terrible shape. Jill shouted that she already felt sorry for this dragon and suggested going back. Yoji thought it wasn't enough to awaken the bitter taste of human society, but Jill suggested they cook some ribs at home. Yoji immediately changed his form and said that the second dragon was lucky, but if he came out again without permission, he would be finished. Jill looked around and asked if this dragon also had nowhere to go, and that was why he lived here. She suggested that he go with them and ask his father if they could leave him. Yoji was against it. She sat down next to the purple dragon and asked if he could shrink, and he nodded. And in a couple of seconds, he was already different. A little dragon with incredibly beautiful pink eyes. The girl stroked his head, praised him, and called him cutie. She finally suggested going to their home, but if her father was against it, then nothing could be done. Tears welled up in the dragon's eyes. He realized that the owner's daughter was an angel. At this moment, Nate and Greg were blocking the path to the rift on the street. Alan asked them to stop talking nonsense and step back, because they had to protect this place, and a civilian had just entered the rift. Suddenly, Mira was taken aback. It seemed that there would be no need to save that girl. The girl emerged from the rift safe and sound, and she had company. Nate couldn't contain his emotions. He was happy that June's daughter was okay. He ran up to her and, just in case, checked to see if she was hurt. The guy saw that she was fine, but thoughts were spinning in his head. She went in there without equipment. How did she manage to return in one piece? But there was one more question that needed to be clarified. Nate leaned towards her and whispered if the two creatures were dragons. Jill happily confirmed his guess and reminded him that he had seen one of them last time. The girl didn't understand why Nate's face twisted like that because she thought everyone already knew it. Mira also carefully studied these creatures, and even though it was impossible, she had an idea of who they were. She finally said that they were dragons. Nate vied with her to answer that they were the pets of their employee June. Nate began to stretch Yoji's face and asked Mira if he could do the same with a dragon. He made another attempt to convince her that they were puppies. Yoji looked up at him and asked if he wanted to die. Jill asked Yoji how he dared to talk to his father's colleagues like that, and if he continued, she would not feed him today. Mira continued to investigate and noted the numbers on their foreheads. Nate interrupted her again and asked Jill if it was time for them to go home. Jill looked at him in surprise, not understanding where he was going with this. Nate motioned for her to come closer so he could speak into her ear. He whispered that if it turned out that these babies were dragons, it would turn the whole world upside down, and besides, her father would be in a difficult situation. Jill loudly declared that her father was already waiting for her at home and that she should return home as soon as possible. Mira tried to stop her. Nate stood between them and stopped the huntress, who continued to shout that these creatures were dragons. Jill picked up the little ones in her arms and, her heels sparkling, ran towards the house. Alan was putting the pieces together in his head. June was the guy they met in the rift, and these two of his pets were dragons. And even though he had most of the details of this picture, he still couldn't put them together. Jill had already reached the house and was trying to tidy up the house, which was in chaos. Yoji continued to run after the dragon and shouted that it was because of him that he didn't get to eat his ribs. The girl made another attempt to calm them down and noted that the house was in a terrible state and needed to be tidied up before her father arrived. Yoji finally took a break, thought about the consequences of the devastation, and said that he himself was going to start cleaning up. Jill looked at him and asked if he could handle it on his own. The dragon immediately armed himself with a broom and a rag, ready to fight the mess. A couple of minutes later, he was flying around the apartment on a robot vacuum cleaner, and Jill was amused by the whole picture. Suddenly, the phone rang. She took it out of her pocket. It was her father. June announced that he was finished with work and was heading home, then asked what she wanted for dinner. A joyful Yoji shouted into the phone that he wanted pizza, to which the hero replied that no one asked him. The dragon was upset that his master always ignored him, because he tried so hard to behave well. June hung up and decided that eating pizza was a great idea. His attention was drawn to a screen showing the news and announcing that a dragon had appeared in the city. There were two dragons on the screen at once. One of them was Yoji, but the second one he had never seen before. He sighed heavily. It seemed that while he was gone, his pet had managed to cause trouble. 30 minutes later, June was already home with a box of pizza, and Jill was waiting for him. He told her that he was fine and that she shouldn't worry. Suddenly, Yoji flew out into the corridor, hugged him by the leg, and started shouting that his master was the best. June assessed the situation. Jill was fine, and the house was intact. He turned to the dragon and informed him that, fortunately, he would continue to live. A second dragon peeked out from around the corner, shocked that with just one glance this man could subdue the crazy tyrant Isaias. He must have been a great man indeed, since Azus himself calls him master. The dragon jumped out in Jun's path, fell into a bow, and said that he, the ninth dragon, Carciel, would now worship him. Jill looked guilty and asked her father if they could keep the dragon. She said that he was alone in a deserted place, and besides, Yoji also gets bored alone. Jun didn't mind leaving the dragon if that's what she wanted. He asked his name again, and the dragon dropped to one knee and loudly announced that he was Carciel. Jun liked his name, so he suggested not changing it. The hero headed to the shower, and Jill went to heat up the food. Yoji felt like an empty space at that moment. He ran into the kitchen and tugged at Jill's apron, wondering why she didn't give Carciel a nickname. Jill agreed with her father. She liked his name too. She picked him up in her arms. Yoji continued to squeal that his name was cool too. Having seated him on the sofa, the girl suggested watching TV and again called him Yoji. The dragon was angry because his real name is Izus. Jun went out into the living room and carefully studied what had happened to her. The window was covered with paper because someone had broken it. He turned to Yoji and asked who did it, even though he knew the answer to that question perfectly well, so he deprived him of pizza for dinner. Everyone had dinner and wished each other good night. The dragons were sleeping under a blanket on the floor in the living room. Yoji was dreaming about pizza and he was drooling on the floor. Someone touched his paw. It was Jill, sitting next to him with a plate of pizza and asking him to be quiet. He rushed towards her with tears in his eyes and hugged her tightly, after which he began to gobble up piece after piece because he was incredibly hungry. Jun was sleeping soundly. He had had a terribly difficult day today, which was finally over. Notifications continued to arrive on his phone, and it seemed like he was in for a tough day tomorrow. The next morning, the news reported 2 incidents from the previous day at once. 2 dragons in the city center and the most complex rift in history. The most talked about person was Jun, because thanks to his command, not a single hunter, let alone civilians, was harmed in that rift. He didn't like this explosion of popularity, but he was glad of the fact that at least no one came to their home. At that very moment, the intercom rang. Jill went to open the door, and Jun asked her to pretend that he was not home. Jill turned on the screen. The man standing there looked familiar. Suddenly, it dawned on her who this man was, and she screamed. Right in front of their door stood the president of the Hunter Academy, Adrian Chal. There was a tense, gray-haired man standing behind the door, waiting for the door to be opened for him. Jun shouted the command to rise, and the dragons lined up. He said that a very important person was about to come to them, so they needed to hide and not stick their heads out. Carciel showed with his whole appearance how much he respected his master. The hero liked how the second dragon extolled his orders. She hadn't experienced that in a long time. Yoji was angry. He was infuriated by the fact that the gentleman was falling for this acting game and not paying attention to him. Jill opened the door, and the president and his assistant entered the apartment, bowing deeply to Jun. Jun got straight to the point, asking where they got his address from. Adrian replied that he had personally been doing a long search. The hero noted that it was tactless, but since they had come all this way, he invited them in. Everyone went into the kitchen, sat down at the table, and Jill served tea. Adrian thanked the girl for the tea, despite the fact that their visit was so unexpected. Jun interrupted the pleasantries and asked what business they had come on. The president said he watched the situation through emergency surveillance cameras, and the more he watched, the more he admired it. Jun noted that he had to go to work soon, so he asked to get down to business. The assistant nodded and pulled out a pile of papers from his folder. They checked the cameras that the Meizai Guild used and found out that the person who saved them was Jun. Jun looked at the papers and was upset by the fact that he was caught after all. But they didn't come here to figure out what's right and what's wrong. The assistant stated that they were here to offer to officially become a hunter. And if Jun becomes a hunter, but he interrupted him and said that he would not do this. The president was stunned. The assistant suggested looking at the conditions and only then making a decision. But Jun wasn't interested in fame and money. He was happy with what he had now. Living in a place where there was a constant struggle for power and the smell of blood was in the air had worn him out. He lived a cruel life where he was reborn thousands of times to get everything. And after he defeated everyone, he was left with no fame or money but only loneliness. So he was not going to exchange the peace and happiness he had for wealth. But he added that if they showed a little sincerity, he would think that Adrian had blossomed. Jun asked if it would be possible to arrange a joint inspection of the B-rank rift with their rift department. The president noted that this, as indicated in the content of the response, is contrary to the law. Jun sighed. Then he couldn't offer them anything either. Adrian continued that if everything meets the conditions, then he will transfer the right to control the rift, and he will deal with the conditions himself. After which he asked what he had decided regarding his proposal. Jun waved his hands. He had no intention of being a hunter, especially since civil servants were prohibited from having other jobs. The president and the assistant looked at each other, as if they were communicating with the power of thought and coming up with a new plan to persuade June. The hero interrupted their thought processes and stated that in moments when they really need his strength, he will help. They looked at him with their mouths open and couldn't believe their ears. Adrian jumped up, leaned his elbows on the table and shouted that this was more than enough for them. After which he suggested not to delay his request and immediately please his department. Nate picked up the phone and June said that the Mizai Guild had signed a contract with them. The office was in a frenzy. Everyone was jumping, rejoicing, and dancing. This was their long-time dream. Greg performed the hottest dances, shouting that today was a corporate party and he would treat the entire department to beef. He snatched the phone from Nate and asked when his best and favorite employee was finally coming. June said that he would come to the department immediately after he finished the meeting. The presidential aide noted that he had excellent colleagues, and Jun smiled back. They walked further down the corridor, approaching the conference room. They were waiting to meet with the invited hunter from abroad, who would soon be here. The invited hunter Richard just landed at the airport. He thought that taking the first place among the hunters from the Sword Emperor would be an easy task. But I still hoped that Jonathan would hold out at least a little, so that it would be interesting. The hunters, accompanied by the president and June, had been waiting for Richard's arrival for several hours. The assistant tried to contact him, panicked, and did not understand why he was so late. Everyone in the conference room felt awkward being there given recent events. Emily finally decided to start a dialogue with June and noted that the foreigner was very late. Gale also spoke up. Most likely he didn't take them seriously since there was no Behemoth Guild here. At that very moment, the door swung open with force. It was Richard who decided to open it with his foot. He lowered his glasses and announced that Daddy was here. He looked around the room and asked why all this scum had gathered there and where they had put Jonathan, after which she began to reassure them that it was just a joke. None of the hunters understood what was happening, as Richard spoke in English. A minute later, he realized this himself and took the artifact out of his pocket. This device allowed his speech to be translated into any language without the use of a translator. He walked up to Ray and extended his hand. Gale was quite wary of this pompous idiot. Richard looked down on the hunters. He did not consider them strong opponents, but they could become excellent subordinates. Emily was extremely uncomfortable under his gaze, and Gale tried not to notice his impudence. The guy spun around sharply and continued to study those present. His attention was drawn to Jun. It was immediately obvious that this guy in a suit was not S rank. Did the government send a civil servant to clean up after them? Richard dropped into a chair next to June and declared that his mood was spoiled because not everyone here knew how to fight. The president wiped the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief and proposed to begin the meeting. He said that 10 years ago, a huge hole appeared on Mount Sode, which was called the Core. In order to suppress the Core, Hunter Jonathan created the Behemoth Guild. Over the past 3 years, more than 20 dives have been completed. But suppression is still impossible due to the varying levels of difficulty. The assault team reported that the core seemed safe at first glance, but as soon as someone went beyond the 500-meter mark, the number of monsters suddenly increased. In addition, according to preliminary estimates, the monsters that appear there are above S rank. The Behemoth Guild has put forward a proposal to continue the level ranking and introduce the SS rank. Huge monsters lurk in the core at every turn, attacking on land, from the air, and in the water. So far, the Behemoth Hunters have not been able to advance very far. According to the estimates of the Academy of Hunters, it was found that at this rate, the conquest of the core is impossible even in a century. The aide added that everyone present was invited to be asked to join the attack. Gale asked the president how strong the monsters were compared to the final boss, Marinuk. Adrian exhaled heavily. They could only guess. Most likely, Marinuk was a child's toy compared to those in the core. Emily asked if June would go there with them, but that had not yet been decided either. Her last words shocked the foreign hunter. He didn't understand why everyone was so worried about this guy who wasn't even on the list. Richard decided to immediately remove all questions, pointed his finger at June, and asked who he was. The president continued to be nervous and reported that June was the commander-in-chief of the S-rank Great Rift operation. Richard laughed, because if the man who looked like he would break if touched was a commander, then he would gladly kill him. Gale jumped up from his seat and asked him to repeat what he had said, but Richard remained focused on his goal. He hovered over him and told him that he had seen many weak guys who became commanders, and then died with a hole in the back of their heads from the allies. And if he doesn't plan to end up the same way, then he better get out of here. Jun just laughed, stood up from his chair and straightened his tie, after which he turned to him and asked if he could handle him with such little inner strength. The veins on Richard's forehead began to bulge as anger began to build within him. Then he grabbed him by the suit and raised his fist, aiming at his head. As Richard prepared to hit June, he stood motionless, without any emotion. In a second, Emily appeared between them, asking them to stop this circus. The foreigner asked again what was so special about this bastard that everyone was fussing over him. Emily stopped them because it was a public conference room, and ordinary people nearby could get hurt. In the basement of the building, there is a training room where you can freely fight with each other. Richard laughed even harder. Was it worth going somewhere far for a guy who would break from one push from him? He pointed at the presidential aide and asked if he would take them to the training room. The assistant leaned towards Adrian and whispered that at this rate Richard could get hurt. The president turned to June and asked if everything was okay, to which he merely nodded in response. After which Adrian headed towards the exit and said that he would take them there himself. Richard began to flex his fists and declared that although he was not into intimidating people, he would show this guy his place. And so, everyone present in the conference room went down to the basement training room. June promised that he would sort everything out and settle it himself. But even if he was lenient, Richard might get into trouble. Besides, the group leader will torment him if the training hall breaks down. The foreigner was ready for a fight, called Jun a suit, and suggested that he get down on his knees right now and beg for forgiveness. The only thing that irritated Jun was that this guy talked too much. Richard was seething. He promised that even if someone tried to stop him, it would be useless and he would kill the suit. Jun finally decided to end it and stepped into the training ring. Richard rushed towards him and tried to strike, but nothing happened. Another blow, and again it missed. It seemed as if he was 10 times slower than Jun. The hunter began to panic. He did not understand how the enemy was dodging his blows. Jun just continued to watch him suffer. Richard threw another dozen punches but still failed to hit. And at that moment, when the foreigner simply rushed at him, Jun took a step to the side and the guy flew down. After which, the hero struck him once in the shoulder. The team's mouths dropped open, not understanding what the implications of this might be. But Richard only froze, as if he had turned into a stone statue. The hunter lost his balance and fell like a stone onto the ring floor. Jun won another fight of his own, turned around and headed towards the stairs from the ring. He glanced at the resident and said that he hadn't hit him too hard, so he would wake up on his own in a few minutes. The manager checked Richard's limp body. Everything was fine, nothing was broken, he just lost consciousness. The president froze. He could not even imagine that they were faced with such force. Gale also finally confirmed his suspicions. This man really was on a completely different level. Jun approached the president and said that he was leaving because he had other things to do. The hero headed to the bar where his department was celebrating an important event, the signing of an agreement with the Mizai Guild. The West Department rejoiced, and the chief treated everyone to drinks and beef. A girl from their unit asked why they were looking for Jun from the academy. Did they really want to recruit him? The manager replied that they only had one request, at which point Greg and Nate breathed a sigh of relief. Just in case, the boss reminded him once again that Jun shouldn't leave and abandon them. He smiled in response and agreed with his words. Nate didn't understand why the Mizai Guild, a recognized A-rank guild, wanted to sign a contract with the city hall, and Greg still felt uneasy about this news. He added that it seemed that these hunters would not listen to them, but would simply laugh. The boss asked Jun if he would take on Kate and one of the new hunters. The answer was yes. He asked to take care of Kate so that she would not feel alienated. The entire department was looking forward to tomorrow, as they were sure that the huntress would enjoy working shoulder to shoulder with the Mizai Guild. And so the next working day came. Everyone was expecting new hunters to arrive, but the atmosphere in the office was tense. From the very morning, Kate stood her ground. She would not work with other hunters. The staff were stunned. They didn't expect such an answer from her. The girl noted that she could protect Jun herself, so the department did not need additional team members. Nate tried to convince her otherwise because no matter how strong Kate was, you can't stop 10 opponents with one hand. After which he asked a logical question: what will happen to the manager if the monster attacks from behind? Memories flashed through his mind. Considering what had happened some time ago, he was right. Jun knew what to do and reported that he was fine and that Kate was now in no way inferior to the A-rank hunters. He looked at her with his mesmerizing black eyes and waited for an answer. Kate was pleased by his words. She was embarrassed, but agreed with him. It seemed the conflict was resolved. Kate agreed, and Nate thanked Jun with his eyes. Suddenly, the door to the office opened, and a guy entered and announced that the Mizai Guild had arrived. The staff started running around in a panic. They needed to prepare tea, and it wouldn't hurt to clean up. The chief stopped the chaos with his hand and asked the fault handling department to gather around him. He gave a speech that the department was, of course, grateful that the Mizai Guild was signing a contract with them, but there was no point in groveling before them, after which he added that if they oppress anyone, they should immediately report it to him. He will sort it out. Nate was shouting that their boss was cool, and June just smiled silently. And then the members of the Mizai Guild entered the door. Alan, Mira, and William. Greg ordered the staff to put strength into their gaze and not to be nervous, but he himself was terribly nervous. The hunters confidently approached them, and Greg and Nate tried to remain calm and look brave. Alan towered over Greg and asked if he was the head of this department. He hesitated in response, muttered something unintelligible, and only at the end said that he was the boss. The hunters bowed low and greeted him. Nate and Greg, who were watching what was happening, opened their eyes wide. The boss whispered to Jun why they were so disciplined, but he didn't know the answer. Alan stood like a tin soldier. There was no room for error. Memories of the academy president negotiating this job with them came flooding back to him. He asked to serve June unquestioningly with all his heart. And if the relationship between the president and the manager deteriorates, it will be entirely their fault. All Alan was thinking about was that June wouldn't remember how he insulted him in the rift. June suggested that the hunters sit down while he made them some tea, but Alan and William suggested pouring the tea themselves. But this would put him in an awkward position if the guests were busy with tea. The hunters trembled again. The manager asked me to simply read the contract carefully and familiarize myself with the terms before putting the stamp on it. Alan hesitated for a second, then ordered his partners to quickly sit down at the table. In a moment, all three were in their places and waiting for the papers to be brought. And as soon as they received them, Alan gave the command to sign, and they raised their hands in unison. While the hunters were signing their signatures, Greg tried to shout that the contract needed to be read and then signed. Jun realized that the probable reason for this behavior was the president's instructions. After signing the contract, the department completed all the paperwork and Jun headed home. Yoji greeted him with joyful cries. Jun assumed that they had not yet had dinner, and they needed to do it without him. The dragon laughed sarcastically. He didn't even know that this was possible. Jill was already advancing from behind. She pushed the pet away and asked when he would stop behaving like this. They sat down at the table. Yoji continued to watch the master, waiting for a command. Jill sighed heavily and said that he could eat. The dragon seemed to be drunk from these words. Yoji pounced on the bowl, and June asked if this dragon was really that weird. Or maybe Carciel was weird, because he was sitting far from the table and eating dog food from a bowl. Suddenly, Yoji choked and began screaming for water. Jill decided to ignore the theater and asked her father if he was free tomorrow. There would be a lesson at school at 10 in the morning with parents present, and she hesitated. The girl didn't ask anything and just reasoned that tomorrow was a weekday and her father was probably busy. June said that he would come, because he had worked well today. Jill blossomed and began to tell that the lesson would take place in the rift that appeared 2 weeks ago, and there were no monsters in it. The hero was happy to see her happy. He could not refuse her, because he liked to see her like this. Yoji slammed his paw on the table and declared that he would go with them too. The next morning, all four of them went to an open lesson. A small stall selling drinks and treats had been set up in the rift. Jill walked up to one of the stalls and asked for 3 fish stuffed with red beans. She gave one to Yoji and the other to Carciel, but he refused. The purple dragon thanked her for her concern, but such food was not suitable for him. June glanced at Yoji. No matter how you looked at it, Jill had instilled in him the wrong food habits. One of the teachers shouted into a megaphone and asked everyone present for attention. He said that this place appeared immediately after the Marinuk Rift was cleared, and no monsters appear here. But if the students find a fragment of an unknown map, they will be able to better master the use of mana. Parents will be able to watch their children only from the observation deck. Students must find map fragments and place them in a cup in the center of the wasteland. To make the search for fragments easier, everyone will be given auxiliary beads, artifacts for practicing mana control. June and Jill had already received a bead. Jill's was glowing red. If you introduce mana into this ball, you can change its shape as you wish, and the color changes from red to purple. The more purple, the stronger. June hesitated, in case he put too much mana in there and it would break. Suddenly, the ball changed in his hands and turned into a black knife. But Jill had never heard that black was even possible. The teacher spoke into the megaphone again and asked the students to prepare for departure. Jill waved to her father and the dragons and went on her mission. June waved to his daughter when he suddenly felt something strange. There was incredibly powerful energy in the wasteland where the bowl was located. It seemed to come from the cup that was there. He couldn't let Jill get into danger and decided to test something by releasing some mana into the cup. Vibrations began to spread through the earth, and the bowl began to emit purple energy. June couldn't understand how the cup was able to absorb his energy. The earth shook, A strong wind arose and it became difficult for the parents to stand on their feet. As soon as the vibrations died down a little, the parents rushed to the teacher. They were unhappy that their children were being trained in a dangerous place. Another strong vibration passed and everything stopped. The parents screamed for their children to be returned here immediately. Jun continued to watch what was happening as the cup absorbed his energy. In addition, the energy emitted by the thicket has become much stronger. He opened the information window. Nergis was watching him. He needed to go to the center for a special quest. Once the quest was completed, he could get an entrance ticket. There were 60 points left until the end of the progress. These were probably the same pieces of the map, and the cup was the key to enter the core. Everything around calmed down, and the parents began to shout even more furiously and look for the person responsible for this event. It seemed that in a couple more minutes it would become more dangerous here than in some rift. The dragons discussed how all people except their master were so weak. Jun continued to study the information. The gatekeeper was interested in him, and judging by the fact that he killed the claimants, it was impossible to allow anyone else to get the map fragments. He turned to Yoji and ordered him and Karsiel to follow Jill. While one dragon was ready to sacrifice its life for its younger master, the second was happy with the chance to taste some more food. They walked away from Jun and Yoji headed towards the food stalls. Jun understood perfectly well that Yoji would go to Jill only after he had done some of his own business, which meant that he had time to calmly look for the fragments. Jill wandered through the forest without success. So far, she had not found a single fragment. She didn't want to upset her father, but suddenly the ball lit up and she had hope. The girl believed with all her might that this was not another dummy, but the ball led her to some bone, and that was another failure. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to some strange sound coming from the bushes. A frightened Olivia emerged from the bushes, screaming Jill's name. The girl came out of the bushes, shook herself, and asked if everything was okay. She angrily walked up to Jill and asked her not to scare her like that again. Jill gasped. It seemed Olivia was worried about her. The classmate blushed, crossed her arms, and returned to her previous state, stating that she simply had to take care of the weak. Olivia continued to scream for the girl not to do that again, but something was rushing towards her at high speed. She quickly turned around, covered Olivia with her body, and tried to force her to lie down with her hand. The girl took a fighting stance and quickly fired a burst of shots towards the attacker. The number of shots raised dust around, through which two figures could be seen. The haze cleared and Yoji appeared from it, rubbing the place where the shots had been fired and asking what kind of stupid bugs were in this forest. Olivia finally saw the dragons and realized that one of them was the same pet she saw last time. Yoji rubbed his nose and asked Jill why she was lying on the ground. The girl also finally opened her eyes and did not understand what these two were doing here. The two little warriors clenched their fists. They decided that Olivia was hurting Jill. Olivia felt something strange. Some strong energy did not allow her to move. Jill lightly poked her finger at Yoji and asked him to calm down, because Olivia was her friend. And at their last meeting, she called him very sweet, after which she ordered him to go and apologize for his behavior, but the dragon refused. The girl added that then he would also eat food like Karsiel. A second later, Yoji was kneeling in front of Olivia, apologizing and promising that this would never happen again. Karsiel began to lament that he should have first assessed the situation and only then taken action. Olivia was amazed at how skillfully Jill controlled these monsters as if they were pets. Suddenly, Jun appeared behind her, interested in what had happened to them here, after which he added that he just wanted to check if everything was okay. A terrible chain of events formed in Yoji's head. If the master found out that he had only just arrived and had also attacked her friend, the consequences would be terrible. Jun asked Jill if Yoji protected her well. The dragon rushed towards the girl, covered her mouth with his paw, and assured the master that everything was fine. Then he walked over to Olivia, put her hand on his head, and told her that the girl's friend was okay too. Jun watched him closely. He knew that this creature had only recently arrived here, but, luckily for Yoji, Olivia hugged him and confirmed his words. While the girls were busy with the dragons, Jun opened the status window. By this point, he had found all 66 map fragments. He put them in his pocket and thought that if he returned here in the evening, he would be able to remove the seal from the cup. The hero walked towards the girls and said that it was time to gather and they needed to go back. Jill began to burst into tears because she had not found a single fragment. Jun encouraged his daughter. This time she was just unlucky. Next time everything will definitely work out. They were already at home, had a delicious dinner, and were getting ready to watch a movie together, but Jun was getting ready to go somewhere. Jill asked him in surprise where he was going at 10 o'clock in the evening. The hero said that he would return very soon, but Jill still did not want to let him go. She begged him not to go anywhere today, and there was fear on her face. He turned to the dragons sitting near the TV and understood everything. She was too scared of the horror movie. At that very moment, Yoji and Jill grabbed his legs and started crying so that he wouldn't leave. He asked everyone to be quiet, and an idea came into his head. Jun froze over Yoji and clarified that in fact he wasn't the least bit scared, and as punishment for his behavior, he will take the dragon with him. Jill then began to beg him to take her along, but it was too dangerous, so he would not take her with him. And in return, he promised to return quickly. The girl was interested in how quickly he would do it. Her father said that the taxi ride there and back would take only 2 hours. She howled again. If this took 2 whole hours, then he really might faint. And when asked what time would suit her, she held up 2 fingers and said 20 minutes. Yoji laughed and asked if she had a conscience, how she imagined a distance of 2 hours and 20 minutes. She loomed over him with the most terrifying expression on her face, as if his life depended on the answer to the question about time. June stroked the girl's head and promised to come as soon as possible. Besides, Carciel stays with her. He is not afraid of anything and will be by her side all the time. The door slammed shut and Jill grabbed Carciel and began to sob in fear. June chose the fastest way to get to the place. He took Yoji in his arms and rushed towards the rift with big jumps. Yoji suggested riding on him, as it would be even faster, but it was too noticeable. The dragon fluttered in the wind like a flag and wondered where they were going. June said that there was a monster in the rift where they were during the day, and they needed to deal with it in about 5 minutes because Jill was at home and she was scared. The dragon thought, whoever can last 5 minutes in battle with June is a god or a monster. Literally 10 minutes later, they were already in the rift. June was heading towards the treasured cup. Yoji noticed that there really were no monsters here, and that was strange. June asked him to wait a bit and threw the collected fragments into the cup. The cup vibrated and began to emit clouds of purple light. The dragon hid behind Jun. It all looked like a scene of a monster appearing, and if the light appeared, it would be perfect. At that very moment, light burst out of the ground, blinding the heroes. The little ball of light began to take on the shape of a fairy from a children's book. The fairy carefully studied Jun and Yoji, because it was they who freed her from the seal. She explained that she was the administrator in charge of the tutorial and that she was responsible for checking the qualifications of the applicants. Yoji chuckled and asked sarcastically what that flying thing was. The fairy screamed. The dragon Isus was standing right in front of her, although she was sure that the dragons were now deeply asleep. These words gave Yoji even more confidence, and he suggested catching this thing and returning home. Nergis retreated. She was only a center guard of the lowest rank, and she couldn't handle Isus. She asked him to stop and asked if he was the dragon born in the center and why he listened to the orders of a common man. The dragon did not understand what he wanted from him and what difference it made where he was born. Yoji was furious, no matter how strong he was, but none of his opponents fed him braised ribs anymore. Jun glanced at the timer on his phone and asked if there was anything else Nergis could tell them. He had absolutely no time for chatter. He took out the auxiliary ball and began to fill it with mana. The ball began to fill with black and blue energy, and after a couple of seconds it turned into a huge sword. He was already swinging it to strike when suddenly the fairy began to squeal and beg for mercy. Nergis screamed that if they killed her, they would not be able to continue the attack on the center. Jun lowered his sword and asked why he couldn't attack. The fairy explained that if the tutorial administrator disappeared, then the path to the next floor of the core would be blocked. But the hero didn't care. All he had to do was hand over the entrance ticket to the academy. Nergis fell at their feet, begging for forgiveness and apologizing for her impudent behavior. Suddenly, a mysterious bag appeared in front of them, and the status window reported that the hero had received Nergis recognition. Jun released the sword and it stuck into the ground next to the fairy. They grabbed the bag and tickets and headed for the exit, Yoji trying to taste them. Nergis closed her eyes and waited for the outcome. They had received a ticket, so they could kill her right away. She opened her eyes slightly because it was too quiet around. The fairy straightened up and watched as Jun took the bag in one hand, the dragon in the other, and simply walked away. Jun was only thinking about handing over the tickets and that would be the end of his job, and let the hunters deal with the rest. At this time, at the entrance to the center, the Behemoth Guild was trying to figure out when they would finally find the real entrance. Jonathan reported that this time their expedition was over and they needed to return to report everything to the president, after which he added that reinforcements would soon arrive and his team would feel a little better. Ricky asked the Sword Emperor if they would send newcomers to help them. Jonathan clarified once again that these would be reinforcements, hunters who belonged to other guilds, so there was no point in even thinking about being unceremonious. Ricky claimed that even his mother doesn't nag that much. Chloe asked if that's why he has such a terrible temper. He immediately turned to the girl and noted that for her statements, he would write a statement for insulting her parents. The next day, the Rift department got a call. Nate spoke to someone and said that he would pass everything on to June. After hanging up, he asked Jun if he had taken the basic Rift training. June said no. Then he should do it next Monday, as lectures will be taking place at the Hunters Academy. June nodded, because this trip was a great opportunity to take the entrance ticket to the president. Kate cried out that she had a rank assessment the following Monday, to which June then suggested going together. The girl beamed and asked if they could have dinner together after that. June remembered that a couple of weeks ago, he had promised her a dinner together, just the two of them. He happily agreed, and Kate suggested meeting at the entrance after they were both finished. The following Monday, June went to training lectures. He had already sat through the morning class, and the lecturer dismissed them for lunch, asking them not to be late. June grabbed the bag he had retrieved. Now was the time to hand over the entrance ticket. He approached the president's office, but someone was already there, and an assistant had already noticed him. The assistant quickly ran up to him and told him that if he needed anything, he could just call. Jun reassured him and said that he was here for basic training anyway. The guy looked at him in bewilderment. Why would a person like him need to undergo training? June just handed him the bag and asked him to pass it on to Adrian. The hero headed towards the elevator, saying that they were already waiting for him at class. The assistant opened the bag and a pink light appeared from inside. He took out a strange paper and couldn't understand what it was. In the classroom, the lecturer had already begun his afternoon lecture. The girl sitting next to Jun watched as he diligently wrote everything down. She decided to start a conversation and asked why he was using his free time so stupidly. Jun said that he was quite inexperienced in working with riffs, and his memory was not very good, so it was better to write everything down. The girl lay down on the desk and declared that no matter how hard they tried, the attitude towards civil servants would still remain terrible. They were not some Mr. June. And after he asked again who she was talking about, the girl screamed, "How could she not know the famous June? This is a famous person who has proven that even an ignored and despised civil servant can be respected by everyone. He cleared an S-rank dungeon with 0 deaths and broke the arrogant hunters," after which she added that she would really like to get his autograph. The door to the lecture room swung open and the president's assistant walked in. The president was standing right behind him, and an assistant was pointing his finger at June and shouting that he had actually come for basic training. The president apologized to the lecturer and said that he had come there on very important business. June thought the president should have realized that he didn't like to attract attention. Adrian approached the desk and hung over the hero. The other civil servants asked what this guy had done wrong. The president apologized to Mr. Jun for his sudden visit. At that very moment, the civil servants in the audience turned into little children who had just realized that the very same civil servant was standing in front of them. Jun exhaled heavily. It seemed he wouldn't be able to listen to the rest of the lecture. He stood up and walked towards the lecturer, apologized, and asked permission to leave. The lecturer was puzzled as to how he could refuse such a person, but just in case he allowed him to do so. The entire lecture hall watched the men with surprised glances, and the company headed to the president's office. The girl sitting next to him couldn't believe that it was June himself sitting next to her, and she thought that he was just a handsome and strange guy. The door slammed shut, leaving everyone to ponder the recent scene. June informed the president that if he did so, their cooperation might be difficult. Adrian apologized again, but the entrance ticket was so important that he simply had no choice. And he also promised to apologize to all the observers for this scene. June watched him carefully. It seemed that he still understood his words, but something needed to be done so that this would not happen again. Adrian opened the door to his office. He knew that such an appearance would cause inconvenience, but there was simply no other way out. The Behemoth Guild members, who had just returned from the center, were already sitting in the office. Chloe looked at June in surprise and did not understand why an ordinary person came to meet them, while Jonathan knew the person who entered very well. The Sword Emperor jumped up to the manager and began to shake his hand. He had no idea that June was the person who found the entrance ticket. Moreover, no one knew that the entrance ticket could be located in a completely different rift. Chloe asked Ricky if he was going to stand up and say hello properly. He turned the entrance ticket over in his hands. Did everyone really think it was not a fake? The president shouted at him, asking him to stop immediately and apologize to Jun. But he just called him a lanky guy and added that if he was lying, he wouldn't get rid of him so easily. Adrian screamed even louder, his behavior crossing all boundaries. Jonathan and Chloe also tried to calm their partner down and apologized to June. June chuckled. Ricky looked like a low-class bandit at the Muram market. The hunter began to roll up his sleeves and fill them with mana. He was annoyed by the fact that while Jonathan was talking, someone was allowing themselves to laugh, after which he himself began to laugh, noting that civil servants always hide behind the backs of hunters and therefore do not know what pain is. Ricky offered to personally demonstrate to the civil servant how scary he was and pointed a gun at him. The tip of the spear stopped a few centimeters from Jun, but he did not move. Ricky asked him if he was beginning to understand who he was trying to fool, after which he put away the weapon, patted him on the shoulder and asked him to relax, because he would not hit a government employee. Adrian watched Ricky's disgusting behavior and didn't know what to do at the moment. Ricky stretched and said that now he also had to deal with re-educating scammers. Jun turned to the president and told him that he had raised his puppy too poorly. Chloe and Jonathan froze. On the one hand, Ricky really behaved terribly. On the other hand, these words will lead to a new conflict. Ricky became furious and asked if Jun wanted to die at the hands of this puppy. He just smiled in response. He was sure that this guy would not be able to cope with his strength. Ricky froze. He didn't understand what was happening to him and couldn't move. Jun released another wave of mana, and the hunter fell to his knees in front of him, after which he began to choke and with his last strength begged for mercy. The hero said that he would let him get away with it, but asked him to remember that there would be no second time. The manager walked around him, sat down on the sofa, and Chloe tried to bring her partner to his senses. Jonathan was shocked. This guy subdued an S-rank hunter with just energy. Jun asked if he could hear the reason for his invitation. Adrian knew that the hero didn't like long, convoluted conversations, so he said it straight out. He was asking to become a member of his squad to attack the center. Without thinking at all, Jun replied that he would not join the attacking force. The president knew that it was useless to fight him, so he simply thanked him for the entrance ticket. And he handed him an envelope as a token of gratitude for everything he had done for the academy. Jun was even more upset because civil servants are fired if they take bribes. Adrian waved his hands and tried to assure him that this was not a bribe, but simply gratitude. However, Jun still wanted to maintain good relations with the Hunter Academy. He asked that from now on, no matter what request he made, the president would give his consent. Jonathan understood that these words meant that in the future he would effectively become the head of the Hunter Academy. Adrian agreed to this request, despite the outrage of the Behemoth Guild. But he asked to promise him something in return. Jun listened to him attentively. Currently, many hunters have died in the rift, and the center boasts a level of difficulty that is incomparable to a normal rift. He asked him to prevent the needless death of hunters, at least in the center. Jun replied that he would do his best to achieve this. Adrian clapped his hands and promised him to fulfill any request he asked. The hero stood up. The rest could be discussed later, but he needed to return to training. And in the future, he asked to refrain from actions that could harm other people and left the office. Everyone in the office exhaled heavily. This meeting was truly tense. The president leaned back in his chair and asked them if they had seen the latest news. After all, just before them was Jun, who became a commander in an S-rank rift and single-handedly dealt with a boss monster. Moreover, it took him less than a minute to kill this very boss. Chloe tensed up and asked the president if he was really human. Jonathan was literally tearing his hair out, because at their first meeting he was giving him advice and asking him not to be upset that he didn't have mana. Jun, unlike the others, was only worried about missing part of his afternoon classes. He entered the auditorium where there was no one. It seemed like everything was already over. The lecturer finally saw him and said that since he had gone out on urgent business, no one expected him to return. Jun apologized for the situation during the lecture, but the lecturer replied that it was no big deal, especially since he had graduated with the president's approval. The hero bowed deeply to him and thanked him for his understanding. The lecturer handed him a box. It was a random box that is given to training participants. It mostly dropped F-rank items, so there wasn't much hope. Kate was already waiting for him in the corridor, simply glowing with happiness. He asked how long the girl had been waiting for him. She said that she had just arrived and started rummaging through her purse. Kate pulled out a hunter evaluation form and stated that thanks to it, she was now a B rank. Jun was happy for his employee, but noted that this was all the fruit of her efforts. All the business at the academy was finally done, and they went to lunch together. After lunch, spent in pleasant company, Jun went home. The entire household gathered around the box that Jun had received during his training. The hero offered to open Jill's box, but the girl refused. She had opened them several times already, but because of her shitty hands, she only got low-ranking items. Yoji burst out laughing and repeated over and over that she had shitty hands, and the girl ran after him, screaming that the expression meant bad luck. Not what he thought. Jun decided not to delay and opened a random box himself, which began to emit a red light. Jill noted that there should at least be a yellow light, otherwise it's a dud. Suddenly, the box began to gain strength and glow even more. The light changed to a light blue and enveloped the room. something Jill had never seen before. But the light did not stop and continued to change, now becoming purple. They say that if you get blue, it means an unexpected turn in life. But purple is the level of the 9 o'clock news. Jill asked if her father was being too indifferent to what was happening, but he only noted that it all looked good. Music began to play from the box, and a voice announced that a spiritual heritage had been discovered. Jun didn't understand whether this was good or bad because he didn't feel any special power. He was holding a beautiful emerald book in his hands, and the status window said that it was an encyclopedia dedicated to the center, which would increase anti-magic power as the study progress increased. Jun thought, it was strange that he received a spiritual heritage dedicated to the center. If we are talking about the same center, Nergis said that dragons were born in the center. Jun turned to Yoji and asked if he knew what it was. The dragon did not know. He gave him a nasty look, suspecting him of hiding something, but the dragon really didn't know. Karsiel also clarified that he knows nothing about the center. He was definitely born there, but he doesn't remember anything. Jill said that this box usually drops items up to S rank, and she hasn't heard anything about legacy items. Karsiel thought that this was the first time he had seen the gentleman so interested in something. Is the owner really going to go to the center? Yoji lost interest in the book, since it was not something edible, and decided to go to bed. Jill went after him because he had promised to brush his teeth before going to bed that night. Jun stood up and announced that he would make sure the teeth were brushed. At that very moment, Yoji clung to Jill and screamed that he was ready to brush his teeth and wanted to do it with her. But Jun took him by the wings. For today, this task will be done together with the main owner. The hero picked him up and headed to the bath, while Jill and Karsiel wished him luck. The next morning, the dragon sat in front of the TV and complained that all the dramas were the same lately. Yoji was even more outraged and asked the writers to come up with something new, continuing to switch channels. Suddenly, their attention was drawn to the sound of the front door lock opening. Karsiel noted that the younger master was currently studying, and the older master never returned so early. Could it be that thieves had come to visit them? Yoji flashed his fangs. He hadn't exactly relieved the stress of brushing his teeth the night before. The door opened, the dragon screamed that he would bring justice upon the thief and flew towards him. Suddenly, he crashed hard into the hand of the one who had just burst into their home. It was Jun, who was very curious about what this dragon was doing again. But what interested him most was his words about yesterday's stress. The hero squeezed his muzzle a little harder, and the dragon screamed that he didn't mean anything bad. While Jun continued to hold Yoji, Karsiel calmly walked out into the corridor and bowed to his master. The three of them finally headed to the kitchen, Yoji wondering why he had returned from work so early. And, without waiting for an answer from the owner, he began to shed tears because of his dismissal. Jun reassured him that it wasn't like that. He just had a business trip to Kanwodo that evening, and he came to pack his things. Karsiel only listened attentively to their dialogue, not daring to interrupt it. Jun said that he would cook a little later, but for now he would go and clean up. He decided to start with his bedroom, but when he looked in, he realized that it was perfectly clean. Then it was decided to forget about cleaning and at least do the laundry. But after the hero looked into the laundry room and this business was completed, Karsiel said that when the senior master goes to work, the junior master does all the housework and goes to school. Jun knew that Jill was very different from ordinary schoolgirls, but he didn't expect it to be so different. Then there was only one thing left for him to do: cook. Jun had almost finished dinner, and Jill had finally returned home. He tried a spoonful of what he had prepared and was glad that the girl was home. Jill was shocked. She didn't expect her father to come home so early. Jun said that he was going on a business trip that evening, so he decided to cook dinner. The girl sat down at the table and wished everyone a bon appetit. He also wished her bon appetit and asked why she didn't ask for pocket money. The girl said that she had already received pocket money. Last month, he had given her a whopping 720,000 won. Jill said she bought a vacuum cleaner, a dryer, and began to account for her food expenses. Jun interrupted her. This was money for living, and he meant personal money that she would spend on herself. He explained, for example, that she might need money to go out with friends. Jill replied that she preferred spending time at home with Karsiel and Yoji. Jun only added that sometimes you need to have fun with the guys to find friends and asked to be sure to tell her if she needs personal money. After which he threw on his coat, took his bag, and said that it was time for him to leave. Yoji was drooling, because now the master's food was his food. He gloated over Karsiel because he could not understand his joy, because he only ate food. But Karsiel had already disappeared from his place. Jun was walking through the area when suddenly someone behind him shouted for the owner. He didn't think it was him being called, but he decided to turn around anyway. A girl ran after him and asked him to go on the trip together. The girl finally caught up with him and stopped in front of him. She asked the owner to take her with him. June looked closely at the girl and did not understand who she was. A little girl with purple hair and pink eyes revealed that she was Carciel. The dragon added that he didn't like the image because it was uncomfortable, but he felt it would attract less attention. The crowd continued to watch as the little girl called the man master. June noticed the displeased looks of those around him watching them closely. He hugged Carciel from behind and suggested that they first move to another place. At that moment, a heavy male hand fell on June's shoulder and stopped him. The man said that his place was at the police station, but the hero tried to convince the man that all this was not what it seemed. But the man was not reassured by these words. He asked him to follow him calmly because he did not want to shed blood in front of the child. He held Jun by his coat and said that if the girl had not been there, he would have died at his hands long ago. A child's hand squeezed the huge man's throat with force. The girl was interested in how the pathetic little man allowed himself to be so impudent in a conversation with his master. June asked Carciel to stop, but he was sure that the man had crossed the line. The hero exhaled heavily. If they stayed here, everything would only get more complicated. He decided to take matters into his own hands and picked up Carciel to leave. June looked at the stunned residents. He understood that all this looked strange, but it was not what everyone thought and assured that they could rest assured. He hailed a passing taxi and quickly left the place. Getting into the car, he asked to take them to Mount Sode. The driver quickly drove off. A couple of hours later, they were already there. June paid, and they left. Carciel was indignant about the cost of the taxi because they were driving slowly, and with the money they paid, they could buy a lot of food. June asked him to calm down and noted that while he was in this state, he should not call June the master. The dragon was scared. He didn't want his owner to kick him out of the house. The hero reassured him because he was not going to kick him out, and then turned his attention to the happy father and son. He turned to Carciel and asked him to call him dad while he was in the form of a girl. This was the only way to avoid misunderstanding if someone overheard their conversation. Carciel beamed and said that he would be happy to call June his dad. June suggested they have a snack before they entered the rift. Carciel was upset because he didn't bring any food with him. But if he had eaten dog food like that, June would definitely have had to go to the police station. So he suggested having a bite to eat at a snack bar that was nearby. June ordered them a bowl of ramen, which they never ate at home. Jill forbade them from eating such food because it was unhealthy, so they had one chance to try it right now. The hero didn't know if Carciel would like ramen, since at home he only ate food. Carciel was delighted with the flavors that unfolded in his mouth. June smiled contentedly. June decided to ask why the dragon went after him, since due to the current situation, he was unable to find out right away. Carciel asked in return whether June was planning to go to the center alone, and after June confirmed his suspicions, he began to raise his voice, because it was dangerous even for him. Carciel pounded his fists on the table. He knew that there was some terrible force inside the center, but he couldn't remember what it was. Jun stroked the girl's head, thanked her for her concern, but he really could go there alone. But Carciel said that if Dad got hurt, everyone would be sad, so he would go with him and protect him. June agreed to go together, suggested finishing the ramen and heading to the center. 30 minutes later, they reached the entrance to the center on Mount Sode. It looked truly enormous, but neither of the two were going to hesitate before entering. And now they were already flying into a huge hole, not knowing when their fall would end. They landed, and June realized that this was where they went before entering the real entrance to the center. Everything around looked quite peaceful, given the stories of the Behemoth Guild. June said that since they were going to enter the real entrance today, Carciel would need something. He gave him an entrance ticket and said that everything would be clear when they got to the right place. But the words about the monsters appearing unexpectedly were true, because behind them stood a huge blue titan. Carciel shouted at his master to hide behind his back. He wanted to deal with this monster himself and released fire from his paws. June asked him to wait a little and grabbed him right by the fiery paw. The dragon begged to let go of his hand because it might melt. Dark blue clouds of mana swirled around June. He asked Carciel not to worry about the monsters, clenched his fist, and a handle began to form. He had some things he needed to figure out this weekend, and it would be best if he figured it out quickly on his own. He delivered a powerful blow and cut the titan in half. The enormous affair collapsed and raised a huge column of dust. It even seemed to Jun that he had overdone it a little with the force of the blow. The water in the rift began to vibrate from the force that had been released here. The water fairy sensed this. Could it be that someone new had entered the center? If she could sense his energy even here, it meant that this challenger was quite strong. She thought that she was just bored, and finally a strong toy appeared after a long time. Carciel asked June where the entrance they were looking for was. June replied that, judging by the energy he felt, they were almost there. In the distance, they saw a red gap in the bushes, It seemed that was exactly where they needed to go. Carciel overtook his master and declared that he would go and check first. Suddenly, something strange caught the dragon's attention. There was a man lying in front of the entrance. It seemed he was badly injured and needed help. June opened a book he had recently received from a random box. He found a similar illustration in a book and clicked on it. Then he pointed his finger at the target, and the book reported that information about human hell had just been loaded. The book opened with a description of a trap plant that takes the form of a human and attacks when approached. He received the status of a spirit world traveler and was given additional anti-magic power. The hero thought that it would be very nice to get information by filling out this book, but he had too little time. Carciel pressed himself against him and could not move. With every movement of this trap plant, it hid more and more behind its owner. The dragon asked June if he was afraid to be here. The guy dropped to one knee and stroked the dragon's head. It seemed like he was really scared. He asked to tell him if he was afraid and then he would take him home. The dragon asked if they were to go together. Would he not be a burden? June reassured him that everything was fine and he would take care of everything himself. He extended his hand to him and asked if he would go with him. Carciel put his paw in his hand and agreed to go. The dragon held his master's hand and hovered in the air so that he would not bend over. Suddenly, he began to feel very strange. His body slowly became heavier and heavier. Jun also felt that he had to put in more and more effort to hold the dragon. Carciel's speech became slower. He spoke about how he should not lose consciousness. Immediately after these words, his body went limp, and he hung in Jun's arms like a plush toy. There was nothing to do. Jun took the dragon like a backpack and headed further into the center. They were located on the first floor of the center, which consisted of several islands connected to each other and having a single center with a cell. Carciel came to his senses. He felt very warm, and he thought that he could sleep a little longer. But, realizing what had happened, he jumped up because he had absolutely accurately entered the center. He turned to the owner, who was sitting in a chair, and asked what he was doing. Jun explained that he was told to catch the artifact with a fishing rod, so he was fishing. Carciel was surprised and asked what kind of impudent idiot dared to give orders to the master. The hero explained that this was not an order but something like a test, and then asked how the dragon felt. The dragon felt much better than usual, perhaps because he was born in the center, and because of this his energy was strengthened. He asked if it would be quicker to go into the water and retrieve the artifact, but Jun was told that the artifact would disappear if he went into the water himself. In addition, the hero waited for the dragon to wake up and was afraid to wake him up with noise. Carciel didn't understand what could be noisy about fishing, and Jun began to slowly fill the rod and hook with mana. The dragon noticed that the water suddenly began to ripple, and the hero asked him to step back a little. A huge column of water rose from the reservoir, which was 10 times higher than them. Yoji wasn't sure if it was possible to fish like that, but Jun assured him that it was at least faster. A fish landed in Carciel's paw and he asked if this was considered cheating. Jun replied that he didn't use anything other than a fishing rod, so it wasn't cheating. The fishing rod began to disappear, which meant that the artifact had been caught. Probably the watch. He opened a status window that said he had caught 3 artifacts. Additionally, artifacts could be combined to produce a higher-level artifact, an offer Jun accepted. As a result of the merger, he received a wizard's bracelet, which increased his damage and anti-magic power. Jun showed the bracelet to Carciel and said that he would give it to Jill. The dragon was happy for his owner and congratulated him. Jun stroked him on the top of his head. The hero reached into his bag to get a tablet or a book and figure out what to do next. But a black hole appeared in the sky above the lake, as if it had been cut. A hand emerged from the hole, and the sky began to crack at that spot. Carciel jumped out in front of Jun and asked him to hide behind him. What emerged from the rift told her that they had completed this quest sooner than she thought. Jun carefully studied the creature that appeared and behaved cautiously. The little fairy said that her name was Tusitala, and that she was the assistant of the adventurers who had arrived at the center, after which she asked him to take care of her and blew him a kiss. Jun continued to silently watch her actions. The fairy was 5 times smaller than he was, so she didn't seem to pose any danger. Tusitala flew up to Jun and asked why he wasn't reacting to her. It was embarrassing. The fairy circled around the hero. She ruffled his hair, touched his face. She wanted to finally play with this toy, because this was clearly the contender she had sensed long before his arrival. Carciel began to growl. He felt some kind of terrible energy emanating from her. Jun also felt this power, so he asked the dragon to stand behind him and not come out. Tusitala realized that she had been discovered, but she could not afford to lose her toy so quickly. And she began her theater, began to look around and shout. Did they feel the terrible energy? She clung to June and said that she was terribly afraid and could not even imagine how scared the adventurer was. The fairy turned to June and asked if he understood even a little how creepy this place was, after which she added that without her help they would die in the blink of an eye. June glanced at her and noticed that Tusitala looked much stronger than he had seen before. But then he grinned and realized that it made no difference anyway and he could handle it. The fairy began to get angry. Why did this man allow himself to laugh while she was speaking? She was literally shaking with anger and wanted to go and kill him right then and there. But then I exhaled and decided to be patient and enjoy the game as long as possible. The fairy bowed to him and offered to tell him more about the center. The concentration of magical power here is very high, so it can weaken adventurers. Therefore, a very important thing here is the anti-magic power, which is able to protect the body from the penetration of magic. And the deeper the adventurer descends, the stronger the concentration of magical power will become. Tusitala circled over June and noted that he had already gathered quite a lot of anti-magic power. But even without her help, they and then June interrupted her and asked how to get to the very depths. The fairy promised herself that this was the last time she would let him get away with interrupting. She pointed ahead. Each floor had challenges. On this floor, you had to catch the monster on the central island. Then you could move on to the next floor. Tusitala added that if they were afraid of the monster, they could of course simply jump off the cliff. But then they would be certain to die. June chuckled and told her that he would be okay even if he jumped. The fairy began to grin. This man irritated her more than he pleased her with his presence. She said that June was her first toy in a long time, so she was patient. But this was too much. Jun thought that he had cast his line only to check whether the explanation written in the book was correct. But everything fits together. Everything written in the book is reliable information. In front of him was the psychopathic fairy Tusitala, who loved the suffering of adventurers, and right now she wanted to kill June. He chuckled and informed her that she must have misunderstood something, because the one who doesn't know her place is her. June's hand shot up, releasing energy and firing at Tusitala's spear, which disappeared a second later. A couple of minutes later, they were walking across the bridge towards the center. The fairy was on a leash and was crying, asking her to forgive her because she had been too arrogant. June asked her to shut her mouth because she was preventing him from concentrating. She actually fell silent for a couple of minutes, but then decided to announce that the bird in the cage was a monster. There was a huge bird in the cage, roaring and trying to escape. Tusitala asked if he would let her go now, but June had no intention of doing so. The fairy began to cry again, and Carciel grinned and wished her luck. June asked if he caught him and if he would go to the second floor of the center. Tusitala frowned and said that it was so, when suddenly she screamed when she saw the book. She flew closer and asked if the book was a fake. But after she realized that it was a real relic, she started screaming and asking where he got it. Jun coldly replied that he had found it for her in a random box, took out a tablet and took a photo of the bird. Tusitala begged him to tell her more about the book, because in any case, she would have to wait 5 minutes for the bird's barrier to dissipate. But the hero didn't have enough time to just wait, and he grabbed the cage. He began to pull on the rod, and the dark blue energy burst out again. It was simply impossible, but with just one movement of his hand, he removed the barrier that protected the bird. Tusitala was shocked. She knew for sure that no one could remove the barrier before the set time. The barrier fell and the bird died with it. The status window reported that the entrance to the second level of the center would open in 168 hours. In addition, the challenger can choose a reward for victory, a random third-level artifact, or the challenger's memories. The candidate's memories allow you to create a save point on the first level, but when choosing this artifact, the person will be automatically thrown out of the center. Jun chose the candidate's memory artifact without hesitation. Tusitala screamed again. Even though the choice was random, it was still a third-level artifact that was very valuable here. Jun looked at the stone again and said that it could stay there because he had to go to work. He looked at Carciel and said that he had something to do at home, so they were going back. The fairy was shocked. It seemed that a truly crazy contender had appeared in the center. The exit from the center began, and June ordered the fairy to wait here, and he would return next week. After these words, only a glow remained from June and Carciel, and they disappeared from the rift. The fairy prayed that all this was just a bad dream, and that this man would never return here again. Everything was calm at home. Jill was doing her usual household chores. She set the table, but Yoji was quite surprised that there was not a single dish with meat today. The girl said that he should switch to vegetables for a while since his belly has already grown. He looked at her suspiciously and asked the reason for the lack of meat. Maybe it was because June was not at home. Jill said it was all for his health. The dragon was boiling. He started flying around the room and squealing that she was petty and didn't love him at all. Jill began to eat her dinner and asked him to be patient, and when her father returned, he would prepare many side dishes. Yoji was not at all happy with the fact that he was not treated as well as the rest of the people in this house. He jumped out of his seat and said he couldn't take it anymore. He went to the window and addressed the Lady Moon. Tears came to his eyes and he asked her to fulfill his wish. Yoji asked her to make sure that the gentleman returned home sooner. Suddenly, from the corridor, he heard the sound of a door opening. There stood June and Carciel, who had just returned from the center. Joyful Yoji was happy that his wish came true so quickly and rushed towards his owner. June watched his face as if in slow motion, after which he automatically took a step to the side, and the dragon flew with all his might into the wall behind him. While Yoji was sliding down the wall, Jill came up to June and said that she was very glad that he returned before Sunday. He headed to the kitchen and asked Jill not to worry about dinner. She grabbed him by the jacket and loudly declared that this would not do. The girl asked to first go and take a bath, as slowly and as long as possible. She suggested that Carciel do the same, since they were clearly tired. June had already lowered himself into the hot bath, and Carciel continued to listen to Yoji muttering something under his breath. The hero turned to Yoji and asked how much longer he would continue to behave like this. He said again that he didn't dodge on purpose and didn't mean to hurt him, after which he turned to Carciel and invited him to get into the bath. Yoji offered the dragon a choice, him or the master. Carciel climbed into the hot bath and asked if these thoughts would change anything if the master was still stronger. June asked Yoji to finish his theater and get into the bath too. Finally, all three found themselves in the water, and the dragons felt as if they were in paradise. They went out and were met by Jill with a ladle, who asked if everyone had washed up well. But these three could no longer utter a word when they saw what was in the kitchen. The table was covered with a pile of dishes, as if there was some kind of holiday today. They sat down at the table and Jill said that they had been working hard over the weekend, so she decided to cheer everyone up. Yoji looked at his plate, saw meat there, and turned to Jun. The dragon begged him not to go anywhere else. Jill lowered her head. She turned to him and asked him to eat silently, otherwise he would leave the table immediately. He immediately covered his mouth with his paw and accepted the order, because his dinner depended on it. Jill asked what they had for lunch today. Carciel said ramen without thinking. The dragon began to say that it was very tasty, when suddenly he also covered his mouth with his paw, because this was his secret with his owner. Yoji was blushing because the second dragon had tasted something he had never eaten before, and June apologized to Jill. The girl just smiled awkwardly and said that nothing bad would happen this time. And right after that, she started her lecture about the high amount of sodium in ramen, which can raise blood pressure. Her story took up the rest of the dinner, and everyone realized that asking her to make ramen was definitely not worth it. June thanked his daughter for dinner and said that he still needed to prepare for work tomorrow. Jill started clearing the table and offered to help him, but not to prepare for it much because they were going to the auction, and the characteristics of the items will only be shown after purchase, so he just wants to relax. The next auction host announced the next lot, an onion with a starting price of 50 million. Everyone present very quickly raised the price, and now it has risen to 300 million. The man sitting near the staff offered a price of 500 million. Greg asked Nate if they should compete for the lot. June said that this bow looked unremarkable and suggested waiting a little longer. The boss leaned towards Nate again, because this bow looked very beautiful. The bow really looked beautiful. It was carved from blue wood. But the presenter hit the bow with a hammer and it was sold for 500 million. And now the moment has come to reveal information about this subject. It was a rank E choir's ornamental bow. The man who bought it started crying. Greg exhaled, because they had just almost gone bust. And June said that he felt this was a setup. The boss was surprised by the fact that he simply sensed the low rank of the item. Nate suggested just trusting June, because he always copes with any task he takes on. The host announced the continuation of the auction and presented the next lot. It was an ordinary sign with something written on it, and its starting price was 1 million won. Greg leaned back in his chair and asked who would buy an old rotten piece of wood. He glanced at June, who had already started to raise his sign. The boss, who had already rushed towards the manager, was stopped by Nate and asked to simply trust him. June felt a strong energy from inside the tablet, and he also felt the same energy in the center. Someone present offered 50 million for the sign. June raised his sign and raised the bet to 100 million. Greg couldn't hold back any longer. He screamed that it was obvious to the naked eye that it was just a piece of junk. But June was sure that he needed this artifact. No one outbid him, and the host revealed the stats. It was a rank F amulet that added 1 unit of stamina. Greg didn't know what to do because they had just spent government money on an ordinary board. It seemed as if he had turned to stone and could not move. June said that he would buy this sign with his own money and that he shouldn't worry. But the boss asked him not to worry Everyone makes mistakes in life, and their budget would cover these expenses. The host moved on to the next item. A strange, tattered cape for 1,000,000 won. June immediately held up the sign, and Greg began to beg him to at least discuss it before placing a bet. Those in the audience were in no hurry to place bets on what June was acquiring. The host tried to stir up the audience and said that this thing could turn out to be a jackpot. But no one dared, and June bought the cape for only 2 million. The crowd roared, because it was an A-rank vampire cloak with excellent durability. Greg and Nate were also very surprised by this purchase. It was an incredibly big success. The boss rushed to hug. The auction was over and they went to the information desk to pay. Greg told June once again that he loved him and always trusted him. For just a few million, they acquired 2 A-rank items and 2 B-rank items. The boss gave June a friendly nudge and informed him that they had won about 7.5 billion won today, thanks to his instinct. The administrator handed them the very same sign that June had purchased first. The hero asked to draw up a separate contract in his name for this sign. Nate and Greg turned to look at him in surprise. The colleague asked why he was doing this because it was even more incredible than winning a series of jackpots on slot machines. But Greg's attention was immediately drawn to Nate's knowledge of slot machines. And while the guys were distracted by the conversation, June paid for that very sign. He took her in his hands and realized that he was not mistaken about her. She emanated an energy of enormous power. June definitely felt the same way he felt in the center. Black energy burst out of the tablet and began to envelop June. The hero did not understand where he was now and whether those around him could see it or only he. It seemed as if he was trapped in space. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of him and told him that he was not ready yet. He tried to use his power and create a weapon, but nothing worked. He couldn't even move. The girl said that she would now send him back and asked him to remember her words. She pushed him with her sword, and everything behind him began to glow. The last thing he heard from her was that there was a stream in the center. June returned to the real world and could not move, but this time from shock. He looked at the sign again and decided to head downtown as soon as the second level opened. Time flew by, and now it's Saturday, which means the second level has opened. Tusitala was still trying to cope with the collar that June had put on her. She didn't understand how this person could do something that she couldn't handle. It wasn't even an S-rank skill, it was just mana. The fairy had never seen such a strong contender in her life. She sighed heavily and said that with such power, it was possible to restore the broken center and save Cecilia. June was already standing behind her and heard her add that this devilish bastard would never agree to help her. He asked her to repeat what she had just said, and the fairy began to squeal in fear. Tusilata turned to him with fear in her eyes and asked when he had managed to return. June asked to forget about everything and tell him more about the center flow. He thought about it because what the fairy was talking about was similar to what that girl had said. The hero just opened his mouth, and the fairy fell to her knees and begged not to kill her. As she cried, June informed her that he wasn't even going to waste his time trying to kill her. He was only concerned about one thing: what happened in the center and what the flow was. Tusilata asked where to begin her story. The hero asked to start from the very beginning. The fairy replied that we should start with the fact that the center is now broken, and it was exactly the same adventurers as he who broke it. Tusitala said that she only knew about the breakdown of the center from rumors. If you continue going down, you can reach the heart of the center, and the closer the applicant can get to it, the more power he will gain. However, with the exception of a few adventurers, everyone died before they could even get close. But there was a group of 7 people who not only got closer to the center, but also adapted to this place. And that's when the problem started. In the process of reaching the heart center, the Transcendental Masters broke it. Jun remembered the girl he saw when he touched the sign. Maybe she was asking him to fix it. He will be able to understand this only when he approaches the center on his own. The fairy began to scream that it was not as easy to do as he thought. Before finding the real entrance to the center, there were S-rank monsters that were pushed to the exit due to their weakness. The hero asked her not to worry because he would have to go through this path anyway, since this was his destiny, and he took a step into the portal to the second level. Tusitala watched him go and wondered only one thing: why did he always speak so thoughtfully? On the other hand, it didn't matter to her because maybe he could fix the center and save Cecilia. June entered the second stage of the center zone, and the computer reported that the recommended anti-magic power value was 1. But he possessed a large amount of this power, and with the blessing of the heart, all his characteristics were greatly increased. In the book, June read that in front of him in a cage sits a Cyclops monster that can use the weapon skill. Tusitala burst out of the portal and told him that at this level he would be able to learn this skill, which would strengthen his body. She also pointed out the entrance to the subway behind the cage. If you ride it, then at each station you can meet a monster, and after killing each monster, the skill will increase. The fairy turned to the Cyclops and noticed his red hands. This was the result of the weaponry that he skillfully used, after which she looked into the encyclopedia and asked if there was a description of it there, but June said that it was better not to read it. These words excited her even more, and she still wanted to know what was written there. June didn't resist, gave her the book and headed towards the subway. The fairy thought that if it was written there that she was one of the strongest creatures, it would even embarrass her a little. But after she saw the words bitch, psychopath, and orphan in the book, she slammed the book shut. June noted that he warned her that she wouldn't like what was written there. Tusitala hung her head and finally suggested going to the subway, and Carciel couldn't help but laugh. All three of them went down, and it seemed that right now they were not in a rift, but in a regular subway. June read in the book that as he travels, more and more powerful monsters will appear at each station, but this will also increase his weapon skill. Carciel was interested in why June was photographing all the floors. He said that he was here as an advance group and was collecting information, and the main team would carry out the real attack. The fairy froze. Could there really be other people on Earth as strong as him? He replied that he was not sure about it, but it did not bother him much. The hero headed towards the entrance to the carriage and Carciel hurried after him. But as soon as the dragon's paw crossed the entrance line, a loud sound was heard and a voice announced that only those who had passed the first floor could enter. The fairy noted that only the one who defeated the monster on the first level would be able to enter. Carciel lowered his head and said that he would wait for him here then. June asked Tusitala how many stops there were, but she frowned and suggested looking in a book. But the book only recorded what the writer experienced himself, so the information is only available up to the second stop. The fairy herself didn't know exactly how many stops there were, but she shouldn't go too far, because after a certain section it's impossible to guarantee its safety. The doors began to close and she shouted that they could only return from the stations when the monster at the stop was killed. Jun rolled his eyes. He heard what she said, but he didn't think about the real dangers that might await him there. Carciel said that she shouldn't worry too much because his master was the strongest and most invincible person. 2 hours had passed, which was usually the time it took, so the hero should be back soon. But after 4 hours, the dragon and the fairy began to worry, because the owner still had not returned. At this point, June was already at the last station and continued to collect information. While he was taking photos of the area, a monster sitting on a rock was watching him. He opened the book and decided to add the information to the encyclopedia, since there was nothing about this place in it. The evil monster said that even if he fully concentrated on him, he would not be able to last even a minute, not to mention that he was wasting time writing in the book. Jun pointed at him and noted that he didn't have a weapon, so he could manage without one and released his energy into him. A huge hole appeared in the monster's chest, and as he died, he said that Jun deserved to be called the god of martial arts. For a moment, Jun stood motionless and watched the result of his skill, after which he bowed to him and headed towards the exit of the station. As soon as the train doors opened, the fairy and the dragon began waving their hands and screaming. They pounced on Jun with hugs, because until that moment they thought he was dead. The fairy started wagging her finger at him, saying that he couldn't do that, after which she asked how many stops he had passed in total. The hero calmed down Carciel, who was clearly nervous, and said that he had passed all the stops. As Tusitala said, he gained weapon skill. The weapon skill became stronger, ranging from red to purple in the order of the colors of the rainbow. The more stations passed, the higher the skill. But the fairy was afraid to think that June would start with the purple color right away, because only those 7 who approached the heart of the center had it. Jun was already outside and decided to try out a new skill. He released a pillar of mana that glowed black. The monster was defeated in just 1 second, and a voice announced that in 168 hours it would be possible to enter the 3rd level of the center. Tusitala's eyes widened. She had never seen or heard of anyone wielding black weapons. June again chose the challenger's memories as a reward, and Tusitala began to shout, asking what his weapon skill level was. The hero said that the skill was now 0.1%, but the fairy said that this could not be, because then the color should be red. He opened the status window and showed her that the skill's mastery level was indeed 0.1%. The hero had mastered it completely, and now the level of improvement had begun. June returned home and it was work Monday again. A couple of hours had passed since the start of the work week, and Greg was already dreaming about the weekend. All morning the boss was grumbling that as soon as they started working better, they were only overwhelmed with more work. Suddenly the door to the office swung open and the person who entered shouted that he hadn't seen his friends for a long time. There was tension in the office. It seemed that everyone was not happy with the man, except for June, who did not recognize him. Nate leaned over and reminded him that the man's name was Chase. He was a representative of a small workshop and a con artist. Chase walked towards a pouting Greg, who was wondering why he had come this time. The salesman narrowed his eyes and asked if they had any budget left to purchase equipment. The boss said that they had spent their entire budget on the auction. Chase cried out in fear, after which the man became sad. He insisted that it was necessary to make a purchase in a real workshop and he would have sold it to them cheaply. Chase didn't lose hope and turned his attention to Nate, who, without waiting for questions, said that he didn't need anything. The man exclaimed that the guy was rude, but that was his charm and he had already set his sights on Jun. The salesman asked who the model-looking man was. Nate reminded him that it was the same June he had seen on his last visit. Chase couldn't believe his eyes because there was nothing left of that guy that he saw in this handsome and strong man. He asked if June had used the mana supplement he had purchased last time, but June didn't understand what he was talking about. But the seller was not going to stop and began to take out some bottle from his bag. He spoke about a legendary civil servant who got his abilities thanks to this supplement. Chase promised that Jun would also become an S-rank hunter by drinking it, and he would sell the drink for only 20,000 won instead of 4 million. June turned to him. The man leaned closer and asked whether he would take 1 box of the drink or 2. The hero whispered that the seller should be content with his past deception and reminded him that fraud with hunters' items is punishable by life imprisonment. This phrase offended the seller. He shouted that he was not deceiving them, and the drink really works. Jun narrowed his eyes and said that the civil servant he was talking about was now in this building and suggested that they go to him together. Defeated, Chase hung his head and headed for the exit, much to Nate and Greg's shock. They rushed to the savior and endlessly asked how he managed to do it. The questioning was interrupted by a joyful Kate, who entered the office and shouted that she was back. She handed everyone a bag of the drinks the men had just refused and said they were gifts. The girl was delighted to share the fact that she had snatched up this mana-boosting drink at a huge discount. Greg reminded Nate that he too had been incredibly happy with the purchase when he first met Chase. Jun laughed when he heard this information, but his boss decided to remind him of his past purchases as well. He said that Jun spent 1.5 million won on mana supplements during his first meeting with the seller. Kate was upset. She didn't want to believe that it was all a scam. Nate decided to support her and started drinking the magic drink. Jun was saddened by the fact that he spent such a sum on such a trinket, but he also thanked Kate. After finishing his working day, Jun headed home where, as always, Jill and company were waiting for him. Noticing the bag, Yoji immediately asked if there was food in it. Ignoring the dragon's question, the hero handed the bag to the girl and said that it was a nutritious drink for mana. Jill picked up 1 bottle, told him that the drink was popular on the internet, and asked if he had bought it himself. But when the daughter heard that it was a gift from Kate, she frowned deeply. The girl quickly pulled herself together and suggested sending her a message of gratitude, because it was a very expensive and valuable gift. Yoji grabbed one of the bottles and asked with a grin how this water could help with mana. The dragon had just opened his mouth to tell of the true qualities of the drink, and Jun's hand quickly caught up with him. The hero closed his mouth tightly and suggested that they go wash together. While her father and the dragons were in the bathroom, Jill quickly set the table and invited everyone to dinner. Jun took the bottle and asked why it was only near his place. The girl replied that he was always at work, and since the drink was expensive and healthy, it was only for her father. The hero opened the bottle and began pouring it into glasses, suggesting that they drink it together. Yoji again noted that there was no point in drinking it, but was interrupted by Jun. Under the heavy gaze of the owner, the dragon reported that this was definitely the best elixir for mana. Jill didn't hear their conversation and took a sip of her drink. She said the taste was a little unusual, but after Jun took a sip, he realized what kind of drink it was. The dragon spat out the drink and began to grumble that he would no longer drink alcoholic beverages. The hero turned tensely to Jill and asked if everything was okay, to which the girl replied that everything was fine. It seemed that everything was really good, if not for one fact. Yoji sat there, displeased but submissive, as one bean after another flew at him. Jill couldn't get her chopsticks to hold the food and just threw it all over the place. She suddenly became very sad, unable to find an answer to her strange behavior. Jun, Carciel, and Yoji watched her silently. It was clear to them. She was drunk. The girl looked at Yoji and asked if he wanted anything else to eat. The dragon pressed himself against his master. He was terribly frightened by her eyes, and he was even ready to refuse food. Jill suddenly changed her mind, slammed her fist on the table, and started yelling at Yoji. A second later, her belligerent mood was replaced by tears, and she begged them to answer why they hated her. Jun stood up and suggested that she go to bed early and go to rest immediately. He carried her to the bed, locked the room, and Jill continued to scream that she couldn't sleep until she finished cleaning. But the soft bed quickly drove these thoughts away. and she stared at the ceiling. It seemed to her that the whole world had turned into a tornado right now, and she was at its center. Her eyes began to slowly close, and it became increasingly difficult for her to speak. The girl could no longer lift her heavy eyelids and fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Karsil and Yoji sat down to breakfast together. Jill got out of bed and tried to open her eyes, but it was very difficult for her to do so. The dragons turned around at the noise coming from their hostess's room. The girl came out into the kitchen very crumpled and asked to tell what happened yesterday because she did not remember anything after they sat down at the table. Yoji leaned back in his chair and told her about her strange condition. She threw up on the blanket, she cried and threw tantrums. Jill couldn't believe her ears. She couldn't have behaved so disgustingly. The dragon also clarified that the owner had to clean everything up for her and calm her down for half the night. And in the morning, the dragon told June that now the girl was useless and that she needed to get rid of such a daughter. The girl began to cry and shake the dragon, trying to find out if he really said that, but Yoji finally said that he was joking. The father called the school, said that she would be late and cooked porridge for his daughter to eat before leaving. She looked at the table. There was indeed breakfast there, which her father had prepared for her. Jill didn't lose her composure and happily informed Yoji that he would now be deprived of meat side dishes for a week. Her words were like a bolt from the blue for him, and he began to panic. The dragon began to tug at her shirt and beg her to forgive his stupid joke. Something interesting was brewing in the Rift department as well. Nate was on the phone and replied that he would be heading there right away. He told Jun that there had been a complaint from the Rift they had been given rights to. A group of hunters had set up a blockade there and were controlling the hunt, taking everything for themselves. The colleague exhaled heavily. If a rank B Rift was blocked, then there were at least 10 rank A hunters. But if something goes wrong, the department will lose its hard-earned rights to the Rift, so he heads there. June had already started to rise from her chair to go together, but Nate asked that he remain in the department. The colleague assured him that he would sort it out on his own and asked him to pass his words on to his boss. The guy grabbed his briefcase and quickly flew out of the office, and June only wished him good luck. The hero decided to find out a little more information and began to explore the internet. He found out that the Ike Guild, which had many A-rank hunters, was operating in their rift. Nate could find himself in danger if he overestimates his strength. Jun thought that his colleague probably wanted to keep his word he had given in the past. While they were in the sauna, Nate was telling me that when he came to the Rift department, there were no senior people there. After working like this, he decided to become a good elder who could be relied upon. And even though June told him that he was already a reliable person, it seemed that Nate decided to confirm this with an action. The hero understood what he was feeling, but it was too dangerous for ordinary people to go into the Rift with the overlap. At that moment, Greg entered the office. The boss was stretching his back on the way to his place and said that he couldn't wake up and that his body felt heavy. After this phrase, June's eyes sparkled, and he invited Greg to go for a ride with him. The man was happy to get some fresh air and offered to buy him a coffee at his expense. A couple of minutes later, the happiness drained from the boss's face and he was screaming in the front seat of the car. Greg begged that this ride wasn't straight to heaven as the car sped along. The man held onto his belt and shouted that they had definitely been caught on camera and that now he would be deprived of his driver's license. He asked why he was rushing like that because even if he died, June would not get his position. June reported that before the boss came to work, information was received that the Ike Guild had blocked off their rift, after which he added that it could be very dangerous there, and Nate went there alone. Fear froze on the chief's face. Did Nate really go there alone? The realization came to him quickly, and he ordered June to drive as fast as possible, and if a complaint came, he would deal with it himself. Nate hadn't yet entered the rift and was reassuring himself that no one would harm him. His attention was drawn to the sound of an approaching car flying straight towards him. At the last moment, he managed to jump out of the way to avoid being hit by the wheels. Nate started yelling about why the hell they were driving like that when suddenly June got out of the car. June asked his colleague in fear if he had already been in the rift and if everything was okay with him. He was shocked that the driver was June, said that everything was fine, and asked what he was doing there. The hero replied that it was the boss who wanted to see the Ike Guild, and at that moment he was throwing up right in the parking lot. Nate said that he contacted the Ike Guild, who denied everything, so he needed to go and check for himself. Greg wiped his mouth with his sleeve and lamented that he should have told him everything first and only then gone into the rift. The chief reminded them that the three of them would die if they separated, but would live if they stuck together. The colleagues agreed that they would no longer cope with difficulties alone and headed into the rift. There was a schoolgirl standing in the clearing, clearly scolding the hunters working in the rift. She said that they had set up a blockade there, but the hunters assured her that this was not the case. The girl shouted that only 10 people had occupied 70% of the hunting grounds, which meant that this was definitely a blockade. Why would S-rank hunters come to this dungeon at all? It's obviously to pressure others. Government officials entered the rift. Greg asked that those who caused the commotion here be brought to him. June noted that the girl was wearing a school uniform like Jill, wondering what the schoolgirl was doing there. Nate and Greg were surprised by two things at once: why a schoolgirl was yelling at the Ike Guild, and why its leader looked like he was backed into a wall. The girl finally noticed the government officials and froze for a second. Suddenly, she ordered government officials to quickly arrest these people. June continued to study her carefully. She was quite loud and bossy, but he didn't understand why yet. Greg approached the Ike Guild and asked if this student was telling the truth. The guild leader reported that they had indeed caught many monsters here, but they had never interfered with other hunters or created any blockades. He handed him a flash drive containing video camera recordings confirming his words. June inserted the flash drive into his tablet and they began to study the recordings carefully. The schoolgirl, pleased with herself, was confident that she was right and was already beginning to shine. Greg cleared his throat, apologized to the girl, and informed her that it was not a blockage. She pouted. Did these men also side with the guild? And its leader apologized again and finally said her name, Kira. At that very moment, Greg and Nate began to shake, and June didn't understand why her name scared them so much. Colleagues shouted in one voice that this was the daughter of the president of the Academy of Hunters himself, Adriana. The men bowed low before her, and Kira advised them to prepare for dismissal. All this noise from early morning was caused by just a little girl, and June said that it would be better for her to go to school. Kira, baring her teeth, turned to June and asked him to repeat what he had just said. She started screaming that she would call her father and he would fire him immediately, after which she asked his name. Greg began to apologize for June and begged him to forgive him, since he was still a newbie. Kira did not calm down and suggested that June personally talk to the president. The boss was in a state of near fainting. It seems their department will be closed forever after this act. The telephone announced that the subscriber could not answer the call. But the girl was not going to back down. She pointed her finger at June and ordered him to follow her. Greg asked June to beg her to calm her anger, because it was a matter of life and death for their team. They walked away, and Adrian finally answered the phone. Kira said that right in front of her was a civil servant who was negligent in his duties and asked to fire him. June noted that the president probably had a good relationship with his daughter and took the phone. After he said his name, there was a deathly silence on the other end of the line. Kira tried to understand why June's name sounded so familiar to her. Finally, the president came to his senses. He asked how the civil servant was doing and whether he had any problems. The hero replied that everything was fine until today, but thanks to his daughter, problems arose. Adrian began to apologize for her, but June understood that she was still young and had ambitions raging inside her. Kira didn't understand why her father was so nervous in front of this uncle. At that moment, June reported that the girl had skipped school and subjected government officials to training like some kind of mongrels. The girl was still trying to remember why June's name sounded so familiar to her. Suddenly, an epiphany came to her. This was the same legendary civil servant and commander-in-chief of the S-rank Rift. June handed her the phone and said that her dad wanted to talk to her. She hesitantly raised the phone to her ear and quietly addressed her father. An explosive sound wave hit her ear, Adrian screaming that when he got home, she would be in trouble. The father hung up the phone, and the girl's spirit sank, because this was the first time in her life that she had been yelled at. The hero thought. Jill had never behaved so terribly and was glad of this thought. Greg continued to wait for the couple to return, and Nate noted that his nerves could cause an earthquake. The boss shouted at his subordinate that it was impossible not to worry when the fate of his future work was being decided. Guild leader. Ike pointed his finger towards June and Kira, who were heading towards them. June confidently approached them, and the girl followed him, sadly hanging her head. The hero asked Kira to apologize to everyone, and she obediently followed his instructions. Everyone froze. Did the president's daughter, known for her character, just apologize? She felt sorry that they, the employees, had come all this way because of her, and she felt sorry that she had so thoughtlessly accused the guild of blocking it. June smiled at her and said that the main thing was that everything turned out in the best possible way. The hero turned to the head of the guild, noted that the issue with the complaint had been resolved, and now they were leaving. June, Greg, Nate, and Kira headed towards the exit of the rift. The boss whispered to June if he had used any corporal punishment to subdue the girl. The guy let out a contemptuous sigh and said that they were not in Murim to use violence against children. Luckily for June, the boss didn't notice his mention of Murim, and they calmly left the rift. The hero approached Greg and asked permission to visit the academy for a short while. He was going to see the girl off. Greg agreed with him and decided to go to the office with Nate. Getting into the car, June suggested that Kira buckle up if she didn't want to die. She was embarrassed by the fact that he was threatening her with death, but she obediently reached for the belt. June stepped on the gas, and in a couple of seconds the car sped away from the parking lot. Nate noted that he was always behind the wheel and he didn't remember June ever having a driver's license. Suddenly, Greg and Nate turned to look at each other, realizing what had just happened. They ran after the car to stop their colleague, but it had already disappeared from sight. Jun, however, remained completely calm while sitting behind the wheel of the car. Kira turned to June. She was really sorry that this happened. The guy asked her to forget today's circumstances. This can happen to anyone. After which he asked why she was in the rift instead of being at school. Kira said that she didn't think it was important and fell silent. But June did not break this silence because he had received an answer to his question. The girl asked if he would ask her anything else, and June asked in response if he should do that. Usually after such an answer, they ask why it doesn't matter, or is there some story behind the reason? June asked robotically why going to school wasn't important. The girl frowned. Kira asked if he didn't care about her that much, then why take her to the academy? The hero said that he has a daughter, about her age, and she studies at the academy. He wants to meet her. The girl started screaming. She couldn't understand where he got his high school daughter from because he looks very young. June replied that she was not his biological daughter, but he treated her as his own, after which he decided to change the subject, smiled at her, and asked why she didn't think school was important. Kira assured that she would become an A-rank hunter, and the school only gave her the basics, which she found boring. Her father told her to gain experience at the academy, but for her, it was just a waste of time. June said that there was truth in what she said, but the president didn't say anything wrong either. Suddenly, the sky outside the window changed. The computer reported that there was a distortion in the center. They stopped and got out of the car. People around them ran away in panic. Right in front of Jun stood those he killed in the center. But why were they alive and why did they appear here? The Cyclops and the bird loomed over him menacingly, and he decided to find out the reason from Tusitala later. At that moment, the bird began to attack and released a pillar of fire in his direction. The pillar was of incredible power. It seemed like it could be the final blow for them. Kira closed her ears and eyes. She didn't want to believe that she had just died. After a couple of seconds, she realized that she was alive and finally dared to open her eyes. June stood in front of her, shielding them from the impact of the official car. Despite the danger of the situation, the hero managed to think about whether he would have to write an explanatory note about the car, since he did not get into an accident with it. He pushed away unnecessary thoughts and asked Kira to wait a little while he finished with this. June formed a spear out of mana and threw it at his opponents. Kira closed her eyes again and screamed that such monsters were beyond even the Sword Emperor's power. She added that instead of a long, painful death, she would prefer to die quickly and immediately. These monsters may have been a problem for the Sword Emperor, but they were certainly no problem for June, who took off 2 huge heads with one blow. He just turned to Kira and asked if she was hurt. The girl called him uncle again and asked who he was. June quietly replied that he was a civil servant, but the girl was furious at this answer because that was not what she meant. The girl stamped her feet and screamed, "Can't he just go and tell how he did it?" That evening, the assistant came to the president with a report on the situation. There are no casualties, restoration work has begun, but there is one problem. The hunter who killed the monsters has not shown up. But for Adrian, it didn't matter. In any case, only one person could cope with it. The assistant thought for a couple of seconds, and then smiled. Indeed, no one but June could have handled this. The guy silently looked at the president. Even though everything was resolved, judging by his heavy expression, he was already thinking about repeating a similar situation. While the aide silently vowed to follow the president for life, he only looked at the phone screen. After his morning conversation with Kira, she no longer answered his calls. Was she really offended because he scolded her in the morning? For a second, Adrian lost the strength to even stand on his feet and fell against the windows. His assistant picked him up and said that no matter how worried he was about the country, his health came first. But at that moment, although Adrian was worried about the country, it was not in first place. Now the most important thing for him was his beloved daughter Kira, whom he had offended. At that moment, Kira was at a house unfamiliar to her, the house of Mr. Jun. She glanced at the phone and mentally apologized to her father for not picking up. But the girl couldn't do anything else. The only person who could solve her problem was her uncle. And until he helps her, she is not going to return home. Jill had almost cooked dinner. Carciel was helping to set the table, and Yoji was completely absorbed in the television. Someone rang the doorbell, and the girl asked Yoji to check who had arrived. The dragon trudged towards the door and grumbled that he had been interrupted at the most interesting moment. He opened the door and an unfamiliar girl appeared in front of him, looking over him. Kira looked back and was surprised that the door was opened for her, but no one was there. She took a step forward and her knee connected with Yoji's face. The schoolgirl squealed in fear, and the dragon's face twisted into a painful grimace. The girl bent down and began to study the monster. Maybe this was the child that the uncle was raising. She took her hands away from him and said that her name was Kira, and she was looking for Mr. Jun. The dragon rubbed his nose with displeasure and said that his master was currently in the shower, after which he declared that they did not need any goods and showed her the door. The door began to close and Kira angrily pushed against it, shouting that she would leave only after she met with the master. Yoji also stood his ground, pressing on the door from the other side and asking her to leave. The noise in the corridor attracted the attention of Carciel and Jill, who had already headed to the scene. She looked out into the corridor and asked who had come to them, that the dragon had made such a fuss. At that moment, a girl burst through the door and Jill recognized her as Kira. Yoji was indignant that the girl didn't immediately say that she knew the owner, since he mistook her for a merchant. Kira stood up, tidied herself up, and thanked the girl for finally letting her into the house. Jill couldn't understand why the president's daughter came to their house and asked Kira about it. She said that Mr. Jun had helped her a lot today and she came to thank him. The girl immediately understood that it would not be so easy to get rid of her gratitude. She became wary and finally suggested that they come in and have some tea first, since her father was busy right now. She was embarrassed that in order to thank him, she needed to bring 2 suitcases with her. Kira walked through the apartment and looked around. The house looked smaller than her room. The girl nimbly fell onto the sofa and asked if Jill was the daughter the uncle had talked about. Jill slammed her cup down on the table, confirming her suspicions. Kira wondered why the girl was angry with her, because she had done nothing wrong. All 4 of them turned around because the culprit of this get-together finally appeared in the room. Jun was drying his wet hair with a towel and was clearly stunned by the evening guest. He exhaled heavily and asked what Kira was doing here, to which she asked why he was so unhappy with her. The hero turned to Yoji and reminded him that he had asked to drive away all sorts of merchants. The girl was furious. Could this man really call her a pathetic merchant? Yoji revealed that he had been deceived, and Jun finally asked her why she had come. Kira screamed that she had come to thank him. Everyone had to cover their ears from her scream. Jun pulled his fingers out of his ears and asked her again if she really came for this. The schoolgirl hesitated. Of course, this was not the main reason for her visit, but she came to express her gratitude too. She was terribly worried and finally began to ask her main question. But Jun interrupted her and immediately gave his cold answer. No. Kira started shouting again that she didn't even ask the question, but Jun asked it herself. After all, she came here to ask to be taken as a student. The girl gasped. Could this man really have the ability to read minds? The hero began to explain and asked why she had brought so many things if she had just come to thank him. Kira decided to play her trump card and declared that if he took her on as an apprentice, she would give him 10 billion won. Jun looked at her tiredly and asked if she knew how much one magic stone cost. Although she wasn't an official hunter yet, she knew he was worth around 800 million. Kira understood what he was getting at and asked if he wanted something else. Jun noted that he would be glad to have dinner and for her to leave. Kira gave in. Tears welled up in her eyes. She didn't want to believe that he would really do this to her. She asked her last question. Would she ever be able to become his student? A plan came into Jun's head and he said that he would take her on as a student, but with one condition. If she attends classes at the academy and graduates as the best student, then he will teach her. Kira clarified the conditions just in case, not because she didn't hear, but because she didn't believe her ears. She jumped for joy and shouted that she swears to him that she will become the best in school. After which she clung to Jill and said that from now on they would see each other at school every day and should be friends. And a second later, she flew out of their apartment along with her things. Jun and Yoji were already sitting at the table. The latter was happy that they would finally eat. The hero was happy that now the girl would diligently go to school, and this fact would please the president. At this moment, Adrian was shocked by what they told him in the academy laboratory. The professor said that in the future, monsters will appear that will be 5 to 6 times stronger than those classified as S-rank monsters. It was the president's worst nightmare. They had seen 3 creatures in recent times, which only one person could currently handle. The professor interrupted his thoughts and informed him that they had much more serious problems. The fact is that the center has begun to actively absorb the Earth, and this has terrible consequences. Adrian, with a stern look, explained that the center began to absorb the Earth, which meant erosion had begun. But Jonathan didn't understand him at all and asked Adrian what he was talking about. The old man began to ask with a serious look. After all, he first entered the center 3 years ago. Initially, the maximum rank of the rift ended at A, but after they entered the center, rank C rifts began to appear. The discrepancy value between C rank monsters is around 1,000, but this guy has a record of 7,500, far exceeding that figure, Adrian explained. Jonathan asked if that meant the more they explored the center, the stronger the monsters appeared. Looking at the cutie Yoji, you don't think he's super strong. But Adrian replied that it was true. The more difficulties they overcome, the more often the center sends increasingly stronger monsters to the earth. And how else can this be called if not absorption? Then Jonathan asked with a serious look, "Does that mean there is no hope for humanity?" We can tell from his face that he is really worried. But Adrian replied that this was just his hypothesis for now. And when Mr. Jun provided information about the tutorial zone, they would think about it again. Adrian himself was worried and told Jonathan that in the end they and all of humanity depended on Mr. Jun. Meanwhile, our hero was getting ready to go somewhere. Sweet Carciel told June that he would wait for him outside. June responded melancholically, well, when Jill called him with a worried look. Jill began asking him, a little hesitantly, if he was still going to work on Saturday this week or if he was going on a business trip. June replied that he was, and he thought he would continue to work on weekends for a while. Then the daughter, with a sad expression on her face, replied that she understood everything. Of course, she didn't want her father to work so much. And at that moment, Yoji started hitting Jun on the leg, saying that they were going to go out to dinner somewhere today, and asked why he was even going to work. But June coldly replied that it was the first time he heard about it, which of course greatly upset our cutie. And Jill said that she had managed to get a scholarship, so they decided to go somewhere on the weekend to have fun. A little awkwardly, Jill revealed that she wanted to surprise him and tell him about it today. Jill was visibly upset, but told him not to worry about it because she didn't want to interfere with his plans. And Yoji was offended and said that he was so looking forward to this weekend. He wanted to watch a movie, eat a delicious dinner. Jill and Yoji began to get even sadder. June's face showed us that he was in shock. Then June began to think about how to be a good father. And as a result of serious reflection, for the sake of a proper relationship with his daughter, he decided to spend time together and asked if they would make it if he returned by 5 in the evening. Jill and Yoji immediately became cheerful and simultaneously answered that it was over, they would make it. Carciel happily jumped on his owner with hugs and repeated that his owner was the best. Then June said that he would return as soon as possible, which only made the guys happier. After a joyful morning with his family, June went to work. It was the third stage of the tutorial zone. Lava was bubbling under June's feet, the heat enveloped the entire room. June turned to the fairy and asked what he needed to do here, and she replied that he could only start the mission after receiving the item. While June was asking where he could get this item from the fairy, Carciel, like a dragon, was enjoying a lava bath. And suddenly June received a skill ring, which was colorless. Rank 5, number of sockets 0, description ring, allowing the use of skills. The fairy was also surprised that the ring appeared so suddenly, and she assumed that it was the most important artifact in the center. But Juno was not very impressed by the ring. He asked if she was sure. But Tusitala insisted that without this ring, he would not be able to use his skills here. This made June wary, because he used his skills easily. But the fairy just started laughing and explained that it was because they were now in the tutorial zone. The little fairy continued to laugh, and confidently said that, as expected, June needed her. She flew around him contentedly and said that he needed to catch the gatekeepers on each floor to increase the number of skill sockets that could be placed in the ring. There were 7 floors in this tower, so it could hold up to 7 skills. The fairy confidently said that he could give up at any moment, but it was worth remembering that the difference of 1 skill was as big as heaven and earth. However, the beautiful and kind Tusitala always says this to adventurers. She haughtily told June to give up at any moment, so as not to get hurt in any way. The fairy continued to praise herself in a fit, repeating how kind she was and how difficult it was for them without her, while June and Carciel watched her tiredly. Then June told the fairy that everything was fine with her, but the problem was that she lost her mind from time to time. Little Carciel shook his head and said that it was definitely an incurable disease. Then he asked her to come to her senses and help, and asked if it was necessary to kill the gatekeepers in order to increase the number of connectors. The fairy looked at June in surprise and asked what he meant. If not in order, then how else? And June at that time began to use his power and said that he had a meeting today, so he did not have much time. So if he could only kill the last gatekeeper, it would save him time. The fairy got nervous and asked to wait, but June had already used his power to the fullest. June effortlessly hit the gatekeepers with furious force. The fairy hysterically asked June to be like all normal people. In front of Jun lay a huge snake. He was informed that he had won first place in the third stage of the tutorial, and was asked if he wanted his achievements to become public knowledge. June naturally refused. Suddenly, the ring began to glow. This is how the strengthening of the ring began. After the strengthening was completed, he was asked to return to the lobby on the third floor. Tusitala was very surprised that they had already finished. She asked if they were going back to the third floor. June replied yes. The upgraded skill ring had 7 sockets. The rank of center treasure? The fairy was shocked and began to scream loudly. How did he manage to upgrade the ring so much? June wasn't impressed, and Cutie Carciel snapped, saying that she acted like she knew everything, but in reality, there was a lot she didn't know. This of course angered our little diva, and Carciel was only amused by her reaction. June calmly told Carciel to quickly return home. They quickly ran away, and the fairy was left alone and continued to demand that they explain how the ring turned black. 5 o'clock in the evening, as June promised, he returned to spend time with his family. Yoji had already started to eat actively, and June asked what movie they wanted to watch today. Jill suggested the most popular movie that everyone was talking about right now. Then June agreed to go see it. Jill happily hugged him. A huntress was walking behind the boys, and when she saw Jill hugging June, she decided that she was his girlfriend and was very upset. Kate thought June had been flirting with her all along, a distorted memory that flashed past her. The girl got seriously angry and even activated her firepower, which scared the people passing by. She said that betrayal is followed only by death. She grabbed the guy by the shoulder and asked in a creepy voice how he could do this to her. His good attitude towards her was just a lie. The girl asked if he considered her a simple toy. With tears in her eyes, she told the guy that she was truly disappointed in him. But when the guy turned around, it turned out that it was not June and Jill, but completely different people who were shocked by what had happened. The guy was still in shock, but his girlfriend was already starting to get angry. She asked if he had met both of them. Then the guy got really scared and quickly replied that he didn't even know this girl. But the girl's anger could no longer be stopped. To the guy's great regret, his name is also June. The guy repeated in fear that he did not know her. And our heroine, who had caused this scandal, stood silently, not knowing what to do. Then June, whom Kate had expected to see initially, approached them, and June asked if she had come to watch the movie. Kate felt awkward and shouted that she was sorry, and quickly ran away, leaving behind June and the couple who had argued over her. She was so ashamed that she ran away at breakneck speed, and June thought that she was practicing the technique of fast movement. He noticed that she became much faster. Jun's thoughts were interrupted by Yoji, who noticed the guy's popcorn and asked if they could eat some of it. June asked if he wanted one, and Yoji happily said yes. So June went and bought 1 large caramel popcorn and a large cola, and Yoji started flapping his wings in joy. He gave the treats to the kids, and they happily began to try them. Yoji ate his popcorn with gusto and said that, as expected from the owner, unlike others, he is very generous. Jill heard this and angrily asked what about her. Did he mean to say that she was not a broad-minded person? Jill raised her hand and Yoji screamed in fear to spare him and not deprive him of the meat-side dishes. But the girl only lightly wiped the dragon's cheek and said that he was all dirty, just like a pig. Then she turned to June and said with a warm smile that the movie would start soon, and suggested that they go to their seats quickly, while Yoji watched her in shock. Then Yoji thought that Jill was acting strange today, and since no one else was noticing, he decided to watch her himself. But as soon as the film started, Yoji immediately forgot about his plan and began to watch it with delight. When the film ended, only Yoji left the hall in high spirits. Everyone else clearly regretted going there, and Yoji had already completely forgotten about his promise. And when Jill said that they were going to eat meat and asked if he was coming with them, Yoji stood up and confidently told them to follow him. June was also happy because all his loved ones were happy. This was the ordinary life he dreamed of. They went to a restaurant and Jill ordered a lot of meat, so much that Yoji's mouth started to water. Jun looked at the menu and asked how much Jill received as a stipend, since a serving for one person costs more than 80,000 won, which is a lot. Carciel was shocked, because for this money you could buy 4 bags of food. Jill and Yoji, opposite, were shouting in one voice that you can't save on food. Jun thought that in any case he could burn for meat. Then, June remembered that Jill had said last time that she could get a place in the dorm, and he asked if since she was getting a scholarship she could now get a place. This question made Jill sad and June noticed it. She asked how her father was. What did he think? Should she move to the dorms? Jill said that if the conditions were met, he would prefer that she leave. While she was sad, Yoji ate all the meat, but June calmly replied that if she didn't want to, she didn't have to go there, and Yoji sniffed the aroma of fried meat so sweetly. Jill was surprised by June's answer, and the guy continued that she herself didn't want to stay home. June smiled at her and said that he liked her presence too. This touched Karsiel, but not Yoji, who was too busy eating. Jill excused herself and said she needed to go to the restroom, and when she went there, Jill was filled with doubts. At first, Jill was going to leave as soon as she was given a place in the dorm, but it's only been 3 months since they've been living together. But it feels like they've been together for decades, and she always feels peaceful and safe. Jill realized what it was like to rely on her parents, and it saddened her to think that someday she would have to move out and live on her own. But now she wants to be a family for a little while longer, with her dad, Yoji, and of course Karsiel. Saturday, 1400 hours, June was on his way to a training trip for the Rift department. The boss was already dancing and singing. Nate tried to calm him down so that he would sit down in his seat, because it was dangerous to jump like that on a moving bus. But the boss did not agree. He was having fun. Others were not far behind. They were drinking and having fun. One colleague offered June a glass of alcohol, and June agreed. She then turned to the huntress Kate and offered her a glass of alcohol as well. But when she turned around, she saw Kate blush and decided that she was already drunk, and then said that if she was having a hard time, then she didn't have to drink. Kate replied that he wouldn't drink because he wasn't feeling well. June noticed this and remembered that she hadn't even had a glass. Noticing June looking at her, Kate became embarrassed and quickly turned away. The girl asked her if she was sure she was okay, and Kate stuttered that she would feel better as soon as she rested. The reason why she acts like this is simple. Kate keeps thinking about what happened yesterday, so she can't look Mr. Jun in the eye. And this upset Kate greatly because the chance to sit next to him came so rarely. But as soon as June offered her some water because he thought she was seasick, Kate turned away and pretended to be asleep. The girl bought into her game and said that it looked like Kate was really drunk. And June, understanding her game, said nothing. The girl said pitifully that if she had known that Kate would get so drunk, she would have thanked her earlier. And the drunk and happy boss shouted that they really hadn't thanked her yet. The boss started to say that if it weren't for Miss Kate, they would have been sleeping on the street this time. The girl laughed at how the boss started to exaggerate everything and said that it seemed like the boss was very drunk. Let's go back a little to Wednesday. A few weeks before Kate got it all wrong at the cinema. In the Rift department, the chief was shouting loudly about how they could do their job like this. The chief was very angry. And when they told him that there was nothing they could do, that the refund for the stay would be made immediately, they tried to calm him down in this way. But the boss was not consoled at all. He kept yelling at them how he could find accommodation during the tourist season. Meanwhile, Kate was talking to someone. June looked at her in surprise while the boss continued to swear. They tried to restrain the chief while he was shouting at all the buildings, and suddenly Kate started calling him. Then the boss immediately calmed down and said that he was not angry with her. Kate replied that she knew, and about the place to spend the night, she had decided everything, so there was no need to worry about it, Kate added. Kate explained that her mother was in the hotel business and ran a boarding house. She asked, and her mother said that she would put everyone up for free. For the kids, Kate was like an angel who appeared to save them. June found the boarding house and showed it to the others. He asked if she was talking about it, and Kate replied that it was. Everyone was surprised, because in one night they would have spent a lot of money. Kate turned to June and sweetly asked if she was really doing a good job, and asked him to praise her. But June continued to look at her silently. Then the chief began to whisper loudly to him to praise Miss Kate. June sighed tiredly, then raised his hands and said in a robotic voice, "Good job, and Miss Kate is the best." But even that was enough, and Kate broke into a smile. And finally, they arrived at the luxurious boarding house and immediately began to praise this place. They were met by Kate's mother and apparently her younger sister. The mother smiled and said that she had heard a lot about them from her daughter, while the girl closed her eyes in displeasure. Mom thanked them for caring about her girl, who still lacks a lot. The guys, seeing Mom Kate, immediately perked up and looked at her lovingly. And it's no wonder Kate's mom looks amazing. She asked which of the gentlemen is June. Then June came forward and bowed, greeting her. Mom happily said that now she understood why Kate talked about him so much, and then invited everyone to go inside. But Kate's sister immediately frowned when she saw June. Nate looked at the boss with displeasure and asked him if he had just been drooling, then began to threaten to tell his wife everything. And Kate happily hugged June's hand and suggested that they go into the house. June, without reacting at all, replied, "Okay." And Kate's little sister, who had been looking angrily at June before, was now furious. It turned out that the girl thought that June was a scoundrel who seduced her naive and kind sister, so she was very angry at the guy. The girl began to follow June. She watched him angrily and thought how this ferret-looking man dared to date her beloved sister. She literally followed June around, screaming in her mind that she would never accept this relationship. This could not go unnoticed, and June turned to her and, saying that she had been following him for a long time, asked if she wanted to tell him something. The girl was embarrassed that she was discovered so quickly, so she screamed when she was the one chasing him. Then June calmly replied that he must have made a mistake and was about to leave. But the girl stopped him and ordered him not to bother her sister anymore. June, of course, did not understand anything, and the girl continued to say that she recognized that her sister was a beauty, with a good body and an excellent character. Besides, she is kind and always buys something tasty to eat naturally. He wants to get her, the girl said. And June, still not understanding her, silently looked at her. But then, his little sister shouted that she would never ever accept him, and June thought that there seemed to be some misunderstanding. And the girl continued that, of course, June cannot give up easily because losing her sister is the same as dying, so she challenged him to a duel. She suggested they play a game of table tennis, and if he lost, he would abandon her sister. June, who suddenly found himself drawn into this fight, decided to have some fun and asked what would happen if he still won. The girl looked at him with displeasure and said that since he was so confident, if he won, she would fulfill any of his wishes. Thus began a game of tennis for her sister's hand. Before the blow, the girl shouted that he should not dare to cling to her sister after losing. June decided to play along with her and calmly replied that he accepted the bet. His colleagues were watching the game, and the boss asked Nate what the two were doing, but Nate himself was confused. And then the girl hit the ball with incredible force, screaming that this time she would show him her deadly blow, which was really strong. Even June's colleagues were shocked. She was confident and thought that he would definitely not be able to reflect it since she had won first place in the district competition. But she didn't take one thing into account. June was determined to win, so the ferret uncle changed his indifferent energy to professional one. June easily caught the difficult ball and hit the ball with even more force. It is not worth playing chess with chess champions. And of course, June easily won against her. The little sister sadly lay down on the table, sadly repeating that it was impossible. And June asked. She said that she would do anything if she lost. The girl got worried and said that she would do anything. So could he just let her sister go? The little girl continues to protect her older sister even after losing. June replied that Kate was such a precious person, so he couldn't do that. The girl sadly said that nothing could be done. A bet is a bet, and she had to keep her promise. She then shouted that she would turn a blind eye to him dating her sister, but she could not allow marriage under any circumstances. After these words, all three men were in shock. June asked who he was dating. The girl replied that it was with her sister, the boss, still drunk, said that it was not true, and June replied that it seemed like there was some kind of misunderstanding, and said that he would never date the huntress Kate. But the girl did not believe him and shouted at him not to lie, and said that he even confessed his love to his sisters. It seems Romeo does not know what the girl is talking about. My sister started telling me about some romantic scene that never existed. June sighed and said that it was the hunter Kate who took his words at her own discretion. The girl was surprised and asked why he said that he could not let her go. Then June replied that since Hunter Kate was an irreplaceable talent for their mayor's office, he said he couldn't let her go. Then, June put the racket on the table and said that there was something more important. She said that she would do anything. Then the girl became very worried. The girl was frying meat with a serious face and asked June what the hell she was frying meat for. She muttered under her breath discontentedly. Winning a bet from such a beauty as her and entrusting her with just this was stupid. June noticed that she was distracted and, approaching her, ordered her in a loud voice not to shirk. The girl said that she almost had a heart attack. Then June asked whose fault it was, who was lazy here. Then June pointed to the boxes and asked her to bring the boxes that were lying in front of the bus. He said the barbecue preparations were finished, so we just had to bring them, and that was it. Lena complained that there were a lot of them. June replied that she shouldn't worry because once she started, she would quickly get it done. Then Lena decided to change her strategy. Turning on her charm, she called him brother and said that she was a little weak physically and suggested making this place. But Jun, of course, didn't buy into this game. He looked at the girl with a cold gaze and didn't answer. Seeing such a reaction, Lena got scared and ran away, shouting that she would bring all the boxes right now. June just laughed at her reaction. He thought that Lena was so bright and lively, and she and Jill would definitely be friends. Finally, in the evening, the party began. Everyone ate meat and drank, talking to each other. The man raised his glass and said that they had all worked hard in the past first half of the year, and on this day, they could forget about their work and enjoy the holiday. The chief and Nate also raised their mugs of beer and drank happily. relaxing after the hard work. Then the boss asked how about a bet, and said when he thought the two would get married, to which Nate bluntly replied that he would bet on them not getting married. The boss asked how he could even say such a thing. Seeing this picture, Nate replied that June had no feelings, and asked if anything could come out of one-sided love. Then the boss sadly replied that he would definitely like these two to get married. He said this looking at how Kate was trying to kiss June, who was pushing her away. Then June turned to one of her colleagues and asked if she could take the hunter Kate to her room, because she had drunk too much. The girl replied that it was the same on the bus, since she doesn't tolerate alcohol well, and agreed to take her to the room. When Kate was taken to the room, then Lena came and looking back asked June where her sister had gone. June replied that Kate looked tired, so they took her to the room and put her to bed. Lena frowned and asked if he himself took her to the room. Lena put a portion of meat on the table and said that, surprisingly, June had behaved nicely. June thanked her a little awkwardly for thinking that about him. Then Lena said that she thought he could get 5 points. June asked how many points he had now, and Lena answered bluntly, -95. Then Lena stared at the alcohol and asked if alcohol tasted good. June replied that he wasn't sure, and that she probably preferred cola. This angered Lena, and she asked with displeasure if he was now treating her like a child. June, not understanding her anger, replied that she was not an adult. She stood up and asked, "To do your job diligently, to eat and live. Isn't that what it means to be an adult?" Lena declared that in that case she was already an adult, and with these words, she took a glass of beer and drank it, and immediately she got carried away. One sip made her feel sick, and she asked why she would drink something like that at all. It seemed that even this small sip of beer made her drunk. She turned around and walked away with uncertain steps, saying that since she was an adult, she had to get down to business. The boss asked June if he shouldn't take her to her room. June replied that it was her house, so nothing would happen. Meanwhile, Leon, swaying from side to side, walked and talked about why she liked such a guy. And every now and then she only talked about this uncle. Kate often told Lena about how June helped her when she got into trouble, and about other incidents. When Lena first heard about him from her sister, she thought that he was some kind of cunning and evil person who was trying to do something to her. But it turned out that he was not as bad as she thought. Lena was so deep in her thoughts that she didn't notice how she sat down next to the rift. Suddenly she was pulled inside. The number of applicants who can enter the rift is 3 people. It turns out that there is a clause in the rules that prohibits leaving the rift, so Lena cannot return. But Lena still tried to go out into her world, and then a huge ogre appeared who was about to attack her. Lena tried to remember what her sister told her to do in case of danger, but unfortunately, she couldn't remember anything. And the only thing Lena could remember was that June saved her little sister. She closed her eyes when the ogre swung his axe, but opened them because she felt no pain. Luckily, June sensed the strange energy and decided to check it out, and arrived in time to save Lena. Lena asked how he got here. June looked at her and thought that it would be dangerous to leave her here while the rift was being cleared. He apologized and threw Lena over his shoulder. Of course, Lena started screaming. Why did he lift her up? June asked if she didn't want to go home. Lena replied that that wasn't the point. Then June told her to hold on as tightly as possible. Lena, before she could understand what he meant, began to fall at a furious speed. During the jump, Lena asked June to stop, but June tiredly replied that she should be patient for a little while. But Lena said that there were a lot of cave ogres ahead and started screaming that they would definitely die. Of course, this didn't scare June at all. He said that she shouldn't worry and he would quickly finish off these ogres. Lena was still scared and continued to scream what he meant. Lena said that if he didn't stop, they would all die. But June had already started using his magic, and thousands of swords immediately flew at these huge monsters. When it was all over, Lena got off June's shoulder and, shocked by what had happened, said that it was just a dream. Because what she saw was impossible unless it was a dream, June replied that it was not a dream. Lena still couldn't believe what she saw, and asked how he killed A-rank monsters at once, adding that something like that didn't make any sense. But suddenly, from the depths of the cave, a frighteningly huge ogre emerged with a terrible cry. And this did not impress our hero. He was only irritated by the noise that this ogre made, and Lena asked in horror if this time they really didn't need to run. But before the huge monster could raise its weapon, June used his ability again, and the monster was pierced by thousands of huge swords. And the monster fell with a crash onto the bodies of the other monsters that June had defeated. And then June got an amazing achievement. The useless cave was cleared in 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Having succeeded in the timing attack, June opened the hidden part, and now the Coon of Belial, one of the 72 demons of Solomon, appeared. The entire cave glowed. June thought that this was the same energy as the anti-magic energy received from the center. June just touched the object as it glowed even more, and suddenly an angel appeared and he told June that even though he was just a clone, he was able to block the light of total destruction. The creepy angel turned out to be a clone of Belial, the 68th of Solomon's 72 demons, and he said that he liked the insignificant human because June was trying to join his squad, and added that being his servant was an immeasurably glorious opportunity. This angered Jun. He called the clone a half-chicken and asked who he told him to work for. Apparently, Jun was very angry that his power scared the Golubushka. He realized that Jun had at least enough power to pull his body. And so it happened. Despite the angel's pleas to stop, Jun surrounded him with his magic. Lena was very surprised. She asked who he really was. Jun joked that he was a civil servant. Lena told him to stop talking nonsense. Jun replied that it was actually true and suggested that they leave. Lena ran after him and said that before leaving she would like to say something. Lena said that she should thank him, no matter who he was, a special forces soldier or a hidden hero, then thanked Jun for saving her. Jun smiled and said that the sudden change in attitude was somehow strange and suggested that she behave as usual. Lena said that he didn't need to pretend to be indifferent and asked if he really came to save her to get points from her sister. But Jun said no and said who would clean up after the barbecue if she wasn't there. Naturally, such an answer only angered Lena. She began to be indignant, but Jun replied that she had promised that she would leave. Meanwhile, in the center of the heart, in Belalal's mansion, sat the real Belalal. He read the rating and was surprised that the tutorial's rating, which never changed, suddenly changed. Besides, this is the first time that someone with a rank higher than purple has appeared, and Impelheim must be sharpening its teeth. But more importantly, Belial was furious that he dared to kill his clone, and he also didn't like that Jun called him a half-chicken. This really angered him, and he threatened to personally tear off all the limbs of this insignificant little man. It was a typical Saturday morning, the day of departure to the center, and the dragons were watching a drama on TV with great interest. While Yoji was happily shouting that the drama had a cool plot, Jun suddenly grabbed him by the wings and said that he had to go somewhere with him today. Yoji asked him displeasedly what he was talking about. Carciel told Yoji that he had been spending a lot of time at home lately, so his owner said he would take him to the center instead. Yoji asked if he was going to the center with him. Jun was about to say that he had gained weight lately, but suddenly Yoji burst into tears and started thanking Jun. He even started dancing. His reaction surprised Jun, and Carciel was touched and said that it seemed like Yoji really wanted to go. Jun and Yoji came to the last zone of the tutorial center. Yoji came to the edge and said that the view was scary. The view was really creepy. There were huge snakes below that were biting each other. Jun asked Yoji if he was scared. Yoji replied that he was actually the king of dragons and he was different from all this little stuff. Yoji said that this impudent fellow dared to raise his voice at him. He was talking about a monstrously huge snake that was devouring another snake. Then, our dragon confidently asked if he could play with them a little. No, more precisely, if he could deal with them. Jun asked him to wait. Yoji replied sadly that he was already wanting to stretch his body for the first time in a long time. At that moment, the fairy appeared and immediately began to scream and complain that they were late, and she already thought that they would never return. Jun asked if she was waiting for him. The fairy replied that of course she was, because now there were no other candidates from Earth except him. The fairy wanted to confess something, but immediately closed her mouth, and a little later said that in any case, let him know that she has no one except him. Yoji looked at her with displeasure, and thought how dare she raise her voice at Jun. Jun thought that judging by the way she immediately changed the subject, she was definitely hiding something, and it needed to be remembered. The fairy said that first he should take this and handed him something. Jun asked what he needed to do here. Yoji hoped that the fairy gave Jun some kind of treat, but Jun was holding a small snake in his hands. But knowing Yoji's big appetite, Jun said that it was not food and asked to bring the book, which Yoji quickly did. The book said that it was a colorless snake, and the number of characteristics that can be used depends on the color of the gems absorbed by the snake. The fairy asked if they knew everything since they had looked into the encyclopedia, and began to say that the gems had to be absorbed in order. Apparently, she was still angry about the last time. Jun replied that he would go for them, and that she should stay here. The fairy said haughtily that he would cope without a doubt. Without listening to the fairy, they jumped off the cliff, and Jun ordered Yoji to collect precious stones from the snakes by color. Yoji didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped on these snakes who weren't expecting such a guest. Jun wondered if Yoji had been sitting at home for too long. Jun thought that a moderate walk wouldn't hurt him. Apparently, that's what he meant by a walk. Yoji was enjoying fighting the snakes. Then June decided to buy a book called How to Be a Pet Owner once he got home. And cutie Yoji was happy. He collected all the stones and asked June if it was enough. June praised Yoji, who proudly said it was nothing. And June began feeding the snake pebbles. He then asked if there were any more snakes. Yoji replied no, but Jun still decided to check personally and rose up, hitting the fairy as he flew. Having risen to the heights, they saw either a snake or a rock in the shape of a snake, but June felt a strange energy from it. Ouroboros, a snake, representing the place where the fourth stage of the tutorial zone is passed. It was a mythical creature that even Tusitala didn't know about, and June didn't know what it was either. But June knows one thing: this creature must be killed. June took out his sword and immediately dealt it several blows. Tusitala was shocked and asked how he knew about the existence of this creature, since even she did not know about it. But June and Yoji ignored Tusitala again, which of course made her angry. And they didn't pay attention to her because the snake suddenly started moving, and then it turned into a bracelet. Yoji said that if it was red it would be cooler, but June said that red is the weakest color. Current possible snake activity: all colors, 100% skill level, but the main thing is that Jun finished the tutorial. After completing all the hidden conditions, Jun received the center amulet. It allows him to teleport to the place he remembered. Yoji said, a little embarrassedly, that he thought he did a good job with an important matter today. So he thought that he could go to that restaurant again and eat beef, when suddenly there was a noise. Yoji thought it was Jun, and said that he just suggested going there. Jun replied that it wasn't him. There was no need to make a fuss. But now it is important to deal with this earthquake. Suddenly a huge black hole appeared, and long red smoke began to emerge from it. Suddenly the fairy changed her tone and congratulated Jun for opening the entrance to the first floor of the center. Yoji began to joke that the fairy, seeing how her master was fighting, thought that if she showed off, it would be the end for her, and decided to change her behavior. Tusitala got angry again and started shouting that it wasn't about that. It was just a formality for those who had completed the tutorial, so there was no need to show off. Jun asked if he should come back in a week this time too, but the fairy was busy because she was teasing Yoji. But then she calmed down and replied that there was no need for that. In the case of the tutorial, it was done to avoid clashes with challengers from other dimensions. And starting from the first floor of the center, he will coexist with the challengers of all dimensions. Jun asked, with what other challengers? Then the fairy snapped her fingers and said that, to be more precise, we were talking about applicants from the so-called copies of the Earth. After the fairy clicked, several planets appeared, and the fairy continued that in the center is the Earth from which they came. The planets revolving around are other planets created by copying the Earth. Some of them have places identical to places on their land, but there are also completely different ones. The pretenders who came from the copies also have a human appearance, but this does not mean that they are not real. They are really living people. This did not impress Jun at all, and he simply replied, understandably, and Tusitala was shocked by his reaction, or rather, the lack of reaction. So the fairy started to circle around Jun and say that usually people feel sick or even faint when they find out about this. But Jun replied that it wasn't that surprising. Jun summoned his sword and added that even taking all the life skills and so on from the very beginning, something like that was unrealistic. Then the fairy lost her patience and shouted, he is not too frivolous, because when he enters the center where different dimensions are mixed, he will not be able to return to Earth. It seems the fairy just blabbed. That's right. The fairy said something she shouldn't have said, so she quickly closed her mouth in fear. Jun calmly asked if he wouldn't be able to come back, and Yoji started screaming in horror that he really wouldn't be able to eat delicious chicken anymore. The fairy began to scold herself. In her thoughts, she said that she had gone crazy because he was the only one who could save Cecilia and who would now go to the center. Yoji became sad on Jun's shoulder. Tusitala also began to feel sad and scold herself, and only Jun calmly looked at them, not understanding why the fairy suddenly began to feel sad. Jun was calm because he had an amulet that allowed him to return to the place he remembered. But the fairy doesn't know that he has an amulet. But Yoji should have known about the amulet. But apparently he was too upset that he wouldn't be able to eat spicy chicken that he completely forgot about it. Yoji asked Jun not to go there because then they wouldn't be able to eat the stew. Jun patted him on the head and said that he shouldn't worry. Yoji immediately asked happily if that meant they wouldn't go there. But Jun replied with a smile that they would go. Then Yoji began to fidget and shout that he didn't want to, and asked that they call him a lawyer. Then Jun turned to Tusitala and said that he would return soon. Then immediately began to fall, taking Yoji with him. And the fairy screamed that she had told him that he would not be able to return. And suddenly she realized that she had not yet managed to explain anything. Then she scolded Juna after her, that she asked him not to act rashly. They continued falling for a while and Yoji kept screaming. Jun told Yoji that he was being too loud and that he should be quiet, and Yoji kept screaming how much longer they were going to fall. Jun replied that they were almost there. Then a notification appeared that the status window in use was blocked. The status window for use in the center was activated. The snake on Jun's hand began to glow. Jun's characteristics will be shown in his status window. Jun was shown his current stats, and compared to his original status window, the stats were definitely weaker. But since it's a black window, the stats are definitely not equal to just a 5, Jun thought as they landed. Yoji started looking around in surprise, asking where he was. Jun thought that since they were open, he could just register the skills. Then he put on the ring and registered the skills Heavenly Demon Spiritual Technique, Pocket Watch, True Jin Armament. Due to the artifact effect, the skill power increases. Jun decided to leave the empty spot for the skill for later, when someone asked if this was the first time a newbie had appeared in the last 10 years. The man suddenly appeared behind Jun and said that he was glad to meet him, and added that his level of mastery. And Jun of course didn't understand anything. He asked what the man was talking about. And this alerted the man. He took out his spear and asked before entering the center. He didn't listen to the explanation. He said that if you catch a monster or a challenger like yourself, a gem will drop that will increase the degree of mastery of the status window. Jun coldly asked, "So what?" Then the man got angry and asked, "What do you mean?" "So what?" Then stated that he would absorb the gem that was left behind and become much stronger. The man's impudence angered our dragon, and he began to laugh terribly. The man, not knowing who was in front of him, asked who this cutie was. At first the man laughed at Yoji, and when Yoji asked if he knew how to make spicy chicken, he didn't answer. The man's face changed from a grin to horror as Yoji turned into his true form, although he continued to talk about food, and the man began to shake in fear. The man asked who he was, and Yoji, with tears in his eyes, replied that he was the king of dragons. He was the one who explored all the delicacies of the world. He was the one who was left without Jill's cooking, and now he had nothing to fear. And even though he wants to swallow this impudent fellow right now, if he knows how to cook delicacies, then he will spare him. Jun couldn't resist and took out his amulet, saying that with this they would be able to return home, and Jill said that she would make braised ribs today. Yoji immediately stopped crying and asked why he was only telling him this now. He turned into his sweet self and said that he thought he would never be able to taste braised ribs again and would live on nothing but grass like spinach for the rest of his life. Jun replied that he understood that and asked if they could slowly start to leave. Yoji didn't understand. And then Jun added that he was talking about the people who were there. Yoji turned around and looked at the rocks, saying that there was no one there. Then Jun asked if they really wouldn't show up even though their comrade had been captured. Apparently this behavior made Jun really angry. He started using his magic and said that in Murim and here, the hunters are all the same. The man was horrified, and rightly so, because Jun literally dissolved him in his terrible magic. As Jun said, there were other hunters hiding on the rock, and they froze in fear when they saw what Jun did to their partner. One of the hunters asked how he noticed them. At such a distance, the other, instead of answering, only asked if it was important now. Before the man could tell him to run away, a black dib suddenly surrounded him and dissolved this hunter too. Then the others immediately started running away and shouting that on the first floor, only the red status window could be used. So where the hell did the black energy come from here? One by one, all the hunters began to die due to Jun's magic. Not even bones were left of them. There was only one hunter left, and then Jun appeared in front of him, asking him if he was done playing hide and seek, and not to say that after all the killings he had done, he was scared now. The man fell to his knees and replied that he had committed a mortal sin and began to beg for forgiveness. How about we unite and join their guild, the Outlaws, by swearing a blood oath? The man suggested to Jun. A man named Sid invites Mr. Jun to join the Blood Guild, the Outlaws, but is immediately refused. Jun was beside himself with anger. The man did not understand why he was immediately rejected, and then he received a notification that the Lord could not be invited to the Blood Guild. The man didn't know that Jun was a lord, but Jun approached him and said that the blood union must be something like a clan in Murim. But in any case, he had no intention of joining them. After all, to get involved with people like them means to become a bad father for Jill, of whom she will be ashamed. Meanwhile, Jill was asking Ciel that she was going to make a spinach salad instead of braised ribs today, and what he thought. Carciel replied that he liked the idea. But Yoji clearly won't like this idea. Jill asked where her father goes on business trips every weekend. Ciel got worried and kept silent. Then he quietly said that the master had ordered it to be kept a secret. Then Jill sweetly came up to him and asked if he could tell her a little, and explained that she would just pretend she hadn't heard anything. Seal replied that Jun said that the younger master would be worried. Jill said that it meant he went to a place that she would be worried about if she heard about it. Then Ciel fell at Jill's feet and started complaining that it was so unfair, and how could she draw such conclusions? Jill sat down on the table and sighed. Carcel asked if she wasn't worried already. Jill replied that it wasn't about that. She replied that she is very happy now, but sometimes she is scared. It seems that happiness is ready to disappear at any moment. Jill said that when she dreams that neither her father nor Yoji nor Carcel are around, she becomes very scared and cries. Seal was so touched he kept wondering why the younger master sometimes had such a sad expression on his face. So that's what she was worried about. Then Carcel took Jill's hands and asked her not to worry. And even if she told him to leave, he would not leave. Suddenly, Jun and Yoji returned. Jill asked when they arrived. Jun replied that they had just arrived. Jill asked why they had to sneak up on them like that. Yoji replied that he walked in the front door with pride, and Jill asked when he heard that. Then Yoji played along and said that from the moment she said that she just cried sometimes. "It's my soul that's crying, not my eyes," Yoji said, and began to laugh madly. He joked that she was behaving like the heroine of a novel. Jill became embarrassed and started hitting Yoji, screaming that she never said such a thing. Yoji apologized and told her to look over there. The owner also thought she looked worried, so he bought a huge bed. Then Yoji said that Jun bought it not because she cried, but because the horses sometimes fell asleep at the table. Now he and Carcel decided to sleep with her. Yoji said that he was completely discouraged. A dragon is a creature that values its nest as much as its life. Carcel added that for him and the master, this house has already become a nest. Then Jun asked if she felt calmer. Jill smiled and tearfully replied that she did, and thanked her father. From now on, if she has any worries, she should definitely tell him, because they are family, Jun said. So Yoji and Carcel slept together with Jill. In his sleep, Yoji asked to be saved. Then Jill woke up too. Carcel asked if she had slept well. Jill happily raised her hands and said that perhaps because she had slept with them, she had actually slept well for the first time in a long time. Jill said it was time to make breakfast, but she froze when she saw that the clock was already 20 minutes past 8. In a hurry, Jill ran to the kitchen. Jun said that she got up early. Jill replied that there was no time for that now, and he would be late for work, and she would get his clothes ready so that he could go and wash himself. Jun asked what was wrong with her all of a sudden and said that today was Sunday. Jill froze. Then Jun asked if she had any dreams today. Jill asked what he was talking about. Jun replied that he was talking about nightmares. Jill replied that no, she hadn't dreamed anything today. Jun happily said that, thank God, there was some benefit in changing the bed after all. Then, Jill wanted to thank her father again, when suddenly Carcel and a sleepy Yoji came and Ciel said that they would help Jill with breakfast. Jill told Jun that he could have something light for breakfast, and that she would prepare a lot of delicious things for lunch. Carcel asked why Master Yoji looked so tired. Yoji replied that for the first time in his entire dragon life, he dreamed that someone was trying to kill him. Yoji really does look terrible, and Jun turned on the news, which said that this Wednesday, at the main building of the Bureau of Hunters, the updated ranking of the C-rank hunters will be announced. Based on the past year's rift hunting data, the president of the Bureau of Hunters, Adrian, announced that the 1st through 30th places would be redistributed based on the amount of each hunter's contribution. Jun thought that he had to pass the data to the president at the center, and it was quite a hassle, and whether it was worth sending everything by mail. But Jun thought that then he would ask about everything again, so it would be better to tell him personally when they met. Jun called him, and Adrian started shouting, which was the reason for his early call. Jun apologized for calling so early on a Sunday morning and said that he needed to tell him something. Jun wanted to ask him to come to his house. But then I realized that if they talked here, then when Jill found out that Jun had gone to the center, she would worry. Adrian said he could come to him and would be there in 30 minutes. But Jun said he would send him the address and let him go there. Jun asked if he had time. The president replied that he had plenty of time, so he didn't have to worry. So they agreed to meet right after Jun sent him a message. Jun entered the cafe and the president immediately noticed him, smiled, and said that he had ordered coffee in advance. Jun replied that it was a bit of a hassle and asked him to sit down. The president then bowed and apologized for causing him inconvenience again, and Jun replied that there was no need to apologize. Adrian said that when she looked at Jun up close, she could tell that he looked very young, like a student. Jun replied that 26 years old in Korean reckoning is the age at which people still attend university. Then, Adrian said that he even wanted to introduce him to his daughter. June remembered his daughter and said that he would gratefully accept only his intentions. June pulled out his tablet and asked him to read it. The president took it and started reading. Adrian was shocked. He asked if he went to the center alone and said that he thought June would just get them entrance tickets and leave it at that. June calmly replied that he just looked there, went through the tutorial zone. The result will reset in a month. So June asked to tell the Behemoth Guild that they will not be able to enter for now, and added that he will send all the materials by mail. Adrian was happy and took June's hand, thanked him, and asked how he could repay his kindness. June replied with displeasure that he would tell him later, but first let him let go of his hand. The man then sat down in his seat and apologized for his excessive emotions. June replied with a gloomy expression that the Behemoth Guild should contact him before heading to the center. When the man calmed down a little, June said that he had been watching the news this morning and they said that they would make an important announcement next Wednesday, and June asked what it was about. Adrian looked around and got too close to June, which June didn't like, and Adrian whispered that he should keep it a secret. June replied that he knew how to keep his mouth shut. Then Adrian said that in truth, there were plans to make a CC rank that would be higher than C rank, and he was going to announce Hunter Jonathan as the first CC rank hunter. June asked disappointedly, "And that was it?" Adrian answered in a serious tone. "Yes." Then June stood up and said that he thought he had given them everything he needed to, so he would go. Adrian asked him to wait and asked if June wanted to have lunch with him. He said that he had booked a table at a nice restaurant, but Jun replied that since he was a government employee, he would get into trouble if he accepted a meal worth more than 30,000 won, and he left, with the president shouting his name and asking him to stay. The next day, Monday morning in the Rift department, Nate sighed wearily. Jun asked if something was wrong, and Nate replied that there was a grade A fault in front of the house. The loan was due in 30 years, but it looked like the house would collapse before he could pay it off. Then June asked if the Hunters Associations were involved in fixing the rifts in residential buildings. Nate sadly replied that yes, but it was a large A-rank rift. It wouldn't be easy to close it. There is also a small chance that this is a rift that will remain even after the boss monster is destroyed. This rift is being handled by the Hunter Bureau, so they can't even do anything, Nate said, not holding back his tears. June looked at the company in the distance and thought that he could ask the Mizai Guild, but given Nate's character, he wouldn't do it. Apparently, the guy felt June's thoughts and menacing gaze and said that for some reason he felt so cold. Then a joyful Kate entered the office and shouted loudly that she was back and asked how June was doing. Jun thought that Miss Kate could handle the A-rank rift on her own now, and then he smiled and asked Kate if they could stay and work overtime today. The guy knew exactly what he was doing. His bright smile blinded Kate, and in a loving voice she replied that of course she would stay, and how did he just find out that she liked working overtime? June thought that since he was getting dressed up for physical work, it would be better to eat something light for dinner. But Kate's mood quickly changed. She asked with displeasure, "Shouldn't they have stayed to work overtime, just the two of them? Why did they come to Mr. Nate's house?" June replied that they needed to find out how concerned the locals were. Then Nate came over with coffee and said there was no point in arguing. June then said that it was understandable why he was so worried, since the rift was not only large for an A rank, but also located right in front of his house. June took a mug of coffee and asked Kate if she wanted to go straight to the rift after drinking the coffee. Nate became worried and said that after all, it was an A-rank rift, and he had been told that Hunter Kate was growing at an unprecedented rate, but it was still too dangerous. But Kate replied that it was okay, because when he thought about Mr. June supporting her outside the rift, it strangely gave her strength. June replied that Nate didn't have to worry. Nate thought they were going to such lengths for him and started crying, and the two were just pursuing their own goals. But Kate lied that they were all like family and should help each other. Kate pouted and said that she definitely didn't come here to be alone with Mr. June, but the guy decided to keep quiet. The rift area was cordoned off. Mr. June from the rift department, identity was confirmed. Kate was also ready to enter the rift. Kate asked if June wanted to tell him that he was going in too. June replied that the hunter he was responsible for was going into the rift. He couldn't just sit back. But Kate didn't believe it. And pouting, she said that lately he had been letting her go alone without any problem. Then she frowned and said that he still couldn't come here, since it was a large rift and he could really be in danger. And then Jun decided to play again and asked in a sweet voice that she would protect him in any case, right? This of course worked, and Kate, forgetting about everything, happily replied that he need not worry, because he had her. Then he said in his usually cold voice that since they had all decided they could come in, Kate complained that she had fallen for it again and said that June had been playing tricks a lot lately. They were about to enter when a guy stopped them and asked if they were going to enter the rift now. June asked what he wanted. Then Payne asked if they could take him with them. He said that hunting alone would be difficult, so he was looking for help. The guy confidently said that naturally, he would not be a burden to them. On the contrary, their efficiency would probably increase if they hunted together. Kate thought for a moment and asked if he was by any chance the hunter Sam. June asked if she knew him. Then Kate replied that she didn't know him personally, but recently he has become famous on the internet. The hunter uses the latest model of a camera connected to the external internet, and with its help, broadcasts the hunt. The guy became embarrassed, and Kate began to praise him, saying that he had more than 10,000 viewers, and he was also an A-rank hunter, so his skills were good. Sam sheepishly said that he wasn't that famous. June said that 10,000 viewers was a lot. Sam replied that there were streamers with over 1 million viewers live. Then he asked them to tell him their names. Kate said hers, then Juna's. Sam noticed Juna's pass. Sam said that judging by his card he was a civil servant, then suddenly shouted, "He is that legendary civil servant." June immediately raised his hand and said that it wasn't him, they just had the same names. Sam laughed and said that with such merits he would now be the owner of the building and could fly to France for lunch on a private jet and then have dinner in Vietnam. The guy kept talking and talking. June wondered if all streamers were that talkative. If they went together, Miss Kate would feel less burdened, thought June, and he allowed Sam to go in with them. They entered the rift and found themselves in a forest with huge trees, the dark elf forest of the A-rank rift. June thought that there were no monsters nearby that would pose a threat to Miss Kate. This means that the boss monster is now right in the center, and this guy will be difficult for Miss Kate and Sam to deal with. June asked if Kate was ready to move on and she said yes, just as Sam loudly greeted his viewers. Sam said he was going to upload the video after he edited it, in case someone wrote that Sam was complaining about not having a girlfriend. But then who's in the front? Kate, seeing the comment, walked away and said that she already had someone she liked. She accidentally touched June, and he asked Kate to be careful because she could fall. Kate immediately blushed, and Sam said, as his viewers can see, unfortunately he is single. Then someone asked why the guy was in a suit. Was he on a blind date? Sam replied that it was a government official who had come with the beautiful huntress Kate, who was standing next to him to supervise the process and keep an eye on her. Kate said that June had said that she was beautiful. People started writing that Jun was very handsome and asking if he was single, and Yoji was watching the broadcast. Jill took off her apron and asked if her father had arrived, and said that he was a bit late today. Yoji said that he hadn't arrived yet, and advised him to watch the broadcast he was participating in. Carciel replied that he thought the owner didn't like that. Jill became worried and asked when he would come home then, since it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. Yoji said if they donated money too, they could ask when the owner returned. But it turned out that the minimum sponsorship amount for a voice message was 100,000 won. Yoji scolded Sam for robbing him, so he asked Jill to top up the balance for them. But Jill of course refused because 100,000 won is a lot of money. Yoji began to be capricious that the precious meat was getting cold on the table right now, and if it is not eaten quickly, then everything will be lost. To tell the truth, it is the owner's fault that he did not warn, and is late. Then Jill gave in and agreed. They wrote when the master would return home. Sam decided that this was a message to him, and replied that his house was far away and he would be late. Jill got angry and hit Yoji with all her strength. Then Yoji shouted why that idiot answered instead of June. Jill scolded him that it was his fault. She continued to scold Yoji for just wasting so much money. Carciel told Yoji that he should have written down the owner's name so that he would understand. Jill said that CL was right. Yoji decided that he could write again. Then Jill became even more angry and began to shake him even more than before. Yoji, holding back his vomit, said that the money could be used for pocket money. But Jill replied that it was impossible because it was money that her father had earned by working hard, and thus they would simply throw it away. CL supported Jill and asked if he knew how much the owner had spent on meat last month. Yoji tried again to win the argument. He said that they could later earn this money and return an even larger sum to the owner. Then the sly man asked Jill if she wasn't interested in knowing when the owner would return home. And then Jill found herself at a crossroads. On the one hand, she had never been an ungrateful daughter who did not worry about her father. But on the other hand, this is precious money that her father earned by overcoming the hardships of the world, and it cannot be spent so carelessly. Then the evil side said that if they asked, he would come faster, and then she would be able to see her father even faster. So Jill gave in and she asked Sam again when June was coming home, and then Sam called June. Sam said that Mr. Yoji must have been waiting for too long. Yoji was angry and said that his neck was already stiff while he was waiting. And then Sam said that Mr. June said that he was going to be back in 3 hours. And the gentleman also asks if they always spend a lot of money on broadcasts. Yoji asked to tell him that this is not the case. Sam began to thank Yoji for the mission to clear the rift in 3 hours and said that they would begin clearing it as soon as possible. Suddenly, there was a crash and Kate ordered June to hide behind her, and then a gate appeared. Kate said it was the first time she had seen such a changing rift. The inscription on the stone read that this place would become a grave for those who defied the sleeping forest. Sam became worried and said that it felt like this was the boss's zone, and Kate started to worry too. Kate thought that she had to protect Mr. June, and wondered if the door she chose led to the boss's area. She was afraid of choosing the wrong door. Sam decided to choose the first door and enter it. He said that the edge of the forest was safer than the center. But June replied that it seemed like it would be difficult, and that it was a system where the 3 of them could enter through one door. So only one person can enter through one door. Kate immediately asked June to stay here. She ordered that when the rescue team from the Bureau of Hunters arrived, he should get out of here first. Kate was very persistent. She wanted to protect June. Sam and Kate each chose a door and went inside. June was thinking what other salvation Kate was talking about. June thought she should know that since they entered the rift, unless it was a rare occurrence, rescue teams did not come to help. He realized that Kate must be very worried. But June is a person who is responsible for his own life, and so he also chose the door and walked through it. And of course, June chose the door that contained the boss of this rift. The boss was sitting on his throne under a huge tree. Then the monster stood up and said that it seemed he had a guest, and asked if he knew why this place was called the Sleeping Forest. June replied that he did not know, and the monster replied that the name was given to him because the forest plunged into eternal sleep those who invaded his dark elf realm. The monster said he was pleased with the name, the Sleeping Forest. Isn't that the perfect name for their haven where they punish their named guests? The elf asked, laughing madly. The elf said that he was a guest who had come for the first time in a long time, and therefore he would show him great mercy by sending him to the next world painlessly. Having said this, he began to use his magic. Jun thought that this was a dungeon that ended with killing a boss monster, and he needed to finish it as quickly as possible and go help Miss Kate. So Jun, calling the elf uncle, suggested that he stop there and said that he kept wondering why he was here alone. All his rumors must have escaped because they chatted too much. The elf became angry and said that he would soon regret this because he would die in fear. Without hearing or seeing anything in front of me, the other side of the sleeping forest opened up, and the status window sealed. Jun, of course, was not impressed. The elf said that there was one thing he did not tell. Since the barrier extended to all 3 roads, and his comrades would slowly die in pain that they could do nothing about, this scared Jun. The elf wanted to say something to Jun again, but Jun said that he should stop there, and this angered the elf. He said that now his arrogance would disappear, then arrows were aimed at Jun. But Jun apologized and said that he didn't have time for that and destroyed all the arrows with his magic. The status window is black. Activated. The skill upgrade ring is activated. The elf didn't expect this. Jun raised his hand and the monster said that this state window obtained on the ground should definitely have been blocked. Jun attacked the boss monster and of course was able to defeat the sleeping forest boss with ease. Then he immediately went to help Miss Kate and Sam, who were already dying. Jun came over and picked Kate up, saying that he had misjudged the situation and didn't think that such an ant existed. The elves didn't even get close to Jun before he immediately destroyed them in an instant. Thanks to the activation of the center status window, even if he does not die, he can use this skill. Pocket Watch skill activates only after Jun's death. Due to the ring that enhances registered skills, the penalty conditions of activation only after his death have disappeared. And thus Jun was able to return 24 hours ago. He was with Yoji and Seal, who were splashing in the bath. Jun thought about the appearance of the guy who made it so that, in the rift on the ground, only the skills and state windows of the center could be used. Perhaps this was also the effect of the transcendental masters who stirred up the center during their journey to the heart. Since those who have reached the heart are called transcendental masters, they are not the ones who originally existed there. Then there is a high probability that they are people from a copy of Earth. The center, the copy of the Earth and this Earth, they are all connected. Besides, if such changes continue to occur, even if the center is attacked by the Behemoth Guild, the Earth will be in danger. Jun and the babies came out of the bath and Jill said she would quickly make them some tea. But Jun replied that he would do it himself, because if she did this for him, it seemed he would become a complete fool when he lived alone. Jill immediately became despondent and asked if Dad wanted to live alone. Jun replied that it would probably happen someday anyway. For example, when Jill gets married and when Yoji and Carciel return to their old nest, he will be left alone. Yoji immediately replied that he was not going to leave, and Jin shouted that she was not going to get married. June replied that it was her business, and being single was popular at this time. Yoji ran up to Jill and hugged her, telling her that she would then make spicy braised chicken and braised ribs for the rest of her life. No matter how much June thinks, it seems he needs to visit the center in person if the events that will happen tomorrow continue to happen. His calm, everyday life that he had dreamed of so much would simply collapse. June told Yoji that it was time to get ready for bed. June addressed him as His Majesty Yoji, his online name, and Yoji became scared and asked how long he had known about this. And Jun replied that from tomorrow, and by the way, he thinks that Yoji spends quite a lot of money while watching the broadcasts. Yoji nervously replied that he sometimes donated, but it was money he had saved up diligently by picking up coins on the street, and he never touched Jill's pocket money or living expenses. Then June went out onto the balcony and called Kate. He said that she definitely had to live a long time. Kate became worried and asked why he was saying such a thing out of the blue. June replied that he just wanted to hear her voice and called. Then he said goodnight and turned off the phone, leaving Kate puzzled. The call lasted only 50 seconds, but for the lovesick Kate, it meant that June had given her the green light. Kate tossed and turned happily on her bed, glad that June had said he wanted to hear her voice. June's unexpectedly sweet act made Kate think that he might ask her out on a date tomorrow. Trusting her imagination, Kate dressed more beautifully than before and happily came to work on Monday. Kate asked where they were going since they had a date, but her rose-colored glasses immediately fell off when she saw that June was not there. Nate told her that June had asked for half a day off today, and a sad Kate immediately asked if he knew where June had gone. Sadness turned to anger when Nate replied that he didn't know anything, and June simply told him not to worry about the price of the house and left. For some reason, Jun decided to meet the president at a dog cafe. The president said that he heard Jun looked into the rift today. The president apologized for being late, but June replied that everything was fine and that the place reminded him of home. June did not mention the dragons that live there, as he did not want to give details. June said that besides, it was he who suddenly called him, but the president continues to behave like this and it is burdensome. The president replied that he was indebted to him every time. Jun replied that such a difficult attitude towards him, on the contrary, was even more inconvenient, so he asked to treat him like an ordinary person. Then the president sat down and promised to try, and asked. This time he said that he would tell him about a special rift. Jun replied that it seemed like the conversation would drag on, and handing over the menu, asked what he would like to order. The president looked at the menu and asked the waiter to bring him a chocolate brownie, which immerses him in sweet memories with his beloved. The names of the dishes, of course, are strange in this cafe. The president's order was finally delivered, and Jun couldn't help but look at it. He, too, was surprised by the name. The president read Jun's report and was unpleasantly surprised when he read that there was a rift in which the status window could not be used. Jun replied that he didn't yet know when a similar rift might appear again. He couldn't take action every time such rifts appeared, and asked if Adrian understood what he was talking about. The president said with a serious expression that Jun wanted the hunters to become stronger using the information he had just given him. And also, every time you go through the tutorial stage, you will need to choose between items such as the artifact and the challenger's memories, said Jun. Jun also asked to tell them that they must choose the candidate's memories. The president asked in surprise why. Because they must at all costs obtain the hidden part called the Heart Amulet, thanks to which it will be possible to return to Earth, even by entering the center. The president clearly did not expect this. He shouted loudly that when he rose from his chair and asked what would happen then if he could not get it, he would never be able to return from the center. Jun asked to listen to him and said that he heard that there is equipment now that can broadcast even from the rift. When the Behemoth Guild enters the center, tell them to start the broadcast so that he can see them. The president initially wanted to hold back, but he still couldn't. He stood up from his chair and hugged Jun tightly, while saying that it was as expected from Mr. Jun, who goes so far for them. In the evening, our little family played cards. Everyone was serious, and the stakes were in the form of candies. Yoji looked at his cards and laughed evilly. Jun said that it looked like he had gotten lucky cards. Then Yoji put all his sweets on the table, or rather, on the mattress, and said that he would play big this round. Jill and Carciel immediately said they wouldn't play this round, but Jun said he supported him and would bet 5 lollipops. The atmosphere was tense, cold. A dagger flies into the chest and pierces it. But Yoji was still confident. He had a pair of chrysanthemums in his hands, the third strongest combination. Seal has 1 maple tree, so unless the owner has a bright Sakura and Moon combination, he'll definitely win. Yoji confidently laid down his cards and shouted loudly, "A pair of chrysanthemums!" He was already starting to celebrate his victory when Jun grabbed him and threw his cards, and as we see, he has the Moon and Sakura card, the best cards. So poor Yoji was in shock. Even after 3 hours, the boys were unable to beat Jun, and he asked contentedly that they were apparently without sweets this week. Poor Yoji screamed that it was impossible, and asked how it was possible for the Cherry Blossom and Moon combination to appear 5 times in 5 rounds. Carciel said that the idea of defeating the master was a bad idea from the start. Yoji got angry and shouted whose side he was on. Then Carciel replied that since ancient times they have said that dragons balance well on a rope. Jun decided to make fun of Yoji and gave Carciel some candies. Seal thanked the owner. Jill said that she would return to school. Jun asked if at this time it was because of the practical lesson in the rift tomorrow. Jill replied that she did well in the practical lesson last time and had already reached Class B. And this time she's going to the C-rank rift, and if she gets good scores, she thinks she'll quickly move up to Class A. Yoji said it sounded fun, and he would go too, Jill said. Better next time, practice points are very important, so she needs to focus. And to this, Yoji nodded and said that if it was impossible, then nothing could be done. Jill was shocked, because usually he would have thrown a tantrum, cried and rebelled. Had Yoji really grown up? But Jill didn't show it and said that in return she would buy him something tasty. Yoji just nodded and Jill became worried. She thought maybe he hadn't matured but was just having a hard time because he looked so exhausted. The next morning, Jill said that she would definitely buy something tasty today, so they should take good care of the house. But Yoji hadn't matured at all. He put on dark glasses and was ready to follow Jill. Seal said that if he behaved like this, the younger master would hate him. Then Yoji said that he could stay home alone, and this made Seal think. The angel told Seal not to go, because that would betray the younger master. The demon asked what he would do alone at home. The angel said that it was better than being scolded later. The demon replied that he would not be scolded for long, but that the loneliness would last 10 hours. Carciel decided that loneliness was worse, and that they would not scold him for long, and ran after Yoji. Jun was at work when he received a call. He picked up the phone and introduced himself. It was Nate. Jun asked if Mr. Nate had a cold, and he replied that he thought so. Nate apologized and asked if he could take a sick day today. Jun replied that he would tell the boss so he could relax and not worry. Then Nate asked Jun to go to the Hunter Academy for practice instead of him. And the boss also seemed to have a cold. He couldn't stop sneezing. Jun replied that he would go there, so he didn't have to worry. Emily ran to the car because she needed to get to the internship location as soon as possible. But suddenly I noticed a crowd and thought that there might be a fault there, so I decided to go closer. However, it was not a rift at all, but 2 dragons! Yoji shouted at the guy and ordered him to put it down. The boy thought that Yoji was a talking dog looking for his owner. Yoji started screaming even louder. How dare they call him a dog? Then, Emily decided to take action and said that she would sort everything out. Going up to them, she asked if her kids were making a noise. Emily said she got distracted for a second, lost them, and looked for them. Then she thanked them for looking after them. The guy advised Emily to be careful because the modern world is a scary thing. Yoji looked at Emily for a long time at first, thinking that he had definitely seen this woman somewhere, but he didn't remember, and decided that since she was helping him now, he should play along with her. He jumped with hugs and called her mom. Everyone was surprised and started calling her the Mother of Dragons. Emily was a little awkward, but she also played along with him. But it seems that Carciel did not understand that this was a joke, and bowed before her, greeting her. They all got into the car together. Emily asked if they were going to practice at the academy. Yoji answered yes, and again called her mom. Emily asked Yoji not to call her mom, and said that she was just on her way to practice, so she could give them a ride. Then Yoji asked how much the car cost and decided to call her auntie, but Emily didn't like it. Emily replied that she was wearing about 8 billion probably, and asked if he could call her big sister instead of auntie. Carciel calmed down when he realized that Emily was not the queen mother. And Yoji asked if she wanted to marry the master. Apparently money pushed him to this question. At this time, Jill and her classmates were standing in front of the rift. One of them asked how much time had passed since she was transferred to Class B, and she was already aiming for Class A. Jill replied that she would try her best, and suddenly someone caught her attention. It was her classmate, and he wished Jill good luck at today's practice. Jill thanked him and also encouraged the boy. The boy decided that this was a green light and asked if maybe after practice was over they could all go out to lunch together. Jill apologized and said she needed to repeat what she had practiced. The boy, holding back tears, left. It turned out that the boy was the heir to a large company, Steve. It seems the boy fell in love with Jill when he first saw her. The girl said that there would be more guys chasing after Jill. She had never seen anyone more perfect than Jill in her life. But Jill doesn't even suspect that Steve likes her, although everyone in their class knows it, which means she's simply not interested. Suddenly, the guy shouted for everyone to concentrate and said that the practice was about to start and everyone needed to split into groups. Then he introduced June as an employee from the Rift department, who kindly gave them his time despite his busy schedule. Jill was very happy to see her father, so she began to clap for him actively, and Steve noticed Jill's joy. June greeted everyone with a straight face and said that it was an honor to meet them today, and if they had any questions about the rifts, they could ask at any time. All the girls were happy because June was handsome. Jill thought that today she had to try harder than usual. She had to show how hard she had worked all this time. June noticed Jill in the crowd and smiled and waved at her. Jill smiled and waved back. The boy, noticing her sweet smile, became excited. It was the first time he saw Jill smiling so brightly. So Steve decided that she liked this guy and got angry. But he was not going to give up. He decided to show Jill his cool side. Suddenly, everyone heard a noise and turned around to notice a beautiful car that stopped abruptly right in front of them. All the students froze, and Emily came out and apologized for being late. She promised that she would teach them diligently, and until late. Emily noticed June in the crowd and asked what he was doing there. The students froze in shock again. Carciel said that it seemed like this lady was famous, and asked what they would do if they got caught. Yoji got angry and said that if they hid well, how would those kids know about them? Even if they do get caught, you can just pretend they're toys. And in any case, all eyes are now on the lady who might marry the owner. But suddenly Yoji froze in fear, and all because June was there and immediately noticed them. June said he would give them 5 seconds and walked up to them, and the dragons froze. Jill also noticed Yoji and Carciel. She wondered if they had followed her. It was not for nothing that she found it strange that he reacted too indifferently. After all, it was all just acting. She was glad that the dragons followed her, but noticing that June was communicating well with Emily, she became worried. A girl with freckles approached Jill and said that the civil servant was handsome and that there was a strange charm in his impersonal expression. But beautiful people always pay for their face. They always have a lot of women around them. The kind of guy who seems like he would break your heart if he were yours, the girl said. Jill couldn't stand it any longer and shouted that she didn't understand what she was talking about and didn't even understand how caring her father was. But then she immediately said that she thought he would be a caring father. And the girl threw up her hands and said, how could she know that? June watched Jill interact with her friends and smiled, but then his smile disappeared and he angrily asked what he should do with these naughty dragons. But to everyone's surprise, June said that they could go play and he wasn't going to scold them. Seal, a naive soul, happily asked if he really wasn't going to scold them. June replied that he was telling the truth so they could have fun in peace. Just let them be careful not to hurt the students. Yoji wanted to say something, but he was embarrassed. And then Carciel asked instead of him if the owner was not busy now, could he take a walk with them? Jun thought about it and said that he felt something strange behind the orc village. So the place had already been determined and asked if that would suit them. The dragons happily replied that they agreed and happily walked forward, with June following them. And Jill noticed that they were leaving. Jill felt sad, and understandably so, because she also wanted to go with them. The girl said that she also wanted to get a lesson from the hunter Emily as soon as possible. The girl complained that their turn never came, and the guy discontentedly suggested that they not wait and go themselves. The boy decided to show himself and said that they don't have to worry about the orcs because he's nearby, but this only made the girl laugh. The girl started to mock him and revealed his cards by saying that he was trying to show off in front of Jill. The boy became embarrassed and said that he was just the strongest among them, that's all. Steve tried to assess his chances again and told Jill that she shouldn't worry. Jill thanked him for her concern, but said that she also needed to get stronger, so he shouldn't worry too much. The girl laughed at his failed attempt, and Jill was already in the mood for hunting. To begin with, Jill decided to focus on practice. It's even good that everything turned out this way. She will show how much she has grown while her father is here. Meanwhile, Yoji lined up the orcs and for some reason became their commander. Seal said that he thought it would be best to apologize to the younger master for leaving the house without permission. Yoji replied that it would be enough to make a cute face, so there was no need to worry. Carciel looked at Yoji with displeasure, thinking that his dragon mind had completely disappeared while Yoji was pleased with himself. Suddenly, Jun pushed Yoji aside and struck with his magic, revealing a hidden dungeon. Carciel congratulated his master on finding the hidden dungeon so that he could now obtain the treasure. Yoji asked what he was talking about. Carciel replied that they say that if you find a hidden dungeon in a rift, instead of a monster 1 or 2 levels higher, a treasure goblin will definitely appear. While Carciel was explaining that if he could catch him, there was a chance to get the skill book, Yoji didn't listen to the end and ran into the rift. Seal said that he heard that one skill book was sold for 35 billion. June patted him on the head and said that it was useless for Yoji to talk about it and praised him for his knowledge. Carciel said that he just stood by while the younger master studied. June said that he was proud of him and suggested that they go into the rift. They came in and saw unregistered monsters. The Discoverer June can give them names. June can enter data about the Red Goblin's danger level, rank, and other characteristics. June then assumed that they were B rank, but he would still have to fight him himself and check if he had any other special features. He told Yoji to wait for him here. Yoji scolded that this was negligence and mockery. Pets grow up feeding on the love of their owners. CL said that Yoji had now completely confused himself with a pet. But June asked if they went with him. Wouldn't they all run away? Yoji complained that he wanted to have some fun too and suddenly noticed something shiny. Carciel replied that judging by the way it was shiny, it seemed to be a treasure goblin. Suddenly, Yoji called out to this goblin, saying that he was the color of poop, which the goblin didn't like. But when the goblin turned around, he saw that Yoji was a dragon. Yoji tiredly asked if he wasn't going to approach him, and began his report. Then the goblin quickly leaned towards Yoji. But he didn't like that he was hesitating, and therefore began to scold him. Carciel looked at him tiredly. Carciel looked at June, who was killing goblins with a calm face, and thought that if something edible fell out, Yoji might just eat it without asking anything. The analysis of the battle with the Red Goblin was completed. The rating information of the hidden dungeon was updated. June thought that now all that was left was to catch the treasure goblin and add the dungeon to the map. But when he turned around, he saw Yoji scolding the goblin for having such a big bag, but only one thing in it. Yoji ordered the goblin to take out everything, and gave him 3 seconds. The goblin sadly took out everything that was in his bag. Then Yoji said that a merchant should never lie. But Yoji said that this was still not enough. The most important thing was missing. The goblin asked what he meant by the most important thing. And of course, Yoji talked about food, he scolded him for not having food, and Carciel felt ashamed. Then June finally approached them and asked what was going on here. Carciel said that Yoji was looking for treasure from the goblin. The poor goblin started shaking when he heard Yoji call June his master. June started looking at the objects and Yoji said that the goblin was a beggar. Then the goblin said that he was not a beggar, and in his field of activity, he was considered very rich. Carciel did not like this. He approached him and sternly asked how he dared to raise his voice, and it was not he who would judge this, but the owner. Then the goblin became frightened and asked to spare him. He began to say that he had a wife at home, like a bear, and 30 children rabbits. June replied that he was not going to hit him, so he could calm down, and began to read the book. The book had a skill effect. Summons a target that can bind the enemy when used. The strength of the chain increases proportionally to the caster's mana. Then June said that if he gave him this book, he would spare him. The goblin asked in surprise, "What about other things?" June surprised the goblin by saying that everything was fine, because he also needed to live on something. This touched the goblin, because usually everyone tries to kill them. But he took only what he needed and even spared his life. For the goblin, June appeared to be a real angel, so he began to thank him and bow. June thanked him for the book and promised to use it well. Yoji advised him to hide well from now on and not get caught. Suddenly, the goblin called the owner of the dragons, and taking out something bright, he asked to accept this gift. He gave June a Treasure Goblin Company pass, which when used, transports him to the Treasure Goblin Company, one-time use. The goblin said that next time he came to see them, he would serve him the full course. Yoji decided that next time he would be able to taste delicacies and food that he had never tried before, and this made him start to drool. At this time, Jill easily dealt with the goblins. She killed one after another. Emily said it was impressive, and honestly, her mana control is worthy of A rank. However, there is residual mana in the accumulation stage. If you protect this part, there will be no waste of mana. Jill thanked her. Emily asked where Mr. June had gone. He was nowhere to be seen. Maybe Jill knew where he had gone. Jill replied that she didn't know either. The girl noticed Jill and Emily talking and asked if they knew each other. Emily, not suspecting anything, replied that she had once visited Miss Jill's house. Then the girl asked why he came to Jill's house. Of course, Jill is cool, but for a hunter of such rank to come to visit her is surprising. Emily replied that, to be more precise, she met Jill during the entrance ceremony together with Mr. June. The girl asked why Jill was with Mr. June and asked Jill if she knew him. Emily did not understand what the girl was talking about and said that, of course she knew, they were father and daughter. Steve breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that the guy was her father and was happy. But the girl was left in shock while Jill told Emily that she shouldn't have said it. Emily froze and asked if it was a secret. So when she realized her mistake, she ran away. saying that she had to look after the other children. But still, Emily was glad that Jill was surrounded by good people, and Mr. June was one of them. At June's house that evening, Jill had prepared dinner and everyone was happily eating. Carciel was in the form of a child and had difficulty eating food with chopsticks, so June gave him a spoon, but he didn't like it. Carciel asked if it wasn't for children, and stated that he too could eat with chopsticks, like the owner. Then Jill handed the box to June and asked him to accept this gift. Jill said the gift was inexpensive, but the watch on his wrist looked very old. She bought them on the way back, stopping at the mall. The watch looked beautiful. Today she caught orcs and got quite a lot of money. She wanted to give him a gift first. June thanked Jill for the gift and said that he would definitely use them. Then June said that he also had just the thing for Jill, and handed her the book he had found that day. Jill opened the book and was happy that it was an A-rank skill book, but then said that she couldn't accept it. Yoji shouted out why, and Jill replied that she was worth at least 100 billion won. But June asked, "So what?" Jill answered that this book is so expensive, but June answered that for him, family is much more expensive than 100 billion. Then June came out when he got a call. Jonathan apologized for calling late, but he was calling because he was about to enter the center now. June said he hoped he would get good results. Jonathan replied that following discussions with the president, they had decided to make the broadcast he requested available to everyone in the world. He originally intended to consult with him in real time, but the decision was made possible by his written report. Jonathan thanked Jun again and ended the call, then told Ricky he could start broadcasting. In the office, the boss was full of praise for Jonathan, calling him the divine guardian of Korea while watching the broadcast. Jun collected all the documents and told the boss that he was going. The boss asked, "Today is the day of the E-rank rift inspection, isn't it?" And then Nate said that the Behemoth Guild had finally moved on to the first stage of the tutorial. This amazed Kate and the chief. If only they knew that June had gone to the very center alone. June said that if Miss Kate wanted to watch the broadcast, she could stay here. Kate sheepishly replied no. How could he patrol the rift without a huntress? Then June replied that she looked like she really wanted to watch the broadcast. But Kate turned on her charm and said that if it bothered him that much, maybe they could go out to dinner together. As the door suddenly swung open and Yoji loudly called out for his master, Carciel again asked Yoji to keep his face as the Dragon King. June asked what brought them here, and Jill replied that she didn't have to go to school today, so she was going to the training center, and she came to give him his lunchbox. Then June asked why she suddenly prepared a lunchbox. Carciel put on his glasses and said that he would explain everything. This morning, the younger master overslept for the first time in his life. June told her that she could not worry about him and go about her business. Therefore, she was unable to prepare a normal breakfast for the owner, and this tormented her throughout the day. As a result, after school, she prepared him a lunchbox for dinner in exactly 1 hour, 30 minutes, and 5 seconds. June said that he was also heading towards the training center and suggested that they go there together and have something to eat at the same time. Yoji and Jill immediately became happy, and Yoji already started asking for food. Then June threatened that if he ate everything, he would be in trouble. They all got into the car and June started explaining to Kate about the rift. The spirit tomb they were heading to now is wider than the other rifts, so it takes half a day just to go around it. Then Kate asked if they had a one-on-one date all day after lunch. June replied that it was patrolling. Jill didn't like this. Poor Yoji asked if Carciel hadn't said that pets were not allowed in the training center. Carciel didn't understand what Yoji was talking about and tried to ask something, but Yoji shut him up and asked if they could go with June to the rift. June allowed them to come with them. Yoji whispered to Jill that they would keep an eye on this woman, and in return they would have meat side dishes all week. They arrived at the rift and entered it. Yoji asked if it was a dungeon where only weaklings live. Jun replied that it was an E-rank dungeon, so yes. Yoji looked at the drawing carefully and said that such drawings only exist in places where Rogheim lives. Kate asked what it meant. Carciel explained that this is the Queen of Spirits. She is the first spirit and the mother of all spirits. The energy June felt was far above the E-rank level, as if it was beckoning him to come inside. It was good that they started their inspection before the hunters arrived. June thought Miss Kate would be better off staying here. Kate asked, "How about the day start going back? Because the Queen of Spirits sounds dangerous." Then Jun smiled slightly, and Kate said that now is not the time to laugh. She is against going inside since it is the Queen of Spirits, at least a monster with a name. Maybe he is even a C-rank monster. Suddenly, June did something to Kate that made her lose consciousness, and said that her decision was very reasonable and that she should not forget about it in the future. Then June said he would go see what was going on. Yoji said he would go with him, and Seal said he would protect the red-haired girl. They entered the black cave and suddenly found themselves in a bright and beautiful place. The view was very different from the view outside. June said that Jill would like it too if she saw the place. Yoji said that the moment he invades their territory, they become terribly annoying. And then he added that high-ranking spirits could be very dangerous when suddenly magic fell upon them and Yoji repelled the attack. Yoji asked if it was Ragheim and what she was doing, since the owner wasn't some weird person. But the queen replied that she didn't care who the man was. She asked how Yoji dared to appear before her, running away alone on the day of the final battle. June asked what Yoji had done again. Yoji replied that he had done nothing while he was running away from the queen's attacks. We were shown a beautiful queen with a beautiful crown on her head, and she said with tears that Yoji was a dirty traitor. Yoji still didn't understand what the queen was talking about. He asked why he was a traitor, and the first one to attack was she. The queen began to cry and told Yoji not to dare pretend that he knew nothing, and she attacked him with even greater force. Yoji asked why she was doing this to him and stated that he should at least know the reason. But then June intervened, and with his strength he grabbed the queen and brought her down. Yoji was happy about how strong June was. Jun said that he needed to ask something and so first she should calm down. Yoji asked, so she says that they formed an alliance and fought together against transcendental masters and demons. The queen said that she had just spoken about it. Yoji replied that he did not remember anything like that. Jun asked Yoji to get off her, and he told the queen that she could get up too. The queen rose up a week later and complained that Yoji was a traitor, and June thought that if she put her words in order, it should initially be in the center, and its appearance in the cocoa fracture is due to erosion. And this should have been part of the second floor of the center. June can also use the power of the status window that could not be used. Judging by its instability compared to the elven forest, it would be useful to take Ragheim with you. But then these little spirits would be left without a protector, so June only called Yoji. But then the queen said that it seemed like they were going to the center, and asked what they planned to do with the transcendental masters and demons. They were so thirsty for power that they were even ready to destroy the center. And a life-threatening war was about to begin. June threw up his hands and said that if they started the war first, nothing could be done about it. The queen happily said that she immediately understood it. When she saw him walking with Yoji, she called June a holy man who would deal with evil. Yoji looked at all this and said that their queen was strange and asked if her mood was too volatile. Saturday morning, June's house, he called and reported that the Spirit Tomb dungeon had become E rank again. It returned automatically, so nothing special happened. The boss praised June for his good work and apologized for not going with him. June replied that everything was fine. So they finished their conversation, and then Jun sat down on the sofa and asked if His Majesty Yoji would donate again. But Yoji said that cockatrice meat is so popular now. June replied that he needed to look into the dungeon anyway. It just happened to be a good time. Carciel and Yoji were delighted and said that they would also go with him. But June replied that he would go alone, and they immediately became sad. Yoji started playing, saying that pets definitely need to receive the love of their owner to live, and Jun would go alone, so June said he would only take one. Then, Yoji became cheerful and said that whoever wins the fight will go with the owner. But Carciel suggested playing rock, paper, scissors. After 3 rounds, Carciel was able to win and was happy, plus June bought him ice cream. June confirmed his identity as an F-rank hunter, and Carciel happily ran onto the bus. The man thought that if he was an F rank, then this person seemed to be a porter, and wondered why he brought the child to such a place. June told Ciel to be careful and wiped his cheek, but the man continued to worry because he knows how badly the porters are treated. Then the man asked June if his daughter was next to him. June replied yes. Then he said that bringing his daughter to the dungeon was a bit dangerous, and he didn't want to appear in a bad light in front of his daughter. June thanked him for his concern. The man became nervous and advised him to speak more quietly, otherwise the people behind him would hear. The man said that he was also raising a son. Perhaps because of this he had shown excessive curiosity in vain, and then he introduced himself, giving his name as Call. They shook hands, and Call said that even though they were fathers to be ashamed of, he offered to do everything possible for their children. The bastard who was sitting behind him hit Call. He put his foot on the man's shoulder. Then the bastard said that if anyone heard, they would think that they were some kind of villains, and asked if he was weak, that meant he was good, and they were bad guys who mocked good people. He then turned his attention to Jun and said, "Just look at the look in that idiot's eyes," and asked what he was unhappy with and called him trash. The bastard started pushing Jun and asking if it irritated him to hold back in front of the kid when everything was boiling inside. Call was horrified. He started shaking. He thought it was all because of him and he just needed to sit quietly and tried to stop the bastard. The freak put a gun to June's head, And then June asked why he was speaking informally from the start. Did he really become his boss? The other men began to laugh at the main freak, saying what he would do now that a low-ranking hunter was behaving like this. And June said that if he was worried about him and giving advice like his boss, then he would humbly accept it. But if he was just trying to intimidate him, then it would be better for him to keep quiet. The man said that he had not expected to listen to instructions from a porter, and it seemed that he could not see anything beyond the cracks, and began to threaten that he would make a hole in his head so that he could see better. Then June, with a terrible look, and with Carciel, who was mad with anger, said that the warning was given only once. The other men started laughing and telling the bastard to punch June, but the man, having felt Junu's energy, was so scared that he quickly sat down in his place. June then asked what was wrong with the ice cream, and Carciel replied that he had just killed him instead of that shameless man, the man watching them in shock. Then June said that he would buy him a new one, and Carciel thanked the owner and added that Mr. Yoji was probably already tired of waiting, so they should return quickly. June replied that he didn't have to worry about it. Instead of going there, he and Jill decided to go out for a walk too. He said that Yoji was probably having fun right now, but then we see Yoji's displeased face. Yoji asked if Jill hadn't said they were going somewhere interesting. Jill happily asked if it wasn't great here. Then Yoji asked her how old she thought he was, and Jill replied that he might be 5 or 6. Yoji replied that he was over 8,000 years old, and she brought him to a place where children have fun. Yoji seemed to be really angry and thought that this wasn't going to work, so he didn't say anything to Jill the whole time. But, taking advantage of this opportunity, it is necessary to clearly explain everything in terms of ranks, that the second most important person in the owner's house is he. However, before he could say anything, Jill picked him up and placed him on the slide. Then she let him go, and Yoji rolled down easily. It seemed Yoji really enjoyed it. Yoji sheepishly said that it was a good place to wait for the cockatrice meet. Then Jill asked if he was going to go on the other slide. Yoji asked why the sudden respectful speech, if she was teasing him. Jill replied that it was not so. It turns out that Jill had started reading a book. There are no bad children in the world, and it advised that in order to calm down a picky child, you should always use respectful speech when talking to him. Monday, Hunter's Bureau. Jun said that hunters from Seoul City Hall should pay a moment's attention. Today is the day of regular strengthening of the body with the help of a C-rank magic stone. June asked if anyone needed a higher-level stone. Everyone remained silent. Then June told everyone to go and strengthen their bodies. One of the guys said that this guy, after he got into an accident, is no longer afraid of them, but before, it was worth approaching him and he would tremble. Another one asked if he hadn't heard of the hunter Kate. She went with this guy and went from C rank to A. Then the guy replied that then we should ask to change the manager. There was no help from Nate. If this bungler reached rank A, then there must be something in this guy. He decided to threaten Jun to find out his secrets. Suddenly, everyone froze when they saw the president and Team Behemoth bowing to Jun. Jonathan apologized if he had overstepped his bounds, but he couldn't just sit quietly when he heard June was coming. Rick asked Jonathan why he left that guy alone when he could be heard even from far away. He continued to say that Jonathan couldn't help but hear the words of this scum. Then Rick approached him and the man became nervous. Then the man began to apologize, but Rick said that he did not need to apologize to him. He needed to apologize to June, and with these words, he took out his spear. June asked Rick to stop. Chloe said that Rick was crazy and everyone got nervous too. Adrian walked up to them and said they were just there to visit June, so Rick stopped and tried to act civil. June replied that it was not particularly necessary, but thank you for coming in. The president shook his hand and said that it was very important to come out and greet him. The president just let out a sigh when he thought that June had taken their greeting normally. When June pulled him closer and said menacingly that, in the future, let them think about whether a greeting like this would be liked by a person like him. With an unperturbed face, June continued to squeeze his hand and said that since the president was a wise man, he was confident that such a thing would not happen again. And Rick turned to the hunters and told them not to dare disobey June, to serve him with all their heart and soul. At school, the girl and Steve approached Jill and said that their practical classes were over, and how about they come have some fun at her house. Jill pouted and said that her father would probably be against it, and the girl became sad. The girl asked if she should ask him after all, or if she might get into trouble because of it. Jill said her father was very kind, and Jackie's manipulation worked. She asked if he would then probably be interested in what kind of people his daughter spends time with. Then Jill called him, hoping he wouldn't answer, but June answered, and Jill asked if she could bring 2 friends over to their house that day. June, of course, gave her permission, although Jill hoped he would say no, and June asked if she needed to buy anything for home. But the boss came up to June and said that the hunters from their city hall had become so polite and courteous. It was strange because literally in the morning they behaved like royalty. Steve and Jackie asked if he gave them permission. Jill replied very sadly that he gave them permission to come. That same evening, the boys were at Jill's house and happily ate and praised Jill for her cooking. Then Jill said that Jackie was a good cook too, but Steve said straight out that all her cooking was going to waste. Suddenly, 2 dragons came out of the room, and Yoji sleepily asked if this was the first time Jill had brought friends into the house, and Carciel greeted Jill. Then Jill, with lightning speed, picked up the little dragons and led them into the room. She said she was sorry, but could they please be in puppy form and promised it would just be for today. Yoji didn't like this. He swore that he was being oppressed, and how could anyone even ask for such a thing? Carciel replied that it was still the mistress's request, and they must obey. Jill apologized and said that they had already made a lot of noise, and she had heard that if people found out that they were dragons, they would cause a stir all over the world. And if that happened, they would have to run away. Then they won't be able to eat any more ribs or even simple food. Yoji immediately apologized and said that although he didn't understand what was happening, it was all his fault. That's how our dragons became puppies for the evening. Jill said she forgot to feed the puppies. And then June came home. Steve immediately stood up and loudly greeted June, saying his name. Yoji was angry that he had to eat that dog food because of people like them. And Jackie, not knowing anything, said that their puppies were cute. This made Yoji even more angry, and he quietly said that he was damn angry while making a face. Jackie asked about the puppy who just started speaking Korean, but Jun immediately interrupted her by asking about the boy. The boy sheepishly replied that he and Jill were in the same class and that his name was Steve. June asked if he was Jill's boyfriend. The boy became even more embarrassed and accidentally said that he liked her, but he hadn't confessed to her yet. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to realize what he had said, and so an awkward situation arose. Yoji didn't like that the guy had his eye on her, and Carciel tried to stop him. Jackie thought all was lost, but suddenly Jill shyly asked Steve if he liked her. June joked that Jill did have a boyfriend, but Jill slammed the table and screamed that he was just a school friend, killing the guy. The next day, Jill went to the market, and Yoji was surrounded by children who did not let him go at all. Yoji asked Jill to help him. Jill replied that he wanted it himself, and that she could do it if the children liked him so much. The kids are always clinging to him, so the time spent shopping at the store is significantly increased, and since that's the case, he and Carciel will go together, and he should wait for them here. Yoji was already angry at the children when suddenly a distortion appeared due to the crack in the center. A warning appeared. From the depths of the center places, a strong monster appeared. A terrible monster said that he finally arrived on the earth where only pampered people live. Vapula reveals his true form, the Great Demon. Vapula is one of the 72 demons of Solomon. The demon declared that all good here would be destroyed, and evil would take root. All beings on this planet would exist only for his sake. Then the demon began to laugh madly and shout that he was a great demon who would rule this land. The children still couldn't tear themselves away from Yoji, who decided to take action. He called the demon scum. Yoji asked, "The land looks like it would be easy to conquer. That scum like him would flock here." Then Yoji attacked him with a powerful fire strike, and the monster didn't even have time to do anything before he died. And of course, after that, Yoji started posing and saying if they saw how cool he was. After some time, Jill and Carciel returned, but the children began asking Yoji to stay with them. But Yoji patted them on the head and said that they would see each other again, so there was no need to be upset. When Yoji approached the guys, he asked what Carciel had smeared around his mouth, then began to get angry when he decided that Ciel had eaten all the most delicious things on his own. Jill tried to calm him down by saying that they had bought him something. Yoji replied that it wasn't something he could eat. Jill then explained that it was a ticket for a darts competition, which could only be entered by purchasing something at the market. There you can also win a beef set. If you get there, then the hot pot of beef is all yours. Yoji was very serious. His goal was beef. He didn't even listen to what the guy was telling him. He lived for 8,000 years, became the king of a great and noble clan. So for him, it was easy as pie. Just as Yoji was concentrating, Carciel suddenly told Jill that they forgot to buy soy sauce. Yoji was scolding Carciel because he wanted to win the meat. Ciel was apologizing to him, when suddenly the guy said that Yoji won first place. Jill picked up Yoji and told him that he had won the grand prize. Yoji asked if that meant he could get and eat even more beef. But Jill said that it meant he had won a voucher for a first-class family holiday. A prize that did not make Yoji very happy. However, the bonus here is a coupon for unlimited barbecue, which means there will be even more meat. So Jill decided to make her father happy and called him, but her father was out of reach. And June was in the dungeon, so there was no signal. Suddenly there was a little girl in the dungeon. She told June that he can't be here because he will be killed here. On the first floor of the center, in its very core, live 3 mythical servants with powers, the strongest unicorn, the ruler of the skies. However, the last of them exists in deep secrecy. Until now, no one has seen it in real life. June got the book. An unidentified mythical servant was discovered, not registered in the encyclopedia. It is impossible to establish identity. Kinga said that the girl was an unidentified mythical servant, and he was advised to run away immediately. The girl said that the book told him the truth and he should run away because soon a monster would appear from there, and pointed to the lake. And as the girl said, a monster jumped out of the water and said that a human being dared to invade his territory. It seems that he does not value his life at all. The girl asked why her uncle didn't run away, and Jun said that she shouldn't worry, and there is a saying like that in Korean. The one who strikes first wins, said Jun, and created his sword. And it's hard to believe, but Jun defeated Rykar, and he did it with one blow. The girl asked what Jun's name was. He sat down and said his name, and asked what her name was. The girl replied that she had no name. Then Jun asked if he could give her a name, and the girl happily replied yes. And Jun came up with a beautiful name for her, Star, which means little star, and thus he tied the mythical servant to himself. Then Jun said that it was time for him to go home. The girl asked where he lived. Jun replied that he lived in a place called Korea. The girl asked if they would never see each other again, and Jun reassured her by saying that he would come back. Nate and Jun were having drinks together. Nate said that he thinks he is just an amazing person. He only cares about himself and it doesn't come easy for him. And Jun, at such an age, is raising a child. Nate said he couldn't even imagine it. Jun said that it was over. He couldn't know for sure, but he thought he could handle it well too. Jun looked at the book Nate was reading about raising children. Having a child is a blessing, Jun thought. But he knew it could also be scary. Jun encouraged Nate by saying that there was no one in the mayor's office who advocated caring for the young as well as the old. And if he were thinking only about himself, he wouldn't have bought a book on raising children, Jun said. Jun asked when he managed to get married. Nate replied that he didn't have children. He bought the book so he could babysit his nephew the following week. After hanging out with Nate, Jun returned home and the dragons immediately ran up to him. Jill said that Jun said he was going to drink today, so she made some hangover soup. Jun has a good tolerance for alcohol, so he is not drunk at all. Jill became worried and asked if she should have made soup from dried pollock. Jun replied that he likes that kind of soup too. Then Jun asked. She didn't want to tell him anything, that they were going on a school trip for 4 days and 3 nights. Jun said that she would need pocket money. Jill asked how he knew about it. Apparently it was CL who showed him this piece of paper. Then Jun said that she should have told him about the trip. Jill replied that she didn't tell him on purpose, she just decided not to go. In order to be a good father, Jun memorizes all of Jill's class schedule and extra trips. Jun asked why she didn't want to go since it was her last trip with the academy. Jill replied that their contract, in Clause 4, stated that Party B was required to do the housework at all times. Yoji said that Jun wasn't that strict about the terms of the contract. And that's true. Jun said she could go. After all, what father would refuse his daughter a school trip because of household chores? And he will give her pocket money, so let her eat whatever she wants on the trip. Jill was delighted and said that if that was the case, then she would go. Then she thanked Jun. Then he suggested that she go to bed earlier. Busan Station the next day, Jill took only light clothes, but for some reason the bag was heavy. And here we are, shown the reason why Jill's bag was so heavy. Jill quickly went into the toilet and asked what they were doing there. Yoji replied that they were going on a school trip with her. Then Jill asked why, and Yoji replied that the owner asked them because he had a bad feeling. And today, the place of their excursion will be a hunting festival, the girl asked. Being here, in Korea, in the place where the first hunter is, do they not feel this power of their country? While the girl was talking about the first hunter who tamed a wyvern, Yoji was enjoying his shashlik. But when he heard about the wyvern, he asked what it meant. Karsiel replied that apparently people really are very fragile. Then the girl introduced this creature to all the guys. The wyvern looks like a Pokemono. The girl said that they could touch it, and the girl suggested that they go too because it was a rare, high-ranking monster, hard to meet. Suddenly, one boy ran ahead of everyone and said that he would be the first to touch it. The girl said that he should first listen to the safety precautions because he was not allowed to touch his head. But it was too late. The girl told the boy to run away. The monster really got angry and flew into the sky. The monster growled angrily. The girl asked the hunter how to pacify the monster. The guy replied that it was impossible. That's why he asked to read the safety precautions first. But suddenly Yoji took his form because he got angry because his kebab flew away because the wyvern was flapping its wings. Carciel and Jill begged Yoji to come to his senses, but Yoji grabbed the monster by the throat and asked if he knew what his kebab was made of, cockatrice. Yoji recalled how he would clean everything until it sparkled for the sake of meat, and Jill would give him a sticker as a sign of praise. And when he filled out the entire sheet, she exchanged it for 5,001. Milash had specially put aside all his money for his shashlik, and the monster dared to ruin everything. Then Yoji said that the monster was finished and flew into the rift, taking the hunter with him. Although thanks to Yoji, people did not suffer at the clutches of the monster. His actions only created new problems. Yoji said he would smash him so he wouldn't scream and would generally make a kebab out of him. The guy wanted to help his monster, but what could he do against a dragon? Then Jill and Seal flew in. Jill scolded him for causing so much fuss. Yoji replied that there was no need to calm him down or dissuade him today. Then Jill said she would buy him more meat on a stick, too. No, even 3. Yoji asked for 4. Jill agreed, but told him not to ask for more. So Jill convinced Yoji, and he turned back into his cute form and said that this time he was kind and would endure it. But still, Yoji hit him again and said that the monster was lucky. Because of one monster, his kind could have disappeared. Then Yoji told Jill that he was ready to eat. Jill first said that he had to promise that this would not happen again. Yoji said that in the current situation it was not even his fault. Jill asked him if he realized what would happen if his father found out about this situation, since it would now be all over the news. Yoji imagined a frightening picture, and then he realized what he had done today. Jill said she was worried about him, so he should just promise not to do it again, and then she would put in a good word for him. Yoji ran up to Jill and promised that it wouldn't happen again, and maybe he needed to tell his owner the same thing. Then he said that maybe this incident is not so serious and it will not make him worry and get angry at him. Ciel replied that he does not think so, because the owner is wise and strong. And June at this time was with Chloe, who for some reason was in a hurry. In order to understand what happened, let's go back 30 minutes ago. Chloe suddenly hugged June and asked why he was so late. June didn't understand anything and said that he had even arrived earlier than the appointed time. Then Chloe whispered that she was in such circumstances now, and that was why she asked him to play along with her. She suddenly said loudly that this man was her boyfriend, so he should stop pestering her and go his own way. Some old fat guy brazenly declared that she herself had flirted in front of his nose, and now she says that she has a boyfriend. He approached June and said that he was like those who groveled before him, and asked if he was really her type. The fat man said that he knew she was looking at his huge muscles. The old man lives in an imaginary world. June said he understood what was happening and asked if there was any sense in solving the problem this way. Chloe replied that if they find the wrong approach to him now, then later there will be strange headlines about her in the news. June asked what this old man was hoping for by pestering a girl from the Behemoth Guild. Chloe replied that he wasn't entirely right. She herself was embarrassed to say such a thing, but if he knew who she was, he probably wouldn't be standing here now. June then said that they were training the guild in the center. There was no time to make a fuss about him, so he would handle it. The man said that a frail guy like him couldn't even protect her, and only a man with his body was capable of it. Jun replied that he had quite a lot of fat in his body, which was probably why his PUL was low, and June advised him to lose weight. The fat man got angry and tried to hit Jun, but he grabbed his fist and said that they were not just a couple of lovers, pulling Chloe towards him. He said that they were a married couple. And he's already crossing all boundaries, June said, and began to squeeze his fist with such force that the fat man began to scream. The fat man said pitifully that he should have told her right away, because if he had known that they were married, he would have left right away. He then left just as miserably, complaining of pain in his arm, and June said it was good that he hadn't caused any other problems. Chloe asked, confused, why he said they were married. June replied that it got him off her back right away. Chloe replied that the old man ran away because he was afraid his arm would be broken. After that, they went to the dungeon and June said that they came on time. Chloe was still embarrassed, Ricky was beaten up, and Jonathan apologized for being late and said he heard June berating her subordinates for their mistakes. June asked who had told him that. And an exhausted Jonathan replied that the guide to Satala was so slow that it was always a wait for her to arrive. Then June noticed Ricky and said that it looked like he got it for the last time. Jonathan replied that he just got it from Tusitala. Jonathan said he thought Chloe was acting strange today. Her face was flushed and she had a fever. She must be sick. He was worried about her. Then the old men came and said that all newcomers must first greet the elders. Ricky asked if they were monsters because their faces looked painfully dissolute. Jonathan ordered Ricky to pull himself together because their energy was not like that of ordinary people. The bald man asked what was going on. whether they had simply been kicked out of their previous habitat and had come here. He called the boys scum. And then June turned around and they all got scared, saying that it was that June who grabbed the mythical servant the first time. And then they immediately became agitated and said pitifully what these teenagers meant together with their shining master Jun. The old men wanted to run away, but June stopped them and said that it would take a long time to walk around and tell everyone about his newcomers. So he ordered them to warn all the clans on the first floor about his students. Then June threatened them that if they started bothering the Behemoth Guild again, they would not live. And if they did not convey to the clans what he asked, he would personally visit them. Then they ran away in an instant, and Jun sighed and said that the easiest task for today was completed. The Behemoth Guild was left in shock after such a scene. Jun asked if they were ready to start training on the first floor of the center, and added that he needed to go there too, so he should hurry. Jonathan asked if the place was dangerous, and when Jun replied that it was dangerous, all three of them became scared, because even if he called it dangerous, then it was. Jun smiled and said that he needed to go there anyway, because every time he looked at her, he remembered his daughter. Star sat and waited for June. Suddenly, the tree lifted her up and told her that she should not meet a man named June. Star asked why. Then the tree replied that June was perhaps the person who would speed up the destruction and death of all dimensions. Star asked if the uncle would destroy this world. The tree stroked her head and said that it was not certain, but June was dangerous, and since there is such a possibility, then one cannot get close to him. But Star did not like this. She beamed and shouted that she did not dare to say anything bad about the uncle. The tree replied that it still thought it would be better if he remained to live only on the earth. The girl heard the noise and thought that June had already arrived, so she ran happily. The tree hoped that this ominous premonition was simply wrong. June told the guys that they had finished the main tutorial of the first floor of the center here. They had completed it earlier than he thought. Jonathan asked if they could try to engage in battle, to catch some of the villains, among those they had been shown earlier. June said that they had all fought against these at least once before, so he didn't see why they were repeating it again. Then Jonathan replied that June said they were fighting, but that was a bit untrue. He said that even though he was so kind and helpful to them, there would be no point if they could not become stronger and gain new knowledge themselves in this training. They don't want to become fools who rely only on his strength. June liked this determination and agreed. Jonathan thanked June and said that he and Rick would go together since Chloe wasn't feeling well today. Then Chloe sheepishly said that she was fine, when suddenly Star called loudly for June from above. Star hugged June and said that it was good that he came so early. June replied that it was good that she was happy. Chloe was shocked. She asked what a small child was doing here. June replied that she was not a traveler. She is one of the mimic servants living in the center, which means she is stronger than many monsters. The girl asked if this ant was also from Korea. The word ant made Chloe freeze, and Jun laughed at her reaction. Chloe asked how he could laugh in such a situation. June replied that she calls him uncle. Star asked June to go with her to her great friend, and June agreed. Then she came down and said that he should not lag behind and there would be places that he should not step on. June realized where Star was heading, but it was too dangerous a place for Chloe, so he thought about how he could help her. Then June told Chloe to climb on his back. It was the only thing that would help her because it was very dangerous there. Chloe was very embarrassed. She wondered if she was the only one who felt this awkwardness, and he didn't care. They ran to a big tree, and it told Star not to tell other people about her location. Star replied that Uncle was a good man, so it was all right. But the tree said that he was sure it didn't really matter. Since he needed to talk to him personally, the tree said that he would talk to June directly. The tree said that Star wanted to go to where he lived, Korea. Star happily shouted that she wanted to go with him. It was because of that system message that she apparently treated him like her parent. June thought he hadn't even finished reading those new books on raising children aged 3 to 5. The tree told Star that she must obey her mom and dad. It seems June has another daughter, and since Chloe is the only girl Star has seen, she decides that Chloe is her mother. Chloe initially said that she was not her mother, but Star's sad face made her say that she was Star's mother. Well, they really do look a lot alike. June thought for a bit and suggested that Chloe start living together, which of course surprised Chloe. The next day, Chloe got up tiredly. It seems she didn't get enough sleep at all. A contented Star was lying next to her. She could never have imagined that she would come to this house just because she would become a mother. Chloe looked at Star with concern and thought that it was good that she was sleeping so peacefully. She always had problems with sleep. She tossed and turned a lot and slept little. Even that tree had a hard time coping with her. Then Chloe thought that if they had just gone to a hotel together, she would have slept much better. But last night, Star had cried asking if mom and dad didn't sleep together. As a result, June was sleeping in the living room, And then June came into the room and asked if they had slept well, and called them to breakfast. Chloe wondered how she could sleep peacefully knowing she was sleeping in the same house with a man. At first, Chloe was angry that June was acting so coldly. She thought that he didn't care at all. But when she entered the living room, she saw a whole table with delicious food. Chloe thought that she almost always ate food to order, and he was so hardworking that he cooked it all himself. In fact, this was food that Jill left. Thus began the first breakfast of the new family. June said that it was time for him to go to work now. During his absence, Star would be with her. He asked her to take care of her. June told Star that Dad would be back soon, and Star started to get capricious and asked him not to leave. Chloe watched the cute picture, thinking that they were like real father and daughter. Chloe had already started dreaming. She thought that if they got married, then she would see such sweet scenes every day. But the happy picture changed when Star started running around the entire building. Chloe asked to chase after her. If the mythical servant collides with an ordinary citizen, something terrible will happen, and the store's customers are in danger. Chloe still managed to catch up with Star. Then Chloe told her that she can't run around like that alone. Star felt ashamed and asked if her mother was angry. Chloe couldn't resist her cuteness. Chloe replied that she was not angry and asked her to stay with her mother, and so they came to the clothing department. Star changed into a beautiful sundress and gathered her hair into a ponytail, of course. Chloe melted from such beauty. Chloe was saying that she thought Star was so beautiful while she was taking pictures, and the employee agreed with her and asked if the princess wanted to try on another dress. Star tried on a few more outfits that also suited her very well. So Chloe decided to buy everything, and not in installments, but right now, the employee was glowing with happiness. She thanked Chloe and said goodbye to her. And only a little later did Chloe come to her senses. She remembered that initially she wanted to buy only 1 or 2 sets. She realized that she'd gotten too carried away. But as soon as Star hugged her mom and thanked her for the gifts, Chloe realized again that she had done the right thing by buying so many things. Star asked where Dad was. Chloe asked if she missed him. Star said she loved Dad. Then Chloe decided it was okay to go see him for a while. Meanwhile, at work, people were pestering Jun with offers. The boss said that, as he had said, this was the only chance, showing a photograph. The boss said she was an elementary school teacher. She had a nice house. He had already told her about his daughter, and she didn't mind. June thanked her for her concern and then said that he had no plans to get married yet. The boss asked irritably why, and June replied that he understood that it was very difficult to meet such a good person as the boss. But right now, he was simply not interested. June planned to think about his marriage only after his daughter's marriage, and sighed wearily. Suddenly, Nate froze in surprise. The chief asked what was going on, and then he himself saw the hunter Chloe and Star. The boss's shock is understandable, because the girl ran up to June and said, "Dad," June asked. "Mum bought her new clothes," and Star happily replied, "Mum said they suit her very well." Nate and Chief were shocked. Chief asked, "This kid just called Chloe, the best huntress in their country, Mom, and June Dad." June asked what they were there for, and Chloe awkwardly replied that Star had missed him a lot. In the evening at home, Chloe tried to cook dinner, but every time it turned out that she oversalted the food. Then June came, and Star happily jumped on him. Chloe was so engrossed in cooking that she didn't even notice June coming, so when he came up from behind asking if she was making dinner, Chloe got scared and attacked him, but June successfully dodged the attacks. Then, seeing June standing in front of her, she apologized and explained that she did so because she suddenly heard a man's voice. June replied that everything was fine and said that yesterday had been sorted out, so she didn't have to worry about it, but Chloe didn't seem to understand what he was talking about. Then June recalled that yesterday, when her colleagues at work mistakenly considered her to be their wife. Chloe thought that he had explained the situation to them so calmly. Apparently, he really didn't feel anything next to her, and she's probably the only one here who's nervous about the situation. Suddenly, June asked if this was too much trouble for Chloe. Chloe asked what he was talking about, and June pointed to her soup, which was unfortunately burning. June said that he was still very grateful to her. It must be difficult for her to look after Star, and she also cooks dinner. Chloe replied that she just wanted to try cooking once. There was no real point in it, and she shouldn't expect much. June replied that he would still wait for dinner. Chloe gave in and set the table. Chloe was very worried, and when June said that the food was delicious, she was very happy, even though June lied. Then Chloe started hugging Star, saying that Daddy liked it and he said it was delicious. June, seeing her reaction, thought that Chloe was getting too into the role of Star's mother. Or maybe she was just playing very well. Who knows what other special abilities the best huntress has? Suddenly, the phone rang and Star picked it up and said it was so weird. Star asked if Dad was here. How could he call Mom? Chloe replied that it wasn't Dad, so there was no need to worry. But Star answered the call, then Chloe, very nervous, took the phone from her. But her father was already calling Chloe. June wanted something. Chloe motioned for him to be quiet, but suddenly Chloe's father asked who the man was next to her. It turned out that June wanted to warn that this was a video call. Chloe's father said that they hadn't seen each other for 10 years and asked her to come to him and bring this guy. After finishing the conversation, Chloe sadly lay down on the table. Star began to worry and asked if her mother was in pain. June said that she could tell him if there was anything he could do to help, since she had helped him with his ridiculous request. Then Chloe asked with puppy dog eyes if June could go with her to her father. June asked if he should explain to him that he was not her boyfriend and said that it would be quite difficult to explain why they were in the same house at such a late hour. Even though they pretend to be a family, she feels like he draws strict boundaries between them. And this makes Chloe sad. June said, "Or they have another option." He asked what she thought about him. Chloe asked in shock if he didn't think it was too revealing. June replied that they could get the wording right. Then Chloe agreed, and June offered to explain everything and teach Star first. They arrived at Chloe's parents' house. The house turned out to be luxurious. Chloe explained that her father was doing well in his business. He was the CEO of the company. The company, which has over 50 branches, is the SG Group, and June wondered why she became a hunter then. Before entering, Chloe said that her father was very hot-tempered and she hoped for his understanding. As Chloe said, her father was scolding them for standing at the door since they had come. But suddenly both parents froze. Her father began to stutter and asked who the child was. Star happily waved at him and called him Grandpa. And when Star said that Mom and Dad said that he was her grandfather, Chloe's dad passed out. The poor man, having calmed down a little, asked, "So, up until today, he had been asking her daughter to play the role of a mother." June replied that yes, but that no more would be necessary, as a person would soon arrive who would take care of her and look after her. Father began to scold Chloe that she should have at least warned him about this on the phone when Star approached him. Star showed him the tea bags and asked which one he wanted, saying that Grandma had asked him to choose. Father couldn't stand such cuteness and said that he would choose black tea. Star happily ran to her grandmother and said that grandfather said black tea. After this, Chloe's father said that, in truth, Chloe was already of age to get married, but quickly fell silent when he saw the week-old expression on Chloe's face. Suddenly, Star said that there were so many photos of her mother. Chloe turned around in surprise and asked what photos she was talking about. Star suggested that Chloe go watch them together, but for some reason her father suddenly stood up and told them not to go. Her father said that she couldn't go in there for a good reason. It turned out that her father wasn't such a rude old man. His office had pictures of Chloe all over it. A little awkwardly, the father said that Star was a good girl, which meant she listened to her elders. Star sat down on the sofa discontentedly. Father turned on the news and they said that there were currently 2 dragons at the exhibition. They disappeared right after they appeared, but people were still afraid. Also, the first-place hunter from Japan and his wyvern were kidnapped during this situation, and emergency negotiations are currently underway between Japan and Korea. June thought that Yoji was a shameless person who kidnapped a hunter and his wyvern. If there was no special reason for his actions, then he would be in trouble. After some time, June, Star, and Chloe were about to leave, when suddenly the father asked his daughter to come more often with Star and this man. And he wouldn't mind if Star became their real granddaughter. Then, embarrassed, he slammed the door and left. Chloe nervously said that it seemed like her father really liked Star. June replied that it was obvious from him, and promised that he would bring Star to them sometimes. If she has nothing to do, she can also come and visit them whenever she wants. Then Chloe remembered that from today on, she would no longer be with them. If June hadn't asked her for this favor, perhaps she wouldn't be so annoyed now. Jill and the dragons returned home. Yoji was still nervous, so he hid behind Jill. They noticed that June wasn't home, and Carciel asked if he hadn't promised that they would have dinner together. Suddenly, Chloe noticed the shirt. Jill said she didn't have a shirt like that and angrily asked why they had a woman's shirt in their house. Then June returned with Star. Way 102. How to become a good father? Be sure to ask your daughter about her affairs in a gentle tone. Jill didn't notice Star. Still confused about the shirt, she asked whose it was. June replied that he would give it to her tomorrow. She left the shirt because it was still dry. The dragons decided to quietly run away before a scandal began. They went into their room and, exhaling, Yoji said that he thought Jun wouldn't discuss the breaking news. Yoji said it was funny to think and be afraid that Jun would scold him for beating up Wyvern a little. They then turned their attention to Star. Yoji asked who she was. Seal replied that he didn't know, but she didn't seem like a normal child. Yoji began to examine her and realized that she was probably from the center. Star introduced herself and said that she would live here. Jill asked irritably if he was saying that Hunter Chloe had to spend 4 days here. June nodded and said that he was grateful to Chloe for helping with the chores while she was away. Jill said she could take care of the housework when she got back. June replied that nothing bad had happened and suggested dinner. Suddenly, Star started calling Jill Mom, like she did with Chloe. Carciel said that she was not a mother but a mistress. But Star replied that this was not true. She said that the tree was telling her that all the girls who are close to their dad are their mom. Jill said that this wouldn't do, and she thought that her training should start tomorrow. She will be taught how to behave in society. At this age, you can't miss the time to teach her, otherwise, you'll get into trouble later. Yoji thought that Jill didn't care at all that this star had suddenly burst into their lives. He decided that Jill was crazy, and he was the only one in this family who was sane. Jill suggested that they all eat together at the campsite tomorrow. She said that during their trip, Yoji won a gift certificate for a campsite at the market. Jun looked menacingly at Yoji and said that he thought it was possible. He had time tomorrow before being sent to explore the rift. When June agreed, Jill and Yoji were delighted. Jumping happily, Yoji said that he could eat his fill of meat tomorrow. June said that the ban on eating meat would then be lifted, and Carciel whispered to Yoji what he thought he meant. Maybe he wanted to punish Yoji for grabbing the wyvern, and his action became so loud that it even appeared on the news. But apparently he turned a blind eye this time. June said menacingly that he knew perfectly well what Yoji had done, but let him know that there would be no next time. They went to a campsite, and June was frying meat. Suddenly he said that he had to go to work. Jill said that he didn't even try the meat because he was busy frying it. Jun replied that everything was fine and left. Carciel wished him a good day. Yoji was busy eating, and Star asked where he was going. Then June said that it was time for him to go to work and patted her on the head, then said that Yoji and Carciel were going with him today. Poor Yoji even cried, because he was left without meat, but Carciel continued to drag him. Inside the rift, all the hunters gathered. Kate was there too. She asked why he arrived so early. June replied that he had just arrived. Kate looked at the dragons and asked what this creature was. Although it looked like a dog, it was still different from them. June replied that it was the same dog as last time. He took it for a walk. Then June suggested to Kate to start hunting. Kate said upset that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and he immediately suggested to get to work. June replied that if she didn't hurry to hunt, then she wouldn't be able to get many trophies from the monsters. Is that good? Then June asked why the hunters weren't going in that direction. Kate replied that there were still unexplored territories there. She heard that there was a high level of difficulty there, so the hunters simply refused to go there. And the Icarus Guild formed a team to go there. They went to clear this area a few months ago, but gave up. Judging by the amount of energy felt from there, Titan may be located there. Kate said that from what that team said, the monsters were under some kind of influence and weren't afraid. But the area is still popular because you can get a lot of items from there. Suddenly, 2 armed goblins attacked Jun, and Yoji decided to kill them immediately. But Jun stopped him. Yoji asked why, because these bean sprouts can be dealt with in one blow. June replied that he had not brought him here for this, and Keith dealt with all the goblins with one blow. Kate turned to June and said that she had already obtained 3 artifacts. June replied that she had grown as a hunter during this time. She received the Xenix Lotus Ring, special effect, partially increases resistance to water. When equipped, increases resistance to water. Xenix made this ring for his wife. Kate said it was very romantic and plucked up her courage and asked if he wanted to have dinner together that night. June calmly replied that he wanted to invite her over the weekend anyway to apologize for something, so this time dinner was on him. Kate replied that she would pay for the dinner herself. But June insisted on paying for dinner. He thought he could come back here after dinner. Then, June suggested trying to collect more artifacts before dinner. Yoji said that it felt like June was treating her like a child. Carciel replied that anyway, looking at how happy the owner was, you'd think they were in a relationship. After the dungeon, Kate happily said that the atmosphere during their dinner was wonderful. If it continues like this, then they will definitely start dating. She wanted to call him darling or beloved the next time they met. Suddenly, a notification appeared that the boss of the rift in the Olympic Park had been eliminated. Kate was surprised, because they had just been there recently, and it seemed like the boss was invincible. Now she was wondering who was able to defeat him. At this time, June was already looking at the invisible robe of the boss of that dungeon. He thought that it would probably be dangerous if he gave it to Jill. He heard that sometimes murders were committed because of the item, so June decided that he would give it to Jill when she grew up and became stronger. Jill asked June if she wanted some fruit. June said no. Then Star walked up to Jill and asked if she could go out and play. Then Jill replied that it was too late now, so she could play tomorrow. Star sadly said that she wanted to play today. But June said that everything was fine and that Karsiel and Yoji would go for a walk with her. Yoji started coughing and said that he couldn't go. Even if they were going to go camping now, he wouldn't even be able to eat. But as soon as June handed him 5,001, Yoji declared that he was ready to carry out any of his orders. So happy Star and her guards went for a walk despite the late hour. As soon as they went outside, Star started chasing a butterfly. Karsiel and Yoji tried to catch up with her. Yoji yelled that she needed to stop, but Star said that Liga was flying there. Always angry and very big, apparently Star confused an ordinary butterfly with a monster from the center. Yoji said that she was wrong and it was not Leah but a simple butterfly. Star began to praise Yoji for how smart he was. Then, embarrassed, Yoji said that if she lived on Earth for 3 months, she might also become just as smart. Star said that Yoji was the best, and this first praise addressed to him had a huge effect on him. Yoji said that he was so in a good mood that he would specially buy him a thing called ice cream, something that Jill only allows them to have once every 3 days. Suddenly, Karsiel's expression changed, and all because Star decided to enter the dungeon for the butterfly. Yoji remembered the words that June whispered to him before leaving, and then he ran after her in fear. Upon entering the dungeon, Yoji yelled at her to stop, while complaining that she was too fast. Suddenly, Star asked what was ahead, and everyone looked over to see 2 goblins mocking a man. The boy screamed for them to stop hitting him. At least he had to protect this landscape painting. Star didn't like this at all. She approached the monsters and destroyed them with her power. Yoji and Karsiel were shocked by her power. Star herself did not understand what she did and asked if they ran away. Yoji shouted if it really looked like they ran away. Then, Yoji thought that he should somehow hide it. If the owner finds out, everything could end not only with a ban on meat. The main thing is that there are no witnesses. The guy got scared and said that he wouldn't tell anyone. He was only here to be able to pay for his tuition fees. He was quite famous in the field of digital drawings, and if they wanted, he would draw as much for them as they wanted. He continued to say that he was very poor, he had no money, but suddenly Yoji threw stones at him. Yoji said it was all his, so he didn't see anything here. The guy asked if those weren't mana stones from the orcs that were just here. The guy asked if this was all for him. Yoji replied that yes, and the next time he came here, he should take a weapon with him. Then, Yoji suggested that they return quickly, and told her that under no circumstances should she tell the owner that they had been in the rift. The guy asked to give his name because he wants to repay him for his help in the future. Yoji replied that there was no need for that, but still decided to tell him his name, like the others. They left and told him to keep his mouth shut. The guy thought he was the artist Eric, and he swore on his name that he would repay them for their help. Then they returned home and June asked if she had fun in the rift. Star quickly replied yes. But then she remembered that Yoji had asked her not to talk about it, and she lied that she was playing on the court. June asked if Yoji had asked her to say that. Star shook her head and said no. June didn't believe her and asked Yoji to come with him. At City Hall, the chief was yelling that Nate had to give him today's fault monitoring report. Nate was replying that it would be finished in a minute. The chief ordered a report from June as well, and Jun replied that he had just sent it. Then the chief ordered to bring a report on the probability of occurrence of emergency faults. June replied that he also sent it. Suddenly, Olivia approached them and asked how she could help. Olivia said that if there was anything she could help with, but again she was not listened to. Then the boss left and they wished him luck. Then Nate said that it was like being on a battlefield this morning. June replied that Nate had done a good job. Then Olivia got even more angry and asked again if there was anything she could do to help them. Nate trembled and asked why she was so angry. He said that she was doing an internship with them. So you yourself said that you would just watch how they work and that's all. Olivia said that it didn't mean they should treat her like a burden. She might not be as good, but she could do whatever it took and would try. June suddenly said that it was true when it came to fighting, but in the current situation they didn't need her help and there was nothing they could do about it. Olivia got angry and asked what he just said, and June repeated that there was nothing she could help them with right now. June started asking if she could do this or that office work. Olivia, of course, could not do any of it, but she did not want to idle. Then June asked why her school sent her to do the internship, and he answered himself, to see the work and responsibilities associated with the profession of a hunter, and what happens behind the scenes of this work. And she also chose the place for her internship herself. This is where they do all the office work, and June thinks she knows perfectly well that there are almost no tasks here that require her help. Olivia remembered how her brother talked about this guy almost every day. He always said how brilliant and wonderful June was, but it seemed she couldn't say the same about this guy. If Behemoth is helping the guild, shouldn't he be on par with the coolest hunters? Olivia thought. Nate couldn't resist asking if June hadn't said he had something to do today, checking the rift, and the hunter. Olivia could go with June, This place is right next to the educational institution. Olivia thought that this didn't mean that it would satisfy her curiosity, but then she thought about it. What if she deliberately puts him in danger? Of course, it's a shame to do that. But if he's even half as good as his brother says he is, then it won't be a danger to him. If a threat really did arise and something went wrong, she would deal with the problem herself, so she agreed to go with June to check it out. Nate tried to lighten the mood and said that he would be calm about them, because they would go together, and added that he would expect good results. Olivia said there was a rift there and asked how a rift department employee could go to something other than a rift. June replied that he himself knew where the rift was located near the school. Olivia asked what he was talking about and began to look around. For some reason, Olivia thought he was going to confess his feelings to her and declared that she would marry a man who was stronger than her brother. June said that she must have misunderstood something, but everything was completely different. But Olivia did not believe it and said that she knew because she had received hundreds of confessions. Then June repeated once again that this was not so. In this place, the flow of chi suddenly changed, and this energy continues to boil like lava. Suddenly, the space broke off, and a rarefaction phenomenon occurred. The appearance of a monster in a place where there was no rift. Usually, one or two low-ranking monsters appear, but this one looks quite scary. It was a Balrog. Olivia said that this was probably where she would die. June told her to step back. Olivia replied that there was no escape from this monster. But then June released his magic. A black fog enveloped this monster, and it died immediately. June approached Olivia and asked if she was hurt. Perhaps such a sight was too merciless for a student. But Olivia was only thinking about how Jun dealt with the strongest C-rank monster with just one hit. Even her brother couldn't do that. Olivia turned completely red and, unable to contain herself, apologized and ran away as quickly as possible. June didn't understand what was wrong with her and thought that lately he didn't understand children at all. And Olivia thought about how ashamed she was. At home, Yoji said that the owner's phone continued to make sounds. Jun asked to see what was sent. Yoji said that Olivia sent him a photo from her internship report. He thought she was another fan of June's, so Yoji asked Star how many mothers she had. Star turned around and said she had 2 moms, so Yoji said she could add 1 more. Now she has 3 mothers, but Yoji immediately changed his mind and said that if she calls Jill's friends mothers, they will be taken to the police, so let her leave 2 mothers. June covered Jill, who was sleeping in the living room, with a blanket and thought that if he woke her up now, she would say that she needed to get back to her studies, and it would be better to let her sleep than to wake her up. It was time for him to leave, so he left her a note and put some money next to her. It must be hard for her during the exam period. So June decided that she should buy herself something. And the last thing he had to do, June picked up Yoji and said that they were leaving. Center, entrance to the 2nd floor, gatekeeper of the 2nd floor Kurta, published from the depths. They say he suffered a complete defeat against Imphal, after which he was imprisoned in hell, but has now escaped. Among the countless kings, he is the one who has the nickname of the Warrior King, and is said to be as strong as 60 of Solomon's 72 demons. The man said that they had said that the gatekeepers at the entrance to the 2nd floor should be vultures, and he almost wet himself with fear. The old man asked. Besides how to react if they had any strategy, the girl answered, no. Since they could only use the association starting from the 2nd floor, she thought it would be easier to use the strategy in that case. She admitted that they were fully dressed, and if you go down once, you will not be able to return to the 1st floor. Then, they would have to accept the challenge. The girl replied that they would wait. They couldn't trust this pissing boy and attack at his behest. Suddenly, a monarch-level challenger entered, and thanks to the challenger, the gatekeeper's strength changed from 50% to 100%. Gatekeeper. The earth shakes from the furious spirit of the warlike King Kurt. That's when June appeared. He asked why they were so scared. The girl asked why he was here alone. She thought he had no subordinates. But then June pointed to the sleeping Yoji and said that there was one. Then the gatekeeper said that the test had already begun. If they did not go themselves, then he would come to them. Jun said that it seemed like they were worried about him. The old man replied that he really didn't have eyes, and he himself could see everything perfectly well. Then June went ahead. The old man shouted for him to wait, and not to go first, and they should come up with a plan first. But the girl stopped him and said that this man would reveal the gatekeeper's attack techniques, and then their chances of winning would increase. The gatekeeper said it was his choice. Even if he died, he asked if he would attack alone. He laughed and said that June had brought some bug, and he was not interested. It was a small, useless creature. The more attackers, the better, and he can bring at least 100, at least 1,000 creatures. Yoji got angry and ordered to get out of the way. The gatekeeper got scared and said that first we need to see if the day is right for this. If you think about it, the slogan of this test is fairness and correctness. It is natural that one-on-one battles are possible in this exam. The man asked if there had ever been such a rule. The girl replied that the guys who fought him before them said that they attacked the guards like dogs, and that was the only way they could pass the test. The gatekeeper began to complain that he should choose something quickly, and Jun immediately attacked him. Jun said he thought it would take him a day or two to get down to the second floor, but the test turned out to be quite easy. Yoji asked if he came here for this, why did he take it with him? Jun replied, to go for a walk. Jun passed the test at the entrance to the second floor. Now he can pass. And Yoji began to complain that no one raises dogs like that. Yoji continued to whine, and Jun said that as soon as they returned, he could go back to sleep. And when they returned, Yoji crawled tiredly onto the bed. But as soon as Yoji tiredly lay down on the bed, Star woke up and began to wake him up too. Yoji looked exhausted and asked why she wouldn't let him sleep peacefully. But Star did not listen to him and began to beat him and shout at him to get up immediately. Poor Yoji got up anyway, and Star ran off somewhere happily. Yoji asked where she wanted to go. Star pointed to the building. But there was a closed sign. Yoji said that it hadn't even opened yet. Supermarkets usually open at 9 o'clock. Yoji asked if she wanted to eat ice cream without her master knowing. Star replied that she wanted to make breakfast. Yoji then asked where she got the money from. Star replied that Jill gave it to her for a little useful work. Star showed her coins and said that she would buy food with them. Yoji looked at the money and sighed, telling her to wait for him here. Yoji arrived a little while later, taking his wallet with him. He said that the bakery was already open so they could buy something there. The amount of Star's savings is 800 won. The minimum price for baked goods is 2,500 won. Star complained that she does not have that kind of money. Then Yoji picked up some buns and put them all on a tray. Star started to worry. Yoji made a huge tower out of buns. Star said that Jill said that if you don't have papers, then you can't touch anything in the store. But Yoji still put everything on the checkout. The girl asked if he needed a bag. The girl said that it was 47,100 won. Star took out her coins, and then Yoji took out his 50,000 won. Star said that it turns out that Yoji is a very kind and good friend. Then Yoji said that from now on, let him call him King, the ruler of all dragons, the Lord of heaven and earth. Then they returned and Jun was already waiting for them. Yoji asked if he was already awake. Jun replied that he had to go to work. Yoji was afraid that Jun would scold him. But Star called her father and said that they bought his favorite bread. Jun thanked Star and patted her head, saying that he would eat well today. Then he praised Yoji as well. Yoji asked in shock, "Did he just praise him?" Jun replied that he went to the supermarket with her. They went to the steam room and returned without causing any trouble. And Jun promised to return the money spent at dinner. Yoji began to worry. As Jun found out that they went to the supermarket and bakery, Yoji was horrified. He asked how Jun knew about this and asked him to explain everything to him. Seal woke up, and Yoji was still thinking how Jun always knows everything. First of all, if you think about his strength, a normal person just can't be that strong. Suddenly, Yoji sneezed, and of course he sneezed with fire. Seal managed to pick up Star and move away. Star pointed to the TV and said that it had gone black. Carseal became scared and asked what they should do now. Yoji replied that it was okay because he would be leaving this house, and the two of them should continue to live here. Carseal became even more nervous and fell at Yoji's feet, grabbed his leg and said that this was his home. Yoji screamed for him to let him go, because when Jun returned, he would definitely kill him. And it would be better then to live on the street. You can fit in anywhere, Star. Not understanding the whole problem, happily said that she was with them. Carseal suggested that they first try to at least fix it. Then Carseal took out the TV and decided to fix it. With the TV in his paws, Carseal took off. He flew to some place and said that he came to them to listen to the rulers of all dragons, and introduced himself. The great dragon asked who Carseal was and how he dared to come here. The terrible dragon asked how such a small dragon dared to appear before him. He grabbed Carseal and said that he knew what it meant to show in front of him. The dragon had the number 5 on his forehead. He started twirling Carseal and said that he had been waiting for it for so long. It's been about 2,000 years since their last meeting, and Carseal used to really like that kind of treatment. Carseal asked him to quickly put him on the ground. It seemed he was starting to feel nauseous. The dragon turned into a human form and laughed, saying that if Seal's head started to spin, he should have told him right away, then asked why he came to him. Carseal said that if the dragon couldn't fix it within 2 hours, Yoji would die. The dragon laughed and asked if cute little Carseal really understood what he was talking about. He said that Yoji is a merciless ruler. The dragon race is strong, and at the top of all living things, their king is no match for them. And Carseal himself knows what kind of creature he is, said the dragon. Carseal asked if it really looked like he was joking now. Then the dragon said that apparently not. Karsiel was not originally the one who would allow himself to mock the ruler. The dragon said that it would be better then if he explained the matter in detail. Although first, let him say where he saw Yoji in the first place. Karsiel replied that they were living together now. The dragon said in shock that the Lord really hates it when someone enters his nest. The dragon asked where he was now. Karsiel named the area and the apartment number, and said that his new nest was on Earth, in a country called Korea. The dragon seemed to find this hard to believe, so he asked what it meant that if this TV was not fixed within 2 hours, Yoji would die. Karsiel replied that this TV simply belonged to their great master Jun, which amazed the dragon even more. Therefore, the dragon decided that Karsiel had betrayed Yoji and was already preparing to attack. But Karsiel replied that Yoji also called this man his master. The dragon asked how this was possible. Karsiel replied that he didn't have time to explain everything to him and didn't have time to argue with him either. He only has 2 hours, no, already 1 hour and 40 minutes. If he doesn't fix this TV in that time, Yoji will die. So it needs to be fixed quickly. Hank the dragon agreed to fix the TV and realized that he had heard Jun's name somewhere. Hank thought that he had definitely heard Jun's name somewhere before, and he thought it was when he disobeyed Yoji's order not to leave the nest. Karsiel hit Hank in the leg because he wouldn't start fixing the TV. Hank said that he never left the nest. He always followed all of Yoji's orders. Then Karsiel asked if he was acting like this because he wanted Yoji to die. Then Hank finally began his spell. Hank finally remembered that when he secretly went to have fun in the rift, he heard this when 2 strange guys were destroying demons. 10 days ago, Hank definitely heard his name then. And maybe he should have caught that guy instead of secretly watching. The monster said that when Vapula found out about this, they would be in trouble. But this only made the man laugh. The man pierced the monster with his sword and said that he no longer felt Vapula's energy, which meant that he had already died somewhere. The monster said how dare this freak humiliate him. The man replied that he could do nothing but threaten him with his Vapula before killing him. Then he turned and asked if he shouldn't at least pretend to help him, even though they were only dealing with small fry for now. The man replied that, judging by what was written, such a character simply could not exist in reality, and said that it was more like a novel. His appearance is always astonishing, as befits a being, which makes even the gods shudder. A heavenly demon was born here to destroy this world, the king of 1,000 demons. His name is Jun. Karsiel scolded Hank to stop being distracted and fix the TV, or he really wanted to see Yoji leave this world. Hank replied that Karsiel could stop arguing since he had already fixed the TV. Then he asked why they lived with such a selfish, petty, and touchy person who threatened to kill the Dragon King for breaking a TV. And his nest is probably small. To match such a person, Karsiel answered that their owner is an honest and good man. Hank asked if such a person could kill the Dragon King for a broken TV, and said that if he is such a monster, he probably already has mountains of gold and silver accumulated at home. Karsiel thought about it and said that on the contrary, he is very simple. Even more so, there is no greed in him. But if you look at it from the position of strength, he is the most powerful in the universe. Hank asked if this meant that he ruled the dark world. Karsiel replied no. Either way, the master does not expect anything from them in return. And he treats them like his children, of course. Sometimes when Yoji breaks something of his owner, he becomes scary. Suddenly, Karsiel fell silent, and then said in horror that he had forgotten that Jun had given him an assignment before he left. So Karsiel took the TV and flew away. Hank was left alone. Hank would also like to know a lot about Mr. Jun, but he is afraid to go to him himself. Or rather, he is simply too lazy. At this time, Jun was in the rift next to the Spirit Queen, and they were having tea. The queen asked the gentleman if he liked the tea. Jun replied that he had already repeated many times that he was not her master and not her savior. Then the queen asked what she should call him. Jun replied that she could just call him by his name. The queen tried, but she failed because she became embarrassed. She began to say that he was a great personality, called master even by the invincible Lord Yoji himself, and an absolute being who would restore peace to the hearts of countless kings. Because she can call such a great man, who solved all their long-standing problems, by a simple name. Then Jun said that she could call him as she wanted. The queen thanked him and said that for some reason she did not see Yoji today. Jun replied that Yoji would not be there today. He had given him an assignment. The queen said that he had given this scoundrel an assignment. Amazing. Exhaling, Jun said that Yoji was good and kind, although her words about the scoundrel were also true. The queen replied that he had really changed a lot thanks to him. Even from his kind and short glance one could tell about the changes. Yoji has changed so much that sometimes it is simply impossible to believe that he is the same Yoji. There was a sparkle in his eyes, and frankly, It was the first time she had seen him laugh, a monster who had never smiled or laughed in thousands of years. Anyway, the queen said that Jun was truly an amazing person and their savior. Jun thought that he really hadn't done anything, but she still wouldn't listen to him. He said that spirits loved people much more than he thought. The queen replied that no, because after they lost their home, it was people who tormented them. The spirits only liked Jun. She admitted that it was amazing to her too. They had never liked anyone so much. Jun stood up, and the queen asked if he was leaving already. Jun replied that it was not because he was uncomfortable here. It was just that he had already collected all the information about the rift, and it was time for him to go. He is also a little worried about the task he gave to the dragons, which is why he leaves. Jun returned home and Karsiel immediately greeted him, Yoji too, but somehow hesitantly. Then Jun noticed that their TV was somehow clean, so Yoji screamed, and he jumped on his feet and continued to scream that he missed him very much. Jun asked if he had really done something so wrong. Yoji gloomily replied that he had already decided everything. Then Jun asked where Star was. For some reason, Yoji became even more nervous, and Star, seeing her father, puffed out her cheeks and silently looked at Jun. So Jun asked what happened, but Star pouted and turned away. So Jun asked Karsiel what happened to her. It turned out that Star was angry because the kimchi soup Yoji made didn't taste good. Jill asked. So Yoji prepared this dish himself, and didn't even order Karsiel. Jun said that Yoji did something out of character because he had done something wrong again. Yoji got scared and told Star that she needed to eat and brought the spoon to her. Karsiel was shocked that Yoji was feeding someone else. Karsiel couldn't believe what he saw. He muttered that Yoji was the one who never shared delicious food. He always ate all the meat alone. Yoji got angry and asked what he was muttering. Yoji tried to hit Karsiel, and Star enjoyed her food. So lively was their lunch. The next day, at work, the boss was yelling at me about why someone should come for some internship. Jun approached Nate and asked if they had a new employee coming to work for them. But Nate replied that it was him they were talking about. Usually, before becoming an official employee, you need to do an internship. But Jun got here straight away, which is a unique case. Jun's face, who had no memories before he came to Muchim, was funny. Without training, one cannot advance to the 8th rank, so of course he must go. Jun asked, "Can't he just go and that's it?" The boss started shouting even louder that they themselves knew perfectly well that this caused problems every year at the end of training. Every time there are reports of beatings and cruel behavior, so he will never send Jun to this place. But the boss was told that he still had to go on an internship. Then the boss loudly hung up and shouted that they weren't listening to him at all. Jun said that it seemed like a pretty serious matter. Nate replied that in fact, a lot of people quit their jobs after this internship. Besides, he knows that the leader does not like it when his people are treated with disdain and ignored. The chief took a large box of medicine and put it on the table, telling Jun to take it and drink it, and let him eat by himself, alone. Jun thanked him. The boss continued to yell at him not to laugh. If they made any noise or caused any problems, to let him know. That same evening, the hunting bureau came to the director and gave him some kind of list. The man replied that he was there to report to him on the internship of government officials, and the president asked if that wasn't what the head of the department was supposed to do. That's right. But this time there is Jun on the internship list. The president was surprised and asked why. He has been working in the municipality for a long time. That's true. But it was a special case when he was appointed even before completing his internship. The man suggested expelling him and transferring him to another place. But Adrian shouted whether he wanted to kill him. The president was scared. He sat down at the table and said that let Jun do his internship like the others, without standing out in any way. He himself would like that. He remembered how Jun threatened him last time. Then the president asked me to tell him that if he received any complaints about the mistreatment of interns this time, he would fire them all. At home, a sad Yoji was vacuuming the living room. Jill asked if he was finished, to which Yoji replied yes. Jill gave him another sticker and noticed that the sheet was already completely filled. She said that she would now bring him the money, but suddenly Yoji said that there was no need to do this. Yoji for some reason said that she didn't have to give him money. Then he took out his own money and said that she could add it to her living expenses. And he even said that he will no longer ask for meat. His sudden change of personality is frightening. Jill asked her father what was going on with Yoji. Jun said that he didn't seem to have done anything wrong and asked Karsiel what was wrong with him. Karsiel suddenly bowed before them and said that they could now tell them how much mental pain they had endured alone over all this time. Jill didn't understand what was going on, and she asked what he was talking about. Karsiel clenched his fist and said that there was no need to hide it from them anymore. They will try to avoid reviving these painful memories in their great master Jun. Yoji and Karsiel said somberly that they had accidentally witnessed him quit his job. Carciel said they found out about it before dinner. The news that the owner was now unemployed. June had no idea what he was talking about. And Carciel continued that despite his job in the city government, he had looked into the internship at the Hunter's Bureau. Maybe he realized that he was tired of working in the city government and now wanted to quit. Carciel said that they all understand perfectly well that people are weak creatures, so they always envy others. He was sure that the evil freaks were simply jealous of Jun's abilities, so it must be because of them that he quit his job. But the owner, as always merciful, he left this place for the sake of those people who are not even worthy of being called small insects. Star asked what was wrong with him. Yoji answered that he was of course worried too, but crying like that was too much. Carciel was crying and screaming. How could the owner survive this? Jun stopped him and said that he was certainly pleased that they were concerned about him, but he was not quitting his job. Carciel said the internship is a system that provides the opportunity to work full-time while applying and developing the knowledge gained at university. Then the familiar Yoji returned, who was worried about his money. He scolded Carciel because he scared everyone. Then Yoji jumped on Jill and started begging her to give him all his money back. Jill asked who told her to use the money for living expenses. Then Jill started blackmailing him, saying that she could give him his money if he told her please. That's exactly what Yoji did. He got down on his knees and begged her to give him the money back, all the while shedding tears. Jill said that she was just kidding and then gave him back his wallet. Yoji started hugging him and calling him the love of his life. And of course, she gave him more money because he finished his sheet of stickers. And Yoji became even happier and said that she was the best. Carciel wanted to quietly leave while Yoji was in a happy mood, but he didn't have time. The Hunter's Bureau the next morning, the day Jun's internship began, the man screamed at how dare he tell him this information just now. The man continued that they knew perfectly well that he needed to go to Gangnam Station now, and they were asking to make an appointment with him. This is a meeting with a high-ranking guild. He asked if they thought that they were required to simply inform them of the meeting materials, and that's it. They answered that a person had come to them today for an internship. He could entrust this matter to him. Then the man asked if he was making fun of her, if he thought that working in management and here were the same thing. But the man passed out, and the man said that he looked so unreliable the hunters wouldn't break his bones for the slightest mistake, he wondered. The man approached Jun and said that he usually didn't give difficult work to interns, but now there was simply no other choice. Jun replied that he could leave calmly. He would go to this meeting. He had already checked all the materials for it. The man replied that it seemed he didn't know how everything was arranged. If he made a mistake, it wouldn't just end like that, there would definitely be problems. But Jun calmly replied that he would take it into account. The man was confused. He wondered if Jun was stupid or just confident. It must be hard for him to be here in the busiest department. The man said he would be back soon. He added that he was not trying to burden him with difficult work on purpose, and apologized for placing such a responsibility on him, since he was still an intern. He came out and said that, if he thought about it, he still had to apologize and justify himself for all the ill-considered orders of these old men. Jun thought about what it meant to meet with a high-ranking guild. There was no information about the guild in the meeting materials, but he didn't think it would be that important. This is how the meeting began. The guy was very nervous. You could tell from him right away. He said that they came earlier than they expected. The other guy was also worried. He said that they would start when the person in charge came, and asked to wait a little longer. The hunter asked if maybe they just didn't want to sign a contract with them. But suddenly the door swung open and Jun walked into the office and apologized for being late. The guy started yelling at how dare an intern be late and said that he should have come before the hunters arrived and prepared everything. Jun replied that he would take that into consideration. Suddenly the hunter shouted, "What is he doing? How can he treat a person like that even if he is a trainee?" The guy was surprised and said that they themselves said that they would not sign the contract if he did not hurry. The hunter was scared and said that he did not say anything like that. Jun looked at them and said that he didn't think he would meet them here, and he couldn't imagine such an atmosphere between them. It turned out that they were members of the Icarus Guild. They took off their hoods and looked down in fear. Jun said that they were acting and looking different than usual and asked if this was their true appearance and behavior. Gale became nervous and said that this was not the case at all and asked why he was here. Jun replied that he was here on a temporary internship to get the necessary training. The guy asked his boss what was going on here. It seemed like the Icarus Guild was literally walking on eggshells in front of some intern. The boss said that they better leave. The boss said he hoped they would be able to negotiate successfully with their intern. After closing the door, he asked if he didn't know that the Icarus Guild hated them because of the mistake that happened last time, and added that besides, if this meeting turned out to be a failure, they would simply blame it all on this intern. Gail said that all that was required of them now was to simply leave the meeting quietly. But June looked at them with a creepy expression and said that they would then start their meeting, and the guild members froze in fear. Emily said it may seem like they were just trying to abuse their power and influence with those men, but they just had no other choice. June looked at them menacingly. Then Emily said that it was true, because if they did not create a menacing image for themselves, they would be immediately picked on, and, hiding behind their name, they would blackmail and threaten young hunters. Then June asked what they were talking about. Gail replied that he was asking because he really didn't know, or was pretending not to know. In a world where hunters are the backbone of the state, the Hunters Bureau holds the most powerful weapon in its hands. Hunters act for their own convenience and benefit. But if those who control them begin to use them for their own interests, hunters will inevitably begin to perish. June asked if they wanted to say that the two employees who were here now were the same, and that the president, knowing about this, continues to do nothing, pretending not to know. They may be dangerous people, but the president simply cannot pretend that he does not know about it. Because in fact, thanks to the president, these people can no longer do anything bad like before. The Bureau has previously exploited young hunters and intimidated citizens, and such cases were far from isolated. And it was the president who was able to change this shitty Bureau. Gail asked if he knew what his first accomplishment in office was. To eliminate corruption, about 2/3 of the workers were fired. Of course, it wasn't easy. Even a mouse bites a cat when it's cornered. So even then, the remaining corrupt staff rebelled. But then the Behemoth Guild supported the president, and they were able to clean up this trash. This situation had been in the news for almost a month and had caused so much noise, so they were surprised that June didn't know about this situation. Simply put, the shadow always remains. It's strange that when you clean out the trash, another one takes its place. Gail said that Mr. June should be careful too. This surprised Emily, and she asked why he should be careful. Perhaps because the president paid little attention to the Bureau's internal workings, the abuse of lower-status workers intensified. It seems like killing interns has become common lately. Emily asked if he tells June to be wary of regular people who might torment and bully him. Gail sheepishly said that this was not what he was asking to be careful of, in case he got very angry about the situation. Wanted to hit him once and accidentally killed the person. June said he didn't have to worry about that. Gail got worried and said he didn't mean bad character or anything like that. Then he said that he understood perfectly what they wanted to say, so they didn't have to worry. Jun added that his internship supervisor seemed like a nice person. The manager was on the phone and was asked if he had sent only one trainee to meet with the guild, and the man replied that he simply couldn't cancel the meeting. The man on the other line asked if he knew that they were being told about every mistake and bad worker, and yet he still sent the intern to an important meeting. He yelled at him while he was resting and the manager was working. The manager said that at this stage the negotiations were already over, and all he needed to do was show them the presentation. Suddenly, the manager received a message stating that the meeting with the guild was over, and that as part of additional negotiations, an additional clause had been adopted. The Hunting Bureau should increase the commission by 2%. The man asked why he wasn't answering, and then the manager asked if they could hire this new intern. The manager said that as he said, there were additional negotiations about the conditions, and this intern was able to get the guild's consent for them to receive 2% more benefits and profits. Then the manager started shouting at the top of his lungs that they absolutely had to take this intern for themselves. The man said his eardrums would burst from screaming and asked how they could hire a city hall employee. The manager replied that he could change his job to the bureau, and that was it. They needed him even if they fought for him with the president. The man asked if he knew how scary the president could be, so the leader told him to fight him himself. The guy said that there was still a little bit left before the announcement of the first place in the ranking of interns for last year, and he would bring it to this job. Then one guy said, as expected, he takes better care of his subordinates than anyone else. Then a cute guy said that he would definitely put in a good word for him to his father. Then the guy started laughing slyly and said that he hadn't done anything, but if he wanted to put in a good word, he would be glad. Then the manager asked how about transferring to their department. Jun asked if such statements weren't dangerous when he was still an intern, and the manager said that in that case he would work even better than when he was an intern. The manager said that he meant that anyone who looked at him could tell that he had only been working in this field for a year. He had never seen such a professional. Jun said the manager keeps phrasing things in a way that might make people think something bad is going on, and if anyone hears it, he'll pretend he didn't hear it. The manager literally begged him not to leave him, but Jun continued to leave. The guy said that he even understood where he was to talk and behave like that in public. The guy said that he thought the manager was pretty smart, but now he looks like a fool. already going crazy from fruitless attempts to hire June into his department. They kept complaining about the manager, and for some reason the guy looked creepy. During lunch, the same cute guy came up to June and asked if he could sit with him. June allowed him. The guy laughed and asked if he was the intern everyone was talking about and said he was pretty ordinary. He thought of him differently. The one-word answer angered the guy, and he asked if he wanted to study together on the weekend. June asked if it was at the place where all the interns gathered. It would be great, but he is very shy, so he usually only invites people he knows to the event, he said. Then some strange men showed up and asked who he wanted to invite to study, and he said that he didn't look like anything special. June looked at them and thought they looked like a bunch of rich boys. The cute boy asked him what he thought. Wouldn't this group be useful for his future? Then he said that he apparently needed time to think about it, so he would simply give the place and time, Saturday, at 1 o'clock, at the training center. Then the guy said it looked like they were bowing down to him. The guy was furious and told him to shut up. Moments like these make him envy someone who lives without thinking about anything, because the world will never become such that one cannot worry about anything. Yoji got nervous and asked if Carciel was lying. It just couldn't be true. Carciel was serious, so he just accepted it. The fact that he is already worse at writing the dictation than Star, who recently arrived in Korea, who received 50 points for each test. Star started to tease him and then said that since Star won, he should keep his promise. Carciel sadly asked if she could change her wish, but Star shouted that they had promised. Suddenly, they all stood in their positions and shouted, "The crime fighters are coming." Carciel said he thought his dictation skills were worse than a 3-year-old's. Yoji became angry and said that he had said truly, "A subordinate who speaks the truth is a true and faithful servant." However, does he know? Servants who only tell the truth usually die young. Star said it was time for them to go, and Yoji told Carciel that he could count himself lucky. Yoji said that a promise is a promise and it must be kept. Star was very happy. But Carciel said they forgot that their owners had told them not to go outside because it could be dangerous because of the rain. Danger to Yoji, the Dragon King, or the mythical creature, or to him. Then Carciel used a very strong argument. If something didn't go according to plan, then perhaps he wouldn't be able to eat meat for a whole month. But unfortunately, his attack didn't work. Yoji asked what Star told him then. Star replied that it was okay to go out if you weren't caught. Yoji said happily that she had learned everything well. He really doesn't like getting wet in the rain, but he will go out today. Carciel realized that it looked like Star's upbringing had already failed, thanks to Yoji. Only Star was having fun, and Yoji said that he thought her problems were as small as she was. Then Yoji told Star to watch carefully. This is what it means to have fun properly. And with these words, he hit the puddle hard, and the water flew in all directions. But it seems he miscalculated his strength. So Carciel set up a barrier that prevented the building from being destroyed. Carciel said that if he had destroyed the nearby buildings, the owner would have really killed him for such a prank. Yoji replied that he himself had planned to stop the wave. He just didn't see that his blow was aimed only at the water, not the ground. Anyway, Star decided that she could do the same, and she lifted her leg with force. The guys ran up to her as quickly as possible and created 2 barriers at once to protect all the surrounding buildings. Yoji scolded Star. Then Carciel said, "Didn't he show her how to do it?" People looked out from behind the noise, and seeing the dragons, they began to panic. Carciel and Yoji said with a gloomy expression that they had definitely screwed up this time. They took Star and ran away. June, who was passing by, naturally saw everything and immediately realized that it was his children who had done this. Already at home, June hit Yoji more than once. Then Star and Carciel apologized and asked not to hit him. Jill said she was sure he had no bad intentions at all, so why not let him let it go?